came to win. You didn't.
By the time you see me coming, I'll be going, and you'll be gone. I can see all of you in the rearview mirror.
This is the ALGS!
Sky! We've got plenty of bullets! DK does not hit the first, grabs the second, makes it a two-pop, launches into it!
Love it, here comes the
Spitfire! Nice clutch by Geared Gaming!
Wingman starts connecting, starts dropping, Village full. He has to reload. It's fine though. He hits the spinner. He pops up.
He's left on his own, it's a 1v1 to win it! Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here. Biding their time, waiting for their moment. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North. We'll see you all in Mannheim.
And in Mannheim now we are $1 million on the line and a chance to be crowned the newest ALGS champions. Welcome everyone to the Apex Legends Global Series. I'm your host, We the People. Today starts a 4-day marathon for our 40 teams from around the world. I said it in Birmingham at Champs when TSM came back from 16th place to win it all and become world champions. I said it in LA earlier this year when Reject WINNITY became the 3rd ever team to win an Apex LAN, and I'll say it again. Right here in Mannheim, Germany, this is going to be the greatest LAN in Apex history. So you better get ready, because this is the ALGS. Rain Day, take it away.
Right down the road from the Rhine River, the SAP Arena is live and well in Mannheim, Germany for an ALGS takeover. That is right. We will be crowning a new champion for our Split 2 playoffs in just 4 days. But we have to start with the beginning of the story. As Peeps said, every single event seems to keep getting better and better. I believe this one is also going to make some marks in history. We'll begin our coverage here on the desk to kick things off. We've got some games about to play. I'm your host, Rain Day, and I'm joined by 3 amazing talents, 3 amazing friends here. It's going to be Jamerson, Graceful, and Snipe down with me. Jamerson, start with you. You joined us on the desk in LA. It was a great event, but so happy to have you here full time for this one, and what a moment we are experiencing here in Mannheim.
Yeah, it was a fun little moment, I would say, at Split 1 playoffs, and it's been getting better and better ever since. And, you know, with the huge system overchanges that we've had in Apex Legends since then, and with all the new LAN winners, you know that this is a new era of Apex Legends, competitive Apex Legends, and I'm so excited to be here to join, to, of course, experience it all with everyone here.
I mean, you know, EMEA, they just raised a LAN trophy. We had to have some EMEA representation, and Graceful coming down, man. Happy to have you with us on the desk again, my friend.
So happy to be here. Happy to see all the global representation across the board. Skill ceilings are now getting raised in all regions. And yeah, as you said, EMEA, you know, super big fan. A little bit biased, but it is what it is.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But, you know, super happy to be here. So close, be with the crowd as well. It's great.
And, of course, Eric Rona, Mr. Snipe Down. We watched you play for many years now. You get to be on the other side with us as well. We're glad you found a way to the ALGS, man. It's great to have you over these next 4 days.
Yeah, one way or another. You know, this is the real deal. I'm excited to be on the stage. You know, I'd much rather be up there playing. Of
course.
But if I can't be, I can't think of a better spot to watch some high-end Apex than up here with you guys and with this amazing crowd.
A LAN is a special moment. We don't get too many of them in Apex, and that's why this is something to pay attention to. If you're just joining us, maybe you missed Split 1, let's walk you through how the tournament format is going to work. Today kicks off our group stages. That means for the next 2 days, they're going to be battling it out in a round-robin style format. Bracket stages will take place on the weekend, and of course Sunday, our match point finals. For our groups, we've got 40 teams who have qualified to Mannheim. We split them up into 10 teams in 4 groups. They'll each play each other over these next 2 days and decide who are the top 20 overall in points. They'll go to the winners bracket. Saturday have a chance to get top 10 and then sit waiting for their competitors in match point finals. Those who get bottom 10 will go into elimination 1, elimination 2, and elimination 1 will be our 20 teams who did not qualify for winners battling it out. Top 10 keeps making it out until we finally have our second 10 teams to join the 10 who have been waiting from winners on Sunday. And you know how that works. While they'll get some extra seeding, they'll also have to get 50 points and then win the game in order to turn the tournament off. That's right, to click power off for this tournament. You'd be surprised how long this thing can go if it gets to a special moment like we've seen in our Split 1 playoffs. But talk about why there's these special moments. We got players all around the world coming. Each one of these teams, as we get an overview of the groups and our participants, Graceful, has a major story behind them.
I wish we had enough screen time for every single team, but that's just not how it gets, right? We have to talk about the consistency across the teams. But with, you know, the new meta coming into this, also drafting being the first time on LAN as well, new meta, new legend, you know, the Akimbo coming out, we're going to see some big shakeups, and I'm all for it.
And that's just on your screen here, a few of at least the name changes and org changes. Leave No Witness, now E-Xolos, LAZER, BR Demons, they're a Limpo. Trojan, Noctem Scan is how they'll be known, and New J is now Reject WINNITY JP. It's worth noting, Reject WINNITY, not the team that won Split 1 playoffs. They turned into Crazy Raccoon, essentially, mid-split, and did not qualify. So we will not have a back-to-back playoff winner for those tuning in, or maybe you caught some LA. All right, let's get started on what's happening today. You've just joined us. We are about to kick off with groups A and B at 10 a.m. CEST. Then we'll continue with C and D taking stage, and then we'll finish the evening with B and D rounding out our night. These are long days, they're fun days, Jamerson, but they're exciting days, and you get to really see a glimpse of which teams are going to start out strong.
Yeah, that's what's always so exciting when it comes to the group stages right now, because that's our first inkling about what the competitive level is going to be like amongst our teams so far. We haven't seen too much international competition outside of EWC, and that was, of course, in a completely different kind of setting, right? We didn't have the draft orders, and we have some roster shakeups leading into this event. So this is the big question mark. How do all the other regions match up when it comes to our heavy hitters in EMEA and NA?
Well, it's a great segue there, because heavy hitters, indeed, we've got a plenty. From SSG to LG to NRG, let's say hello to our Group A.
Split 1のプレーオフ逆転するために必要なスプリット2
What's happening with the hip fire shot?
そして囲い込んでからのライト
Perfect game to follow on play bot from the high ground. Here's a big chance to shoot.
Well, we hope you enjoyed meeting Group A. They will be on display here to start things off. And Snipe, I thought I'd throw it to you. There's a lot of teams in there to talk about, but you've singled your eye on one, and I think I know who it is.
Yeah, I can't think about finding another team to talk about other than SSG here for me. I mean, there's some history there, but this team, you know, when they were formed, they were really considered in that top category with the Falcons roster. People were putting them right under them in terms of raw talent, individual skill, and I think that, you know, people might have jumped the gun on that, but there's no denying how talented these three players actually are. And, you know, you saw how they started with Pro League. They started off very strong. They were at the top of Pro League, and then they slowly started to wither their way down. And honestly, with this roster, I think a lot of it just comes down to the leadership. This is a young roster overall. You know, you have Koifel, who has shown talent with Strafing Flame. You know, he had a very successful tournament. Zainu won an event with 0. So they have had accomplishments, but as a trio, with that added pressure that was on them, I think the lack of that hard leadership, you know, you had Strafing Flame, and you had 0, who are at the top, and then you put them in with Phony, who's also a young leader. He's 22 years old. And I think that the adversity is the biggest obstacle for this team. They ended Pro League not in the best spot. I think they got 5th or 6th or somewhere along those lines. And then, you know, they had a lackluster split 1. I think they ended up in 17th place. And then that led them into a team change. FOXX got replaced by Koifel, and then that went right over into EWC, where, you know, they struggled early on. They ended up actually getting knocked down into the lower bracket, and then you saw what happened when they got momentum in the semifinals that led them up to make it to the grand finals. They started off strong, worked their way all the way up, and they held that momentum all the way through. Ended up in a top 2. They looked absolutely dominant, but that momentum didn't carry over into the next day. They started off slow, and once again, I think it is just a leadership thing with this roster, and I think this might be the event that makes the biggest impact on this team. You know, we have seen them make team changes. You know, FOXX for Koifel.
Interesting.
And then you have you had FOXX for Koifel, and then Dan, the coach, actually got replaced before EWC, and then another coach got replaced. Now they have Don, who's the previous 07 coach. So a lot of rotations in and out. So there is room for roster changes after this event if another lackluster performance does happen. I personally have been talking to Phony a lot. We've, you know, mended some things in the past. I am a fan of him, and I respect that team a lot. So we'll see what happens. I think that they could win the event, or they could, you know, drop out early. They are specifically my wild card.
They are a team that clearly needs to start well if they're going to do well. It's a team that has the skills, the talent, but it's about can they do it on this stage right now, especially with all the contingencies that may come with not doing well or with doing well. It's a flip of the coin. That's competition. But at this point in time, that's Group A. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have other teams that aren't just as worth or more worth talking about, especially when you talk about previous LAN winners or the most recent LAN winner. Let's introduce you to Group B.
Is unstoppable. One punch coming in.
The Falcons, they look like they've done it, and they have.
It's hard not to talk about it. If you've been following Apex Legends over the last few weeks, we had a LAN, and it was Alliance who took that home, the first LAN that EMEA had won. But really the team that I want to talk about, just because it's hard not to, is Falcons coming into this. They have won Split 2 Pro League. They've won Split 2 Regional Finals. Essentially, if they do win Split 2 playoffs, that's kind of the trifecta. They've done it all. But they have yet to win a LAN, and that was the one that Alliance took from them. Jamerson, your idea on what Falcons need to do to get the job done this tournament specifically?
Yeah, right now I think it was more about other teams rising to the occasion because we didn't see really a dip in kind of performance from Falcons. We saw their usual kind of consistency when it comes to, of course, their Storm Point. Amazing. They have wonderful pop-off games when it comes to Storm Point, and where the only kind of criticism you can give to them is their World's Edge. And a lackluster World's Edge game for them is if they score maybe 2 or 3 points. That's a lackluster game. But usually they're, of course, averaging about 5 kill points. 5 kill points per game.
That's huge.
Regardless of whether it's Storm Point or World's Edge. And that kind of consistency is crazy when you consider how much talent that we have right now and that they're able to really put up those numbers almost every single week when it came to the split.
That kind of bubble, 6-point, 7-point game, even when you're not doing well, is so important. But to get 5 points off of the kills, regardless of the placements, that just means you're playing your own game. You're keeping things in your own hands. And that's always what is meant. I think for Falcons, their legacy has been defined by they take games over. They steal games away. If they don't do that, though, you're right. It leaves a space open for somebody else. But it feels like this is what they signed up for. Let's not forget that Split 2, with all the roster changes, it kind of kicked off with these guys. Hal leaving TSM, Zap filling that space. A lot of these teams going, what do we do to really be competitive on the global scene against what is many people calling the super team? Well, they found a way. We have had Alliance take a LAN. I think Falcons know that this is something, and Snipe, I'll go to you as well. They feel like they've got to win for this experiment to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I think anything less than top 2, because they can still, have the most points and not get that final win. I think this meta specifically is going to be a true test to their roster. I mean, in terms of developing, it's going to be, they're the #1 team that you would think would adapt to the meta the fastest, but this is also probably the toughest meta for them to play in. I personally think that another team is going to take the win, but I think that they could end up in that top 2 spot specifically because of the crypto-style gameplay. It is a lot of just 3 different crypto bombs all at once and pile-ons, and they're usually good at picking off teams around the map, and other teams can infiltrate those fights a lot more easily than they could in the past to open up. So obviously they're the #1 team to look out for, but I think this is going to be a tough tournament for them.
It's a whole new Apex. The patch recently, before that last LAN, in between this one, after that last LAN, in between this one, has changed the game from aim assist all the way down to crypto as being a thing. But let's just go back a few weeks. Regardless of the patch, we had somebody who was on top of their game, and it was Alliance. It was finally EMEA taking home a LAN championship. Graceful, talk to me about what this team means, not just for the hopes of EMEA, but just means in terms of their presence in these lobbies today.
Yeah, I think that, Alliance has always been one of the teams that people have said they are one of the best, but they haven't really had that success because, group stage team, all of these other teams essentially. But now that they've shown, hey, we won a LAN convincingly, and, after picking up Unlucky as well, they are showing, super presence. And, people are now asking a little bit, Unlucky, can he hold his own now that Effect is missing? But we saw a little glimpse of it in the highlight right there, where he clutched, on mill, and that snowballed them straight into winning the whole tournament, right? And Tyler here as well, filling the shoes of Effect. People have been, I would say, underestimating him. Being my former teammate for 4 months as well, he's incredibly good. And I think that we should look at it less as can he fill Effect's shoes, and more of like what can Tyler bring that Effect doesn't have, because all players are unique and individual, right? People forget that Unlucky and Tyler used to team for the longest periods of time. I promise you that synergy is not just gone. They will have things that they pick up on each other, like sound cues, comm cues, that will just help them pop off. And Hakis, as always, a phenomenal IGL, always has been, and I think he, honestly, no matter who he has, he's putting them into endgame. They're in a spot to win. I
mean, Jamerson, we talked a little bit about like Zero can almost get anybody into a finals. It feels like Hockey's is in the same way. It's not like he's playing with slouches. I mean, Lucky and Tyler FPS, they're a dynamic duo.
No, that's the important thing, right? We talk about the effect when it comes to Alliance, right? And when they have a pop-off game, it is going to be off of some amazing performance from him. But how does he get into that position to succeed? We talk about it all the time when it comes to just real life, right? You need to get yourself into the position to find that success. And that's what Hakis does consistently for them. That's why we got to see them really pop off at EWC.
Such an exciting thing. It's always fun being in the crowd, seeing players and everybody have a chance to mingle and get ready and walk in. Well, we had a chance to catch up with a few players. In fact, one specifically from a great team, Liquid Alienware. Peeps sat down, or at least walked with Yanya. Peeps?
What up, everybody? I am here with the one, the only Yanya. How does it feel not only representing Team Liquid, who is one of the most prestigious orgs in the world, but also the country of Mexico?
It feels really, really great. I'm really grateful with Team Liquid Alienware to represent us, and to be able to represent Mexico at the same time. It's like the best feeling in the world, to be honest.
Viva Mexico, baby.
Viva Mexico.
Yeah. So as a controller player and as one of the best controller players in the world, so good that, by the way, when he was stepping into the scene, a lot of people thought he was cheating, including myself when you were clipping me in ranked. But how has the aim assist nerf sort of adjusted your game?
To be honest, I didn't feel it, but I just feel like everyone is hitting less shots to me. So, yeah, it's great for me.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And now, give me a top 5 prediction for the top 5 teams in the finals on Sunday.
On the finals, you mean, right? I think it's gonna be us in first, NOEZ in second, Falcons in third, maybe LG on fourth, maybe top 20, and Gaming Gladiators on 5. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Kill it, my dude. All right, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you very much for
I guess they had changed everybody's aim assist except Yanya's. That's a good thing, Graceful, for Liquid Alienware as well.
I think that, aim assist changed. This is one thing I've always said, like, the good controller players, they will still dominate. Like, they will roll absolutely everyone. And he just said it the way, himself. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm the same. Everybody else, though, they do less damage. That's because he's good. Okay?
That's what I also love about what he said. A lot of people are scared to say we will win. They'll be like, I think we'll do well. We'll see how we are on the day. He's like, we're first. And that there's a requirement of believing that you can get that in order to get it done. He was upset not getting that job done. He's going to see if he can do it this time around. Of course, if you're joining us in Split 2 and you haven't caught any of this, we've introduced a POI draft. No more early contests the way you might have been used to seeing them in Split 1 that changed the course of these teams' tournaments. Now we've got it done in a proper way, Jamerson. It was a little, when it was introduced, maybe a little contested in terms of the thought process of it, if it'll work, but it's been phenomenal for our league.
Yeah, to say there was some friction, some pushback on it from the pro scene or from a lot of the pro players when it was initially announced is a bit of an understatement. But after playing an entire split of it, everyone feels very comfortable on it. They're very happy with it. They want to see it spread across the ecosystem. We want it in CC. We want to see it in more tournaments. It's such a fun way to play the game. It adds another dimension. And overall, I think really for the best IGLs in the world, this is the system they needed to prove that they were the best IGLs in the world. That's why we got to see the consistency coming out of HAKAS, coming out of Zero, coming out of Strafing Flame. Everybody knows that this system really did make those IGLs shine.
Snipe, taking a look at this, what's the thought process here? I know you and we were talking about not loving where Moist ended up, and that's a team that you've got your eye on for this group.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple teams in here that I think had some interesting picks. Moist actually had some high picks, and they ended up with a contest against DreamFire up at Climatizer. So I think that they were hoping that they could maybe take one side and they weren't going to get contested, but it just seems like, a couple other spots got left open. There's some spots, especially in the south side of the map, they got left open. And then with their contest, they move right down to Cenote Cave, which me personally, I've never been too much of a fan of. I think it's a slower loot route, which they're used to. They like to play edge a little bit. So I think if anything, depending on how the contest goes, I think Storm Point is where they're going to need to pick up majority of their points.
Graceful, your thoughts as well as we take a look at the top teams, our 20 teams here and their picks for today.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the, in quotes, strong team are getting the picks that they want to, Alliance on Skyhook West, Liquid on Harvester, Energy on Monument. People are playing a lot of more zone than edge on land specifically, and especially now with the crypto meta change, and you can get guaranteed UAV, you get objective points, you get armor, even if you rotate early. People are going to play even more zone than ever before. But the biggest thing here is that this drafting, different from when I played in Pro League, is you actually have good picks on both sides,
Yeah.
And that will help them for sure.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. We do have, however, a fun segment that I always like to talk about, get some Twitter reactions as well. It's our talent predictions, and we've got, some friends included in this one. I got to say, Jamerson and I were on the same page. We went Team Falcons. We've talked about Falcons a lot. I think we kind of know why we're picking that. And another page as we move on to it as well, because games are getting close to starting, my friends, is FaZe. Graceful, you went for FaZe today. Small tidbit on why FaZe is a choice for you.
Outside of homies, no. For me, Arctic and Fnatic has shown, like in the beginning, people were like, oh, they came out of Challenger. Are they really that good? Challenger is easy, etc. But they've shown and cemented themselves at the top as top MNK players, top, IGL, and just overall adjusting to the meta and all lobbies, LAN included, which a lot of teams can't, come from Pro League and do the same in LAN. And it's just so nice to see them pop off, and I'm happy for them.
Well, one of the things we also want to mention is our lovely subreddit, our competitive Reddit, also is going to be picking and trying to beat us on broadcast. It's not going to happen, at least not this one, because we both picked Falcons. So at least we'll be even at this point in time. We'll keep track with all the talent predictions and who is in the lead over the tournament. But if you are getting ready to watch Apex Legends at home, you're comfy, you might want a few more screens, a few more ways to dabble and enjoy some of the gameplay, your favorite players. Well, Face It Watch has got you covered. Make sure to check out Face It Watch if you want multiple POVs and you want the comms, you want the rotations, you want to see every team fight, maybe what goes well, and also hear when it doesn't go well. How do they solve the problems? What's the momentum feeling like? Or if you're like us as casters or on the desk, you want to see that map screen while you're also watching the POV of the gameplay, Face It Watch allows you to do it. Go to faceit.com/watch. Also, for those watching on Twitch, we got some Twitch drops for you, so you're already earning if you're watching now. As most of our tournaments occur, we'll have great goodies throughout each of the days that are a little bit different, so make sure to stay tuned and get those drops, showcase in-game that you were here when it mattered in Mannheim. Well, Jamerson, Graceful, Snipe, we'll be spending time together throughout these 6 games as we kick off our first block, A versus B. 4 days from now, history will be made. Someone will etch their name across that trophy and claim themselves as champions of Split 2. But it's time for the Battle of Mannheim to begin. So as we bring our casters into field, look at them looking great, ready to go. It's Tiff and Dia. Let's make some noise and get ready to go. You guys, let's hype it up. Here it is.
Oh, let's do it. I'm so excited, Dia. Anytime we get to be in the caster booth, we hear the crowd already. Like, look, early morning cheers for Na'Vi, a lot of Fnatic fans, Dia. This is going to be a good one.
It certainly is. Breathing heavy early in the morning, honestly. Knowing that we're going to start all of this off now, the avalanche that's going to occur over the next couple of days as we race towards finding a Split 2 playoffs champion. And the fact that it all begins here in group stages where everyone is still very much figuring things out. I know our desk talked about it, but with a recent patch, scrims only say so much. And now it's time to really nail down to it. See who we can find as our, I'll say, best team in Apex, at least Split 2.
From group stages, you're going to find the best team already?
A
little group stage warriors?
It's about the journey.
It's the journey.
This
It's all
is where
about
the journey
process.
begins.
Trust the process with us, okay?
That's what we got to look forward to, right? Is the process of group stages is an odd one because a lot of it is very fast-paced, and it's odd to say that about a LAN because typically when you start off the first couple of days of competition, you're expecting people to start playing more conservatively because there's money on the line. The difficulty when it comes with group stages is that we have so many teams who have been playing from all around the world, who've been scrimming each other for a very long time now, and because there's money on the line, you do get teams that actually want to play more aggressively now that they're not dealing with large amounts of paying in between them. Now that you're in the group stages and you do only have a couple of matches to cement yourself in the top 20, move to winner's bracket, which is more important now than it ever has been, Tiff.
I love that you bring that up because most people are used to seeing those advanced starting points later down the line, but with the introduction of the POI draft, you want the places that you're going to feel most comfortable with, whether that's, Siphon for Falcons that will be kicking things off on World's Edge. But as we kind of go through, we see the lay of the land. We got Alliance on the screen, right? Tyler FPS coming in as emergency sub alongside Unlucky. Plenty of history there between that duo. And, I heard Hackus recently got engaged as well, so maybe we got an engagement buff coming in?
Yeah, at least we know he's been dealing with nerves recently, right?
So it's done and over with, right?
Exactly. I wonder which is more scary to him, getting engaged or being on a playoff stage. It's kind of a toss-up, But even then, there's got to be a lot of nerves here for Na'Vi as well. They are a team that notoriously performs super well regionally. It's a good thing we've stayed in EMEA because I do wonder, can they, take that, we'll call it a home court buff, and turn it into what should be their best international performance so far?
I hope so. That is going to be one of my biggest questions with them because you look at it and you're just like, everyone kind of talks about it. They're like online warriors, but I'm just waiting for them. Vex, they played under them, and it's like they've already had all of those experiences. It's the first day. You kind of come in, you shake things off, and honestly, I have them as one of my teams to watch in general. I put out a tweet and I was like, these are the teams that I'm pretty excited about. Fnatic, Na'Vi, just a lot of different ones, but one more in particular, you wanted to talk about them, and while we've got a minute, FA Kids.
Yeah, FA Kids, so if you were prepping for Split 2 playoffs a while ago, you would have gone, oh, FA Kids, they're not going to be in attendance. But the fact that they are, because Passion UA was unable to make it, weren't able to secure visas, and as of now, FA Kids quite generously have come from EMEA to slot in for them. Now, they were just on the cutoff of not qualifying to Split 2 and have managed to make it in here. They're a team that, much like yours, I'm going to throw in here as a team to look out for. Do I expect them to come in, slay the whole event, and just
Zidane
win
might.
it?
Zidane might.
They might. I will say I'm not expecting it, but I am expecting them to form a highlight reel of sorts because that's what they became so well known for in the second split of EMEA. They picked up a lot of momentum towards the end of the split, and a lot of that came down to the way that they were working as a team and around Zidane, who was slaying. When I was looking at the damage graphs for EMEA, just thinking about who are going to be our top performers, I was seeing Alliance, Fnatic, Zidane.
Hey, you know, I love that, honestly. Let's go ahead and look at Group A really quick here because I just want to see some things. You know, we had the desk break things down, and they already went through the drop spots, and we're talking about it. But when I look at it, I got SSG on this list. And did you watch the POI draft as it occurred, Dia? Because I was sitting there with a big question mark on my head, and I was just like, how did SSG walk away with Stacks, Mod, and then obviously no one picked Dome, and then it's Inherit. I've seen a lot of zones pull Dome actually recently, so that could be good for them. Of course, we have FA Kids here, DreamFire, Enterforce 36, which honestly, they've been heating up in scrims towards the end of it.
Yeah, they're a team that I think I'll put in the same boat as LG.
I like it.
Where I think that they could have a really good start to the tournament and just steamroll from there, but I think that if either of those teams sort of suffer through group stages, they'll have to make it back up through losers bracket. And I'll take that to sort of transfer into LG and discuss them because they have a very different style to Enterforce 36, but they are very heavily reliant on predicting the game accurately, something that they've become better at throughout the course of Split 2, but that was a strength of theirs way back when Sweet and Sykes were on completely different teams.
No, I love that. Look, we always hear a lot about different things, and for some reason, you know, really good people, and actually I think it was Snipe mentioning it back in the green room. He's like, I think Sykes is actually so good for this Luminosity or LG roster with Sweet because they kind of challenge each other. It's like a checks and balance system because Sweet plans so far in advance, but Sykes is not afraid to stand up to that, and it's almost like a level of respect with Sweet and Sykes. So I thoroughly enjoy that. We've got Group B up here, but before we kind of hop over, I just want to briefly mention NRG, right? They have this comeback story about them. We know them, you know, a few years ago at the upper echelon, fighting, and I was convinced that it was a, you know, a matter of when, not if, they were going to be hoisting that trophy. And they kind of find themselves in this awkward situation, right? A couple roster changes, and now here with Reptar alongside Fun and Noct, and I'm like, you know what? Second year bang for Noct, he's going to do great. I have good things for that.
I look forward to it. I mean, talk about nerves for a team.
Yeah.
It's back at Split 2 playoffs last year, which was the first event that we got to do together. That was when I really saw this nervous face take over on NRG, and we saw Nocturnal especially really having a lot of doubts around that tournament. Then to be coming full circle almost a year from that event to have made it here again, I think is going to mean a lot to them, not just in terms of actually being able to come back full circle as a team, but now with the chance to do better, there's a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, that's true. We had Group B up there as well. We kind of touched on Alliance. They're going to be starting things off over there in Skyhook West, which was one of the most coveted draft spots, right? Everyone was like, we immediately want trials, but then you have all the recent changes that we got from the patch notes with the gold bin introduction that occur, you know, right at Circle 3 and such. That has kind of changed the game. Newcastle almost always has a gold knockdown, and I kind of feel like some of the vaults on rotation are even just like, kind of a miss at this point.
Yeah, it's funny because there have always been legends, especially like Newcastle. Lifeline is really well known for that. I don't know, warming up.
A moment for the juggles here. Let's go. See, that's the chemistry our boys have together. Unlucky and Tyler, this goes way back, right?
Does this count as warming up your aim?
Have they missed yet?
Yes. I think so.
Confirmed. I think he just dropped it. That's unfortunate. Tyler, you're already throwing. No, I'm just kidding.
This is difficult. I do appreciate that at the very least, Hackers is locked in. This is just not...
He's the serious one of the two right here.
Yeah, not
of the three,
not encompassing at all what's going on. But the fact that, you know, Alliance is keeping themselves amused is an important skill. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Speaking of things that Snipedown just says in the green room about how important it is in a game of Apex Legends to be able to chill for a little while, because there are moments, especially when you are sitting in zone, as Newcastle Crypto has really pushed in the meta, that you do have to wait for the game to come to you. Make the play, stick with it, and not overextend. That's something that, well, I'm hoping they're not tossing paper back and forth during the match itself. At least beforehand, being able to stay connected, stay with each other is going to be important during the game itself.
It really will. Now we can just kind of go through a lot of different things. And you know, one of the teams we didn't even get to mention, Guild.
Yeah.
Right? MT, Winnie, the coach coming in here as well. And I got to do, someone's asking me questions for a content piece. You'll probably get it leaked later. I am so excited about MT on Guild. You know, most formerly had played with the Moist Boys over there in NA and just recently kind of returned back towards the region under Guild. So bringing that all together, I just want to know, what is that going to look like for them in the group stages? Because it's almost like a litmus test for you.
It's true, and group stages are a point where you can adapt pretty quickly as well. It tests a lot of teams and how well they're able to communicate. And speaking of communication, we do want to give you guys a quick update on what's going on. Some of our players very few of them are experiencing some audio issues. Want to make sure that they're able to be connected, talk to their team, as it is one of the most important parts of Apex. So it's going to be a small delay. We'll get into the games very shortly, I assure you.
Yo, but can we talk about Fnatic? You're usually in orange jerseys, right? And they're coming in swinging. That's sick.
I like the new Fnatic jersey. It gives me almost a papery feel because of not the actual fabric. I haven't touched the fabric. I don't just walk up to players and like caress their
You
shoulders.
could just go touch a jersey in a merch booth probably somewhere.
Maybe.
That would be a little better.
Yeah, but it's the design at the bottom, the sort of like light into dark colors that layer over each other that I really like. It gives it a light feeling, something that you don't get a lot of with jerseys that want to feel big and powerful. You remember the Alliance rebrand that happened?
Yeah, last
playoffs? That was the same thing, where they switched the color up, brought it into a lighter green, and I was like, oh, nice, relaxing.
You know, they did win a LAN, like, right after the brand. So, I mean, look, maybe it's a new jersey, new them, new buff, maybe a final win for Fnatic eventually. I don't know. We gotta wait till Sunday to see that, because right now, we're gonna talk about the map rotation. We're gonna be kicking things off. Matches 1 through 3, the coveted World's Edge, the tried, the true, we know it, we love it, and then we'll kick on over matches 4 through 6 with Storm Point. But, you know, we heard about Falcons earlier, having maybe not the best World's Edge, and I hope that they can start to figure things out here in the groups.
I think a lot of that comes down to trying to figure out what composition works best for you.
Exactly.
We mentioned Newcastle earlier. Newcastle is immensely powerful in this meta, and a lot of teams were trying out Newcastle. Some of them have stuck with it. A lot of teams have been looking for other answers, saying, hey, maybe this pick doesn't work for me, and Falcons are one of them. They've been defaulting towards things that are a little bit more aggressive, things like Fuse that, yes, has some popularity, Bangalore as well, and I think we've actually got some picks up on the screen in the stadium as our players go through their legend selection.
Well, I mean, you see it right there. Newcastle, Watson, Crypto, a lot of Catalyst in the mix, Bangalore kind of staying. Then we got the Rogue Pathfinders coming in, and, you know, FURIA made that really popular. We'll touch on them later because they're not going to be in A and B, but I just get so excited seeing, you know, the energized zipline, just full sending a fight, because I love when things get very aggressive in that end game of Apex. It's just one of the most insane experiences, and for those of you at home, you just never know until you get into the LAN setting what it feels like to experience ALGS in person.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, the pressure is on for a lot of these teams, and just looking at the selections of their legends for now, I'm thinking a lot about how they're planning on synergizing with each other, looking at things like Watson and Newcastle that were paired together at the launch of Newcastle are interesting to see brought back now as something that I'd say is almost a little redundant. Watson, Newcastle, not nearly as important to put together since we changed Newcastle to be a little bit more powerful in the face of ordinances that would otherwise disrupt the castle wall.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Sometimes when I see Rogue Newcastles in ranked, you forget for a second that you cannot send ordinances directly at it because of the interception. And I'm just like watching the combination of that, trying to basically stave off a Crypto push, which, by the way, guys, most people don't just get EMP'd once. It's twice, it's 3. There's a very real possibility that we are actually going to be watching a full set of 18+ observers and their CCTV cams for World's Edge.
I was saying before the event, I think this patch is actually so big brain because if you think about it, got a lot of players on this stage, of course, all very good, but you take those IGLs, they've got amazing game knowledge, and now you make them play crypto, and all of a sudden, you've got a whole generation of IGLs at the top of their game who are being trained as observers for the future of the ALGS.
Career longevity.
Exactly.
We just care about your future. Invest in your future, and you can also be an observer. But the boys, I mean, look, the Falcons, they're just locked in, and you see Gen, Zero. I ran into Papa Gen the other day, and I was hearing about their endeavors here in Germany, and the food. I got some good food recommendations as well. But, you know, now we know they're eating good. But
you know what has caught me off guard about being in Mannheim is that I haven't found a lot of German food. I found a lot of like Vietnamese food. Actually, a lot of Vietnamese food. I found some Thai food yesterday. When I look up the restaurants around us, things that I want to see, a lot of it not German food, which is interesting. It's a city that perhaps has shifted the restaurants that it'll prioritize.
So we need a conversation with Privacy. He'll get you hooked up, you know, because you got it, right? Privacy, he's an analyst for the Falcons. He lives here in Germany as well. We got the Guild boys on the screen and then Winnie in the back. And honestly, so knowledgeable. Every time I hear more about Winnie, I just hear the compliments and just how well she works with this squad, everything that she brings to the team. And you get really excited about what they can do.
Yeah, this was a team that really impressed me even at Split 1 playoffs because of their macro game plan. And a lot of that, I think, well, it comes down to execution between the 3 players. Also has to be accredited to their coach. And Winnie has certainly worked quite hard to get to the position where she is now at her 2nd international LAN, has looked very good with the team. And I think that the addition of MT here makes Guild a very compelling team to watch because you're seeing APAC South develop talent again. They've already been so successful internationally. They've given North America both what was Dark Zero, now has become Falcons, as well as Moist. That became not Moist for a little while.
Just a little bit.
And now we've got MT heading back home, hanging out with Guild, and again, developing more APAC South talent that has traditionally dominated the international stage.
Well, speaking of international stage, guys, we're going to have to hold off for just a moment. We're still getting some things teed up, so we're going to kick it back over to the analyst desk so we can hear what they're all about right now.
Thank you so much, Tiff, Tia. You guys did a great job right there. We just, we're just testing. Are you ready? Are you available? Good job. You did the work there. Jamerson, graceful snipe down here, Rain Day on the desk with you as well while we take a little bit of time just getting things sorted out. We want to make sure everything's right for these players before they jump in to the broadcast and the coverage of the games. One thing, though, that I will say is that there's a mental element to this sometimes, starting early, getting ready to start, kind of slowing things down. Snipe, you've been in this position before. How do you keep your cool? How do you stay focused? How do you stay locked in? We saw, Hockeys and Tyler FPS and Unlucky throwing heat packs with each other. We saw some other people just locked in. What's the go-to for you?
I definitely think the biggest thing is just to keep some form of communication rolling, or honestly, throwing the Haggy Stack, or just doing something kind of like team-wise, so you're not just sitting there like head down on the desk. You really need to keep yourself awake, and the longer the break, the harder that is to do. I was actually in a very similar position at Split 2 playoffs in London last year. And I got upset. I even I've been doing this a long time, and sometimes things just bother you, and you're locked in, you're ready to go, and that game's about to start, and then one issue after another, and all of a sudden you're just sitting there. And I think it's just best to just keep conversation and friendships going on the stage.
Graceful, you mentioned your background in Muay Thai and the ability to keep a level head, how important that is. So many of these things, the backgrounds like hockey's military background, we look at that as they come into play in different ways at different times. It feels like somebody keeping a level head here, it's a very important thing for them to do, not just in game, but out of game in these little moments, or in between sets where you still have to stay focused, but you want to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like personally that people have different ways of staying locked in, and as long as you stay locked in any shape or form, I think that's good. Staying disciplined, whether that be throwing, whether that be communicating with each other. Hey, we talked about this. What happens if we're here? This is our macro. It could just be strategizing. But I think, seeing both perspectives on it as well. Like as a player, yes, you could get frustrated, and from our perspective, we see 5 pieces on fire, run! And then your people are running for trying to save everything, and then the players are like, yeah, dude, what's happening? But yeah, I think if you can stay locked in, whether by any means, some people could be communicating, some people could just be disciplined, staying focused, hey, talk to the coach, strategize. I think that's the most beneficial part of having a coach, because players sometimes can't do this. Like you mentioned me doing Muay Thai, yes, for several years as well, and Hackers being in the military, but people that don't have that, they need that coach to help them stay locked in. They can, hey guys, focus up, talk again about our strat, what were we doing? If the zone pulls north, what are we doing?
Right.
That's how they stay locked in.
Well, we had somebody who's always locked in, and whether you love it or hate it, he's gotten the results. One of the best IGLs in the game, Zero, had a chance to chat with our man Peeps. Let's find out what they had to say.
All right, what up, everybody? Speaking of one of the greatest IGLs, we got Zero right here from Team Falcons. Caw, my guy. So listen, how has the new meta affected the roles on the team?
I think it's really affected every team, really, because you had your aggressive Bengal IGL, just entry fragging, and now most of them switched to crypto, and then Newcastle Cat is also a very strong comp, we're playing it ourselves on Stormpoint. Hal's had to transition a lot, play a lot of characters recently, but he's going well in the new role. But yeah, it's definitely very different, this meta, compared to every other meta ever.
Absolutely. And do you guys see Hal playing Newcastle here in Mannheim, Germany?
Yeah, he's playing on Stormpoint. I know what map we're starting on first group, but he's playing on Stormpoint. Yeah. Getting them reses, jumping around, he's going to be good. I
mean, I've seen a couple clips, and it's been insane. But as an MK player, how do you feel about the aim assist nerf in Season 22?
Aim assist nerf definitely nice. No flinch is very clean as well. It just makes the game so much more enjoyable. It's pure aiming, but not enough. They're still cheating. Yeah.
Well, as a controller player myself, man, I'm hurting, bro. So here, Mannheim, Germany, Split 2 playoffs. Give me your top 5 prediction for the finals lobby on Sunday.
I think they've been frauds at LAN recently, but SSG really should be one of the best teams, and then us, LG, Alliance, not Moist.
All right, that's pretty good. Well, guys, you heard it here from Zero from Team Falcons. Wish you the best, man. Kill it today.
Thank you.
Peace.
Great showcase there of Zero and the confidence. Talking about the meta, Jamerson, your reaction to that said a lot about who he expects to do well. Also, the challenges and maybe some of the ease of rotating into this new meta with Hal playing all those different legends.
Yeah, I mean, I got to experience a little bit of the scrims and their journey through really trying to discover how to play that Newcastle, and it doesn't really quite feel right for Hal. It's never, he's never really played the big boys right. Going all the way back to TSM, Alb was the one that was picking up Gibraltar and stuff like that. So this is going to be probably the biggest shift in his career overall. I mean, of course, we had a really big shift, him stepping down as IGL from TSM, now also taking, allowing someone else to take the reins, but this is a completely new type of role, right? Newcastle, the way he plays, I think a lot of people are still trying to really understand it. There's a lot of misunderstanding of his kit overall, I think. Especially around his tactical and how people actually play around it. I think right now teams are still getting used to that, but that's their Stormpoint, right? Yeah. If they're going to change something up, I think Stormpoint, it's not going to hurt them that much because it's all about getting them into the priority zones. And that's what Zero always does for them on Stormpoint. When it goes back to when we get onto World's Edge, will they be able to be as consistent as they were? Even though it's not the amazing performances all the time on World's Edge, that's where they need to make sure they don't hit too many losses.
I got to say, some people might look at Hal being on Newcastle and going, that's like putting a race car driver in a minivan, right? It's not quite maxing out what they can do. But at the end of the day, this is what they've decided is best for the team. I cannot wait to see this. I can't wait to see the crypto, how it plays out, and how these teams jump out the gates, because we have heard it should be time to get things going yet again. So for the second time, I'm going to send it back over to our casters. We're throwing back and forth like Unlucky and Tyler FPS, Tiff, and Dia. Take it away, guys.
Hey, guys, second time's a charm, right? I was ready to get locked in and just host an Apex podcast over here. You never really know what's going to happen, Dia. But this time, I'm understanding that it could be real.
At least you're adaptable. I like that you're willing to try anything. You're like, cast, I can do it. Host, I can do it. Podcast, I've got you.
Sure, let's full send.
It worked out. What I am hoping, though, is that the games do begin, because we spent so much time teasing what's been going on with these players, what we've got looking forward to, what the stakes are for this event, and to actually kick it off, that's what should be in our future in the next couple of seconds.
Couple of seconds? Do you have a start button game? Do you have one?
Yeah, that's every caster comes equipped with a start.
All right,
game
well,
button.
yeah, break it out, because I want to do it right now.
Yeah, it's just it's inbuilt. I was born with it.
you were born with it. It's also the hair too. All right, guys, but enough chatting about that. Literally, we are about to jump into game here. Legends, they were selected. Everyone's hovering over their POI drafts. And Hal on Newcastle? What? This is a new realm. I watched a little bit of scrims, and I'm really excited to see just how he adapted into it. And we're finally getting a first look at it here, live from Mannheim, Germany.
I'm literally already looking at the mini-map, just trying to figure out where exactly our teams are going to be going, because drop strategies were a really big discussion coming into today's games, because Climatizer was such a focus, especially when looking at teams like GHS, who chose to drop over by Epicenter, and then looking at the fact that Climatizer got contested. We've got the south side that, as was mentioned on the desk, has SSG basically dominating the entire bottom half of the map for free, and that's going to be so much better with the gold loot bins as well.
Yeah, that's actually really true, guys. We brought it back to Casters here. His start button was faulty, so we're going to go ahead and continue out here vibing. But I like the point here, especially when you talk about that southeastern side of World's Edge. SSG, the fact that you get Big Mod, you get stacks, you probably have 2 ring consoles, 3 survey beacons, a replicator for free, and one of the easiest rotations should it pull south. And how many zones since the most recent patch have we actually seen pull towards the south side? We've even had thermal zones again, which is honestly crazy.
Thank God, I've missed going to thermal.
Really? I was so excited to cast more Skyhook zones. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, at least you're well studied. That you could certainly say about Skyhook zones. Thinking about that whole south side of the map, though, and the rotational possibilities from there, there's honestly quite a bit that you can do when you've got things like Stacks, Mod, Dome, because of course, things like Launch Site open up. That tends to be a relatively early rotation POI. But you've also got a spot like Geyser that typically has been bullied by the teams around it. A team from Overlook often has priority over teams that come from Geyser should they go north. From south, it's a very similar story. And this discussion of what goes on, especially around mods, should be interesting. But it's not the only group we've got to look forward to today. We've actually got, of course, a few more matches coming up after this. It's not going to be just this group. We'll be putting A and B together, then C and D, and everybody's going to get a chance to play today. So no matter who you're here to support, you'll get to see them on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be a super fun day of the group stages. I'm just super, I want to get in. Like, I get so excited just being here in the group, in the land, and the group stages are always my most favorite. It's actually really hard for me when we do these talent predictions that they dropped earlier, which, by the way, I just want to let you know, my talent prediction is going to outperform yours. I just want to clarify that. But Rain,
that is a crazy take.
Mine might be better than y'all, so let me know. Let me know what you think, Rain.
No, there's no way. You know, we're with Reddit at this point. We're with Reddit.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
At least we have that going on. Falcons is definitely at least who I think is going to jump out the gate. But welcome back again, guys. We don't want to keep you talking. We love the idea of a podcast, just not on company time. Then we got to pay double. You know what I mean? So, but we are just getting ready. Again, this happens at times. We appreciate you bearing with us. This is a part of live broadcast. And the crowd is being very nice and very patient. I will say they're doing a great job of being here. They got here very early in the morning on Thursday. Jamerson, but of course, we talked already about the mental element of this. I kind of wanted to focus on a team and a story we haven't mentioned too much of really briefly and just highlight LG, because I think this is a team, you know, I saw a tweet earlier from Funk and he said, so disappointed we didn't win at the last LAN previously. That's the expectation of that team, that player. And of course, Sweet, you know, what about his legacy? He's been in talks as being one of the best IGLs. Still, many consider him to have the potential to do that. It's hard to put him in that conversation against Zero because of how much Zero has won. But what it would mean to win a trophy, to win a LAN championship for him and LG.
Yeah, it would be huge for them, but you have to look at the reality of what happened throughout Split 2, right? They had amazing days, but it was amazing days when they weren't facing off against teams like Falcons, right? When they were avoiding them in those group stage matches, that was when they performed best. And now here we are. It's the best teams in the world, and that does remain a creeping question. When you have so much talent still here, are you going to be able to rise to the occasion? And they haven't really quite done that for us yet. We, of course, from history, we
Yeah.
want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully they do, especially with how much has been shaken up here, right? After Split 1 playoffs, after Riyadh, after everything's happened, we are seeing a huge shift in momentum and overall competition when it comes to the international lands. And so hopefully that could be the catalyst for LG to really step up this weekend.
I think there's a lot of teams in that conversation, whether it's LG, whether it's Fnatic, these kind of teams that have always hung around top fives, Liquid Alienware as well, that haven't gotten that win. Still, many of those storylines ready to be developed. For those of you who've been watching, we're so excited that you are here with us as well. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, hopefully the games will be beginning here in Mannheim as the SAP Arena is still live, ready to go, and the players can't wait to get this battle started. SAP Arena continues to be the place to be for Apex Legends in Germany. Mannheim has welcomed the ALGS and is about to kick off the first of 4 days of competition that will crown another champion, another winner, another piece of history. Yet who's going to be? We're going to find that out in just a moment. Of course, as we get started, A and B about to come up on your screens. Everybody's been paying attention to the day. We've had a few delays, so we appreciate you hanging out with us, but we promise once that's all settled and done, we're going to be jumping into game. Rain Day, Jamerson, Graceful, Snipe down here on the desk. Tiff and Dia are going to be casting with us as well. Graceful, I kind of wanted to start highlighting a few of the teams. You know, normally we don't have enough time to really work with all the teams that maybe have a storyline there, and some coming in with a lot of confidence, a lot of expectation. But in EMEA, there's a team that kind of has always maybe had that moment of being maybe like Alliance, right? They haven't performed when it's come down to whether it's the group stage or whether it's getting to finals. They've been one step behind, but also maybe haven't realized their potential. That's Na'Vi. What do you expect from them, being from EMEA, having played with Matafe, in your region as a competitor? What's the expectation here in this tournament for them?
So the thing is, I even scrimmed with them very recently as well. And I think that Matafe, like anybody has, somehow without having the results, everybody still has a target on his back. Like, they're kind of, jumping on him a little bit.
That's a good way to put that. Why is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, it could be, it's always scuffles between players and teams and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that, he has potential for sure. Like, he doesn't just dominate the EU. Like, teams that have dominated in EU in general, like Aurora, like Alliance, they show up on LAN as well.
Right.
So the question is always, why does he dominate that hard in EU and then not show up on LAN? And I think that, people can say nerves, people can say a bunch of other things, but I think it mainly comes down to just having different play styles. And I always say this, playing online tournaments is different from Pro League. Playing Pro League is different from online tournaments. Playing LAN is vastly different because, like, your macro changes, the fights, like, the best way I can describe it is, like, as you go into lower tiers, like outside of S tier, like on LAN we are right now, the fighting window is drastically reduced. You go from being able to fight for 10, 15 seconds, on LAN 3 seconds, you're getting 3-peat.
Wow.
Like, people are in position at all times, and I think that he maybe doesn't account for how fast people are adapting on LAN and playing and how that affects his playstyle.
But they've been to so many LANs, I think a lot of people would go back at that and say, well, you've got the experience now. It's not like it's a surprise. Whether it's Vex, whether it's Na'Vi, you have been representing EMEA, and it's still, something hasn't clicked. Jamerson, from the outside perspective, is it the pieces? Does Kinda bring a little bit of hope into there? He's got some of the most electric team comms I think I've heard. But what's the story with that squad? Can they get past the hump this time?
There are a lot of the things that, like Graceful had mentioned, that really do come into play here. But for me, overall, it's their lack of a diversity, I would say, in their playstyle. They're great when it comes to having priority on zone.
Yep.
They know how to convert off of that extremely well. But when it comes to having to play edge, that's where they suffer. The rotations are extremely hard. And like we had mentioned, when you are able to scrim, have the international scrims, it's different, right? Because we're not all here at the same time. We're not all here in Europe, in Mannheim at the same time. So you might still have people that are playing on 200 ping, and that does change up the way you play. So trying to really read and learn the macro throughout scrims is nearly impossible. So it's like relearning the game, relearning the groups when it comes to this. Right now, though, I want to see them really try to hammer down their edge playstyle when they are forced to do that. Luckily for them, in this draft, they are a central zone. Landslide for World's Edge for them is going to be extremely strong. I think, Matafe should be able to navigate them through a lot of end games. If they don't reach top 5 on Wedge, like, multiple times throughout this match, I would be surprised.
Well, I mean, this is something we could talk about for so many different teams. We go to Na'Vi, we go back maybe to LG Snipe. You said you had a comment on that. We didn't get to hear your thoughts on just these teams who are big parts of our scene, whether it's EMEA or North America, but haven't found a way to get past it. This is the land that we're looking towards, but what's your expectation, or maybe just some of your analysis on teams who are in that position and what they need to do to get out of it?
I think so drastically that personalities, in the mix of personalities on teams, is what is going to propel you forward. You're going to have some people who are very outspoken, and you're going to have other people that are very mild. So when it comes to disagreements on teams, it's kind of difficult to find that middle ground when one person, they start getting hammered on the comms. They'll kind of step back a little bit. I think we saw that originally we saw that with Sweet and Guild.
Yeah.
And then you also saw that with like Hal and Verhulst at the beginning. I think there was a bit of a issue there with Evan coming in. He was young at the time and really getting hammered early on. And I dealt with the same thing with Hal, but I've been around for a long time, so like it was a little easier for me to kind of banter back, and that's where the whole TSM system came from. But I think personalities itself are a huge thing, and with this LG roster, I think with Sykes being more dominant, in this comms, that it works well with Sweet as a pair.
So many great stories. We're going to follow all of them, but this time not on desk, and yes, in the caster booth, but more importantly in game. As the game is live, we are ready to begin our Split 2 playoffs. So let's go to it. I'm not lying this time. Let's kick off match number 1.
You're starting to give me trust issues, Rain Day. I'm getting trust issues, but have no fear. We are on the ground, SSG in stacks. Now, we talked a lot about how they managed to get SSG into stacks. Mod, Dome. They've got Evo caches, POI, survey beacons everywhere, and the Replicator, 2 support bins. It's just actually so juiced in that section of the map.
Observers, chef's kiss. Literally everything you could ask for. You've got Assault Crates. The Evo Harvester is going to be right on the way as SSG group up again. And again, with the hot zone over at Stacks, there is an immense amount of loot in this area. No teams here, and a northern zone, which means no one's rotating to them either. Even Enterforce 36 from launch site are going to be way behind SSG on this play.
Yeah, and this is going to make things a little bit interesting, right? LG is over there in survey. So notoriously, when a team locks in and picks Epicenter, you're like, oh no, I'm denied loot. Well, now it's going to make things a little more tough for them because survey camp doesn't really have the best loot. You usually have to supplement it with neighboring areas, but with the zone continuously pulling north, you have to focus on getting kitted up in that area.
Yeah, and think about how important it is when you're able to start in a spot like LG. Well, we're saying, yes, they're not going to have that much loot. They are going to have control over the north side of the map, something that Not Moist and DreamFire are playing with as well, despite splitting a POI, despite having, relative to the rest of the map, terrible loot. You've got the chance to take position early, and Sweet gets chunked out for trying.
And they're not going to be able to afford to have this. Some teams are locking in the Watson, so we at least have the Jenny available to replenish those shields, but we are just going to be barricading into this room here. You got to throw the piercing spikes, the doors, but you're going to immediately start that influx of nades, and these are all the changes that we've seen with the Legend comps from the most recent patches, and already getting peppered from Epicenter. Just a lot of trouble for GHS just trying to find a spot.
Think about how crazy that is, though. Graceful was talking about this on the desk, how short the fight window was, the rotation window even tighter in a lobby like this. GHS Professional land Epicenter, not Survey Camp. They're closer to that building, and they lose it because they're second to the play, and they don't have a catalyst to contest these doors. Now the fight isn't over for LG. There's still a lot of focus on this area. It's Not Moist that have come up to just check if the Macaroni building is unoccupied, because if it is, man, you've got so many more teams piling in as well.
I mean, EXL, hello, E-Xolos. They're already here wanting to find a location, but they've got the Pathfinder, so you can lock down the zips for easy rotations. But playing this bridge, it is not necessarily the best area that you are going to easily get challenged for this. It's relatively open, and trying to lock this down with just a Newcastle wall, you're going to have the Watson fences also, but still going to be not the most ideal situation.
I like it at the very least. E-Xolos are considering the use of an ultimate here. It is a relatively short cooldown on Newcastle, but in the early game, a bad wall placement can mean your early demise, especially on this bridge. Outside of the zone, though, we do have a lot of other teams that are going to be scrambling for positioning, maybe not deep in zone, but perhaps more like Guild, for a good spot on edge where you can identify a rotational point for a lot of teams, say like this choke, and then capitalize to try and collect kills.
Yeah, you can already see here. Still rotating in there, looking for information, and well, a couple pokes there from the 30-30. And now, this is how late we are to this. There's so much about the recent changes is everyone is playing so heavy zone, those early rotates, and watching some teams now making their way over to survey camp, scanning, getting the information, and focusing on that forward. But Arctic, Fnatic, Nags, already. We didn't even talk about the Akimbo Mozambiques, and he's got hammer points on him. This is going to get crazy fast.
Straight up picked up a gold, like off drop. This is fantastic for FaZe. They don't have a spot in deep zone, something that FaZe were really good at during the EMEA Pro League regular season. However, they should still be in a pretty good position given how far north they are. Should gatekeep a lot of other teams and hopefully be able to move their way into the edge of zone. This is what we'd call like playing the slow side of the map.
I'm pretty sure Reptar went behind the scenes and like plugged his face cam to absolutely everyone, but we're on with Liquid Alienware and finally Noct. Okay, so I had some conversations with Noct early on, and he was talking about what it was like just locking in Bangalore for an absolute second year. But then they're bringing in the Newcastle along with Catalyst.
Yeah, and NRG's position here, right up against Team Liquid, is going to mean that things like the Catalyst, the Newcastle, are pushed a little bit harder than they might otherwise be. Two legends that are very good at sitting in buildings, at locking things down, are not nearly as good out in the open, especially with their ultimates being so critical to taking any of the wide open fights. Liquid Alienware taking a risk here as well. Same composition, are playing in a space with next to zero natural cover.
Ooh, speaking of natural cover, I mean, this is why Newcastle is so imperative to your success. The gold knocks are everywhere, and Yuka just getting that full reset. But another gold knock to gold knock res. Gotta get the massive, gotta close it. But right now, we just have to focus on a little reset.
The fact that we're going gold knock to gold knock reset before Ring 1 even closes is peak Newcastle gameplay. Now, it does mean that Fnatic get to control this high ground outside of Epicenter. Typically a really good spot, especially when the zone goes a little further south. In this case, it's probably their third or fourth best position. Not a top pick for when a zone goes this far north, but it'll still give them a lot of priority over other teams that would like to rotate in from Fragment and anywhere further south.
Exactly. I mean, they start off in staging. They had a ring console. They immediately know they had to head northbound, but we've already lost our very first team of the entire Germany land, and that's just tough to be the first one to go out. But then we just kind of look at where SSG was, right? We talked about them having the entirety of the south side, but knowing that they have to keep on hiking all the way towards the north. And finally, our first look at Falcons, who have made it over towards that overlook area.
Now, it took Falcons a little while to get here. Ring scan is going to be nice for them as it's a little bit of extra information, but remember, you are right on the rotational path of SSG, who should be coming up from the south. I think that ring scan, actually, the survey beacon they were just able to hit has revealed it, and now Jen Burton, knowing that at least someone, but we know it's SSG, is behind them, should be pushing the team to continue their rotation. You do not want to get caught up in this fight and let another team move in ahead of you to the next zone.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this, especially if it takes that too long, because then you're going to be late into an overly congested north circle. But I'm really not too worried about it, but SSG is still going to keep pushing forward, and you can see the Falcons have already focused on, let's get to the north, let's get our position, let's go fight for a better spot.
And SSG sort of inherit this, right? They've come in with Fuse, who now can hit ring consoles, so they're going to have all of the same information that Falcons did. They're just going to be that minute, 2 minutes behind them. And that can make all of the difference, especially as we've only got a couple more seconds until the next ring closes. What teams like SSG and Falcons are fighting for now is going to be a big position, but also hopefully not actually engaging with each other, because that is something you absolutely do not want to do, especially as you get close to the zone. There we go, though. Falcons have made a very large mistake moving into the zones as quickly as they did. They've got the chance to recover with Jen on Crypto. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, look, here's what happened, guys. They popped an evac tower and made a Hail Mary play to land Climatizer and challenge for a location. But at least with Jen on Crypto, you can recover the banners, but people, they smell blood in the water, and Walsey wants to take the chow. Gets dropped by Jen. That Havoc does work, and now Timmy and Guild have to pick up the pieces.
This is terrifying. Oh, Lord.
Wow.
So rough for Falcons to be the second team eliminated in Mannheim. But with Walsey being picked back up, it's got to be a humbling moment. You go into a push on somebody you know is low, you've got an EMP on them, you've got a knuckle cluster on them, you know it's a solo, and you lose the fight in zone, and not Moist. Maybe getting checked a little bit early on.
Just a little heat check. Hey, you warm? And for real, though. But that just goes to show you how difficult it is if you don't get that priority rotation into that zone. Even with Ring 3 knowledge from Overlook on that console, SSG has the same information that they were able to acquire from Overlook, and they're just now kind of walking in towards where Liquid Alienware is.
And this is one of the differences between scrims, same lobby essentially, maybe a little higher ping, and LAN, is how quickly those mistakes from Falcons are going to get punished. Moving into center zone, you might be able to get away with maybe 3-4 days ago. It's not going to happen anymore. At this point, teams are really dialed in. They're very physically close together, and a team like SSG moving through where we saw Liquid Alienware earlier are still going to be approaching from the south, still with a very fight-heavy composition. Looking at the round close, we are about to hit a loot bin reset. And with SSG on the edge of zone, they've actually got a fair bit of loot to collect that should upgrade them, maybe even land them a mythic bin.
That's a good point. Obviously, you usually have those sets of 3 bins that'll reset and turn gold. And then next thing you know, you get like the full Exodia. You're talking gold bag, gold knockdown, gold helmet, which is so good to throw onto Fuse, especially for those cooldowns on the knuckle cluster and the mother load.
May just happen. We've got the countdown going, so I know that SSG are just waiting here patiently, but they don't roll much. That gold bin going to be super helpful, and a double gold helmet on top of that. This is not the only place on the map that this has happened, however, as all of Fragment should have reset as well. It's actually where we've got our mythic bin, and I cannot help but wonder, will Fnatic extend for the singular red weapon that nobody else has data on?
So what's really interesting here is the majority of cryptos, right? If maybe like we can use the drone, open it up, and just kind of see, hey, is it worth it to throw a negative rotate in the mix and delay everything even further? But what's even crazier is the circle starts to bounce back. We're actually chilling right on Epicenter. Na'Vi is holding that main area, which could be such a good change for them.
And this is a wild zone pull. Like, to move into deeper Epicenter makes this so much harder to play than if we committed further towards Climatizer. We're very used to seeing teams play for control of the hillside, the macaroni buildings, etc. But with now this pulling back into low ground, there are a lot of lines of sight here that teams are not very practiced on, and especially playing with the high ground of Na'Vi now available for the next couple of zones for the foreseeable future. This team has been given an incredible boon.
Well, speaking of that, right, we got Fnatic. They've been out kind of in the open areas on the outskirts of Epicenter. And now with all the teams that are on that western side, they're going to look to make rotations into this, especially when you got to go deep epi. But I love that at least Yuka here on the Newcastle is electing to run the charge rifle for help at the distance. And we're getting that information. And honestly, it's a little tough, especially when you got knuckle clusters getting thrown at you from afar. And see how that goes. X and Y there. There goes the first EMP. We need an EMP counter here, but can we make this?
Here comes the Newcastle.
I love that you can wall to your teammates immediately. That was well timed. We're even expending the Dark Veil here for some additional cover. Start shakes things up, right? You get a lot of visual clutter when you throw in the bang smoke.
And now with a Catalyst wall in here as well, X and Y's fight has been stalled. Really tough to finish a fight, even with the amounters they were able to deal. SaWeiQi now is essentially fully healed up. Yes, has a little bit of flesh missing, but with high ground, they're so much better positioned. I will say, with this zone closing, they don't have that many cooldowns left. X and Y try and rotate by them, and two get knocked by SaWeiQi. X and Y, they go down!
This is going to be a big one, Fnatic, especially if you're already sitting on 5 eliminations for the team at least. And now 17 squads. Look, if we can just clean up this side of things and then jockey for a position closer to Epicenter, because I think the next rotate for them, as they have to pull off this area with all the stalagmites and ice sculptures here, we're going to have to go towards the low ground, and everyone is going to look at you. But Na'Vi is just absolutely chilling in Epicenter. But for the other squads that are making their way out of Clima and out towards that eastern side, it's going to be that congestion on the bridge that E-Xolos has been holding.
And very rare that this bridge becomes as important as it is in this game. The only team that can really contest is going to be LG, and that is for a power position. That is not to say these are the only two teams that can inherit this zone. However, they're the two that are in the best position to fight for it. You have to be aware of the other squads from Climatizer that can play low ground on the north side of the bridge. And already, we've got some cheeky folks trying to maneuver their way in there. Alliance have got a great spot, and cutting off this rotate for low ground outside of the bridge is actually a very good play from Alliance.
Not Moist have fallen. Looks like NRG went crazy off screen, but I love the energized Zip to kind of position themselves up here. Oftentimes, this is not the best situation to play. All you have to do is get pressure from the team that's going to be up above you with a couple rogue grenades, and it's easily taken advantage of. So we'll see how they navigate it. Hack is going to pop into the drone, a little CCTV for you guys. This is what we're talking about, training them for the observers.
And this is the IGL's dream, is when you're able to sit down, scout out, and hopefully identify what teams are your biggest threat, because a position like this on low ground is very difficult to pull off. Alliance have to be worried about E-Xolos above them, about LG above them, and the teams rotating in from Climatizer, and not get griefed by anyone trying to give up on a fight. Alliance right now expend a few ordinances. They're doing well, but now moving up to the high ground, they've got LG looking down at them. Hackies is low, doesn't have a lot of maneuverability, and on 1 HP, Alliance appear to have survived.
See, this is what I'm telling you about. This position is so tough to navigate, especially when you you have the squads rotating it around. We lose NRG, we lose DreamFire, and 14 squads still trying to make sure they can get into that next area. Choices are going to be made. STRIDERZ doesn't get their rotation out, neither does GHS. LG has probably picked up so many eliminations from around, but here comes the EMP. Let it rip the shields off, and now Unlucky's job is to get in there, aggressive with pass, take those Akimbo Mozambiques, and just fire.
Newcastle reset, no gold shield in front of us as Tyler cleaning up LG with Liquid Alienware out. Alliance are at the top of the hill. They are the kings, and Guild are coming up to contest them for it.
You talk about information, right? Everyone's got the same, especially with those drones. They hear the shots, they know it's time, but MT gets dropped by Tyler. Tyler's a boon right now for Alliance, but this is absolutely crazy. He's on 5, he's the kill leader.
E-Xolos were on the bridge, and now they're looking at the fight. The timing just a little too late, but E-Xolos reset in the face of Alliance. It is a battle for the very top of the map.
We don't have hardly any ammo, though. Tyler's only got 30 rounds of light, so we need this fight, and we have to be efficient in order to resupply on that loot for endgame, but FaZe Clan falls elsewhere to E36, and we are burning.
There is so much damage that E-Xolos have done. They just haven't found the right time to send it in.
That'll do it.
Huge sky name. Tyler and Hackies are down. Unlucky is swept away, and E-Xolos from South America come up and claim the ridge.
Hey, holding that bridge was so vital to their success. Not only that, but they have cleaned out the northern side of that zone. A lot of teams not wanting to jump deep into Epicenter just yet, but they're starting that rotation by cleaning out the eastern. Now, keep your eyes on Fnatic and SSG. That is going to be very interesting because Fnatic is the only team trying to come in from the south side, and you have 3 squads ahead of you on either side.
This drop down from the center is going to be really big as well, with Na'Vi and Shadow right next to each other. Only realistically one of them can survive. Fnatic and SSG will be pivotal in eliminating at least one of these teams, likely both. Fnatic set up on the outside. They're going to play with that Newcastle reset that we'll be seeing so often, but the gold knockdown makes it so much better than it was on the high ground moments ago.
And the fact that you could just drag and pull him behind the bin for a shred of cover as the influx of nades is just coming your way. Satsuki, you cannot fall here. Gets the bat off with impeccable time, but SSG is just putting so much pressure on them from this hillside. They can just dive back under cover, let the knuckle clusters rip, and if these Akimbos get too close, it's going to be tough.
SSG go low ground. SSG go low ground. They've given up all of height. They were the only team that could have contested E-Xolos. Think about everything that's happening on the low ground.
And here's
Look up top. It's just E-Xolos looking down at this. Fnatic go down. SSG go down. Shadow are out in the middle of nothing.
And they are just trying to use the remnants of that Newcastle wall, but we are still too open in the endgame. Na'Vi, a shred of cover, will have to leave the inside, look to pick up some eliminations, because sure, you've had a good spot in this zone, but you have nothing to show for it except placement point.
Na'Vi need loot as well. As you're talking about, they haven't gotten the chance to really juice themselves up, and E-Xolos, the kings of the high ground, are sitting right next to the last member of Enter Force 36. Shadow gonna go down here. That's the last 3 squads. It is one rat. One team on height, and Na'Vi have got a literal hill to climb. E-Xolos looking down on them. Know they've got this game in the bag. The 3 come down, giving up height to try and finish them off, and they get shot in the back. Enter Force 36, changing the game. E-Xolos are down to just Kurev. He cleans it up for the 2nd place. Can he manage to get the first? Sinep comes in to try and finish it off. Enter Force 36, the rat play of the century is sent back to the high ground.
You're trying to navigate around the pylon. The hammer points will do nothing. E-Xolos are the final bosses of this lobby and take map number 1.
God bless South America winning the first game here in Germany. What a fantastic team to do it as well. The fact that they were able to navigate this so well from the bridge of death. Yes, their third-party timing on high ground looked iffy, but the fact that they were able to make it work with a properly timed push and great skynades to follow makes this game so much easier for E-Xolos to finish.
Do you remember back at the start of the game where I was like, I really don't love these open bridges, and then how pivotal it came to be that entire match, and they just evicted anyone that tried to come through that rotate. The third-party timing, going towards Alliance, having the nades of ready available, they were just able to resupply, and even that, is that like 16 kills? 16?
Yeah.
28 points?
I mean, like, this team has come such an incredible distance. because we talked about, I don't know why we mentioned it so much, but last year's Split 2 playoff seems to be surprisingly pivotal for what's going on in this year's Split 2 playoffs. The last time that we saw Kuriv and Brutus, they were at the Split 2 playoff. They were playing under LNW, and while they had a different third, their focus was really on communicating well. They were having trouble prioritizing good comms, staying on the same page. You slot in a E-Xolos, who is notoriously an extremely quiet player, and all of a sudden, this first game, it looks like they are here to stay.
That is everything that you need, especially as a region, kind of just coming in, taking that first win, getting it out of the way and saying, you know what, I deserve to be here. We are good. And we talk about scrims, right? You just never judge things off scrims. Everyone is on the same ping here. No ping diff. It's wild. But man, Dia, I'm like shaking from that.
Me too. Hey, like the whole end game scenario, even the pull down into Epicenter, I think caught a lot of teams off guard. And while that ring, yes, has been seen before, playing out of it is so different and so much harder to control than something like moving into Climatizer, where you're able to play for a lot of buildings, a lot of different sides of the ridge. It comes down to a lot of high ground and a lot of, as we're talking about, control of this bridge, this ridge that leads down into Epicenter, while you watch everybody else fight it out in the melting pot. This is what really caught my eye, though, is around that mid-late game where we saw E-Xolos be in charge of the high ground. That looked good. SSG commit onto the low ground. I think that was the most pivotal play of the game. Well, it makes sense for SSG. While they collected some kills and some good placements on top of it, it was also the moment where they decided, yeah, we're probably not winning this game.
Yeah, you have to think that. You're going to play for eliminations. You're not going to play for placement at that point, and you're leaving E-Xolos with all of that power position in the north for them to just kind of clean up the chaos underneath of Epicenter. I thought it was perfectly timed, but you have to think about the teams like LG that got into the Macaroni building early, and yes, that was quick. They go survey camp. They're going to have one of the easiest rotations for an end game like that. You saw how quickly they identified where they needed to play from, and it came at a cost because everyone wanted that building.
I mean, great macro out of E-Xolos. They were one of the folks who came up to contest it. They were right behind GHS and also not Moist, and then E-Xolos came in, tried to take that building away, didn't work, and the fact that they were able to make this first game work in their favor as a Geyser team with great macro, I mean, I have too many good things to say about this squad.
We'll have to wait and see if you're going to have more when we come back, because we're going to get locked and ready after this break for match number 2 of Groups A and B.
Going down.
Wait!
Now
There's still Solo still alive!
It's gonna be Bastion still up on Heroes. Wait a minute,
It's
not done yet.
1v1v1! Saku!
Herman Miller, the official chair sponsor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Dead. Saliendo de low run. No tengo nade para eso.
Voy a buscar nice. Tengo nice ahí, te voy a tirar una nade acá perfecta. Miren.
Ya, looking that. Se está moviendo izquierda. Blue armor, crack.
Voy con la izquierda.
Voy contigo. Pica ahí, eso.
Yeah.
Venga. Seteamos, último cuadro.
Ya.
Acá, mío.
Estoy izquierda contigo.
Mucho daño.
Vale.
¿Te quedo?
Behind.
Que vení, setea eso. Setea.
Último, picarse adelante.
Un flash.
4 días, lo estoy rozando. 4 días.
Yo no tengo. Bueno. Lo tengo salto, paso, tía.
Ya, chu. Voy derecha. Pueden venir derecha. Follow me.
3, 2, 1,
No, 1.
Nice! Bien, amigo!
Well, guys, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series live from Mannheim, Germany. We just saw E-Xolos take that massive victory in match number 1, and wow, even in that winning moment, I'm glad we get to hear the comms, and I just hear the 3, 2, 1, nice, because they just cleaned it all up, Dia.
It was really fantastic to turn that around, especially after you're going for a great play on the low ground, and the fact that you lose a member on the way down, getting shot in the back, they stay together, really shows the clear comms that they've been focusing on ever since we saw them almost an entire year ago at Split 2 playoffs under a totally different org. E-Xolos, they have really evolved, and the fact that they've kept it together and dominated in the first game here does still leave them with a long way to go, but it's a great way to start.
Look, that's what you're going to do on the stage, right? Get those nerves out, come in, win your first game, and then carry that momentum forward through the rest of your series, because we still do have 2 more matches on World's Edge, and if you've already got north of 20 points.
And thinking about this from a draft, how they expect to do perspective.
Yes.
They didn't get what they wanted.
They got Geyser.
They got Geyser. And this was, I'll say, relatively intentional because, of course, you picked it, but also E-Xolos picked Storm Point first, as so many teams did. I think it was only 4 or 5 teams that ended up prioritizing World's Edge as this is the POI that we want. And so looking at the way that you're able to make Geyser, a POI that you picked second, that you got to pick very late, work for you, is going to be really a great way to start the day, start the tournament for E-Xolos, and that is leaving aside all the personal growth that has led to this moment for them.
And it's paying off, right? Especially when you have those rotates that come out of the Geyser towards the north. But who knows? We were talking about potentially going to the south side of World's Edge, getting refamiliarized with that area, because during scrims, a lot of our zones did tend to pull that way. But for some reason, anytime I stand in this booth and cast, I feel like it always goes north. I might be cursed, guys.
Maybe, you know, there's just an element. I mean, we do rotate commentators, so maybe they know that you pull zones north, and they're going to bring in Genome Vicky that maybe pull zones a little south. There's a balance to be found in the universe. I like the idea, and balance is something that, while we were talking about the south side of the map just last game, I think we can bring to the north as well, because we didn't really break down in this game how impactful this GHS DreamFire not moist trifecta is going to be. The whole north side of the map right now is populated, and specifically around that climatizer contest. This time we didn't really get to see it because the zone went there, because everyone was sending it up towards the north side of the map. But in a typical game of Apex Legends, where we're not getting this heavy north climatizer zone pull, we should see a really interesting dynamic develop between DreamFire, Not Moist, and GHS, who are right next door to a POI that is suffering either split loot or an early fight.
Yeah, and a lot of people like to talk about it. They're like, oh, there's that climatizer contest. No, it usually isn't an actual contest. They'll kind of land and usually go their separate ways unless forced to stay over in that northern side. LG, we talked about them getting that denied loot, having only survey camp, which is what? 3 macaroni buildings, a couple bins, a replicator if you're lucky, and then you have to go and rotate north on just absolute empty backpacks, no Watson for the shield gens, and that makes yourself an easy target when everyone rotated on in. But if you go even over towards the west side of things, Alliance has Skyhook West. No one grabs Skyhook East. People picked other POIs like Epicenter instead of Skyhook East.
This is where I'm really focusing on GHS, because they, I think, were the team that should have, on paper, gone Sky East if they wanted to play a standard game of Apex Legends. And the fact that they went Epicenter when Survey had already been picked, when both Climatizers had already been picked, means that this team in particular, GHS, want to be in the middle of that action. And whether it's a fight or no, whether it's just two teams rotating a little bit weaker from Climatizer, the fact that you're playing through this north side of the map and in the middle of all this chaos, instead of just moving over to Skyhook East, comes across to me as a very intentional choice.
Well, they're a very interesting team when you think about it, right? You've got Arufa, OneTappy, and Deep Learning. Now, Deep Learning used to be the coach for Naked as well. So a lot of these players have played together for a very long time, but just have had their different runs on organizations. So kind of coming together, locking it in from Epicenter. And I think it is a strong pick. I used to love Skyhook West in general that Alliance gets, not only just for the trials loot, but when you get everything up there and how many zones notoriously had pulled to that Skyhook area, you want to get into Skyhook and find that building faster than everyone else. Plus, you get pretty decent rotates on out of it.
Now, after our first game with the E-Xolos win that, yes, we will continue talking about, we are still going to move into the second map where somebody else will have to have a chance to claim that title. We return to World's Edge and maybe a slightly different spot on the map. It is funny that we were just talking about Alliance, though, because Alliance were a really fascinating team that game that almost changed E-Xolos' game for the worse. Moving up onto the bridge, it was a difficult 3v3. Probably the most difficult fight that E-Xolos took that game was fighting for the ridge line up against an Alliance that had dominated on a third party with the whole guild mess over there. As we dive into the next game, though, we'll take a look at E-Xolos, our winners from Game 1 as they move from Geyser. Again, a notoriously weak POI, but we've seen what they can do with it last game.
Well, the one good thing about looting Geyser is once you get your loot path from your coach or whomever, it is so easy to loot and then just get on that rotate. Especially, I'm cursed. Yeah, I'm actually cursed.
You actually might be.
I think I am. Anyway, so guys, if you look at the zone right now, you can see that we are going back up to north. My first time on the ALGS cast ever, I had 3 Climatizer zones back to back, and it might happen again.
I'm real with you, Tiff. This is straight up unusual.
It's a little sus, okay, but for real now. But most of the teams, after their first initial rotation in map number 1, you're going to see them identify that very quickly. Keep your eyes on LG, who had formerly played that macaroni building on the north side of Epicenter, but you can see that they've spread out. We've invested 1 player into Skyhook East to go ahead and loot from there. You get the tunnel loot that is juiced, and they have the jump tower towards the end. But for Guild Esports, we got them towards the end. They've already picked up 1 elimination here, and we're just kind of looking around onto that train line. It's LAZER from Fnatic.
Super weird to see LAZER go down so early, but fortunately, they've got a replicator, so they get everyone back. I mean, Satsuki is going to be well and recovered as the rest of the rotation just sort of goes on. This isn't something where Guild are going to continue capitalizing on. They've still got a rotation into Landslide to worry about, so Fnatic's loot path does get stymied a bit as they'll have to revisit a lot of the surrounding area, but it doesn't affect their long-term game.
It's true. We'll have to stay with that because, I mean, we do have to work on getting towards that north, and you're already kind of investing in the Evo caches afar, especially when you're 50 away for Blue Shield there for LAZER. It's pretty imperative that on your rotation and you go in with at least Blue Shields, knowing that the majority of our rosters have already set themselves up into that Climatizer state of area. But piercing spikes into this, and here we go. Get on the blue. Necessary.
And you've got a survey beacon over here as well that, unfortunately for Fnatic, they won't be able to make use of, but being able to rotate through a spot like Mirage will be able to clean up at least some cursory loot and maybe deny this to other teams that would like to late rotate through the area. The Longbow Mastiff is a crazy loadout to go with early. I do wonder if we stick with Sniper Shotgun.
I'm sure they'll pop up it on late, but keep the shoddy, but we'll get those over. I mean, E-Xolos, you can already see they took a bit of damage there. Not Moist. We lose out on 1.
Okay. Now, no crypto here, so there's not really a great chance to recover without a replicator nearby or accessible in any case. E-Xolos are likely playing this out as a duo, so not looking great if they want to replicate their success from Game 1, but the position itself should be one that they can stick around in for a while. Watson's high cooldowns early game will be difficult to work around if they don't have the right amount of Voltic cells, if they're not using them at the right time, but you should be able to sustain.
Speaking of sustain, man, Nock gets picked off from Yanya. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, that 1 to 2 second stun from an EMP is so detrimental. The drop down here, we're just trying to connect the dancing Newcastle, but we find another. That's going to be fun. And, well, We just have Reptar last standing for NRG.
That's so rough to lose 2 members of NRG and 1 off of a respawn as well. Liquid Alienware collect kills, and this is one of the reasons why I'm very excited about this team. Liquid Alienware, I think in group stages, has one of the highest pop-off potentials in this LAN, not just this lobby, this whole LAN, because of the way that they're able to capitalize on edge play. They caught NRG off guard there. 2 kills means 2 points for them that they'll be able to carry into the next couple circles.
That was one of my takes when I think about Liquid Alienware. I'm just like, they're either gonna win the entire thing on Sunday or they're going to be top 10. There's really no in between for them, but I know that on Final Sunday, they will be there. But FA Kids stepping in at the very last minute here to get a chance to play on LAN. We talked a bit about Zidane and just how well of a fragger they are, but I feel like you have to get kind of warmed up. You called it, constantly in the mix on the leaderboards in terms of stats, right under Alliance, but Revenant.
Yeah,
Is that why you went down right there?
Yeah.
Revenant.
Yeah, you guys can't see me, but I just like fully sat into a crouch just watching what was happening. Because you're right, among the things that we've got to talk about with FA Kids, we've got absolutely got to talk about the Revenant pick. This is something that Blacklist International has been playing with recently in a lot of online tournaments, and while Blacklist International aren't here, you can certainly look at this and say that it's a stylistically similar thing. In a meta where crypto is so often the thing that you are timing team fights around, having a Revenant in there on a fragger can do you a lot of good, especially when pairing that with Pathfinder. But this comp really is about EMP and then run at them.
Yeah, it's hyper aggressive, and we were wondering how with all these Newcastles and Watsons in the lobby, how teams were going to actually navigate the siege that they're looking to put off with that Newcastle for the resets. But you're right, hit that EMP, let that 1 to 2 second stun go into effect, and I believe that covers all of a 30-meter radius, even your teammates. So stay outside that, but use the mobility that Path and Revenant get you, and depending on the perks that you choose, you can reset the grapple and reset the leap really nicely after a knock.
There's a lot of mobility on those two, and FA Kids may very well have to make use of it as they are rotating right alongside Fnatic. They chose not to take a fight with Alliance and Skyhook, which I think is fair, but you are going to be opting into fights on other sides of the map, especially moving south through this choke point. We've also got X and Y who will need to rotate up. We're taking a look at the real core of this zone, however, where LG have played for the same exact building. You could take a snapshot of last game and their play. Same thing happened this game, and it is a much better position for them now.
But it's not the same for everyone. E-Xolos had that bridge where that assault bin is. They're currently down a member sitting in Climatizer. Na'Vi played in the center of Epicenter. They've actually elected to take that southern bridge. So teams are starting to move around. And one thing to note, Falcons made their rotation.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did. I did forget how quickly they bit the dust in last game. Hopefully they'll be able to make a few recoveries in this one, as their average points will otherwise suffer greatly. X and Y are rotating just behind FA Kids on your screens now, and this is exactly the mirror rotate that I think both teams would have anticipated, especially FA Kids, who did opt into a late move down through staging. It should give them priority on the survey beacon that should be just off to their north over by Grandma's house, and even further north, we've got a whole nother engagement brewing over by survey. Liquid Alienware take another fight.
And there goes the EMP. The mobile shield there from Newcastle gets basically sent away, but that has a quick cooldown. We've got to answer back with a drone for information of our own. But I love that we've got the boxes from cover, but you have to be aware of the sight lines from Survey and Epi proper. You're going to get poked at. Someone sees you fighting, they're going to be like, hey, if I can get a knock, great. So let's throw up the Dark Veil, isolate ourselves from at least one of the areas that we're getting prodded from.
Yeah, Yanya with good eyes on that. Does pull the whole team together, but it is a full send forward from Alliance, who know that Team Liquid Alienware are scrambling for an answer right now. Double swing through the wall as Yanya going down first, but Azul instantly hits the reset. This is not a gold knockdown, and Hackis has a great angle on this knockdown shield. This is Alliance Clean sweeping with the Mozambique. Liquid Alienware get obliterated.
Can we just talk about the kill feed right now? It's all Tyler FPS. I mean, granted, Alliance does a lot of the differentiating damage, but he's getting in there. He's filling that void. They locked their emergency sub onto Bangalore, the fragger, to get him that double time if he starts getting peppered to get on out. He needs to do as much damage as possible. And honestly, we always talk about Tyler FPS on the LAN stage and how his mental is coming to it, but I think starting off with a performance like this is exactly what he needs.
Absolutely right. A very momentum-based player and is making good use of that right now. XNY move up onto the high ground. Last game, this was populated by Fnatic. This time, it was unfortunately populated by FaZe, who ate a good bit of aggression and have now lost members. XNY reset, eat the EMP as well, but have a good amount of cover here to still sustain through any coming engagements.
Yes, it's going to be tough. You got FA Kids over there on the left, and they seem to have two on one side, relatively split, but there's just not a lot of cover here. And you've seen the distance. There's at least 3 crypto drones over there. I just want to clarify. We've got a lot going on.
There's going to be more.
Diving back on down, there's an Evo cache here, and we're sitting on purple, but I really am so curious to see how they're going to use the movement here between Revenant and Path to kind of get out of here. But at least we're able to share resources, make sure you have plenty of bats for that endgame, because one of those things when you don't play Watson, you have to worry about that, because all of those EMPs just eat so many of your bats and cells.
We've got another, now with the second ring closed, chance to pick up some great loot as well. All of the 18 remaining teams are going to be able to likely put themselves in an endgame fighting scenario, especially teams like Fnatic, the singular member of FaZe, unfortunately probably not, and FA Kids, who have got all of the loot bins that reset in Fragment and Monument. I am noting that that Mythic, however, was right by X and Y and Enter Force 36, and I cannot help but wonder who got their hands on that Mythic bin.
And what they were holding, right? Don't you auto-populate a gold weapon of one of the ones you're holding, plus you get the care package weapon. I've seen a lot of R99s come through it, then it starts spitting loot out at you, but checking in here, Alliance. This is a big deal, and we're going to focus on kind of their rotation on the north. We've got a bit of cover here, so knowing that we're alone, the biggest threat to them, LG, in that Macaroni building, similar to game number 1, are going to be staring directly at them. But Guild is also making that similar rotation where they had approached the Macaroni building and inevitably fell by E-Xolos, but you have to watch out for all of them. And Alliance, they're on the move, so are Fnatic.
Fnatic's macro this game is so totally different, though, and that is in sharp contrast to SSG, who are right in front of them. SSG and Fnatic face off in this match in a way that they did not have to during the last game. Satsuki, controlling the high ground right now, is doing a great job for Fnatic, but it doesn't keep these teams from inevitably having to clash. They're going to meet in the next 2-3 minutes.
And you were talking about the sniper shoddy, but this time we're bringing in the triple take with the shoddy. And this team in particular, when they do their TDMs, they prep against other teams that are going to compete in LAN. They do a lot of those with the triple take in particular, from close range, from a distance, just very comfortable on those style of weapons.
SSG really avoiding the sightlines of Fnatic right now, but it does mean they're putting themselves in a literal corner, not being able to control any of the surrounding area. If Fnatic want to take this fight, SSG don't have a lot of ability to fight back, and now that other teams from the center of Epi have taken notice of them, you're hemorrhaging meds as well and putting yourself in a weaker position overall. Fnatic know what's going on. They know SSG is a massive threat to them on the rotate, and I anticipate these two teams will engage before too long.
Pop up to the high ground, overlook, start scouting, teams on the bridge, and man, you know, now I'm starting to regret that thing I said about the bridge, because it's really coming into play specifically for that end game. You can see multiple teams navigating that area, and that is exactly where Fnatic needs to go. Navi, instead of holding Epicenter main, they held that lower bridge, and they are going to be the biggest threat to Fnatic on that rotation. Now, however, if they don't take it quickly enough, SSG, that's basically sat on top of each other, will likely invest a lot of time and effort into cleaning that up and then walking right into zone. And speaking of walking into it, Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, it's this whole south side of the map that wants to just move through Navi's area and eventually contest Falcons. And that's where, you're right, you've identified Falcons have this great position to pick up a lot of kill points. What's going to be most difficult for Falcons is navigating the multitude of angles that they can farm from, because they're looking at Navi, they've identified this pile up, but they've also got Shadow and GHS right next to them. LG gonna rotate on the bridge, and Falcons simply don't have a lot of high ground, so they have to worry about what sidelines they're giving up and when. Alliance returning to the low ground, playing again to be out of the line of sight of a lot of other teams, have actually made what I think is a really fantastic play. I would not be fighting for this low ground, and in that, Alliance has a big advantage.
It really is. Speaking of SSG, we were talking about them. They get into it with STRIDERZ. STRIDERZ is eliminated, but ZYNU has to hit the reset. And knowing how congested this area was, it's going to be difficult. X and Y flies by, but Force 36 was so close to them that I wouldn't be surprised if they started to look for that damage. You see the smoke come through, and Phony and ZYNU run separate ways, just trying to stay alive.
Heading for the hills, and Force 36 aren't going to give up too much ground. It's a long way yet to go as they've got to fight into the next ring. Everyone moving towards the bridge that Na'Vi held in the south. Force 36, no exception, get cut off by Fnatic in the Newcastle wall they set up and are left in the dead center of Epi, taking out SSG with the help of Na'Vi and desperately searching for the next rotate.
Well, Kinda's going hard with the bow, and we've got to get through towards the other side of the Dark Veil. People behind you, people everywhere, and now comes the Rolling Thunder, coupled with an EMP. The influx of abilities that are coming through, and now one member less of E36. Maybe we can get a finish, maybe we can get a shield spot, but right now we have to notice, keep your eyes on that player. Still looking for that bat, but that nade man just rips them apart.
Unfortunately, that's going to be it for how Guild go down as well. Top 12 teams, and a res off of a Bangalore isn't what you were looking for Moist, however. They almost get taken out themselves. LG are the ones that fall. Another clash of these two teams on high ground again results in an LG loss. Not Moist, really putting up great fights in their first couple of games.
Well, LG was kind of struggling, right? Because they were just on the northern side where Team Falcons took that bridge, and it was a lot of the space that they wanted. So then you have everyone collapsing around you, and you get pinched from too many areas. Fnatic, though, still on that south side of the area, as now we've kind of carved our path up to the west as opposed to going east. I love this for them, but you still have to get through Not Moist, and that's going to be a very gnarly fight.
Really challenging rotation. I do admire that Fnatic go for kills in Epicenter, clean up squads that they know are weak, but they are really far from the zone, and they've got a lot to go through. Fnatic do have to face off, like you said, against Not Moist. And on the other edge of the zone, we've got teams still, like Falcons, like Na'Vi, like GHS, that have set themselves up really well to be in a top 3-4 position.
Well, here it goes. Round 5 ring closing. The influx of nades and all of the abilities coming on in. Fnatic has this Dark Veil that they can just hide behind and make sure that they get reset. Yuka here toying with the Newcastle wall. The potential for it to come down. I think we're going to save it for now unless we're going to set up just underneath. Okay, we invested. E-Xolos, however, your map 1 winners have finally fallen.
Fnatic using the ultimate right now from Newcastle does mean that they are invested in not being sent on from above. Them sitting down here puts them in a dangerous position should anyone from the bridge try and capitalize. We lose Team Falcons, who are playing on the high ground, and Fnatic just underneath them are the big beneficiaries of this lack of pressure that now exists on the bridge.
Exactly, and we're just trying to hug the wall, right? And there's a player just dancing behind the stairs, and we're just like, can we connect this? We just need to find them. Honestly, there we go. DreamFire, X and Y both eliminated. 6 squads left, all 3 members up from every single team. Alliance alone in the north, GHS Professional over towards that eastern side of things, and Na'Vi from the south.
This Na'Vi team, they are the ones to watch. They've got a lot of pressure on them as to whether they can perform internationally. It is just the second game, but they've got a good spot to do it. One that necessitates a lot of managing, whether they take fights with teams from Climatizer, whether they prioritize those last 2 squads playing over by the bridge. Fnatic and Not Moist are a pivotal engagement in this game.
Wait, we have Hackis that was kind of separated out from Unlucky and Tyler, likely looking for information to kind of scout that. But now they come on in. Unlucky grabs a vital knock because we need to get Hackis back up on the feet. But another good thing about the gold knockdowns is they are such good cover to pop behind, hit that 5-second for a bat.
And now having lost 2 from Shadow, I don't anticipate that Shadow actually go to the low ground. What they can try and do is deny the res. You saw a couple arc stars flying in there. Unlucky, not feeling quite safe enough to get Hackies back in the game is joined by Tyler to do just that. We do have another zip line. Alliance have access to high ground, but they've got limited options on how to do it. Fnatic and Moist are fighting on high ground as well. This could be Alliance's time to reset, come up, and take that bridge away.
And exactly, so long as Shadow doesn't deny them that rotation, but there we go, the EMP detected onto Na'Vi. Behind the Newcastle wall we go, but the nades, they are shredding apart Na'Vi. What are we gonna do? We need a Jenny and we need it stat, but that's why Crypto is so crazy and Alliance just keeps ripping.
Mobile Shield really coming in clutch for Na'Vi, but it's not clutch enough. 4 squads left, and they are out of it. Shadow go down as well. GHS, Alliance, not Moist, and Fnatic still in this one. And Alliance, they're the ones coming up, taking that bridge away. GHS, see this rotation, try and deny it, and get gunned down.
Fnatic has fallen, and GHS is really close behind them at the hands of Alliance. Hackies towards the end. We just need to grab the last one, and, well, quick reload. Tyler has fallen, though, so this could be tough for them. Trying to clean these up with the quickness and get a reset for that endgame down to 2.
Not Moist. They had the high ground. They gave it up to chase down Hackies, and GHS are still hiding in the corner. Alliance have got 2 up, but in a pivotal gunfight on the high ground, it's Hackies that comes up and takes out Timmy.
Hurry, we go into this, looking for things that we need for the end game, but with the Crypto on the low ground, there's just not much we can do, especially now Hackies. Here we go with the EMP, down players flying straight towards him, but not Moist on the high ground. It's inevitable that they take it.
Knuckle cluster disrespect. Guild shoots that down and goes, I don't even have to engage with you. I'm just gonna celebrate on top of this rock. Great play from Moist to manage the bridge, and it is now the second game in, I'll say, relatively similarly sided zones that control of a bridge leads to an ultimate endgame victory.
And it's kind of a shame that E-Xolos does lose one member off so early into that game, because this was a very similar style to what they would have played typically. Regardless, not Moist, they're going to be the ones that benefit off it. You got Guild, you got Waltzy, and Timmy. This is going to strike their momentum forward. And honestly, Draugr there, the coach in the back, these boys have got to be feeling good.
Draugr looks so chill, but I've never seen Draugr not look chilled out. It is a constant presence. But with this now being their second game, I think that's going to benefit them, because you can take this incredible momentum that I think Moist have done a very good job of building as this new 3-0 and move it into the next couple of matches where you do just have one more on World's Edge. Hopefully not acclimatized.
Don't say it.
I know.
Don't say it.
I know.
We're not even going to put that energy out there, Dia. We're going to completely ignore that. But so far, matches 1 and 2, we got E-Xolos and not Moist for a victory. And can I just go ahead and say something really quick?
Yeah.
I may or might not have picked them as my talent prediction. Did you remember that?
Yeah, you're right. So I got to be pulling for LG now. That's the move. And you know what? I'm not feeling too bad about it. LG have actually had a really good day so far. And while it hasn't been to the tune of, like, those 3rd, 4th places with several kills, they have, from a macro perspective, actually done quite well. And it was really interesting to see how their macro did not change nearly as much, where other teams like Fnatic had a massive shift in their macro that impacted the entire lobby. Last time we saw Fnatic, not Moist, rotating in basically from the Epi side, but the fact that this time not Moist took the high ground and Fnatic moved down through the south, cleaned up the rest of Epi, really heavily impacted how many teams were able to survive until that last zone, and crucially, what Fnatic was choosing to do. Because by moving down into the low ground of Epicenter, much like SSG in Game 1, they also gave up the idea of placing as a really high squad.
Well, let's go ahead and pull up the results from the match we've got to see. Okay, so match 2 results. Not Moist, 26 points. Alliance with a banger as well at 22.
Not bad. Not a bad start for Alliance. I do appreciate that while they have not won a game, Alliance still keep themselves inside the top 3, and they are not the only ones. Look a little further down, and I mean, with E-Xolos moving in after this game, picking up just 2 points, they are going to have a more difficult time maintaining, say, like a top 5 on the overall leaderboard, especially when we include the fact this is a 6-game series. Alliance still doing very well, though, are going to be moving a little further down when we think about the overall leaderboards, because right now, sitting at 32 points, again, despite their win, or despite their lack of win, they are still incredibly high up, and I'm anticipating them to hopefully pick up a win with how fantastically they've been playing. E-Xolos and Not Moist naturally following, and Fnatic right behind, I don't think is surprising a lot of people.
No, it's definitely not surprising me. But, you know, after a 28-point game in map number 1 for E-Xolos, just picking up those 2 points, we're just kind of getting through that initial first 2 games. If we don't correct that towards our middle series, then we'll start to worry a little bit more. But Alliance, pretty impressive that they've already put up 20 eliminations. We're averaging 10 per game. If you keep this pace up, that is just massive to look at. But Enter Force 36, Shadow, GHS Professional have been there in those end games. But with only one more map on World's Edge to go for our first group here of A and B, let's get to a break and then we'll get into it.
To be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
One shot, Crypto! Ami.
He's weak.
Ami. Help him. Behind me. The Panther's 1 HP, Panther's 1 HP. You shut us up. Nice kill.
Last kill, you fucking win this. He's low ground.
Under you. Just straight underneath you. So last guy.
Yeah, you win this, motherfucker. Blow. Nice.
I have a stop on my body, I'm pretty sure.
Nice!
Let's go, baby!
Hey, come on.
Let's fucking go!
Hey, you know me, I don't lose that. Listen, what I say.
Yo, those comms are epic. Let me just tell you, it's so good when you hear, you win this.
Yeah. For me, it does put a lot of pressure on, I'll be honest. But I know that on stage, it can mean the world to know that your teammates are behind you. And in this particular case, Not Moist, or Moist, however you want to refer to them, have had a lot of that over the past couple of weeks, as this is a team that relatively recently formed, as again, these 3 players in particular, with Timmy coming in, again, showing up at a LAN, we were wondering, are they going to have fantastic synergy? And they've really proven through scrims, through a lot of third-party tournaments, that yes, this is a team that really can work together quite well. Now doing it on LAN is even better for them, and to start things off with a win, it just keeps getting higher and higher.
It really does, but for Alliance, who's just been reaping the lobbies in terms of eliminations out of Skyhook West, the way they navigated the entire start to mid of match number 2 was really cool. We got to see them kind of move their way through Skyhook, which, by the way, FaZe from Lava Fissure decided to carve up through SkyWest and make their rotation that way. It was just kind of early. However, what Alliance did is they made their way into that tunnel, and that first initial fight against Liquid Alienware, which was being stared at from across the way from where they needed to go, there was a lot of investments on their side in terms of ultimates, and it just really couldn't even change the way of that.
And that is one thing that is really separating Alliance from the rest of the lobby, at least in terms of what we've seen during these first 2 games, is the way that they're able to take fights. It was graceful on the desk, and I'm going to toss to this again. that brought up this idea of fight windows at different levels of Apex Legends. And Alliance have this really critical understanding of how little time you really have to pick a fight and an ability to execute within that time frame. They are, of course, using EMPs, picking fights, but unlike other teams, this isn't a really staggered process. They are planning for an EMP, setting people up in a position so that as soon as that goes off, they've already got shots in the other team. They're not EMPing, then running at them, giving a chance to reset. And just these small differences between how Alliance is approaching fights and how everyone else is approaching fights, and moving that into the macro just stacks on these advantages that we're seeing pile up in the leaderboard.
I mean, you gotta choose it up to the fans, right? I mean, Unlucky right there. They are locked in. And this squad, I had a really big question mark for them. And when I was excited about groups A and B, and I was just sitting there kind of prepped in the green room, I was like, this is my biggest question mark. And people were like, why didn't everyone just pick Alliance? Why was that not your talent prediction? And it was just because we just don't have effect. Yes, they just proved themselves on an international land stage. However, we need to see that here in ALGS because formerly they've been known as group stage warriors.
Yeah, I mean, we've called it out before, and I see no reason for this to not be something that still, at least in ALGS, it is following them into this land, and I think they know it as well. Being perhaps a little bit mitigated by recent competition, they're still going to be feeling the pressure on this stage, and I think right now what we're seeing is a fantastic way to rise up to that in group stages and at least continue what they know they've done in previous lands while hopefully building towards a better finals than we've seen.
And that's true, right? And a lot of it boils down to, it's not like Tyler is the first time ever playing with Unlucky. They have so much synergy together, and they know how to read each other. And then under the leadership of Hackist, to be able to see what these three are able to do together is pretty awesome.
It really is. And I'm going to say a very similar thing about Not Moist. The fact that they also have a lot of really great LAN experience and have been able to turn that into a really nice communicative environment. Yes, it's very different than the way that Alliance comes, but I think it is an equally valid way to approach things. Not Moist are a very collaborative team.
That is very necessary here, especially when you're not running kind of the typical Newcastle vibe that we've seen from a lot of our teams. We saw just how clutch that fuse can come in, especially when you revitalize everything and you have the Ringmaster perk that allows you to get that. Once you pop the blue shields, you lock that in as your perk, and then you can start getting access to those ring consoles.
And not running Newcastle is not an unplayable situation. We're not saying that by any means, but I want to bring attention to this idea because not running Newcastle is removing a layer of forgiveness that you're able to give your team at really any point during the game. You're in a bad spot, you've got wall, you've got shield. Somebody gets knocked, you can pick them back up. Somebody gets fully eliminated, you can craft them. There's so much forgiveness that Newcastle gives teams, and with the fact that he scales really hard with loot, we're seeing a lot of teams prioritize this pick over things that we've seen otherwise in the past. It's brought support legends really far into the meta, with Newcastle being the premier pick, where Lifeline typically held that spot in EMEA, but now the fact that gold knockdowns are essentially guaranteed later on into the game, Newcastle is incredibly forgiving, and when you're not playing Newcastle, like Not Moist are, you have so many less layers of forgiveness to work with. Your gameplay has to be all the more perfect.
It really does, and I mean, look, at this rate, Guild has got the highest average damage of everyone in the lobby thus far, north of 1,500, but you come on over here to Alliance, and, well, guess who is our kill leader so far? It's Tyler.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, those Mozambiques, I don't know why I think this, but the icon for them in the kill feed reminds me of a broom. I feel like a Roomba. And so, watching him sweep the lobby, this makes sense now, you understand why I've gotten here.
Kinda.
Has been really interesting because a lot of his job has been general AoE cleanup damage. Mozambiques don't really come out to start a fight more often than not. Alliance are a little deep into it, and then they go, all right, whip out the Mozambiques and get in there. Clean this up. And he's been doing so fantastically.
You can see they're starting to kind of get locked in and got the headphones all on. One change that came in that I also think is really interesting is when you talk to players, this is the first time they actually wear in-ears underneath the noise-canceling headphones. And I've heard a lot of differing opinions on it, but you've got to get used to it. And Phony, hey, look, it's so nice of him to take a break from Prison Break to come here and hang out with us on stage.
It is. And honestly, SSG, a lot to look forward to during their specifically World's Edge performances. Maybe needed to be watching a few more VODs during their stay in the hotel.
No, that's really what he was watching. Let's be real.
True,
that's what we saw. We saw that.
Who's to say you can't multitask?
All of them, they can do it. I have faith. But here, guys, we're going to get into that Legend Select here shortly and see kind of a lot of off-kilter picks. But I want to kind of jump back to that Revenant. Do you think that they're going to lock it in again? Because I feel like they're just trying to pull something together that is that hyper-aggro moment to allow them to infiltrate.
I don't suspect that FA Kids are going to change their approach to the draft. I also don't think that that approach to the draft is really going to impact the lobby that much. And I say that with absolutely no shade. Like, FA Kids, they're playing fine, but they are certainly not playing in the way that the rest of the lobby has been. And if part of that is going to come down to lack of scrims over the recent weeks, months. They haven't really gotten the chance to dial in on exactly how a LAN lobby likes to play. And FA Kids doing the best that they can right now with their recent substitution. I think a Revenant is a fine pick for them. It's not something that I anticipate will carry them to victory.
Well, let's go ahead and get our feet on the ground here. Start things off over in that Climatizer area. DreamFire here, the one that is landing in Climatizer on the opposing side of Not Moist. Now, as you can see, we don't see a zone anywhere near around them, so good news here. We might not be going to Climatizer.
We might not be going to Climatizer. You heard it here first. The possibilities are endless. What I am wondering is, with the theoretically infinite circles we could have, what's going to end up going on with Not Moist and DreamFire, given that DreamFire did have priority on Ring Console. Will Not Moist move up towards Survey Camp, try and take that instead, or will they wait for DreamFire to leave and then sweep down, mirroring them through Climatizer?
Yeah, that's a good point, honestly, as we kind of get a look at this. Let's pull up the zone because, of course, maybe those in the crowd, maybe those of you at home, if you're watching the map stream, would have seen what I saw. Epicenter, right? But this is different.
We're not going to Climatizer, but that's not to say we're not trying to go to Climatize. We're giving it our best shot.
Okay, so now we'll start to see some changes here. This way, for NRG, that have not been really having the best of starts here on these northern rotates, even though they are locked into that monument area, so many of the other teams initially start moving to vie for it. So this could go so many different ways. I've seen it pull train tracks. I've also seen it pull just to the north of Fragment East, up towards that cliffside. But it's for them, where do you want to go initially for Godspot?
This I haven't seen before. GHS moving into Survey Camp. Typically, Epi Survey are grouped together as POIs. They share a lot of loot, but maybe disrespecting exactly how late these teams would stay around. LG and GHS have found themselves in an engagement, and with Wabu fully thirsted and a Newcastle wall now in front of them, Arufa doesn't have a lot of options to continue this engagement. It's in the hands of Tappy to continue the fight forward, where LG are turning around, resetting, and likely thinking about taking out the last two members of GHS.
Well, I think this is good for them, right? But it's going to delay their rotation from where they want to go. In the first two games, they've set up shop pretty quickly towards that Macaroni building. Now, with that information, they may be able to just stay here for a little bit longer, but GHS, once they realize what has occurred, it's time for us to say maybe we shouldn't chow this right now.
GHS do exactly that. They back away. They should be able to recover a banner, and hey, maybe we rotated a little bit too fast, and that's going to be all right. FaZe moving up with ring information, however, are going to be the ones that now have the chance to show us what made them so powerful in EMEA. It was great ring predictions and fantastic fighting. Looking at how they're positioned right now, FaZe are not looking towards a center zone playstyle. They are not following what made them so successful in EMEA and are instead moving through the edge of the map, making use of the survey beacons and picking fights.
Oh, but here we go. E-Xolos, your winners of map number 1, Kirev. First down, first fold, and you start to find yourself in a rather difficult situation over here at Epicenter. You do have Not Moist in the future just above them, but also Na'Vi is electing to play on the northern side of things as opposed to the south.
The second time that we're seeing this happen, though. E-Xolos after game 1, has had their rotations picked apart. And it doesn't mean massive blunders that have them going down as a whole team, but these small blunders that have them losing one person at a time has made it really difficult for them to have an actual impact on the game. And now, playing off of high ground and epicenter, you just don't have a lot of ways to rectify that. As forgiving as Newcastle is, once you're locked into high ground, there's not a lot of ways out.
There really isn't. Fnatic has decided to go on that western side of things as well, setting up just on the outskirts here by the train tracks. And with the G7 Scout, albeit minimal ammo here because they focused on getting out of their POI so quickly to get up here again, you have to be able to kind of keep all of that pressure on. But from the distance, when you see a Dark Veil, that should open your sight lines to say, hey, there's likelihood of fight that's about to go down over here, but because you don't have the crypto in play, you can't send a drone over there to keep that information on check.
And Fnatic are taking a very different approach than they did in game 1. It's actually much more similar to how they played this out in game 2. A little bit of a slower rotate, but prioritizing that same spot from game 1 that is the high ground outside of epicenter. Really great to be able to take that spot away early. And the fact that Fnatic are playing this a little slower does throw back to how much success they were able to find on the edge of ring last time. Not Moist inheriting the kills from GHS Professional, a team that was unable to recover after they picked a fight with LG in Survey.
And LG just kind of kept on moving forward, and now you've got to keep your eyes on Not Moist. What they're going to basically do here is just kind of rotate on in. You're so close towards where those next few rings intersect, but you've got to clear this out or else it could be detrimental to your rotate later. You do not want to get mirrored here, and well, EMP, drones giving all that information, but a well-timed Watson to have that Jenny on lock for post-EMP to get that dropped.
No reason not to take this 3v3 if I'm honest. Not Moist and Shadow, relatively isolated. Not Moist did, with the EMP, get a nice cooldown out with the Watson Gen. They've got ring priority, and Not Moist send it into the building. Finally fight for Climatizer. It may not be against the team that dropped here, but Not Moist are not giving up their POI.
All right, Timmy, though, focusing on healing the white heals for now. We do have the Motherload in the pocket here for Guild if we need to, but it almost seems as quickly as they started to take that engagement, we're just going to kind of hedge our bets and go elsewhere.
You don't take, you go in for the fight, the other team doesn't want to take it. You leave them alone for a little while, you get priority on zone. This is still a winning situation for Not Moist, in a very similar situation to Falcons, actually. Being pressured in by the ring at the same time. This time it was Falcons that were rotating just in behind E-Xolos, who I believe got a reset off.
And they've been having such a tough time on this eastern side of World's Edge. The first map, they have the evac tower that goes wrong. The second time, they get up in there, they find a couple eliminations, but we're still looking for that northern side. And honestly, Hal on Fuse, I think that's quite interesting. I know we were talking a lot about his time kind of testing out Newcastle, but one of the things that playing on Team Falcons for Hal has been is to relinquish that IGL to 0. But not only that, he's starting to flex and adapt to legends that we typically didn't see him play with his prior roster.
And Fuse, super flexible pick. Being able to scan rings, both get aggressive with the ultimate and defensive. Same thing with the tactical. Fuse has got a lot of potential on any team. The fact that Falcons have chosen to pick this up in a Watson-Newcastle heavy meta is still going to be challenging for them, but it is by no means the end of the world. Still a lot of options, especially in the mid-game. Now that they're positioned just north of SSG, same macro, which is not surprising anyone. SSG play through the very far south side of the map, don't have a lot of options when it comes to these rings, but now are going to be playing a very different game as they attempt to make their way from the position that they hold outside of Epicenter into a good finish in Monument.
Well, now that we have the bounce back, like you mentioned, going over towards Monument, Na'Vi did go for that game 1 strategy to the center of Epi, but they're going to have to rotate on out of it. So for Fnatic to be around these train tracks here, you're going to have all the teams like Alliance coming out of Skyhook West, likely very kitted, looking for that first engagement. Tyler's still trying to boost those numbers on up because they haven't really gotten to do much yet. So this will be that first interaction with another squad, but it could turn into one of these elongated poke battles across the way unless we fully send and have that opening.
That's why Tyler's height matters so much here, and I like that he's checking out all of the different choke points. From Grandma's house, where they're currently sat, you can fend off a lot of engagements quite early on, something that you do not have the luxury of doing as Shadow. getting sent on by SSG. We're likely going out. They do lose 2, and SSG will claim the KP, not bothering to chase too much further. Still have priority on the rotate. Still can make their way into Fragment and Monument, and now have so much more loot to do so.
Well, it forced Shadow out there kind of into the ring to make sure that they can go for a reset. But you know who gets really hungry on the eastern side of things? It's going to be Falcons. And the way they typically like to do it is you'll have one that's kind of anchored back, and they'll send some people out to place those feelers. Can we get a knock? Is this going to be smart? And with the nades, with the knuckle clusters, you see in the distance Zero and Hal, the dynamic duo, looking for info.
Super clean disengage from SSG, recognizing that having given up high ground, they're really not going to be able to get it back. Getting it back, however, we've got Shadow recovering not 1, but 2 banners, and no!
It giveth, it taketh, and sometimes our soul hurts. They will fall from the lobby, and we'll see them again in Stormpoint. But turn your attention back on over to Mannheim newcomers, FA Kids on the rev. There's the massive leap straight towards high ground. They want tower control. Necessarily not in the next zone, but this is fun. If you can lock down these chokes, which can be oftentimes very difficult to do because everyone stares at you from that monument side. But how many times have we seen the zone actually pull back to that area? However, not a lot of playable space in those next zones, so I don't necessarily think that's endgame for them.
And it's interesting to see FA Kids be the ones to inherit this slightly southern choke outside of Landslide, Grandma's House, Monument, because they don't really have the ability to hold on to it compositionally.
Yeah.
They don't have Watson, they don't have Newcastle, they don't even have Catalyst to control any space. They're just sort of here. And their ability to win the game from a position like this would mean that they need something that gives them a little bit more staying power. Enter Force 36 ahead of them, and Alliance just to the north are both teams that they're going to have to contend with. And while the composition from FA Kids is incredibly aggressive, it's not the kind of comp that's going to be able to survive a third party.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, I just see Not Moist kind of on their trajectory moving south, and even Hackis makes the call back to Unlucky and Tyler, get here quick, because the team is rolling up. The EMP comes through, and now we're just kind of getting into this building, looking for a reset on our 50 shield that we lost, but knowing that Alliance, just how much firepower they've had, we're kind of testing that guild firefly, but
oh God.
Just as quickly as they got in, they just already left.
Oh God, I did not like that one bit. Moving on the zip line straight through the sight lines of Not Moist. And now having lost 1, Alliance are weak. Not Moist could capitalize. FA Kids smell blood in the water as well. We are going to get that 3-way battle.
Oh, and Walty's already picked off 1. They are feeling it now, just looking for those angles. But you talk about it, there were already so many teams around here, and Alliance gets picked up from the remnants of Zedon, starting to kind of wake up here. Maybe that choke point and being able to look to control both for them is what they needed to get the action moving. Calling in that evac tower. You still have the drone for some information on the nearby area, but this gave Fnatic the chance to kind of start crossing on over and look for maybe some early knocks as well, instead of focusing on going south into Monument.
And Fnatic now controls so much of the north side of zone. With Satsuki and Laika sitting on Grandma's House, they've got a bunch of presence on the other side as well. And with Falcons rotating in from the eastern side of the map, we'll see what sort of high ground they can grab, because this Kraber can make great use of it.
I mean, it really can. We've seen it go both ways when it comes to land with Zero and a Kraber in his hands, but throughout scrims, I've seen some of the nastiest shots come on out, so hopefully we're connecting.
Whoa!
And we're connecting.
Oh, good Lord. Now that is just a singular knock, and through the Watson fence, they weren't quite able to make the push happen. Falcons are getting held out even after a one-shot with a Kraber. Really speaking to the quality of the lobby, as being able to send off that push is impressive. Falcons still want to take this fight, though, and it's not just because you got the early Kraber kill, it's because you do not want to share space with Guild.
Well, they already went ahead and picked them back up, so Guild is getting that reset, but what Falcons is doing is they're walking across, and Zero is still creeping, looking for any kind of angles that he can maybe thread the needle with, because he knows exactly where he wants to be, and this pressure on Guild that Hal and Zero both are able to do is kind of annoying, because you've already isolated Jen back up in the top of Monument to keep those eyes out, and, well, we're full sending Mozambique Kraber in hand.
The rest of the team just making so much room for Zero. They've got good pressure. I think it was Hal sending out knuckle clusters, sending out some nice shots as well. Falcons take another angle, and while this Kraber shot doesn't connect, Zero's got back up on the way. Cracks one, makes it two, as Jesco and Legacy both fall. And it's Hal that comes in, constantly supporting Zero on this push. Great team fighting from Falcons.
Yeah, they're looking exceptional, and I'm not gonna lie, this forced MT from Guild outside of this, because if you think about it, this is where Guild was positioned, right? And the way Falcons were able to infiltrate this portion of Monument, bully Guild towards the outside, and then just kind of swarm on them, it's looking crazy, but now you've got to keep your eyes on STRIDERZ, because not only that, they are exactly where Falcons were originally looking for that information. You let the Mozambique rip and throw those knuckle clusters off cooldown to try and fend that off so you can focus on getting reset.
I would not be messing with this fight, especially after how quickly Guild were slain. Na'Vi have shown up here as well, and STRIDERZ may soon be leaving us. Falcons don't care who it is. They're just going to clean up the kills on the edge of the map. Na'Vi find at least another knock. STRIDERZ, one member left somewhere on the map.
Your eyes, though, Na'Vi have already made their move. They're still bullying their way in, and Falcons, another EMP. We just have to check every single area. Elsewhere, a lot of teams still trying to fight into that Western Monument side of things, where NRG will be in one of those buildings closest towards that next circle, but job's not done. Guild gets some players back. MT looking to make a final stand, but we lose FA Kids and STRIDERZ in the process.
STRIDERZ last member going down, and Team Falcons retaining high ground. Even within the smoke, they've got a lot of room to work with. These nades not quite connecting onto them, but Team Falcons do have to be careful because the next rotate brings them much further to the north. There's a lot less cover to play there, and they better collect these kills while they can. Zero goes down. It's DreamFire's Bolin that picks him up.
We get the banner, though, and Jen's got a standoff that he needs to make, but knowing there's multiple players on the other side, and we do see that come through. This is going to be so tough for them. The standoff of Monument that has gone on for so long. But Jesco's here. Underneath, DreamFire just ahead of them, but they have that Watson. They've really kind of set themselves into that main area.
Can't believe the Guild have been able to reset so effectively. And I mean, while they are, yes, missing two again, the fact that they're still alive on low ground, nothing short of a miracle, and they're going to need another one to survive into the next zone. A place where FaZe actually have fantastic position. Taking a look at the Falcons reset, they still don't have Zero. I don't anticipate that they'll be able to solve that problem too soon, but they do have a way through and into the zone. They have high ground and still the mother load to work with.
I was curious if either of them had a mobile respawn. Of course, that's going to take so much attention and would be very difficult to get them in the end game, but we pop on up, and Jen just finds so much damage there.
Will he be able to survive? In comes the mother load. Falcons send it onto the low ground, and just like that, they go down. DreamFire keep them honest, and unfortunately as a duo, honestly, you can't do much. Falcons have come down from the north as well, or rather, Fnatic have come down from the north, and now that they've got a spot like this, they've transitioned into a much weaker position in the lobby. Will they be able to hold on to the side of the building? They avoid playing the bunkers. Fnatic, risk-averse at the moment, do not want to give up this game.
Oh, I love when you just start reinforcing the doors and having to force them out another way. And now Laika kind of wraps around where Yuka is picking up Satsuki to get him back into the fray. We lose out on Hal. We lose out on Enter Force 36. And the chaos in the north is erupting. The big fight here is between NRG and Fnatic, but SSG still has Team Liquid Alienware to deal with.
And just like that, they get cleaned up. Nice slide in from Koifel. Very confident on the fuse. Picks up the kills, and now the loot that comes with it. SSG resetting before the next fight. 7 squads left, and an incredible spot in zone. Take a look at the top left of your screens. The zone is landing right on SSG.
It is such well planned out, and they had to fight for this, right? We saw 8 eliminations alone for Koifel, so it's going to be a big one. E-Xolos, winners of map number 1, finally getting all 3 members into this endgame so they can try and run it back. But FaZe, the way that they've kind of navigated these Watson fences can be really annoying for a team that looks to pop on over that fence and try to fight.
And FaZe, kings of zone in EMEA, have they finally found a time to make that work? 3 games deep at LAN. SSG are not giving up any time, constantly picking up kills. They pick a fight with DreamFire. They take out a few more. Fnatic go down on the opposite end of zone, and SSG get to reset in this building that they can stay in until the end of the game.
Yeah, but if this fight decides to break out just ahead of them, which it is, you have to deal with this and then go forward. FaZe and E-Xolos are still kind of congesting alongside Guild. We lose out on FaZe, we lose out on DreamFire, and now NRG that wipes Fnatic is looking to clean out that north side.
It's the perfect time for a third party. SSG, they have been wanting to pick a fight. Now is their time. They slide on in as E-Xolos go down, have still got high ground on NRG, who are in shambles low ground. They're out. It's the solo from Guild that's last to fall in the face of SSG.
Impressively done, fighting tooth and nail to rack up those eliminations and end it with a bow on World's Edge.
Very nicely. And SSG, we were talking about it. Same macro, same macro, same macro. 3 games in a row. They move up through Geyser side, play the high ground outside of Epicenter, and pick where to go from there. And this time it finally works in their favor, as moving down into the low ground was evidently the best choice for them. They were the kings of Monument.
They really were, and it was so impressive. I can't wait to look into the stats of that performance from Koifel and them. It was so exceptional how they just, if at first it doesn't succeed, just keep on trying, because inevitably it will work out for them. And calling them the kings of the Monument is pretty nice, considering when you look at it, NRG kicks things off in Monument. They had taken one of those buildings in the north and had sat there. So you think about eliminations and some of the first big fights that they were able to take despite going out in third after that third party, but getting Fnatic and winning that is so solid to at least get some points on the board for them.
Fascinating to be characterizing SSG as a faithful squad as well.
Yeah.
Back on the desk at the start of the day, there were questions raised about whether SSG's mental would be up to the task of a LAN in Germany with an extraordinarily young squad, people that are difficult to wrangle, and the fact that they run that same macro, they do not panic, they do not change the game plan, but they do the same thing again and again and again, and they find a way to make it work, is really fascinating. When at the start, we were wondering whether they would keep faith in each other. It looks like they certainly can.
But also not having to hike all the way up to Climatizer was probably pretty nice for them, considering we talked so much about how they owned that entire southeastern side. Monument is going to be an easier rotate for them. I know we've got a lot to break it down, so let's go ahead and kick it over to the guys at the desk. Rain Day, let's hear it.
Oh, thank you so much, Tiffany. A great cast and way to start off Split 2 here in Mannheim. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day, graceful. I almost said graceful right here, but you are graceful. But Jamerson, graceful, sniped down on the desk with you. Man, scintillating games to kick things off. It took a while to get into the action, but it was awesome once we did. Akimbo Legends, full out in display. We've seen that become the crucial decider in most of these fights, but everyone's going at it, and it started off like people have shown up to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, especially with the spread that we've had so far amongst our winners, right, in the first 3 games here on World's Edge. And honestly, we talked about it at the top of the show. We don't have enough time typically at the top of the show to talk about everyone. And of course, we missed out on talking about E-Xolos, LAZERs,
yeah,
and they definitely showed up today.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that we get a little glimpse at all these regions more and more. And South America is one of those regions that they just have not had as much time. And whether we talk about this one game and it leads into a bigger picture around them, they are passionate. They are effective at Apex. And really, to me, one of the things that stood out is that I feel like they've brought a lot of Newcastle into their play when they've shown up at our regional finals, at our LANs beforehand. It finally is a meta that actually makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see it, of course, in play, right? All the changes that came in for Newcastle to really be really effective so far.
Yeah, and it's definitely put them in a good position overall. After 3 on World's Edge, SSG will be taking this final game, and E-Xolos LAZER, even though with the 4th, will be adding to their tally, hopefully keeping them within the top 5 here. Guild, though, and NRG bounce back with a couple of good points here with some placement and some kills. FaZe Clan also getting into the mix as well to round out our top 5 there. GHS, Shadow, XNY all had good game 1s, but struggled there in game 3 alongside Alliance, who did very well on that kind of bridge rotate up onto the north that we saw earlier, which leads us to our standings. After 3, SSG in the lead with 39 points. E-Xolos LAZER, 38. Not Moist right behind them, just 3 points behind at 35. Alliance there, and then Natus, Vincere, Snipe. Expectations pretty much gone the way you would have seen, especially after you saw that draft.
Yeah, honestly, I think early on, after we saw the draft, SSG was a favorite for a lot of the talent when you see the whole southeast side of the map wide open. You know, you had the first 2 games that were a bit of a struggle going all the way up north, trying to battle their way in. They tried to do the same rotation twice and kind of got stuck in the same situation, pinched between a bunch of teams. Then you get the Monument Zone, and we had seen that that side of the map was really open for them. They were able to loot up. They got the purple armors on their way in, and you saw Zainu and Koifel absolutely popping off. I think both of them had 8+ kills apiece. Phony doing his work with Crypto. We actually saw them switch up their comp from game 1 into game 2, and then that led into, I think, a different type of playstyle.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Let's run you through our final circles just to recap games 1 and game 3. I want to start with you, Graceful. Game 1, what'd you see?
Yeah, the biggest thing about game 1 is to understand that how it led up to this point, right? They took control of the northeast side towards the bridge very early and just kept poking people off of it so that in the end, they could end up from uphill going downwards. That means they have absolute high ground. The zone ends on their bin. Like, they don't even have to move and they will mop everyone. And that's the biggest thing. If you play your spot properly, you force other teams to rotate away and you get to just free shoot, easy dub.
Also playing with the Watson, really good synergy with that Newcastle as well. Not everyone picking it up, opting for fuses, catalysts, Bangalore's, different things to assert it, but this seems to be working for E-Xolos.
Yeah, I mean, we already know Newcastle is really strong, and Watson has always been strong, right? And I think that, like I said, when they play a spot and they get to actually set up their fences, set up their gen, set up their wall, they're almost unstoppable. And now with everybody running, you know, Akimbo as well, everybody has that, you know, pressure to just insta-push somebody. When you have that, you know, Newcastle queue where they can walk up with, it's terrifying walking into triple Akimbo.
It really shuts it down. You can see Brutus doing his best there and finds the kill with the relic in hand as E-Xolos LAZER would take game number 1, representing South America, putting them into a good start. But, of course, it's time for game 2 in Snipe. That would be a pretty similar zone.
Yeah, so Moist actually in game 1, since it was a similar zone, they ended up getting wrapped by NRG on the gondola, so they made sure to watch their back this time around. Their whole plan was to wrap up top of the hill to go towards Grandma's house, and they ended up wiping all these teams on the bridge. There were a lot of teams that ended up pushing up, and they ended up having the back of all these teams. They were able to third party, and then they were able to take this height right above Alliance, who played that same spot down low by the lava, and it just ended up being an amazing end game fight, honestly. I think this was as close as it could have gotten. You had one team on top that ended up dropping down, and then Moist ended up wrapping back up, taking height, and then it was, I think it was Guild versus Hawkes in the final. Hawkes tried to get that EMP off, but unfortunately he kind of slowed himself at the same time. And you just have, I mean, Guild's one of the best 1v1 players in the game, so if he's going to have height on you, I'd give him that every day.
Not Moist, obviously, you know, a team that has so much potential, and they weren't satisfied with how they performed at EWC. Temi actually changed the sensitivity heading into this tournament for the first time in a long time, knowing it. We're just so close. I want to find my way to do it, thinking maybe it's a little too twitchy. We'll slow it down. You see the pop-off afterwards. They're happy. That's a good start for a team that could be one of our favorites. But game 3, we just saw it. Jamerson, SSG went to town.
Yeah, and they absolutely laid waste here in the end game. It was absolutely absurd to see them basically, you know, just erupting a blossom of death all across Monument over here.
I like that.
With 17 kill points at the end. But really what transpired here was that it was a slow evolution, right? We saw those pulls up to the northeast. When we got a more centralized zone, we were talking about their path to victory coming out from the stack side, right? It was a much easier rotation. Like Snipedown had said, they'll have Falcons taking a lot of attention away on that initial priority when they rotate in. We saw that. Falcons went down, what, around 17th, 15th round in game number 3, and then from there, they opened things up for SSG to walk in behind them. Guild was down to 2 people. Falcons got knocked out. And then from there, you saw SSG slowly picking apart the rest of the lobby. And so this is why once we got to actually visualize the draft on the printout, we were like, wait, this could be a really good half on World's Edge for them.
It has been, and they've shown it. It's exactly what you were talking about, Snipe, beforehand. It's just they need that momentum to kick it off early. They've certainly done that. This is the SSG I think we all would have expected to show up at any moment in time, especially from the rest of the split 2, where they started so strong but kind of petered off. Graceful, this is kind of them getting back into form, I think.
Yeah, I think they've always been a team that people have been, you know, talking about being a top contender. Could, like, not only are they making finals, like, there's a high probability they could win the finals, right? And seeing them here now, you know, playing to their strength is that they are playing late. You know, they came in late into Monument and they're just mopping everyone. Once they get to have a 3v3, they're winning every fight.
Yeah.
But the real question is, can you keep that up because people are adapting, macros are changing. Like you said, Falcons now help them, but when they don't help them, like, are they able to fight as freely or not, right? But so far, good adaptive behavior.
So much of the confidence was seeing the draft and where they were in World's Edge. Well, let's take a look now as we switch maps to Storm Point and see where the draft is going to lead SSG and the rest of this lobby with Group A and Group B sitting. Hopefully it's pretty, but you never know. It's always a lot to battle for here, guys. And Fnatic jumping in first with the Pylon. Falcons coming in at Mill, where they like to land as well on the western side of that map. Snipe, after taking a look as well at Storm Point, anything changed for you? Still feeling good about SSG and continuing to stay in first here?
Yeah, I mean, I think SSG has a really good chance here to stay in first place. They're in a POI that has been consistent for them all throughout Pro League. Phony's been playing Launchpad since last year when I was teaming with him. And so I think that they're in a really good spot. I don't think Launchpad is as strong of a POI as some of these other spots. I am really confident with Moist picking up as many points as they did on World's Edge with so many teams around them. They actually got out, got a win, and got a big head start. So now that they are more of an Edge POI, getting Cenote Cave to themselves could put them in a good spot to take the first place. I think it's going to be a really close ending.
I think one of the biggest things we're looking at for drafting as well is that people are picking POIs that are not only central most of the time where they end up playing zone, but when you're picking, Launchpad here, it's also which zones are active currently. I think a pick into that POI is super solid with the current active zones. You're pretty much almost guaranteed to have prior regardless of where the zones are currently, because a lot of the zones have been pulling southeast, some have been pulling north, but they have prior to both of them. So like you just, you pick a POI not only depending on how you want to play, but also current active zones. I think they're in a good spot for either or. Less RNG, more consistency.
And for what maybe you may not know if you're just watching casually or joining us here, those active zones, every zone in Apex is available, but not all are kind of in the same run of being used at the same time. And so there's going to be certain more priority zones that'll occur in any given split or patch. The active zones currently right now obviously favoring South and North. Jamerson, after the draft, taking a look at Storm Point, any big changes or still sticking with your Falcons pick? You and me, we're stuck with the Falcons here.
I want to, but unfortunately their performance on World's Edge was very lackluster.
Yeah.
You're expecting them to walk away off of World's Edge with about 15 to 20 points, and they didn't really hit that here.
No, they didn't.
And so usually what happens when you see it on match day, they have one big game on Storm Point, two consistent games on Storm Point, and then enough points off of World's Edge to really give them the lead, and they don't have that right now. This is a point where they need two big pop-off games, otherwise I don't see them taking the day.
It's going to be a very, very important game 4, I think, just to set the tone on this new map. Find a way to build up momentum if you don't have it yet. And hopefully if you're SSG, if you're E-Xolos LAZER too, and I'm going to switch it more to E-Xolos, this is a big opportunity as well. You've put yourself in a great position. This is group stage, maybe one of the hardest groups, Snipe, that we've been talking about. So if you can perform here, feels like you have a good shot at being in that winner scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to come out in this lobby that I think is going to be the show match of the entire group stage, and you're going to be a team that, people have overlooked heavily. I think I saw a lot of people putting them really low at on their tier list.
Yeah.
And to come out and get a big performance, and if they were to continue that and push in, your day one and your round one performance is how you carry that into the rest of the tournament. And if you don't want to be clawing your way back. You want to have a little bit of a buffer so you kind of know, how many points do we need, how many points can we consistently get, and don't let that get to your head. You don't want to play the point system. You want to keep playing that same game, but it's always nice to not have that pressure to have to get the points and make a mistake.
It's always fun when you start off strong in a big moment like this. And, it's always fun if you're here in person with us as well. We actually have our man on the scene, We the People, who took a look at some of the experiential opportunities you could have if you join us here at Mannheim for our Split 2 playoffs. Peeps, what'd you find?
What up, everybody? I am here at the SAP Arena in front of the Nessie Hunt, all right? So there are 5 Nessies hidden throughout the first floor of the SAP Arena here in Mannheim, Germany. If you find all 5, you take a selfie with them. You could win a free Nessie plushie. You get a coin for the claw machine, which, by the way, takes a lot of skill to win. And you get some Apex coins after all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs here in Mannheim, Germany. But that's not all. We got a merch booth in the back with a bunch of Nessie hoodies, T-shirts, org merch. So you got to get fresh. You got to get dripped out in your Apex swag. But that's not all. So right here we have the Looking for a Squad wall, all right? So you get a sticker, you put it up on the wall. You want to put it up on the wall right now? Show us how to do it. And it's easy as that, all right? You put your name on it. Oh, we got an Apex pred here. We got an Apex pred. So listen, if you guys are Diamond, Masters, you know Apex is a team game. You need a squad. Come write your name on a sticker, put it on the wall, find some players to play with, and we'll see if you could hit Apex pred. I'll see you guys from Mannheim, Germany.
Welcome back, everybody watching from home, everybody here in the arena. We are here with more Apex Legends action as we transition onto Storm Point. We already have seen such close, knit, tight competition here in the overall standings, Gino.
Damn, it has been a hype start to this series, Vicky. I mean, it's just so crazy watching this new meta play out on LAN. I mean, you can watch some scrims to kind of get prepared for this stuff, but nothing ever plays out like it does at LAN when everybody, all of a sudden, there's tension, there's excitement, there's fear, all these emotions are coming out that the players have to deal with, and they have to get the best out of themselves because now is when it matters.
You're on stage, you're feeling the pressure. We have the crowd here in Germany. Are you guys ready? I like to see the stands being filled up here as our players are also getting warmed up on stage. I can't wait, especially after seeing the action, the entourage that Spacestation Gaming had basically put up on that last game.
I mean, look, talking about entourages, I'm seeing a lot of headbands up there. Is that some Na'Vi fans we've got? Chant goes out. All right. Yeah, look, great to see. You know, it's been such a long time since we've been to mainland Europe. Of course, we were in London and Birmingham last year, but it's so great to share some of that love around and have the fans from the different regions be able to come to the LAN themselves and support those teams.
And you mentioned some changes going into the meta that we've been able to be exposed to between EWC to now and being able to see how some of these teams have been able to play to their strengths. We're seeing the Fuse coming out on one map, obviously. Then we get to see how those changes really get to play into part for Storm Point. I mean, Gino, what do you expect to see here for the teams playing into those strengths as they do have to play a little differently going into the different map?
Yeah, we will see some teams change up their compositions. You know, teams who might have been picking up Fuse, perhaps we'll see them swap over to the Newcastle here, going onto World's Edge. I mean, in previous times, Bang was really seen as the legend that you'd play more on Storm Point, but I've actually even heard some whispers of teams who were switching off her going into Storm Point, which just shows you how different this meta is.
Get to take a look at LG. I don't like to base things too much off of scrims, but LG was definitely one of those teams that have been on my radar where you talk about the different legend compositions coming into play, a new season, a new look at Apex, and LG being one of those teams to usually come out on top when we reintroduce the crypto, the Newcastle like you mentioned, and then of course with the teams that do like to play a lot more aggressively into those strengths, we have been seeing the using for the Fuse like we just saw from Spacestation.
Yeah, I mean, Fuse at the moment is a bit of an outlier of the, you know, outside the meta because there's just so much counterplay, right? I think as someone on the desk mentioned before, it's like if you want to play the Fuse, you almost have to play the crypto to try and take down the Watson interceptor pylons, to take down the castle wall, or at least that first part of it where it's got the electricity and it's stopping any of the ordnance going through to it. So, I mean, yeah, sure, if you can get a knuckle cluster behind that wall, bam, it's going to hit all three of the members, but you do have to get it in there.
And now as we do transition onto Storm Point for our next 3 games, of course, the first 3 games on World's Edge, done and dusted. As you take a look at the series results after seeing our teams play on those first 3 games, Spacestation up ahead, but not by much though, Genome, by literally 1 point difference between themselves and South America showing up with E-Xolos.
It's been a very big start from them. I mean, their last LAN performance was phenomenal, and it is so good to see, you know, South America, even with they've got the 2 slots this year, it's so much harder for them, but they've got, you know, this whole region on their back right now, trying to say, please do well, show up for us, and my lord, if they're not doing that so far this series. That first win was phenomenal. What was it, like 16 kills?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was a massive game.
It was crazy. And it's even crazier to see how Alliance was still contending them to hold that overall first place standing without winning a game because they consistently were dropping banger kills for those first 2 games. I think it was like 10 apiece. but now falling down to that 4th place spot, again, not by much. It's a very high in competition here. If you take a look at these teams within this top 4, even not Moist with a clutch win after we saw that action in game number 2.
And now as we move over to Stormpoint, Vicky, you remember World's Edge done for now. And I think something to point out here is that 15 of the 20 teams here used their first pick in the draft to go for Stormpoint. So only 5 went for World's Edge first. So that means Alliance, who used their 3rd pick to take out Skyhook West, they've picked up quite a few points on World's Edge. Job done. But some other teams who did very well and then have second picked, have their first pick on Stormpoint, now can look to capitalize on that.
You talk about finding your strengths at least on one map and then being able to have a lot more flexibility as we take a look at this beautiful stage and the different legend selects coming in as we highlight. I don't know if I'm being teaser. Sometimes I see the ref potentially, but you know what? Then they end up picking something else. I'm not going to put too much highlight on that, but even seeing strides with Acoustic and Valkyrie, I mean, not too sure what's cooking there. Maybe a lot more passive where you want to sit down and stay settled. But if this is really what we're going to be seeing, I'm excited, and it looks like it is. All right, getting into game number 4. That, you know what you saw right there, the rev, it wasn't a joke. It may actually be coming through for FA Kids.
Well, with 5 points in the bank so far, I don't see why you wouldn't try and change things up at this point. And of course, as we change maps, it's a good time to go into it. Change it. Your legend picks up and say, hey, okay, we can give ourselves a new lease on life here. It's a bit of a mental reset going into that new map, and playing Rev can give you a lot of confidence going into fights with the Forged Shadows ultimate.
Talk about confidence and momentum. A team definitely rolling up from that is going to be Spacestation. Zainu and Quavo have been going absolutely crazy. Phony kind of giving them the lead and freedom that they need to really pop off. I mean, Zainu with 11 kills so far after those 3 games, 3.7k damage, and Quavo right behind him with 10 kills and 3.5k damage.
And yeah, Graceful was talking about where the ring is, likely to pull here on Stormpoint, and as you can see, it's not too far away from SSG. We get a pretty Cascade Falls looking end circle here, and they're going to be fine to rotate to that. And talking about the draft and who won out of that, absolutely, it was SSG, right? Because this is their first pick. They took Launchpad with number 5, and you've got to remember, with their second pick, they somehow managed to grab Stacks, Maud, and Dome. They were essentially looting 3 POIs in one, and that was one of the reasons why, A, they took so long to get to the ring across all of World's Edge, and B, how they came in there and just dominated everyone when they did finally start running across the other teams.
It worked perfectly into the way that they play and their composition here too, seeing how that's going to carry over onto Stormpoint now, and seeing how this may end up pulling not only to Cascade Falls, but maybe even slightly over to the north side. We're going to have to see, with GHS already being a command center, going to be able to get that information, as well as FA Kids. Over by Cascade here, they have that Evo Harvester, but taking a look at DreamFire, Genome, APAC really showing up for this event.
And for DreamFire here, they had made a big change. They'd had a core of 3 for a very, very long time. 3MZ, Pete, and also they had Royi. Now, when Royi stepped away, the star player, many would say, of that team, they replaced him with No Name. Unfortunately, No Name doesn't get to make it to this event, and so they go for the superstar Bolin, who has previously played for DreamFire at LAN. So at least they do have, that synergy and that practice they've had on the big stage before. And we've seen it from Bolin that he absolutely can turn up at these events, regardless of whether he's been playing with them during the regular season.
It always impresses me to see the adaptability, especially on a high-stakes situation like this when you're playing in LAN as E-Xolos. We're looking at Na'Vi on the other side, playing by the roof. They felt the pressure here, but they take the evac tower so that way they can reposition on the other side. They also had the Evo Shield difference here too. They had already gotten blue, and even after that scan, you saw the purple Evo Shield for one of the team members before they find some landing on the other side of that building. So Na'Vi's not going to be able to gatekeep them here.
Such a fantastic start here for E-Xolos. Castle wall goes up. When you start getting the pylon behind that, some fences to cut off the space.
Fantastic spot for the gen there. You can see it's covered from so many sides. No one's really going to come in there unless they, you know, what is it, STRIDERZ slamming a Valcult or something? Unlikely. I just love that setup. It looks extremely hard to penetrate.
Playing a lot more safe and playing by the edge, but somebody not playing safe. X and Y now. Losing out on Yuchen, looking to see if they could get the res with the crypto drone actually flying around them just to give information before seeing what's going to happen here on the other side of that vault door.
JR was one of the standout players for XNY through the APAC South Pro League. These guys, this is their first shot at LAN, and they are so excited to be here. He carried them somewhat during the Pro League. Can he do it on LAN?
Especially here right around the corner with the massive finding their shots. Gets the crack. He's trying to push in even through that cat spike, though. He loses out on two.
My.
He gets another knock onto LG. It's going to be a 1v1 and X and Y can't get the swap fast enough because look who's around the corner. It is Moist now.
LG go down in that exchange. Well, most of them do, of course. X and Y unfortunately paying the price there, which is a little bit sad because the massive shots coming through from JR were just right. But unfortunately, they get a little too greedy. Their eyes light up and they bite off more than they can chew, going down in 20th.
Expect this here too. When you're in Jurassic and you're getting information on where everybody is stationed up here with these crypto drones now, not Moist. Seeing where that next team is right nearby before they start rotating too. One of the changes that we get to see going into this season. Not going to be able to get the scan on the whole map on where everybody's positioned, just a certain distance away from where you are, and not Moist after they find their landing. We're seeing somebody right ahead of them.
And it feels like they are rolling on momentum, right? After that amazing start, I think it was game 2 where they really popped off there. They have just continued on strength after strength here.
He waited. He waited. Can't run from me, LG. Timmy was waiting. Bounce Fleet sending them back to the lobby for rejoining with the rest of Moist, who are just by that north choke.
An interesting, I think we could point out about Moist here is, what I did hear from some of the IGLs was that this crypto meta favors people who have recently become IGLs, people with less experience, because the drone gives you so much information. So someone like Waltzy, who's only just taken over these duties, potentially has an advantage over, you know, the more experienced IGLs like Sweet that they just took down. He doesn't have to infer anything. He can refer to Timmy and refer to the information that is coming through that drone to be able to help them make all these decisions.
Also being able to know where that last straggler was, right? Before they decided to really commit to a rotate and maybe even prevent other squads that take their time to get into that next circle to maybe also highlight that beacon. I'm thinking Spacestation, although they are in Pylon, so they have a ring console of their own there. Maybe even a survey beacon, as we've seen sometimes there too. But looking at where this circle is pulling, Falcons just chilling under the bridge, you know, taking their time.
I mean, this is a tough spot. You see a lot of teams try and play this, and obviously they've got the castle wall up here. Oh, it's tough though, and a Watson would probably help out a little bit more here. It can be hard to find a spot for a gen under that bridge. It just depends which angles they're taking against you. But you never feel like you're safe under that bridge, I'll say that.
Especially early on here too, but this fighting has not stopped from Moist, because on the other side, Spacestation, your winners from our previous game, now holding the high ground, looking at not Moist, but they do have to start moving eventually in the next minute and 20 seconds.
Going to pick up the survey beacon there. Only 3 enemies scanned, of course. With the changes to that coming into this season, it's been one of the precipitating factors for why crypto has been picked up so much for these teams. You can get that information. It's just they spawn at every single POI now. I guess that's maybe one of the differences that, you know, if you're wondering why there's so much crypto, so much recon compared to what there used to be, it was more so the edge teams that would be looking for that information before, but now you can guarantee it, and it just changes the way you're able to play around that information.
Also changes the way some of these teams try to prioritize their POIs, like you had mentioned earlier on. So huge here as now we look at Liquid Alienware. Taking a look at somebody who may be coming in from the edge of the circle, flying right above their heads though. Yanya already sends out the smoke. The EMP unleashes. It is Alliance trying to take this fight around the corner, trying to fight for the edge of this north side of the zone, knowing exactly where it's going to pull as Tyler sends out 2 Arc Stars.
Well, no Bloodhounds anymore, so they've got to try and rely on that EMP scan. That's also why we're not seeing a lot of Seer in the meta, because as soon as that EMP got popped, you saw Tyler knew where they were through the smoke and tried to get the Arc Star follow-up.
But how do you hold this right now when you are pinched? If you are Alliance, you have Liquid right in front of you. You have E-Xolos wrapping up on the other side. You are stuck in a sandwich. And FaZe is also gatekeeping Liquid. But Alliance, unlucky, lets it blast. They get 2 knocks from 2 separate squads. They are fighting, looking like chameleons, looking in every direction.
Kurev gets away on literally 1, and the difference between that and being able to get the kill, being able to get the pop-off here, means Alliance may not be able to get the reset. Let's see if Liquid pull up and recognize this as a spot that they can get some KP from.
Lions coming out of their EWC win with some adjustments here to the roster before going in, guns blazing into the tournament. Hogwarts has managed to survive and now is trying to rotate into the circle because, again, it was FaZe that was looking to gatekeep them here. If Alliance could pull this off, this could be absolutely huge, and they are going to be able to get the res right in front of Hogwarts' face.
Yeah, do they even know Hogwarts is behind them at the moment is my question, because yes, it looks like Liquid got crunched in between Alliance and FaZe, and FaZe now, are going to be the gatekeepers, but there's 4 people ahead of them. I'm very worried for Alliance if they start taking some shots in the back here from Liquid as they try and go up against FaZe.
Oh, and you take a look at it on paper in a 1v1 situation between Alliance and FaZe. Even though FaZe has the positional advantage, Alliance don't want to try to take this here. They feel the pressure, looking to see if they can wrap around instead. And they also are trying to call out Hogwarts, who is still hiding between the rocks. You know with those pings that they are out for blood for any KP that they can pick up.
Yeah, I mean, they're sacrificing a lot of health meds right now just to try and grab that kill. But you can see FaZe have the beam on them. They do finally pick up Jaguares, but now they have to come out of the zone while FaZe Clan are hard staring them. This is an ugly situation. If they try and wrap around to the other choke, by the way, Moist sitting right there.
And that's why they're forced to call in the evac tower instead. And as we've already seen, using up all their meds, it doesn't look like that DeathFox had any meds left for a Lucky here too.
Look at that, 17 cells, 1 bat. They may not even be able to recover this health after the fly in.
It's going to be desperate here. The EMP here on top of it to meet them on their landing. They won't really be able to reset with Tyler really being the only one. He's got the 4 syringes, 1 med kit, but he loses out on Hockey Son Unlucky.
Doomed. Straight up doomed. There was no way out of this for Alliance. You can see Moist trying to mop them up right now. I'd be very surprised if they don't push even further. There's not actually that many teams. FaZe Clan is sort of looking down. I think they've realized that Alliance are no longer in the zone. They've made that rotation around, so they've shifted their focus as well. Moist perhaps having to be a little bit careful of that.
FaZe also feeling that pressure, though, as Tyler comes up as a solo from Alliance, getting a little bit of revenge after feeling gate kept. And now he's going to be able to get ahead, but Moist are right behind his tail.
They're doing so well at picking up the third parties here in Game 4. Moist pushing themselves now into first spot, 42 points, Vicky.
They are looking amazing here. They were in 3rd before starting off on this game, but it was incredibly close. And now they are looking like they are on fire. Timmy getting information inside the drone. You can see the Bang ult being unleashed here too. Here comes the EMP. It's the Wombo combo instead to slow them down. But the EMP to meet them on the other side as a defensive EMP to force not Moist not to push. And after now, Guild gets taken down. Arctic could capitalize.
Walty's trying to put out as much damage as he can here, but the ring is closing. They're very close to the edge of it. Can they play within it and give themselves time to reset? Can Walty do enough damage to make that possible?
He's giving suppressed fire at the moment, just until they could try to reset, because they were getting griefed by Shadow, who were right behind him, but not trying to fully extend as Zero. Pops his shield back behind the knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out? Massive in hand, hanging out right behind the wall. He cannot. Guild takes out the last member of Falcons. Zero gets taken out, and they get sent back to the lobby.
So Falcons do make that switch over to the Newcastle Cat Bang composition. It's been a tough series for them so far. We keep saying it, they're the best players, but in this meta, are they the best team?
it's just not a meta that really plays into their individual strengths here, and they're absolutely feeling it, even on Storm Point, where we've highlighted so many times where they usually have those shiny moments. How as well, following up, Shadow get eliminated in your feed. It's the fact that Moist have now been able to not only recover after feeling the pressure over to the north side, they finally get taken out, but it's FaZe here who are trying to now recover, looking at not Moist here too.
How very much on the outside. It looks like DreamFire is heading in towards them. Okay, nice wall there from Watagashi, and DreamFire, they have to guess. Trying to use the drone here. They're actually going to push through. They're that confident they will take the blinding just to try and grab these kills, but How seems to have run circles around them.
I mean, let's be real. When Volan's out here and he gets that Kraber shot, he gets that knock, you know guns are going to be blazing for DreamFire. They wanted to get the loot off of the death boxes that they saw ahead of them, and now they're going to have to let them get away. Play around the back here because in the next 25 seconds, they are going to have to start inching closer to that circle.
FA Kids, I mean, they were in the center of this circle, as you can see, for quite a while, which is, you know, quite ironic seeing as they played the Revenant composition, the least zone-heavy comp you could possibly go for, and they've been forced to sit still for quite some time.
And a feeling when you're stuck in Cascade and not Moist, another head on the stake here for them. FaZe finally gets called out. They were trying to recover for so long and not Moist, looking at both sides. Now FA Kids, who are desperate for a fight after being so patient, are now looking to try to continuously put on this gatekeep, but then the turnaround immediately afterwards. I mean, these teams, they already know they're going to die if they try to fight inside the zone at this moment here. And Jay Savage is trying to keep the dream alive for FK Kids.
As his two teammates goes down, he tries to salvage something, but it's going to be Moist who make them pay. Unfortunately, they've lost Guild, and I don't think it's going to be a very hard recovery from Moist to this point. They also finish off House, so picking up further KP and placement points here. Waltzy is making the most of it, but that was a tough situation for Moist.
Oh, he could have gotten the jump off the zip line, but in the line of sight of another team or to his right, literally one shot, he can't get away, but Tafe picks that up with the 30-30. Nonetheless, amazing looks here for not Moist. Even Waltzy surviving extra long after he was able to get away off that evac before FA Kids had pushed on to them.
The game hasn't even finished and Moist picked up 17 points.
Actually crazy, but Spacestation, your winners of our last game, with Phony being the last one alive, cannot clutch. They get stuck on the other side of those vault doors as GHS, even with the blue evil shield for Forufa, gets to stay alive in this game for now.
They'll go down to Leica, though, the APAC North showdown for them. Now, they get control of Command Center up the top here. You can see NRG situated in the middle of the map. They are running Newcastle, of course, so places like that become all of a sudden a lot more playable. But as this overhead perfectly shows, with 4 squads left alive, all of them the full 3 players, they could potentially get crushed in from all sides. I mean, look, a castle wall will prevent one side, the mobile shield maybe another, but if you've got people on 3 sides of you, Vicky, how are NRG going to be able to withstand this?
It's going to be so much, and then when you include the EMPs ringing out here as well, Navi, you highlight the fans up in the crowd, giving them their energy here. Feeling the chance, but they have 2 blue evos on top of it, trying to play very safe behind the other side of this Newcastle wall. They're not only focusing on Fnatic, who are going to force their way from the edge of the circle, but it is NRG that has been in the middle of this zone, while Enter Force 36 on the other side of the edge.
Okay, Fnatic leapfrog forward here with Castle Wall. They've got a catwall here to try and isolate this fight, and as they've broken the segment of Na'Vi ahead of them, they are looking to not let them into this zone. It continues to close Na'Vi. They know they have to move within the next 10 seconds, but Fnatic are using all of their very much available ammo here to keep them at bay.
And their resources here too, even making sure that that wall on the other side blocks them out in case they do get a knock, and they do want to make sure that this entire east side of the zone is cleared out, because the one focus I need to look at is going to be Na'Vi.
Enter Force 36, though, they push up on NRG. The EMP goes off. The catwalk comes out to try and isolate the other 2 teams, but the Rolling Thunder will take 2 of them.
This is absolutely crazy here now. Synapse going to try to clutch it out with the Mozems and just a blue choke. NRG get eliminated after looking over to that left side. Now, meanwhile, the fight has not stopped uphill. It is Fnatic now slowly inching forward with a Newcastle deplorable barrier.
And E36, they're trying to come up around. There's a big wall in front of them, but they need to try and grab up on the high ground and take out Fnatic and Na'Vi while they can.
But Fnatic are way too split up. They gave up way too much split space because now Force36, who did try to look around, see a straggler. Fnatic may be in trouble and may be left out as a duo on the other side of Na'Vi.
Na'Vi just playing keep away at the moment. They try not to get involved in this fight as much as possible with all of this utility around them. The castle wall, the fences, they're trying not to get involved in this fight for as long as possible.
That was so difficult for LAZER. Even you wrapped around the other side of the tree, you were still in the line of sight of Na'Vi and Devo in hand, but with no ammo to work with from Notaphic.
I mean, that's the Devo pretty much spent. He's got one clip left on the Mozambique. You can take out 2 members with that, but it's the pull-up by Chinap on the backside.
Your Newcastle cannot be the first to go down in a situation like this. It is up to henchmen from Na'Vi to play around the knock. Fnatic get eliminated. Enter Force. 36 of the full trio. Clean up Na'Vi and take game number 4.
A look of pure bliss on the face of Enterforce 36 there. It was a very risky, a ballsy send onto NRG in the center of that zone, but they did it early enough and with enough confidence that they did have time to pull up on both Fnatic and Na'Vi after that. I mean, you saw why Na'Vi were trying so desperately not to get involved in a fight. Out of the 3 weapons I think we saw, none of them had a reserve magazine.
Literally on the sticks. That's why we even saw them with the blue Evil shields at the very end right there too. And even looking at Fnatic, the reason why we saw that wall being put up originally, knowing that there was an inevitable fight happening over to their left side, they knew that they had to time, if they did wanted to approach Na'Vi, they had to time that fight very appropriately depending on how the fight to their left was going to go down. With Enter Force coming out, taking out NRG before then wrapping around slowly, finding an opportunity, saw that they were able to get a knock onto one of the members of Na'Vi before looking at Fnatic. It was just clean up shop at that point for them.
And I think the other thing to note there about Na'Vi's play was the earlier you get into a position in this meta, the better you the better off you are going to be because you can have time to reset those ultimates. And that means even though Fnatic were bursting down all of those shields, all of those walls that were getting put up, when the zone close came in, Na'Vi had the utility to put another wall up, another gen up, and keep the defense going.
Love the sportsmanship from Noct on the other side too. Little shoulder tap to let them know, all right, we see you. Enter Force come out with the dub, 7K peak here. And something that you highlighted and what we all saw Genome in the game, not Moist, with 14 kills, not getting the placement points that they wanted. But when you were already in that top 3, you were gunning for that first place spot, you saw Waltzy and company just absolutely guns blazing.
Dude, I cannot remember the last time I saw a team who placed 7th pick up 17 points in a game. That is a truly phenomenal performance from Moist.
This is definitely one of those teams where we get to see the series results now, sitting in first place, starting to bridge up that gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. 52 points, with Spacestation being right behind them with 42 points. But you mentioned the teams that really excel in a composition like this, and Not Moist has absolutely been performing.
On the other side, you've got Team Falcons down there on 11 points. Now, they got the 2nd pick on Storm Point, and it has not been working out. Let's see if Mill maybe will do better in the game 5 and 6.
We're going to have to see here. On the other side of this break, we got game number 5 coming to you soon.
나 빼시 없다.
나 ulti 먹을게.
나 먹었어. 2대 3이야 이 새끼들.
왼쪽으로 와봐.
왼쪽.
야, 앞에. 죽였어, 피. 자, 내려와.
치료.
박았다.
확인.
오른쪽에 죽였어.
가자.
야, 내 앞에.
왼쪽이 먹어.
야, 죽였어, TP. 하나 더 간다.
라스. 씨발 새끼야.
나이스.
Not Moist top the overall standings of the day thus far, going absolutely crazy with 52 total points. Waltzy himself with 5.6 thousand damage dealt over the course of these last 4 games alone.
That is a lot of damage. That's almost an average of 1,500 a game versus the world's best players. It's still nuts to me how this guy continues to lead from the front, not only picking up the IGL duties, but like consistently top fragging, top damage, and it's not like he's just poking, Vicky. This guy is getting the kills. This guy is making the important plays. He's just such a clutch player.
His reward and his risk and reward decision making is incredible. Definitely shining through, especially when he's IGLing and actually able to keep up while also being a top level fragger is impeccable. But now that they lead the board and there's a bit of a gap between themselves and Spacestation, we're gonna have to see how game number 5 on Stormpoint treats them. As we already know, they do land in Note. They were able to make that trek over to the north side of Stormpoint, but cleaning up so many KP while they were at it.
Yeah, it was a long journey, but they really made the most of it, didn't they? And yeah, look, Cenote Caves, I think as far as it goes in the POI draft, I mean, Moist picked it up in 10th spot. So this was their first pick this game. But it's interesting, it definitely feels like a POI to me that has picked up steam over time. And I think it was helped out a little bit by the POI draft system. It meant that, you know, you could get the armor cave to yourself. No one's landing at Bean anymore. So there was a little bit more, you know, presence in that area of the map. People taking away some of the important pieces of loot, sometimes stealing the trident from you down at Cenote Caves as well. So the POI draft has really elevated it as one of the better POIs on Stormpoint, and you can see how much it's enabling Not Moist here.
And with their composition, right, with the Bangalore, Crypto, and Fuse looking to try to take those fights is something that you could expect from this team. They're definitely going to duke it out on their way to the zone when they're in no rush here. Excited to see how this is going to play out. As we had highlighted, Falcons not really performing on a map that we were expecting to favor them.
Well, it's also fascinating when you think about the fact that Falcons were playing that similar kind of composition with Fuse over on World's Edge, and they weren't able to get it work. But Not Moist can? What does that say, Vicky?
It says here that these teams definitely are able to play into their strengths in a different look of Apex Legends. New season, new changes, new metas to expect from our teams. Between scrims and previous tournaments, being able to see how they've been able to really lean into this has been interesting. I mean, we've had a different winner within the last 4 games here, and like you said, with Not Moist having their priority pick being on Stormpoint, yet still finding a dub, game number 2 on World's Edge, should highlight the ceiling that we've been seeing, not only from them here too, but even teams like Spacestation, who very similarly with the same composition likes to take those fights.
Yeah, they do very much leaning into the Edge playstyle at the moment. They've got the Crypto on that team. 14 teams in this lobby picking up Crypto right now. Thinking back to the heaviest Crypto meta I've ever seen in the Pro League of APAC North back in 2022, Vicky, I think we got up to... I do need to go to the VODs and check this, but I reckon it was about 17 Crypto teams. Might have been the highest we ever saw. I'll be fascinated to see if maybe as we shuffle and play through these groups, AVC, BVD, if we go there, you know, do we get more than 14 at some point? Does the Crypto get push even higher in those pick rates? Or is this the most EMP heavy lobby that we'll see this weekend?
Definitely. Different look of the observers, you know, flying around, getting the UAV look that they need, all the information as we get started for game number 5. Everyone seeing where this circle is going to bring us. And also nice to highlight the 3 teams that don't have a Bangalore. FA Kids, Strides out here too, as well as looking on the other side with E-Xolos, but E-Xolos being the only one to really stand out amongst the pack with no bang and still being in 4th overall.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, Bang was at 100% for a very long time, so even going down to 85% honestly feels like a big change.
And as E36 are going to be able to loot over by Down Beast. We saw them with a Quake rotate before here, and seeing where this circle is pulling completely on the opposite side of them here. Actually benefiting the likes of Spacestation, NRG, over by maybe that south side of one of the pillars of Launchpad.
I mean, fascinated to see how SSG play this. We've just talked about how well they were playing Edge. They've got no Watson, no Newcastle, no Catalyst, none of the characters that are good at setting up and sitting still. They want to be running around, doing damage, grabbing kills, and then leveraging that armor advantage. Fascinated to see how they play out Game 5.
And they have a ring console there too, so they probably already have that information. The Evil Harvester on top of it all, with teams like NRG eyeing to see if they could get any poke.
Their ring scan is through Fuse though, right? And this is the problem sometimes when you play a Fuse ring console composition, where you, depending on where the Evo Harvester spawns, it can take a little while to get that ring scan and get that knowledge. So what if teams start pulling up and taking away Launchpad's position before they get the chance? Sometimes you see them flying in and you just have to make a gamble and go, okay, I think it might be Launchpad. We're gonna have to stay here and pick a position.
That's an amazing point, and that would have to rely on not just one Evil Harvester, but maybe an Assault Bin, which they actually do have over by Launchpad here too. So any little crumbs that they can have to be able to get that ring scan before now seeing Fnatic on the other side, climbing up around the bridge. They had called up a catwall already, and when you highlight some strong rotates here with Fnatic having full blue Evos here, Yuka's going to be able to run right in front of them here. Leica does have the purple it shows right in front of them, despite what it shows on the bottom left here, but they know that there's so many different teams around them. You see the 2 crypto drones flying around the vicinity, and now may have to just station up here.
As far as the Newcastle upgrades go, mostly we're seeing the shield upgrades try and make him even tankier with his abilities. So it's thick shield to improve that mobile shield on level 2. And then you also want to add the HP to the castle wall when you get up to purple armor as well. It's all about bunkering down and sitting tight in this meta.
Playing way stronger into where you know where that final circle is going to be pulling. Meanwhile, LG, Sides following up from Sweet here too. They get 2 knocks, but from 2 different teams. Spacestation looking to see if they can get some safety inside this building. They will be able to successfully rest. I'm not expecting teams to just drop down from the high ground here to try to greet them. So Spacestation do have to use up on some meds here just to get that reset on that low ground.
Yeah, nice little spot here to make that happen. It looked like maybe they were trying to go for the high building, but yeah, as you can see, X and Y already set up there. I mean, they've rotated over from coastal camp, so well, grats to them to for getting an amazing position early on. And we saw up in the minimap, SSG did get the ring information eventually, but apparently it was just that little bit too late. And that's the difference between going, say, Watson and Fuse sometimes.
Seeing if you could get ahead of the rotate with so many other teams that are quick with it here too. Look at approaching from Echo HQ, also going to be able to get a scan of their own, but look how congested this spot is already. Falcons have now slowly started approaching from the south side, right next to Space Station, probably holding Pride Rock that overlooks the bridge where we saw DreamFire and Fnatic on originally here too. Now looking at Na'Vi though, after a top 2 finish in that previous game, playing much more by the edge and actually utilizing the Prowlers for maybe extra charge.
Damn, like an onion, they got layers here. Na'Vi set up the fences, then they got the castle wall behind it. I mean, you know, you breach one position and they've still got something to play behind here. This is a very nice spot for Na'Vi, and you know, come that next ring, there will be no one on their back. The way this ring pulls, they'll be completely cut off, and then they will be, if it continues to pull south, which I would expect it to, towards that position that SSG were holding, I think Na'Vi will easily just be able to roll down the hill, and we might see another good late game from Na'Vi.
And talking about their position specifically, and let's say that the circle does end up keep pulling towards Launchpad site, they're in a good spot where it's like a 50-50 decision making if they want to commit to either going to the south if it does continuously pull north of Devastated Coast, or if they can wrap around by the edge and play on the north side by Launchpad, even taking a bit of circle damage where FaZe and Shadow are currently located at.
Yeah, they're center zone at the moment, but center zone for how long is the question, Vicky. Outside the zone, however, we've got Liquid versus Not Moist.
You get a spike here too, while Liquid try to reposition, utilizing the evac tower. Oh, where'd he go? Right in front of him. The alley-oop right now. Nizul seeing the knuckle clusters and getting hit with an EMP. Yanya manages to get right in front of his line of sight, feeling so much pressure because Gil now on the other side is able to clean up the last bits of Liquid.
Hammer point headshot for the finish there for Guild. You know what's crazy is the hammer points, like, Mozams are so good right now, you don't even need the hammer points. They make the damage go up, I think it's 45 to 54. Like, genuinely, regardless of what else, you should be picking up a Mozam if you see it on the ground.
But even when I hear those hammies, though, I am absolutely running. My tears in my eyes.
I take it back. It's the fear response. Yeah, you need the hammer points just to instill fear in your enemies.
It's about sending a message at the end of the day, and that's definitely one that Not Moist has been doing throughout the course of the series here. Seeing now where the circle, though, is going to be pulling more so by that bridge side that we had seen Fnatic on at the very beginning, with Spacestation playing on that south side when they were forced on the low ground of those buildings.
Yeah, as expected, continues to go into that southeast corner, but as you mentioning the bridge there, and I feel like we've casted quite a few games where it does end up on that bridge, but I don't know, this one, so close to the edge, I wouldn't also be surprised to see it actually finish somewhere around where X and Y are in this vicinity, further into Devastated Coast.
We've seen a variation of that here too, as X and Y are going to get the information. They already know that Spacestation is right behind them, but seeing who's on the other side in case they do want to reposition once they do get the information. Look how many crypto drones in the mini-map of their screens are flying around simultaneously.
Someone get the fly swatter out. Mosquitoes everywhere here in Mannheim.
Everyone patiently waiting within their respective buildings too. Nobody's going to overcommit here. Why would you? You know, when you already have information on where everybody's positioned, you're just trying to plan out your next pathing, which is also why we see the crypto so strong. What's also more interesting to note, Not Moist, after winning that fight, have now been able to continuously stay on that south side of the zone, specifically where we saw by Echo HQ to get even more information, maybe see where that next ring pool is going to be, or even clean up more KP, because that is what their goal has been thus far throughout this course of these lobbies.
Yeah, it's a big split hold right now. They are very far apart from each other, Moist, but there's no one really coming that way, so unless, say, Falcons or FA Kids decide to swing one way or the other, I think Moist will just have to start making their way in and start worrying about teams further in towards Devastated Coast. Meanwhile, Alliance trying to lock it down over here in North Pad. Is this part of the plan? Are they hoping for a pullback, or is this just, you know, probably the spot they could get, considering they've had to come all the way over from North Pad? I mean, you know, don't let the POI draft deceive you. They do pick Trident, but that's just because you get a better distribution of loot for your team if you're trying to pick up both the North Pad and the Trident POIs. And I'm using POIs in quotes there because, you know, Trident is barely one.
I was going to say, don't they chow anybody who tries to take North Pad there too? So it's also a statement out here of respect for Alliance after making their own trek right through Launchpad now as we tune into Not Moist and their journey still over by that south side. It is Falcons who are meeting them up, though, on the other side once they show their face, and they actually see him. You can see Waltzy making note of that, sliding down the hill, being able to pick up the Evil Harvester, because any little bit counts here for all of them.
Rocking some of the sickest jerseys I have ever seen in the ALGS land. By the, do you know that Timmy actually designed them himself?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not. He's an artist.
Yeah. Damn. What a champ.
Very fresh here. Way that he's also trying to scout ahead, trying to put in the pressure onto Falcons who are playing on that hilltop. But if Falcons try to overextend, noting where everybody is behind him, I'm wondering, how are they going to split that attention? Do they want to prioritize this fight, or can maybe a team even evac on top of them? Because FA Kids is still in Pylon and not looking good in the overall standings. They are playing in 16th at the moment with a Rev in their comp, so not too much to lose here if they want to do a Hail Mary evac.
Oh, how tries to shoot down the drone here as the EMP comes in, but it doesn't look like Moist is necessarily going to move in off the back of that. Falcons, they're on a bit of a timer though, because eventually I think teams might start evacing, as you said, pulling up behind them, and if that happens, all of a sudden, Moist can come in and create havoc and put them in a really bad spot. But if Falcons start getting aggressive, they might be able to remove this problem before it becomes an even bigger one.
And forget the evac. If the teams around them with the crypto drones already know that they're trying to engage on a fight like this, they can also get griefed by a probable EMP from a third party here. So not Moist taking their time, slowly forcing their way forward, but also making a lot of attention known for Falcons who are inching to also try to gatekeep them. The fight has gone longer, though. Over on the other side, Spacestation are looking to get involved. This is what we were worried about, and Falcons may find themselves pinched. This is what they wanted to avoid now. Sliding down after Hal loses out on his shield to the safety of Gen and Zero. This is just free real estate for Not Moist to walk up.
And there you go. It's that as simple as that. SSG pulling up onto the bins just behind them, and Falcons miss their timing.
The fact that that took so long and now Not Moist just takes Falcons' spot for free here. Falcons have now slid down and essentially have swapped with the situation that Not Moist was in originally. Instead, they're trying to take this fight versus Spacestation. See an opportunity considering that Spacestation are still full blue Evos.
And I think part of that is because Falcons don't have the crypto. It's such an important part of both defending and attacking, and it means it's very hard for Falcons to actually move in on Moist in that situation.
No. And you can see Walkie on the other side pinching Falcons. They're feeling the pressure, and the zone is going to start closing. Only one member left here onto Falcons unless that res could come through, but the rest of these teams have their priorities straight, playing by the edge and playing gatekeepers.
Newcastle and Catalyst, they can keep the other team away from you, but they just don't allow Falcons to get in on that timing. So now they get completely removed, and I dare say there's going to be some talk about their compositions with them and their coach yet again after this series.
And the cheers going through the crowd here too as Falcons get eliminated in the lobby. 18 squads left, and round 3 is starting to close now. Alliance making their next move, but Not Moist just continuing on their domination of cleaning up even more KP.
Alliance playing under the sewers here. Quite a few teams around them still up in Launchpad. The zone has actually pulled back a little bit. Not to the bridge where we were expecting there, Vicky, not even down to X and Y, but actually over to Na'Vi, over on the gravity cannon on top of the hill. Na'Vi's position even better than we were expecting.
And LG utilizing the fact that they land over by Echo HQ to reposition themselves in the middle of this circle. Absolutely huge here too, as STRIDERZ just waiting patiently. Again, we talked about the Cossack, the Valkyrie here, but this is a composition that you're absolutely going to be playing not only very slow, but very safe with until they're going to be starting to move soon.
I mean, can they rip a Valkyrie in this situation? I mean, it's a little bit easier than ripping an evac tower. That's one of the benefits of playing Valk, but unless they can get it out here and move up towards Na'Vi, because you know, an interesting, an unexpected zone pull is where Valk can come in very handy and slam a spot, but you need to be in a position to get that off.
And they don't really have a Newcastle to work off open ground, right? It's like they want to be able to rely on a building with the Cossack composition. Definitely a very difficult look to see what their next move is going to be, with X and Y hanging out right above them. Meanwhile, Alliance just looking patiently here.
So 5 teams sitting around in Launchpad right now. They will all have to make a mad dash across the fingers of Launchpad. DreamFire and Hal are going down. We're going to go to an Alliance listen-in and see how they deal with all of these teams in the next 30 seconds as they try and make the crossing.
Finger and everyone else is walking up as well. They have a lot of things to work on. Okay, I'm going to play from here. Look, you see where I am, yeah? I'm going to play with them. Yeah, cannot. They're like hard looking now. Yeah, you don't have to burn the smoke now. I think you do it now. There's nobody on the rock. Yeah, you're burning now. Just do deep. Fuck it. Fine. No, it's fine. I'm good. No. Look out back. You're fucking chilling here. Just look back. I'm going to follow. Yeah, right behind us. Where? Blue, cracked. Yeah, down. I'm getting fucked. Yeah, I need to gen. I'm bang it behind. We're fine. Yeah, I'm good. Smoking 7, just chill. I'm gonna smoke up. We'll play the tree. Yep. You understand? Yeah. Still a team behind us. Yes. Heal this. Yep. Heal for it. You just hit 1 sec. Yep. I smoked. We're fine. Yep. Walk over here. I'm going tree and Jenny. The front team. I'm going tree and Jenny right now. Okay. They got bang it. Good on me, good on me, good on me.
Can we walk up? Hard walk up?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm EMPing them, they're in the corner. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm good. Go right side, just take space right side. Just take space right side. They're stuck in the corner. They're fighting right.
Yeah.
Come to me.
Look left, sir. They might climb on us. On left.
Shots at me.
Wait, yeah.
Get a peek from left,
Flash.
push. Just peek.
Hold it.
Left. Chill. Hold. You have to chill. They're close. You have to hold. I can't peek over.
Zipline Zen almost gets Alliance through that, but unfortunately other teams collapse on them afterwards, and now I believe it was just Hackers left alive to carry the banner for Alliance.
Living on a prayer or living off a zip line there, but left them only one as a straggler. While NRG were also lighting up that feed earlier, playing extremely patient. And also, I'd highlighted LG before. NRG, this is exactly where they land. This is what they've been holding on to as enter 436. Feel that pressure now playing outside of NRG's building.
NRG, they're trying to get a little bit aggressive here. You can see slightly low on ammo, but you only need a few shots in the Mastiff to do some serious damage. The gun has received, I'd say, a change. It wasn't really billed as a buff in terms of changing the spread pattern of the Mastiff, but it has definitely turned out to be a buff.
You know, with the changes into this meta here, too, that's also why you're seeing so much Newcastle, right? Shotguns are so strong on their own accord here, too. You're going to be able to play a lot more close quarters, and NRG going to be able to completely stave off the pressure from their backs here. 8 squads left now, but they do have to start moving soon.
And shotguns were always billed as an M&K weapon, right? Something that was better for the people on mouse and keyboard. And hey, NRG certainly using that to their advantage, being the M&K demons themselves.
Feeling the EMP, though, as Not Moist, who have been out for blood. Full red Evos, by the way. The health difference between themselves and NRG, who have patiently been inside this building from the very beginning of the game, are now forced to exit from the other side, even utilizing that cat wall earlier, but losing out on Noct and Fun before Reptar meets them back to the lobby. NRG gets successfully gatekept, and now Not Moist wrapping up on the other side.
Venus. Stellar rotation here from Not Moist, and was that a knock onto LG at the same time?
Oh, E-Xolos are farming, and they have the red R9 on top of it here. The Mozem with the gold bolt. Absolutely insane here, as they're going to be able to get that free res, not only behind the Newcastle knockdown there, but also the deployable barrier.
Yeah, it can feel a little underwhelming at mid-range with that damage drop-off, but once you get up close and personal, the R9 will chew through you. Na'Vi.
Love those loop in resets, don't you here, Gino?
Oh yeah, gold for everyone. It's like a gold rush here. Na'Vi, though, on the top, they've got so much space to play with. Look at this, they push up even further. LG inside the building. E-Xolos and Not Moist just have a skerrick of the map to themselves. And Na'Vi have turned that, that north side of the map completely into their own domain.
And they wanted a time of fight versus Not Moist. That's why you saw them wrap around originally, but they are controlling so much space in this position. Kinda gets a knock onto E-Xolos. Only one left with Matafi taking a different angle.
Runs out of ammo again. Na'Vi playing these positions where it's really, it kind of feels like they're fully relying on the defensive abilities. But all right, let's see if he can crack through that shield. It's going to be tough with the Mastiff at that range. Hoping for one of the other teams to help them out a little bit. But hey, overall, Na'Vi have had a fantastic series so far, currently sitting in 4th place.
The fact that they have gone all the way from the north side of Storm Point and then held that spot over to the side of Launchpad for this exact moment, working up the stakes in terms of ammo and loot here too. E-Xolos get eliminated. Another top 3 situation for Na'Vi with LG inside the building and Not Moist on the other side.
Yeah, another top 3 for Moist as well. And this time, they've got the placement points to back up some of those KP. Waltzy has picked up 5 kills this game, by the way, just in case you were wondering if he was still keeping that leading from the front storyline going. Well, it's 8 kills for the team and 5 for the big man himself.
That's 18 total kills that he's already accumulated, and you can add 2 more. The whole LG squad getting taken down with some help from Timmy. Matafi on the other side, though, does find Waltzy. Na'Vi now move in to try to claim this dub, and they have the number advantage. They get the 1 punch, they get it 2 punch, and Na'Vi win game number 5.
But Tafe is tired of the disrespect. He's dishing it out this time. The melee to finish. They don't need ammo, Vicky.
Full confidence in what they had to do to clear that entire east side of the zone. The side that they were holding and preventing so many other teams that were desperate from Launchpad to try to rotate outside the zone. It wasn't gonna work when you were met with Na'Vi.
Is this it? Is this finally the land that Na'Vi beat the allegations with one of the biggest crowd contingents I think we have seen for them at any live LAN? They have so much support and energy in this arena to help them on that journey.
The smiles. They hear it, they feel it. Making the crowd proud here. And what a banger Game 5 that was too, Genome. Been looking again, we keep highlighting them, but it's very difficult not to when you look at the progress that NOTMoist has made in this lobby, a lobby that I was eyeing to be so scary and stacked.
And I mean, overkill matters here. It's something that hasn't actually mattered so much in previous group stages at the ALGS, Vicky, but now that we're moving into a POI draft system, I just want to quickly remind everybody that where you end up in that top 20 as we move on to the elimination bracket and the winners bracket will actually determine your seed going into the POI draft. So if NOTMoist or Na'Vi here pull out banger games and a banger series, that has a big impact on them going forward.
That is such a good point there, too, because then you highlight momentum being incredibly important, and this isn't the only series that NOTMoist is playing in, by the way. They do play in our third series of the day, so even with a little break in between, feeling yourself and knowing what you're capable of doing, and then absolutely popping off in a lobby like this, I mean, look at this. 72 total points to lead first place with E-Xolos, and after that dub and the performance, Na'Vi finding themselves in third place with 52 points.
Yeah, we know it's somewhere usually around 100 points that I think you try and check out when you're grabbing, you're trying to grab that top 20 berth in the winners stage here, in the group stage here, and NOTMoist are almost on their way to that after 5 games. Killer performance from them, and also from Na'Vi backing it up with an insane zone read there and just really playing this meta well. I mean, the usage of the defensive abilities of Watson and Newcastle seems to be second to none in this lobby.
And their positioning too, with planning out their rotations, right? And knowing what they're giving up in a case where they're forced to hang out by the edge, not really have access to either a ring beacon until they already made that initial rotation, and even with lackluster loot to work with here. We still have one game left to go though, Genome. I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out, especially for the likes of Na'Vi. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got some more ALGS action.
FURIA's gonna back out. They don't take the fight. They actually leave. 2R1C also leaves.
Just Jen. Should behind you, Connor. I'm punching him, bro. I'm punching him.
Punch! Nice! Good shit! Good shit!
Right here in Mannheim, Germany.
Feeling the pressure, the pop-off comes in for Na'Vi, and we are down to one more game for groups A and B. What a way to start this ALGS playoffs.
It's been a fun series so far. That was a very fun moment there from Matafe. Finished. I'm punching him, bro. Comes out swinging. Oh, Na'Vi. They're putting a smile on my face and definitely on all of their supporters around the world at the moment. Still got a bit of work to do if they want to overtake Moist and Spacestation had a gaming, Luminosity gaming ahead of them at the moment. But yeah, honestly, still one of the best starts to a LAN they've ever had.
You know, we've been giving so much of a highlight to Not Moist for all the right reasons, right? I mean, Waltzy now has 20 total kills in the last 5 games, 7.5k damage, but you know, Guild is like right behind him with 7.4k damage. Despite them absolutely frying these lobbies, I also want to highlight South American team E-Xolos, who have been putting on an amazing performance, sitting in 2nd place with 53 total points. A team that has absolutely have proven themselves to definitely maintain their spot out here in lobbies like this, because this is no easy lobby. I mean, then right behind them, you have Na'Vi, who just won that game, climbing up the overall standings, and an Alliance sitting in 4th place with 46 points.
Awesome to see Alliance, with that.
Yeah, look, Lucky.
I don't think he's the only one. I'm not going to lie. And Unlucky, of course, joined by Tyler, his ex-teammate, and now teammate again, when they were playing on Vexed together in the past. I mean, imagine that. Imagine losing a player as good as Effect. Of course, not permanently, just for the tournament, and then trying to fill those shoes. At his best, Effect can be the best player on that stage. We have seen that happen in live Apex experiences before. He's that good. So for the Alliance to come in here and still be putting up big numbers is very impressive. Hopefully they run with that and get even better towards the end of the tournament.
It helps, when you have that top 3 IGL to really guide the squad, right? Hockey's an absolute monster on his own. As we see the flyby locked in and ready to go. It's going to be a great tournament to see how internationally, how all these teams have been able to figure out how these compositions work into their favor. And with 5 games already down within this first series, Genome, now we already have kind of seen the changes when we do enter from World's Edge into Storm Point.
Some teams are willing to change it up. Free agent kids being one of them, but fortunately for them, the Rev hasn't paid the dividends just yet. I mean, we saw them jumping into a battle with Moist, and even with that advantage, even with the circle advantage, even with ultimates up, they still couldn't make it work. So, look, as a late entrant into the LAN, honestly, they're happy to be here, but they need a top 10 placement here if they want to be on the path to making it through to that winner's bracket.
Look, last thing I want to do is, if I'm Rev jumping, is jump into Waltzy's open arms. That is an absolutely terrifying sight to see, especially in your lobbies out here, but...
That's a bear hug you don't want.
That is scary. As we take a look at Na'Vi, and this is what I meant, landing all the way up here in Zoo Station and the quick rotate that they made in that previous game, wrapping all the way down through that Eastern choke from Launchpad. Impressive, but that's also why they had to quickly rotate it beyond E-Xolos, who went through a different location. I believe they had rotated earlier from Stormcatcher, allowing themselves to completely clear that right side of the map.
All right, looks like we might have a little bit of a pause here. And yeah, as you mentioned, Na'Vi being able to rotate all the way around the east side last time, considering they start all the way up here in Zoo Station, that's a nuts call to get Godspot from, essentially the other side of the map.
And we still wait patiently here to see what's going on. We get to take a look at the crowd waiting for us. Winner Express!
Yeah,
yes!
I agree.
Yes, that is one of my favorite game modes, especially when you get to take advantage of like the caustic and you actually end up crushing somebody from the train. Anyways.
That's what I want for Christmas.
Let's get Moist. I mean, not Moist, definitely making it feel a little humid here in this lobby. Absolutely with their performance. Love seeing all the love from Mannheim, Germany. It's been a fantastic time here in the SAP Arena, but even better to see how our players have been able to kind of situate themselves. When you're playing on a stage like this, you could feel the pressure. You don't hear the crowd necessarily, but you could feel the bass, whether it be from the game itself or the crowd cheering, and that could put a lot of pressure onto individual players that may not have that LAN experience.
DreamFire, they missed out on one of the only lands I think they have at the start of this year in LA, but they're back qualifying just barely through that 7th spot in APAC South. And as always, lots of their fans in the crowd cheering them on.
And then Navi, of course, right here with a whole entourage, making sure that everybody is feeling not only that support, but also confident enough to keep up that performance. We do take a little wait here. I'm wondering if we're going to stay with a circle like this, because we've gotten the sneak peek, everyone, but I want to make sure you guys get to see what we're seeing here, because if it's going to be a similar circle to what we had seen from game number 4, Genome, we saw what FA Kids had done at the very beginning after making that composition swap that we highlighted earlier with the Revenant.
Does it go a bit more mid-map? Perhaps it could go a little bit north, honestly. I mean, you know, Na'Vi made that massive rotation last time. It could be even a shorter walk for them. They can rest their boots a little bit and maybe have a little bit more time to grab some ammo this time so that they don't have to punch their way to a victory.
Something that they're willing to take the risk for. See Fnatic, see some chance here with the signs. Goes Fnatic, we got Go FaZe. You are here again. It's great to see how everybody has been able to make their way out to Mannheim, show their love to their respective players.
MT, he's made it back to APAC South and he's back on the LAN stage here.
To MT's family, I love that. Being able to sit in the crowd. Nice and patient though, because this is the last game of groups A and B with Papa Jen, of course, Mama Jen right there here. Team Falcons, they gotta wake up though, sitting in 17th overall. They have to absolutely go guns blazing for a game like this, at least for KP, you know? Obviously, not finals. You don't have to worry about match point getting that dub, but you do want to be able to make a statement when it comes to being an aggressive team and playing into your strengths, something that we know the individual players that make up Falcons can do.
Yeah, I mean, they are landing at mill at the moment. It's been some ugly circles for them as far as that goes. This one, don't know if it's actually going to be that much better. The Trident rotates from mill. If you have to go towards the sort of the north or the northeast of the map, all of a sudden you're trying to work your way through Cascade Falls, and there's often traps lying around there. Teams will sometimes just say, hey, we're going to change it up this time. Usually we rotate for a spot, but I don't know, I kind of feel like killing a car this time. And they'll sit around a corner, around one of those palm trees, sitting in the middle of Cascade Falls, and they'll just start shooting you. All of a sudden you got to pop out, grab a bat, you know, smokes are going down, and then another team comes in from the other direction and just takes you out. You've seen it happen to Falcons quite a few times, and it just depends on if you want to really play for that early spot or try and play edge a little bit more. And, you know, considering they've gone for Cat Newcastle this time, you would expect them to try and pick up those early god spots.
As we take a look at the draft again, you highlight Falcons over by Mill and where our teams wanted to prioritize going on to Stormpoint. Jen locked in, ready to go, and Gino, you were highlighting this quite a bit. You know, we were able to see the strengths and rotations from the squads that we saw take the last 2 games.
Yeah, so zone pulling somewhere north-ish. We haven't got the second zone info just yet, but a team like STRIDERZ, who is sitting very much on the bottom of our standings right now, might be given a Hail Mary here if it does pull up further towards, say, wall, and they can sit in there with the Caustic. I mean, Caustic, not too bad if you're thinking about the crypto meta, right? Because unlike Watson, all of her utility immediately implodes with an EMP. With Caustic, however, if you've got those barrels set up, they'll just be set off. So they're still providing you with some amount of cover, some amount of defensive pressure when you are getting assailed by drones from every direction.
Interesting. Seeing how that's going to play out here and the way that so many cryptos are literally in the lobby, the only ones that you don't see as a crypto, E-Xolos. What's crazy for E-Xolos is the only composition that they have been running, the only legend that a lot of these other teams have been leaning onto that they have on their roster is going to be the Watson. Meanwhile, they don't have a Bangalore. They don't have a crypto out here. So it's with the Newcastle and Pathfinder to find that success and to be able to take a lot of these fights has really shown how strong of a squad this team is.
Okay, looks like we might be getting the game underway, and it's pulled central again, Vicky. Well, okay, look, we had 1 second of of unpause there, which at least has given us a little bit more indication of where this game is heading. It is, in fact, not towards STRIDERZ up the top, but it will be very central. Could go Cascade, potentially could go towards Shadow in Jurassic.
Oh, where a lot of teams like to rotate through. Specifically, we saw earlier from Not Moist that's a priority rotate for them in a circle like this. Liquid Alienware too, as they exit their POI from Barometer. Very congested side, exiting out of Pylon too, where Fnatic usually go for those quicker rotations after getting that information.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of like Watson when you're pulling into a Jurassic end zone, because you can sit in those buildings and you do have a little bit of time, because look, if you do get a good position in Jurassic, absolutely, you just get EMP after EMP. Sometimes I've seen like 2, 3, 4 EMPs in the same fight, because as soon as another team sees 2 teams together, they were like, wait, that's just 300 damage. I'm gonna just pop it immediately. And as soon as you get your bat off, like bam, they're coming in again. It's very tough for your shield med and your med economy, and that's what Watson helps so much with. Especially, you know, she's got the new upgrade perk where, you know, you can think about getting the regen on the generator there, but because of how often they get destroyed, generally players have been going for the double capacity and the double speed on that.
Which has been huge here too, and then we see the answer back with the EMPs when it comes to having that Newcastle ult really try to find space first. That's all about the timing on the queue as we get to see the Na'Vi fans. Where can I get one of those bandanas? Actually being able to rep that here while looking at what Na'Vi's going to do for this final game in this series. NRG also being one of those teams to be within the top 10, I believe 8th overall after their performance in that last game.
Yep, they are sitting up there at the moment. Not a bad performance from them. But look, NRG, it's been an interesting roller coaster over the years from them. I'm sure that was some very OG fans of Apex, because certainly, you know, Nock and Fun, who have been together for such a long time. They've had a few teammates over the years now. Reptar, of course, being the newest one, but I think they really won a lot of fans. You know, at times they placed no lower than 2nd, I think, in the ALGS Pro League, and it's been a little bit more of a struggle for them over the last 12 to 18 months, Vicky, but you know that they have that incredible skill cap.
Oh, Noct is absolutely insane. I mean, we've seen him perform in the past, especially after his last performance at EWC, but I want to see that confidence, because that is a team that I always like to highlight as a very mentally momentum-based team. If the vibes are high, you already know that they are absolutely going to fry out some of these lobbies, but it's about building that up in the first place, and I didn't like the look of Noct's face right there too, just waiting to get started here, maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure with Hot in the back looking like he's plotting here. It is going to be a lobby restart, by the way, everyone. That's why I was wondering, you know, looking at a circle, wondering if that's what we're going to be sticking to. It doesn't look like it is with this lobby restart, everyone, making sure that all these players are loaded into the game.
All right, well, forget everything I just said about the circle. We'll re-roll it, put the dice back in the shaker. We'll have another tilt at it. Certainly the central teams be a little bit sad about that one. Though I don't know, FA Kids, again, playing Revenant from a very much a zone POI like Cascade is an interesting choice for them. We saw how that sort of worked out in, what was that, game 4. And maybe they'll get a better chance to take fights en route to an end zone here as we get that lobby restarted.
I like that bucket jersey. I'm looking at everybody here in the crowd to be able to show their support here for our squads as they also go through a reset here, making sure everything is all good. But just to highlight the stakes real quick, for everybody watching at home, thank you so much for your patience. But Not Moist, still obviously sitting in first place overall with a huge gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby.
That's 3MZ having some words to Pete there. Teammates for the longest time. And usually on top of the Chinese region as well, as far as those players have been supported. I mean, we've got quite a few teams here joining them. I mean, X and Y for the very first time have made it to LAN. They were very close in Split 1. It's been an interesting come up from them.
I'll zoom in on the Lions jerseys after they went through their rebranding out here too. Love the new colors. Different shade of green out here too. And I am getting word now that we will be moving on to a break as we get this lobby restarted. Everyone, thank you again so much for your patience. Hopefully, when we're on the backside of this break, we'll have the game ready to go and fired away for you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you again so much for your patience. Don't you know Genome casters have the button to start the game? Nah, I'm joking.
Oh, sorry, I'll just go find that.
Yeah, let me go find it.
My bad.
I ended up losing out on the button. Sorry, guys. That's why we haven't been able to jump into these lobbies. Anyways, though, before we get everything started here, making sure all our players are ready to go, it's the last game. You know, you have to add onto the suspense, make everybody sit at the edge of their seat to see what the results are going to be for the teams that may be struggling like we were unexpecting.
Yeah, if you're Moist, you're chilling right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you're just sitting pretty up there at the top. No worries in the world. And for everyone else down the bottom there, you are very much sweating bullets right now. Thinking, hey, this is the end of one series. We've got 3 to play. Of course, you play every other group, or with every other group. If you're A, you'll play 1 against B, C, and D. And together, that group stage score determines whether you go into the winners bracket with the top 20 or into the elimination bracket with the bottom 20.
And being able to feel that momentum too on top of it on a day like group stages today, and I talked about it with Not Moist, you have another series to play at the end of the day today to conclude our day 1 here in Mannheim. But it's the fact that you could carry some of that success into those future games here. We have to see how it plays it out though as we go into game number 6. I'm seeing that we may be ready to go here.
Oh, I'm certainly crossing my fingers for this one, Vicky. That's Guild Esports. Haven't seen a lot of them in Storm Points so far, actually. Maybe they'll get a little bit more involved. Come here in Game 6 just to finish things off. But look, they've been quietly coasting through up to number 9 so far.
I believe at one point we did see them take some shots at Falcons, actually able to eliminate some of those members in the feed. It's a few games ago here. Looks like everybody is loaded in though and ready to go. Looking at their screens here and making sure that everything is a reset. Because you know what we do have to talk about is with breaks like that in between games, that also could give a mental reset to the players who may not have been feeling it going from that Game 5 into that Game 6.
True. If you're at STRIDERZ trying to Valko it out from underneath X and Y down there at Devastated Coast and not making it very far, perhaps this was the time to work out, hey, we're playing the only team playing Caustic, Valkyrie, and Crypto. What do we do with it? How do we make this work in a lobby where we're the Mavericks?
All right. Good news, everyone. I'm getting word that the lobby is good to go. Let's get this started, everyone, with some more Apex Legends action. Game number 6. Ooh. And I'm already getting to see a little sneak peek of this circle because it is a different look compared to what you were highlighting before, Genome. It isn't going to be that northern zone that we were expecting as we see all of our teams land in their respective POIs, but this is going to be interesting and will absolutely favor some of the teams that we were talking about before, talking about Liquid, Alienware coming out of Barometer, even NRG with another blessed zone when it comes to the way that they want to rotate.
Looks like we're going to be flipping it around upside down as we wait for that next circle to come through. You can see Na'Vi here, one of the teams that don't necessarily have to wait for that ring console. We were talking about the differences between, say, a Fuse team or a Pathfinder team and a team who runs Watson. So Henchman hasn't popped it just yet, I believe, but when he does, they're going to say, hey, maybe we should go find our way down to that gravity cannon again because we're running it back.
Oh, we actually are running it back, like directly right back to where we were at before with the circle pulling on that gravity cannon, exiting out of launch pad. And actually, this will benefit the likes of teams like Alliance who, when they go for a slower rotate, playing more by the edge there after they have to rotate from north pad, obviously they have that survey beacon that every POI has and now a ring console. They'll be able to maybe situate themselves in a better spot, noting where it could similarly pull over to the south side.
Yep. Do we get that exact same one, or is it one of those small variations that you've just outlined? And do teams decide to play it a little bit differently this time? You know, if we get in a situation where Falcons are trying to gatekeep again, will they be more aggro? I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen them change up the comp at this point, considering how far they've been lagging behind and, you know, maybe playing into their strengths rather than trying to play into the meta.
Which is why when I saw the Fuse on World's Edge, it makes sense. You know, I know Zero mentioned it in an interview with Peeps earlier on what they want to do differently, looking at World's Edge and Storm points. But you know, when I think of the fragger that Howl is, I can't picture the Newcastle and the positioning that you want to be with the Newcastle in a situation like this. But seeing maybe how that could work after the practice that they've put in with that composition.
Yeah, I mean, he's had almost no experience on this Legend, right? I mean, in previous teams, obviously TSM, he just never would have been playing that. You would have given that to Reps or maybe Verhulst, but definitely not a Howl. So the fact that he's in a different role in Team Falcons means that he has had to widen his Legend pool.
And you would think, you know, maybe Jen, because Jen is just a professional Ditto out here, could play any Legend out under the sun, but, you know, rocking the Catalyst, still playing that defensive comp that you're forced to play in a meta like this with all these cryptos. It makes sense, and you could see the rustiness here as more squads have already rotated right here by the bridge south of Launchpad.
And yeah, I think if they had, you know, a DBZ like hyperbolic time chamber to train in and really get anyone up on any Legend, they'd probably like to try and get Jen over to Crypto, but that's one of the few Legends that Jen is not so comfortable on.
Meanwhile, DreamFire with the zipline, something that we've been able to see utilized earlier on between Alliance with their trying zipline play, even E-Xolos with the zipline into Newcastle wall that they've been trying to work in, allowing a lot of these teams to get to high ground spots very easily.
Yeah, they are in Launchpad though, Vicky, and what I think is think about last game, right? The mid game of that, where you had 5 teams locked into Launchpad, and they were just in no man's land, as like almost all of them got obliterated trying to pull out of there. And so, will teams try and take those positions again, or will they just full send it for something a bit better along the bridge, down near Devastated Coast, where they know there's actually a chance that they can pick up some points? Because down there in Launchpad, it was like, you can't even just take a 3 and be like, hey, we're going to grab 1 or 2 teams, take them down and be happy with 3 or 6 points. You just walk into a firing squad of everyone sitting up on the hill on top of Devastated Coast.
And a lot of these teams haven't tried to take in those chances either. They're already all the way by the south side of Launchpad. We even saw Navi earlier in the feed take one out from LG, but don't want to give up their spot because E36 are also right behind them. And then F8 kids now finally going through the armory. We're looking at STRIDERZ before, taking their time to rotate right with Guild, who are already in Jurassic.
Oh, X and Y getting right into it with Liquid Alienware down here. The Mozams will not hit. And X and Y getting naded right now. And will they survive? It looks like JR the only one to try and make it out here.
I'm telling you, the south side is just so congested. Shadow cleanup, the last straggler for JR. And X and Y get eliminated alongside Liquid in that initial fight.
I mean, it's cool to see Jackie 1 at LAN. AGL, one of my favorite teams from APAC South. He's had some Pro League experience on them before. Now coming in with the Shadow roster, it is cool to see if Shadow can really make a dent here in their first tilt at a live Apex event.
Definitely a way to start it off here, especially in this final game of the series. Sitting here right alongside E36 while we look at Alliance, who have made that rotate from Cenote. And like you mentioned too, Genome, being with the Trident and hanging out in Bean where no other squad lands on top of here. They have a survey so that way they can see which of the squads are within their area of their rotate. You can actually see them doing that right now as they approach Barometer, where Not Moist and Free Agent Kids are currently fighting.
Alliance obviously going to hear those shots, and depending on how fast and hot they come in, potentially the car will also be heard by those other 2 teams. EMP goes out, and of course causes Moist to pause for a little bit. Let's see if Waltzy has enough smokes to get them out of this situation. Nice!
Wow.
Smashing down that drone there. Good work from Timmy.
I mean, when you have a Nemesis in hand here too, personally, when I see the option to choose a Hemlock or Nemesis, I'm going with the Nemesis all the way, and also being able to get that fast track on that crypto drone from Timmy. As they now put down the zip line. This is the Alliance special when they Hail Mary up on top, but this is a better spot for them to do it versus that last game that we saw by Launchpad, because now they have the high ground over Not Moist, the positional advantage, while also not putting them in a sandwich position versus F8 kids, and you know where they're all standing right now with the scan on the survey beacon.
Perfect spot for Alliance to be sitting, and as you said, with the survey beacon knowledge now, they know that FA kids are lurking, so if they take a fight, that is a threat to them, but why would they? They're right on top of Not Moist, and they're really the ones who have to sit in this ugly position and try and make their way out of it.
What's even more farming is that Alliance going from survey beacon to survey beacon, going to be able to see where everybody is standing, but also get Evo Shield charge on top of it all here too. So it works into the way that they rotate into these zones and still are able to take these fights like we're currently seeing with Alliance being on the high ground versus Not Moist. But FA kids, as you could certainly see here too, have decided to back out and instead are going to just take advantage of these 2 teams fighting and rotate through Jurassic, because the rest of this lobby is already in that next zone.
It's good news for Not Moist here. If FA kids had stuck around, it would have been almost over for them. And if Alliance take this evac, well, looks like that's a very, very good thing for Moist. Look, they fire some parting shots and say, thanks for being involved, but yeah, look, they've got to come in off the back of them now. 30 seconds until the zone even starts closing. This is fantastic. They get to wait, they get to see the next ring with this. So much information and knowledge being picked up by Not Moist there, and they could potentially go towards Pylon and pick up even more, but Alliance might beat them there.
And that's why Not Moist was lingering in Barometer for so long, even with the Lions being on top of them, right? They wanted to be able to scan where that next ring was pulling, and with the Lions being ahead of them, they could look to see if they could take the high ground approach when trying to take a fight versus Not Moist on their next rotate here too. Believe they are actually being able to fly in here too, or maybe take a Trident that was left behind, but they've already gone for the quick rotate out of Barometer while E-Xolos are lingering about in the middle of this zone by that same gravity cannon.
Yeah, good hedge of the bets here by E-Xolos. This zone a little bit more north than the last one, I believe. And that means, you know, maybe there is more of a chance Launchpad is in, but we see less teams around there, situated pretty much in a band across E-Xolos there, out towards the east and the west with JHS Professional, I believe in the houses. How and Falcons, I think, are sitting down there on the bridge. But it looks like those teams that we saw come across each other in Barometer are probably going to be the first ones to be running into some trouble. Guild actually holding a choke just in front of Not Moist here. So will they choose to take this fight, or do they maybe think about evacing over the top?
While we take a look at Moist right now, let's jump into a listen to see how they plan out while avoiding this EMP.
Should I know 100? They're not playing for it. They're playing Injury said, we have some bins, not much though. Actually, no, we have a lot. Wait, they're getting fucked. E-Xolos are getting fucked here. Oh, I'm low. We actually just have to save heal. If we just have heals this game, we win. There's 2 bins here you can loot for free. Yeah, 25 hit points though. Yeah, no, but no, I'm saying is they're not looted. Nah, fuck it, bro. Come and loot. I'm up in it. I think we should definitely loot it. Dropping nades. It's literally right here. You're full safe. This team is looking. The cross is fun. There's a 2x here. I can carry if you need. No, we don't.
Right, I think we were here. It might have been Nags there. It was definitely one of the UK players.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. But Not Moist going to get into it with Guild here. And teammate against the ex-teammate. Waltzy against MT. Let's see who gets the better of it. It's actually going to be the 1v1, and Waltzy, well, you back him to win that one, don't you?
He didn't even get the chance. MT, he looked in one direction and immediately found himself on the floor here. And now Not Moist controlling this low ground with the rest of Guild, the duo that is on that high ground, sharing some of this space with Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance creeping in the background here. What do they do with this? Are they going to pop an EMP and roll in over the back of that? Or does Guild actually get a chance to reset here? Maybe Moist got scared off by the fact that there was a third team in the area.
And actually not overcommitting. That'd be crazy because Guild is now forced to play in the ring at the moment. Over by Echo HQ. Not Moist now seeing the other team go over to the right side and knowing, is this Alliance here in this case? And now they're going to try to engage on a fight. They get the first knock here from Timmy. The second one on Spawn Lucky, only leaving Hockeys from Alliance.
Guild, they've all moved down into the zone in Echo HQ, so they're not a part of this fight right now. Moist should be able to clean up the remaining Alliance members. No, actually, one has escaped outside and is going to be rotating through Pylon if they can even get the meds off in time. Moist have cleared their back, and now they have to move forward, potentially through Shadow or Guild, who sit ahead of them towards Devastated Coast.
Thank you very much. Zipline for them to go right down the middle. Hockey's now literally solo with the zone closing in. It's going to be quite a trek.
Okay, so we move up to Launchpad and see FA Kids here sitting underneath DreamFire. Remember, they grabbed that spot up on the catwalk with the zipline much earlier. These guys don't have to move to the next zone. It's teams down the southern side who are currently getting into it. And Shadow, they were quite split. So it looks like Moist have actually been able to rout them. They were split 1 and 2, very far apart. If they had been together, watching their back there, they actually may have been able to deal with Moist.
They could have actually gotten picked apart here too. Now, as we look at the other side, and without Moist now approaching from right behind them, see the EMP out. Waltzy's gonna send out that nade, trying to get enough information with the double energy weapons that he's rocking now. Now taking even more time to pop this shield back, but they're playing at least on the edge of the zone, away from the teams that are going to be engaging by the bridge.
Waltzy takes huge damage to try and get a swing through the zone. Does it pay off? It doesn't. Shadow will be the end of them here in Game 6, but there's still a chance that they take out the #1 spot in this series.
It's not about the bridge. It's about what is happening up above. NRG also looking at that fight. Snipers in hand, because look at where this zone is pulling to. Genome, you highlighted a possible zone to this in our last game when it pulled towards the gravity cannons instead. And NRG had tried to bank on this originally when they were hanging out by the building north of the zip line.
Yeah, I ain't lying. It's possible, and you can see it right here. Na'Vi, however, have played it correctly again. Last zone looks almost identical. They call it and play near the gravity cannon. This one pulls south, and that's where Na'Vi are yet again. They've got the low ground. It looks like they're set up in a house down there, and they're going to have a lot of utility here to try and keep teams like Fnatic and LG at bay.
Actually crazy to see how much open spots there are to the zone right now.
And having a look at NRG, they seem to be in the high house. The house up the zip line, extremely strong in this circle, almost impossible to push. There are a couple of Pathfinders that helps potentially if you're, say, E-Xolos, but they're very much looking to gatekeep teams out at Launchpad at the moment. FA Kids are up here. I think they dealt with DreamFire eventually. STRIDERZ, they're just sitting by themselves on the outskirts of the circle here. They are... They don't like to seem like... They don't like getting involved that often.
No, they are literally flying off that Valkyrie. I mean, that's what you could expect with a composition like this. And now NRG seeing the flying STRIDERZ right in front of them, making sure that they're not going to get immediately evicted here. And now paying attention to the teams that are going to force their rotate off that low ground. Nice shots from Nocturnal with that longbow. Is going to be able to oppress Shadows, but they can't fully collapse. They're going to have to hold this spot. Hope that maybe Spacestation on the low ground to clear them out here.
Yeah, just the crypto player left alive for STRIDERZ. Maybe they should have tried to keep away there, but unfortunately not much of a choice. The ring pulls in. FA Kids and E-Xolos now move in from the north. GHS professionals haven't had much of an impact so far on this series, but now they'll try and push into FaZe Clan, the EU team, who's set up, are they underneath or on top? It's hard to tell on the map here.
It's the fact that E-Xolos still alive out here, still cleaning up though. Not only putting on that damage, but putting in the KP, sitting in second place with 58 points, but with no energy ammo in that Nemesis.
Smoke's hiding the enemies from E-Xolos just for the moment. Falcons, this could be the first endgame they play all series. They need some points here, Vicky. You know they can pop off and get 100 points in a single group stage series. They've done it before, but you don't want to have to rely on that kind of performance. So let's see if they can bring it back and get, you know, the average you need, somewhere around 30 to 35 points to move you up into the winner's bracket.
That's why they've prioritized their rotates from the very beginning, right? We saw them playing by the bridge originally, have now made their way still from the low ground. You saw the pings as well from Jen, making sure that the rest of Falcons know that Hal is on the outside of that high ground point, so they would be forced to rotate into Falcons' point of view. Whereas all the other squads above them, though, Fnatic, FaZe, E-Xolos, LG, they will all be approaching from that north side of Falcons to maybe go up those stairs, take some poke in here too, and they could absolutely oppress these teams that are going to get gate capped.
E-Xolos were doing the gatekeeping in the last round. Round 5 doesn't last that long though, and now that role switches over to Falcons. They're trying, it's hard to do it from the low ground though. People are going to be pushing up on top of them. LG fail to make that transition, but E-Xolos now, Fnatic is right on top of them, and they look to actually take the spot away from Na'Vi.
The immediate turnaround, though, from Crib after noticing that Falcons was holding that bottom side of the stairwell, noticing that there was a player right alongside them that they could get even more KP, but they are being oppressed by the squads that have height. Fnatic that specifically has been pressuring them.
Yeah, NRG also taking some shots from the height, though. That will make it even harder for E-Xolos to play that rock. Fnatic swing around now. It's exactly the right time, and they crunch them in between Na'Vi.
E-Xolos got so desperate there, though, and in the moment, Na'Vi getting absolutely beamed by the poke check from Sasuke.
Okay, Watson has to go for the res, hasn't taken the extra health. Why would you? But in this situation, it may have actually come in handy. As you said before, you'd rather have the Newcastle there to get those revives off safely, but it looks like Na'Vi aren't under quite enough pressure. The castle wall does give them just a little bit of space to work with and get the reset.
Look how desperate they are. Off the one wall left of the Newcastle.
That is down bad.
I mean, you got to work with what you got out here, and that's exactly what Navi's able to do. Even with Henchmen still having Blue Evo, it's not just the Newcastle wall they're playing off, but also the Watson gen.
0 meds! Look at this! I mean, they've got 8 cells in the backpack, but they've got a gen as well. We were talking in that other game how they had the ultimates ready to leapfrog forward. This game, it's not the case. They've taken far more pressure, and they're in a much weaker position.
And they can't force this fight here, too. It's just too much open ground unless FaZe gets third-partied by Falcons looking to go for a flank. FaZe now look right behind him. There's a catwall from Falcons up from the top here too. With FaZe now having to look around, Falcons will be forced to drop down eventually. There's that wall that I was mentioning here from Gen, so that way they can approach, isolate this fight. It's now Falcons right on top of FaZe. Zero gets lost out here too, and Hal and Gen clean up this fight.
The Dark Veil comes in at the perfect time for Falcons to take down FaZe Clan, but NRG, they still command the high ground, not for much longer. Ring 6 is closing, and NRG have to move off it within seconds. Falcons now playing for that top 3 spot.
Gotta wait, dance around the shield a little bit, do the salsa as now Hal gets another knock. Jan to give him the backup. Here comes a shield swap. They're playing off the Newcastle wall on the other side. Na'Vi get eliminated. Last 3 squads left in this lobby. NRG, Falcons, and Spacestation.
Trying to take space with the Mozams. You can do so much damage in such a short period of time, but NRG are on the fat side of the land here. They're going to get Falcons here despite the gold knock res from Imperial Hal.
Oh, can the clutch happen though? He gets the gold knock res, but he cannot clutch. It is NRG. Clean up on aisle 3. They got their head in the game. We saw knocked as a sneak peek before diving into game number 6, and they close out the series.
It's a big finish for Fun, for Nocturnal, and for Reptar as they move up into 5th spot overall in this series. 50 points from them. The job is about half done if they want to be making their way into the group, out of the group stage, into the winners bracket.
Definitely possible here with the way that they were able to play that so patiently. Let's not forget, they have the POI advantage over a zone like that, like we saw in the last game number 4 here, when we had seen them in a very similar situation. But NRG getting the dub, they were, I believe, what, in 8th place before that win? And now sitting in 5th place, really highlighting how close the competition was at the top end of the leaderboard.
It's a bit of a gamble, right? You can play that high building, but as we saw in, was it game 4 or game 5?
In the Gravity Cannon, game 5.
Game 5, if you don't get that position, if it does pull further, it's a rough rotate. You've got to come up the stairs, go through all those teams that are holding buildings and have sight lines on you that don't have to worry about teams behind them.
Actually insane here to see the action play out for groups A and B. That's going to conclude groups A and B, and I want to hear the thoughts from you guys over at the desk.
All right, thank you so much. Vicky, what a moment that was. Exciting in-game, and it was a lot of teams who were fighting for between those 10th to 5th spots. Falcons jumping up from, I think, 18th or 16th all the way to 9th. NRG getting that 5th place. A lot of teams showing up well. Jamerson, graceful here to start off the, well, I guess to finish off our Group A versus B action. And, you know, that's a good sign, especially knowing a lot of these teams, most of these teams will be playing later this afternoon.
Honestly, that's a great way for NRG to finish because they have been basically sticking to their MO where they're very silently successful, right? They're putting down points every single game, essentially, which really kept them in the running. And that's basically how they've operated throughout Split 2 so far. And so I'm glad that they were able to at least cap off our first set of matches with that victory.
That is kind of how they like to operate as well. For you, Graceful, is it a little bit too little, too late for some of the teams we were mentioning, NRG, Falcons, or is this is boding well for just getting things right a little bit earlier in their next set and doing it with some more consistency and obviously trying to top those groups?
I mean, I like to be critical of a lot of teams, but you also have to look at the strengths, right? Being able to adapt from having a poor start to then converting to having like a great finish shows mental fortitude and that they're still in the game locked in, right? They haven't given up. So that's a good thing.
I agree with you on that. I think the mental fortitude there, especially for a day, a group A versus B, only our first set of 3 of the day. It's taken quite a while, but they battled through all of those moments. So great stuff to NRG, who'll be looking to hopefully get a win here in Split 2 playoffs. You can see the win came in game number 6. Falcons second place. Didn't quite get it done, but SSG, Natus, Vincere, FaZe Clan right behind them. Graceful almost was just shaking seeing EU fight EU in that final zone. He couldn't believe it. So many good NA teams to shoot, guys. What are we doing? Fnatic, E-Xolos, LAZER. That's a great story from them as we will eventually transition here into our overall results for A versus B. To start it off, first series of the day. Not Moist take the W, but a major performance and a congratulations to E-Xolos. LAZER from South America grabbing that second place. Natus, Vincere as well. We had hyped this up. We talked about this. Graceful. They pushed on through third place. They're going to be happy with that.
I'm so happy to see, you know, success coming out of Matafa and the squad as well, because people have always been wondering, can they do it this LAN? Can they do it that LAN? And now, you know, they're showing up really strong early on. I think it's a good, I hope it's a good snowball effect because they are popping off. Even though I saw them on, I think, blue every game because they early rotated, it ended up working with the consistency in placement. As you can see, it's a good balance between, you know, placements and also kills a little bit there.
Maybe some teams we didn't expect. FaZe Clan, who we kind of talked about having some good moments into this. 17th, not great. Liquid Alienware as well, 19th. That is not what they would expect. We talked to Yanya earlier. A man we get to talk to right now, we've talked to earlier, we've seen stand up after a couple wins earlier. It's Timmy on Not Moist. It's not It's Timmy. It is It's Timmy here joining us. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic, man. Congratulations on the win. I mean, first off, just reactions. Taking A versus B was a long set, but you guys found a way to get it done, and this is probably the best way to start a LAN.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, we were coming into this, feeling really great. Our scrims, we were getting like top 3s, like almost like every single scrim block, and I feel like the scrim quality compared to like tournaments are always never the same, but people are like, oh yeah, they'll never be able to do it, on LAN, or like it's always because of the scrim qualities, and we're never going to be aping teams. But we continued that momentum and our play style into LAN, and you can obviously see that we got like 50 kills this block. I mean, we're just rolling and going, just keep doing the same thing over and over, and just not really worrying about anything else.
So the sensitivity change worked, is what you're telling me there. Did you stick with that? I know we were talking about you adjusting a little bit and trying to find the right moment.
Yeah, so I was on 1.1, and then I finally gave in. Obviously been playing Apex for like 5 years and playing on that high sense, but yeah, like from the previous LANs, I could just tell, based on like how cold it is and how nervous and jittery I can get sometimes, that high sense is just not consistent. So I did drop it down 0.3, so now I'm at 0.8.
Wow. Great story as well. This is just a few weeks ago you were telling me about that. Seems like it has worked out quite well for you and the boys. I want you to walk us through, and I'll leave room for you guys to ask Timmy some questions or maybe guide him through Jamerson. Maybe you can set him up here as we talk final circles going into this. Just to get your thoughts on how these games wrapped up in your eyes.
I mean, here in match number 4, you guys are riding some momentum coming off of World's Edge, and you got into a lot of fights, but this end game, Fnatic versus Enterforce. I want to say one thing about Enterforce, right? That is another team that we weren't really able to highlight throughout the day. It's a simple fact that we've seen them now in a very strong group, you would have to admit, right? Being able to take a second place and a first place. And now that does kind of harken back to Split 1 playoffs from Reject. Yeah. WINNITY was a team that was finding consistency throughout the group stages and the bracket stages. So this does really set up that kind of similar storyline for this team.
What's it like with Fnatic, Timmy? You've played against them now a couple of times. Obviously a really solid team. High hopes for them. Are they a real threat to win this thing?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Fnatic is just full of insanely mechanical players, and what I really like is not playing the game by the books always, everyone's always been like zoned for like the past years, and I was always like the edge type of player, and watching Fnatic and seeing that the type of things that they do are very like unorthodox type of plays, right. And it works out a lot, and I really do think they have like a shot to win this as well.
Graceful, you wanted to talk about Game 5, I know, as well, and maybe get into that. So why don't we run through your thoughts here as we look at this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always happy to watch Na'Vi succeed here, but the biggest thing is they had 3 opportunities here that they could throw the game potentially. They decided to come in from the cannon side. I don't know if they stayed there, they might get pinched. They went to the head glitch, they could have gotten pinched once again. Decided to go more up towards the house to clean up, push the teams away from them so they don't get pinched, and end up closing the game really easily here. It's actually super solid micro and macro placement from Matafe, and then the boys will be shooting. That's how they do it.
We had a lot of conversation, Timmy, I'll fill you in, up here on the desk about Natus Vincere. Few teams like that, maybe you could even throw in, LG there, though they've been performing really well. Alliance before they won a LAN. Kind of group stage teams. Good enough to win, but haven't shown up at the big moment. Could this be the moment for Na'Vi in your eyes?
Honestly, I mean, like, Na'Vi, in the previous lands haven't, been doing that well, but seeing how strong they are right now, they're getting to end games, they're, playing out the fights really well. I do think that we'll probably see them in finals, and, this could be their opportunity in their land as well.
Sniped Out was saying something as we watch, Game 6 now, and obviously this was what cemented those great finish between, Falcons and NRG. The personalities clashing, finding that right mix. You've been on different teams which have big personalities in both ways. What's your thought on that and how important that is to really finding success?
Oh, definitely. I mean, so I'm obviously like, I want to say the vibes for my team, we've had a lot of conversations where, we don't do well, or, like the vibes are kind of off, someone's being a little bit passive aggressive. And I do think vibes do play in a very big part of, the games. Like if you're just obviously playing well, you guys are feeling confident, you're not going to feel scared whenever someone swings you, but just in general, even if you're not playing well, you can keep that those emotions up by having good talks and just kind of boosting each other's up before the matches and being like, you're the best player in the game, you got this. And yeah, you're going to play like that if you hear that.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's better to create a little bit of artificial hype and love just so that the vibes are there and that they're good, because of course anything can happen, but feeling good with your teammates got to be the biggest boon taking into a matchup that you can have, man. Fantastic. Thank you so much for hanging with us, Timmy. It's been phenomenal. I know Peeps is hanging out with not our winners. That's not Moist for this one, but E-Xolos. They've had a second place finish, and I can't wait to see what he's got to say with them.
What up, everybody? I am here with Azazel from E-Xolos LAZER. Absolutely phenomenal first game performance. 16 kills and the dub, all right? What do you guys have to do to reproduce that success?
D6 mais o que estão fazendo para reproduzir esse sucesso?
Acredito que a gente tem que jogar mais junto, né? Tem que ter uma boa comunicação. A gente está jogando com uma comp fora do meta, que a gente está sem cripto. A gente está jogando de Newcastle, Watson e Pathfinder. Então é uma comp muito exótica. Então a gente sempre está junto, segurando a mão, e com certeza a gente vai conseguir reproduzir isso mais vezes.
Play together, you have good communication. We're certainly going to have to reproduce this success.
All right. And I speak Portuguese, so I totally understand. That's why my head's nodding. But so South America historically has not always done well, right, at Apex lands. What would it mean to you to be the first ever South American team to win an Apex LAN?
Seria muito bom, né? Porque nossa região também não é muito boa. A gente não tem muito suporte. E acredito que a gente tem total capacidade de vencer, sim. E a gente mostrou isso hoje, pegando o segundo lugar. E a gente está ansioso, né, para os próximos grupos. Acredito que a gente vai pegar winners aí e com certeza a final.
Yeah, we're very excited. We mean a lot. We don't have a lot of support, but we're certain that we're going to make everyone proud.
All right, well, you heard it here from Azazel from E-Xolos LAZER. Brasil, vamos aí. Rain Day, back to you.
Vamos Brazil. Toca la bola. That's all I was saying, because I was playing soccer there when I went back. I mean, it was 14 last time I was in Brazil. But amazing to see the South American support there. Congratulations to them. E-Xolos, LAZER, take a look out. They are representing SA the right way. Jamerson, Graceful, it's been great to talk to you guys. What a start. We've had our first set of the day, and we've got so much more to get through for the rest of this afternoon. Coming up right after this, we are going to go into our next matchup. I don't know if we're going to bring this schedule on for you guys, but it is going to be C versus D that take the stage. The timing is a little bit off because we're past that right now, so we're going to take, most likely around an hour or so, get set up, get ready, and be ready to rock in. And you can hear the crowd. I don't know who they're cheering for, but it looks like maybe Lions, something like that. I don't know. B&D as well, coming up 6:30 p.m. It's live. It's fun, man. We're in Mannheim. We are kicking butt. I'm having so much fun. And obviously, guys, it's been great to get these conversations with the players. Love talking to Timmy as well. More of that upcoming, more Apex Legends action, more Split 2 coming at you right after this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you very, very shortly as we continue the day.
Right here in Mannheim, Germany, this is going to be the greatest LAN in Apex history.
Tyler cleaning up LG. Dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire. Never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke.
They're out. It's the solo from Guild that's last to fall in the face of SSG.
Damn, it has been a hype start to this series.
My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
Now for the best part. Ready for this dance? I lead.
Max manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground, but you talk about the mobility. Oh, the stick on the Arcstar again! Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my god, it flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny. 3v3. Domes have been placed. A little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push. The call is made. It's Elevate. Massive in hand. Sleep goes down. Nellis. Ben has to go huge. Nice shot going to be put in. A 1v1. Oh my god. Ben, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is going to do it. Elevate wins. Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate. They needed that. This team was in last place.
the picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero! Can it be for Reignite or DreamFire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out. DreamFire gets the win, and Heartbreak for Reignite, yet another second place.
さあ結果的なスピットファイアで落とされました。タツがダウンしています。V3 は残り2人。ただアルファ D もそろそろこの後お手物素晴らしいウィングマンです。さあ下からラグゲーミングがこのタイミング仕掛けてくる。まだ V3 は落ちきってはいません。
ただラグゲーミング投げ物を温存してたの非常にいいですね。
はい。さあラディラ君はしっかりとターゲット絞りながらいいピースキーパー。さあここでラグゲーミングを落としきりました。さああとは V3 との1対1。アルファ D ラクーンはスプリット1のウィーク1から連続チャンピオン記録まだ続いていますが、セリーだけが残った。上に入る、裏から見るノックダウンの1対1。最後は取り切りましたセリー。
Look for nades. Close to goal.
That's close.
It's terrible, terrible. Fine. Are you safe on you? We have to go past it. I might die to it. I died to it. Are you serious? Got it, rock. Joe?
Yep.
Can we punt?
Look at that Valk.
Can you get me? Can you get me?
I'm resing him.
Stick it!
Max manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground, but you talk about the mobility. Oh, the stick on the Arcstar again! Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my god, it flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny. 3v3. Domes have been placed, a little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push, the call is made. It's Elevate, Mastiff in hand, Sleep goes down. Nellis, Bin has to go huge. Nice shot gonna be put in, a 1v1. Oh my god, Bin, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is gonna do it. Elevate wins, Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate, they needed that. This team was in last place.
The picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero, can it be?
For the best part. Ready for this dance? I lead.
Max manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground, but you talk about the mobility. Oh, the stick on the Arcstar again! Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my god, it flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny. 3v3. Domes have been placed, a little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push, the call is made. It's Elevate, Mastiff in hand, Sleep goes down. Nellis, Bin has to go huge. Nice shot gonna be put in, a 1v1. Oh my god, Bin, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is gonna do it. Elevate wins, Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate, they needed that. This team was in last place.
the picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero! Can it be for Reignite or DreamFire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out. DreamFire get the win, and Heartbreak for Reignite, yet another second place.
なってしまう。さあ結果的なスピットファイヤーで落とされました。タツがダウンしています。V3 は残り2人。ただアルファ D もそろそろこの後お手物素晴らしいウィングマンです。さあ下からラグゲーミングがこのタイミング仕掛けてくる。まだ V3 は落ちきってはいません。
ただラグゲーミング投げ物温存してたの非常にいいですね。
はい。さあラディラ君はしっかりとターゲット絞りながらいいピースキーパー。さあここでラグゲーミングを落としきりました。さああとは V3 との1対1。アルファ D ラクーンはスプリット1のウィーク1から連続チャンピオン記録まだ続いていますが、セリーだけは残った。上に入る、裏から見るノックダウンの1対1。最後は取り切りましたセリー。
Look for Nades.
Close to goal. That's close.
It's terrible, it's terrible, fine.
Are you safe on you?
We have to go past it.
I might die to it. I died to it. Are you serious?
Got it right. Joe?
Yep. Can we punt? Look at that Valk. Can you get me? Can you get me? I'm resing him. Stick it. Bombing. He's gonna go.
Give ult.
I can give you ult. Don't want on left side.
Ult there. They're gonna have to jump soon.
Give you ult on us as well.
Just tank it. In the air. Take it up. Chill, chill. It's eating it.
Yeah.
No bubble! Just chill! Shoot left!
Left! Crack the givey! Last guy! One guy! Hey, Viv! Let's go!
You got a wall from over here, Pricey, and you gotta just cut everything off here, okay? They're gonna find inside! They're gonna find inside! I'm about to zero. They're all inside. They're all inside. We got to wipe them. Walled. They're going my door. I can kill the solo. I think. Okay, Walty, on you. Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo. Yep. Did you goo the door? I have gooed it. I've gooed it. I cracked the solo. Oh, you passed it. Nice. Wait, get Goo down. We're in the zero. Like, get your spikes down. I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Send it! Wait, dead! Almost cracked! Go, boys!
位置関係は上下というエース。さあクレーは再びズームに戻してもう一人覗いてないぞインボット。パブゲーミングが暴れて最後取り切りました。エイムボットのクレーバー火を吹いた。ただそこは最後の激戦区、ここを取りに行くか。強引に集めて当てていく、取り切る。さらにもう1チーム一旦引きます。
さらにアーマー落ちてますからね、これ中に。
さあかわしてアーマー拾ってフレッシュな状況、バスを奪えれば大きいが、クレイジーラクーン大量キルでのチャンピオンか。バス中はしっかり返したいところですが取り切った。ジャンプから2チーム強引に抑えました。なんとも強引な着陸になりましたクレイジーラクーン。
バス手前張り付きが、いやでもここちゃんとケアしてますね。
しっかりケアします。落ちました。さああと1人落とせば1対1。待ち構えてるの R/R クローバー
落としましたね。
さあこれで 最後の勝負になります。
さあこのゼダー選手のアルティメットによってアルバイアルクローバーの車線がもう伸ばせない状態、縮こまってますから、これでセリー選手の車線伸ばし結構効いてきますと思うよ。
さあ10キル以上すでに上げているクレイジラ君、ドームが回戦の合図。アルバイアルクローバーこれを返し切ることができるか。いやラスが2人落としている。そのままチャンピオン。
파밍하느라 모를 거야. 신경 쓰지 마, 신경 쓰지 마. 정신 없어서 몰라.
손가락 뒀다.
니? 몰라 애들. 내가 어차피 지나가니까 니한테 맞아도 돼.
니한테 맞아. 저 엉덩이도 이상한 새끼 있다.
야. 나이스, 나이스. 도망가.
풀소 보이 보여.
도망가. 니한테 맞아.
가만있어. 한테 맞아, 한테 맞아.
됐어. 욕실수 없어.
나이스. 나이스.
여기 진짜 가만히 있어. 이거 안 돼.
나.
5등이면은.
Spacer. Jack, on my left. Okay. Maybe go up here.
They're pushing you.
Yeah. One far left. Hoist low. Flying go. Bounce dead.
Batting.
Back. Cart hard, one shot. I'm killing this guy. He's up. He's low. See, win it. No, they're both low, Yuki. You win this.
You win that. Nice.
Right now for Complexity, they are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their 3rd win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away to high ground. He took out one. Hal's left on the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game, and this is how you end it?
Genius finish from Hal. He's going to Wraith portal his way. It's going to be a heal off to finish. Hal enters the portal. The other team does not have a Wraith, and TSM wins.
A spot off of, and J-League, you can see, down to 1 now. Zane, he's probably thinking we need to fight the team, we need to watch our backs. He was hoping it was anybody but TSM in that situation.
Honestly, TSM might just be able to walk into this circle, but they've just got to be careful of what's coming in from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 and the 1 clips, he's gonna make it 3! Zane, you are a maniac!
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3 in the vicinity. They are not going to allow XZ to get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive, still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh!
It's the right call here, and it's one that Danish have made moments before. Young Hong Kong going to be able to very quickly heal up with the gold shield on the low ground, but Zane takes him down. It's a 1v1, and through the wall we come. Zane! He saves Pioneers and takes out Danish.
Go down to try and keep K-Swinny alive in all of this madness.
Circles closing. This is where utility is absolutely crucial. Stick it, you've got the gold as well.
He's gonna get it!
This should work out. E6, they are healthy. There are 2. You may only need a 2 in this final circle.
Exo Clan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with the Kraber. It could do so much, but Peekaboo! Oh! Swinny! No scope with the Kraber. Amphi's gonna go in and try and finish off the damage as well. And E6 live for now.
Is Swinny gonna be swapped? Gets the shield swap. Gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, Melee does it! E6, they go down, but they've done enough.
Got it. Here we go. The Red's coming out. He's looking for the armor swap for the boy too. He got one as well for the Loba ulti down.
He's gonna pick up an armor and a gun.
Can they do it?
Good shots there from Nathan.
My God, he is putting down massive damage right now. 2100. This is the prime energy that we all know and love, baby. Sweet Dreams is calculating every possibility of this endgame here in his head. He is levitating in the stadium above the fans. Here we go. Energy getting shot at now though too. Nathan trying to cross. I cannot believe that.
And here goes Naked on the swing as they knock one on Aurora.
That's a great thing for Energy as they
Aurora
cross.
eliminated. And now Nathan. NRG.
Nice shots by Guild. A 3v3 here. The wide swing coming out. The P20 being shot by Sweet Dreams.
NRG
they
with 2 knocks. It's a 2v1.
Can they do NRG? Takes the win, baby. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Wait over. Okay. Wait coming. Inside. That's a bad TP.
Nice, good check. They're gonna take TP though. They're gonna take TP.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go play on the TP, okay?
Run the TP. Me and Silva stay high. I might queue and play time, okay? So you guys do you.
Okay.
They might dome on me if they have a TP.
TP. You get what's new. It's fine.
I will.
Yeah, I'm going on you, Sita. I'm with you.
Yeah.
On the fence, on me. I'm going. I'm dead. Are you? Watch your TP. Coming with you. Other side.
Wait, what side?
Well played.
Let's go, boys.
Noctem, nice.
Lazarus, it's Lazarus. I need a thermite.
I'm going for kidnap, I think.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going for kidnap on the down guy.
It's 74 cracked on me.
Okay, I'm coming back.
It's a solo. It's on the team.
I kidnap two. Okay, I kidnap two.
Shit,
Wipe this.
I need to.
Thurston, army swap here.
Nice.
Army swap. Yeah, this is your hold. Hold, ulti them.
Witness and Moist are the three teams that are within that circle.
Ooh, trigger discipline here from Nasky. He's saying, go on, poke, I dare you. Show me just the top of your head and I'm gonna give you a haircut. One player will poke. Oh, here we go!
Well, he gets the knock, and now that's going to be full send, but DarkZero will hold well. They have to make sure they use any utility that's available again just to delay. KCP reluctant to dive on in. It's so difficult against the Catalyst team, but now here they come.
Trying to hold off the push at the moment. Flesh damage from Jumburn gets one, and all of a sudden KCP are falling apart as the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're going to do this, Jen, no way!
A huge pop-off from Jumburn and DarkZero, they survive.
You just watch 4 goals.
No, like it got like nerfed as in like Smart Loose something. And oh my goodness, XSET is what the f is this from XSET, baby? They are getting aggressive.
Do you think they know
they are
it's
getting
E6?
down and dirty, Riddle eliminated. I have no idea if they know it's E6.
They have to.
I'm not too sure. Let's see.
They have to know.
I think you're right, brother. I think you're 100% right. Traps getting broken here. Grenades being thrown. Sykes landing on top of them both.
Sykes doing really good damage here.
No, the reload. It's going to be Nocturnal all by himself.
Nice. 1v1.
Oh my god! And E6
Nocturnal
is eliminated.
Nocturnal!
That boy Noc moving different, baby.
Coming into this round, and looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out. 303 is like, okay, we know how to handle this one. Hit some tick damage back over towards it. Big connections. Shield's gonna come out, but is it gonna be enough? Trying to deny out the third-party shots while they contend with the caustic damage, and it is just stacking up. He steps out in forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303 as they have stepped into the wrong neighborhood.
He's still alive! The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leaders in this tournament, by the way, by single-handedly, with the support, of course, of another team nearby, taking out every member of 303. That is the most annoying Caustic in Caustic history. And by the way, there's been a lot of annoying Caustics in games online. That was insane what we just saw right there, as 303 is now out of this.
I mean, what do you do? But this is going to open up the doors for OBV. They might find themselves with an opportunity to work with. As you can see, did we make it? Still huddled down, loot galore up in front of him, and just waiting patiently for the next one to fall into his majestic trap.
Oh, we should say this.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good, all good. I have golden
Mark your free kill. Still team market.
Renting inside? Team third, careful. We're gonna nade stack that later.
No, renting market. They rent market.
We're gonna play. We're gonna nade stack in here. Okay, get ready.
Yeah. Dark market. Knock one market.
Nice. Good.
My nade.
Last guy.
I'm marking that. I'm hiding him. I'm holding the door. Fanning. Good. He's fanning. I'm holding the door. I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
Nading underneath.
They got EMP'd.
I'm fighting. Might give you all this well.
I'm flying. I'm flying down. Give me crack. Crack one. Lay machine if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm dropping. Let's go, dude.
They've laid traps.
They have 14 seconds.
And they just fell right on top of them, but Uma-chan.
Oh my god, the rampart wall's going down. More shots coming out. The Ood play coming through. Horizon ulti's coming out and everything. Can they indeed survive? There are trades going out.
Oh my god,
it's gonna be Fnatic's game. A full 3-man outside.
They need these armor swaps. Starter fight is going to be eliminated. It's going to be DreamFire.
DreamFire with the wide swing out. Can they do it? Can they stay up? Vincere with a knock. More damage coming out. Yuka all by himself.
Gets the armor swap. Yuka! Yes! Yes!
Down on them. They're gonna play underneath. They're gonna look for more angles here. I really like this play by OG to stay alive. TTM going down sharp, getting knocked. Nocturno, Knock just trying to stay alive. Yep. More shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's gonna get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he gonna get the armor swap? He does. And is he gonna win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor swap coming out from Skittles, and it's gonna be a one. Oh my god! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 with a double armor swap.
The beautiful city of Mannheim, the University of Mannheim, one of those touted as one of the best in all of Europe. And of course, the Rhine River, a beautiful sight to take a cruise, to walk by, or maybe head down as you're making your way towards the SAP Arena, where, of course, the ALGS has taken over. It is time for our Split 2 playoffs to continue, and I could not be happier to welcome you back to the desk. It was a short break between A versus B, but now it's C and D, and you can already hear it. They're going crazy in here. It wasn't Alliance, it was EXO-Clan who is actually making that noise in the building right now, but you could tell we're ready for some more Apex. Non-stop action coming at you for the next 6-7 hours. Welcome back. My name is Rene. Of course, we got a new face here, Lauren Laraquente, Glitter Explosion. We got the alliteration there. Of course, Snipe Down and Graceful joining us as well. Lauren, the energy is real. I mean, we could talk AB. I know you're watching backstage as well, but C and D, it's a star-studded lineup too. I think we're going to give them a lot of credit as we focus on these teams now who have yet to play.
Oh, absolutely. I think we had a lot of our heavy hitters to start off the day in that first lobby. We saw some of them reaching those expectations that we had set for them to kick off the weekend. But like you said, this I'm actually really excited for when it comes to this lobby, because we have lots of what a lot of people are considering to be dark horses or potential other teams that could actually snatch that trophy away.
And that's, always to expect the unexpected. It's a bit of a trope. But as the music in Mannheim, oh, it's sweet to my ears, sings with the crowd. Let's go ahead and meet our Group C.
On his head as well. Kashira does damage, stays on his feet as well, and oh my God!
So much talent there, from GoNext Esports to Gaimin, Gladiators, members of EMEA, members of North America that look to make a point here in this tournament, and they've been waiting to make that point. I know, Grace, we were talking earlier, you've got your eyes on the people we just saw sitting there, GoNext Esports. What can Kashira get done today?
Yeah, GoNext Esports is obviously one of the teams I like to talk about, non-biased EU team again. The thing is,
you're so biased. Wait a second. Is anyone seeing a pattern?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is. Kind of cheer for the home squad. And the thing is that Kashira, a lot of the times, he's gone through waves of ups and downs. We've been playing together for almost 5 years now. And he's gone from people who are saying, oh, dude, this guy's Pepega, to now he is owning everyone. And then he almost won a LAN. People still forget, he almost won a LAN. That's not many teams in the world that can say that.
One fight away.
Yeah, exactly. One fight away from winning LAN, and now having, the consistency of practicing and stuff. And by the way, Crypto, I think people forgot Kashira was one of the faves on Crypto back in the day as well. I think that they can definitely make something happen, and they have always been consistent. And Kashira is a huge, role in leading that.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, he's been consistent for so long. Kashira, obviously a leader, yet to have his big moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, Kashira has definitely been someone that's been at the top of the EU scene for a while. I think they've dominated a lot of the pro leagues and then came out and kind of been a little lackluster. So overall, I mean, he's been one of my favorite people. I actually hung out with him at the X Games. That's how long he's been around.
Wow.
And I became close with him there. So I've always been a secret fan of him in the background for sure.
Well, so many big names to talk about as well. Let's go ahead and introduce you to their competition, though. It's Group D.
Dropped. The Atom now getting flanked, and he responds.
And Slayers is here to pop in, still has a little bit of HP, and manages to clutch it up. Pushing against Big E, the CEO, you know what he does?
それだけ今の時間なら。
いやでもさ。
Found there's the even tower. Oh my god!
Some phenomenal teams in there as well. Even just looking at Legends Gaming and how well they've been playing. We saw them a few weeks ago at DWC. Now a chance to see them yet again. But there's one team that is essentially synonymous with Apex Legends LAN events. It's crazy we haven't said their name up until now. But Snipe, can you do us the pleasure of talking about that three-letter org?
Yeah, so I'm unironically rocking the same colors as the team I'm going to be talking about, and it's going to be a heart favorite TSM. So you can't really pass up on this roster. This roster has insane potential, and you know, I don't think we've seen that yet. I think they're still kind of finding themselves, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the positives, the negatives, and this is a tough team. They have a bounce-back tournament. You know, you have Reps and Verhulst. I know they took that last event at EWC really rough. This is the first finals that they missed in it, not being without Hal, like him being there and then him succeeding. You know, there's like a little bit of a rivalry there. They still have a lot of love for each other. And just the EWC format was tough. You know, they did perform really well in the semifinals, but it only being the top two teams, they got knocked out in third place. And this is just one of those events where leading up to it, I think a lot of the stuff that they worked on is they were a little too antsy in situations where they had zone early and felt like they had to like extend to get some KP because the game was just unfolding, and it's easy for that to happen. I feel like after third party something, you know, you don't want to just get placement points, you want to get KP, but that comes to you and you just need to be able to sit on your hands, and I think that was something that Hal brought. And then they're a little too passive on edge. It takes too long to maybe take that one fight that you really need to take to get them in zone before the zone gets on their back, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like we have to move zone 3, it hurts too much. I think if they get comfortable in that middle area, this is a team that could honestly win this whole event. I think I'm excited to see their growth. They've been absolutely killing it when it comes to the lead-up scrims into this. And once they find themselves, I mean, I'll put them right there in the top 5 with any other team to take this tournament.
Lauren, it's hard not to think of TSM as potential favorites. We know Hal isn't there, but that dynamic created some tension in a way, and that was maybe what got their engines going. Zap feels like he fits in really well, and also they've been putting the work in and building something maybe a little bit less controversial internally, but it seems like it might just be picking up steam at the right time. Certainly if they're going to want to win and get a win, this is the moment to prove it.
Absolutely, and we were talking about this before we went live again. Maybe having that one slower tournament for them was at the perfect moment. You're talking about timing, getting that out of the way, coming to Split 2 playoffs now, getting all those negative vibes out, and also kind of teaching themselves how to deal with it mentally. How do you recover after something like that? Because you know internally they have set a very high bar for themselves. They are two of the most legendary players in the entire scene, and they expect great things from themselves in the same way that their fans do. So now coming here, we know what they're capable of, and I like what you were both saying. They definitely feel like they're kind of settling into their trio, looking really strong, and I think they can do big things here at playoffs.
Yeah, being confident sometimes is not doing anything, right? Sitting down, sitting back, letting the game come to you. So we'll see if they're able to seize those moments or let them wash over them. It'll be an interesting one to see because there's still so many great teams here. It's difficult to pick one specifically. But sometimes the POI draft can give us an indication on who's going to succeed. We saw with SSG in Group A versus B, you guys were, you know, picking different teams, not Moist, and they did well. They ended up pulling it out, the not Moist picks. But you said, man, if I had seen SSG's landing spot, might have changed the difference on whether I would have gone for them. Snipe, I'm going to give you a chance now. Are you changing your pick after looking at some of these, or no? You still feeling confident?
You know, I picked Moist to win, and I thought I would change to SSG. I'm glad I didn't because they ended up coming out on top.
That's right.
I picked FURIA actually in this to win, and they have a good POI and thermal station. I do still like how TSM has been performing and getting Skyhook West right off the bat, and they also have a good launch pad when it comes to Stormpoint. I think those are incredibly strong POIs, especially for the way that these maps have been unfolding. So I'm happy with the FURIA pick. I think that they've really been building up a lot of potential leading up to this LAN and a lot of hype, and I would love to see them perform and make a finals because they missed it barely last time. So I will still pull for that team.
Grace, we saw Stay Naughty on there as well. I mean, we're seeing shots of the crowd. I love this eyebrow raise going on as well. Mkers is going to be a team to be threatened with. Cloud9, kind of an under-discussed team, but so much potential there.
Yeah, definitely potential. You know, I've played with Cloud9 in the past, with Naughty specifically, and, you know, I know that the potential is definitely there.
Right.
The real question is, you know, can you bring it out not only at this in this phase of the tournament, but throughout the whole tournament? I know their peak is high, but can they keep that average across the board is the real question.
Now, one big thing I want to talk about as we look at this Climatizer East, that's where Gaimin Gladiators are going. We're going to start transitioning into that, Lauren. I know you and I are kind of on the same wavelength. What's your thought on them? Big name for me in terms of a top-performing team coming into this.
Absolutely. I mean, 3rd online for Split 2. 4th at EWC. They have been wildly consistent. I mean, shout out to Jayhawk as well, because I saw his tier list online, and he did put Gaimin Gladiators up there as one of those teams that can absolutely win this event. I mean, when you consider Blasts, Lufka, and Light, that is a scary trio.
Yeah, and talking to Jamie, he took the car with us as well. You know, I love just the family affairs, guys. Sister Charlotte here again, 2 events in a row. You know, I just think that sometimes there's some energy there when you've got family in the building. You've got good vibes going on. They did incredibly well over these last few weeks. So Gaimin Gladiators, you and me, we've got them taking the hit on this one. 29 points. I can't be looking at this. We got to go to the next page, guys. This is not fun for me to look at. Snipe, you're doing okay. You talked to us about it. You're going with FURIA, a really strong team. Obviously, people are saying Vaxilon is just playing out of his mind right now, and I think this is an opportunity for Madness's journey to have this other part of the arc that people really, you know, are happy to see.
Yeah, I've been hyping up Madness for a while now. I think his redemption arc has been incredible to watch, and as well as Vexlon. Vexlon has been like in and out of Pro League a couple different times. He was almost not even in this last Pro League, and then Watson stepped down. He took the spot, and then that team has been, you know, consistently getting a lot better. So I'm proud of them, and another team that I think is a big highlight for this tournament is going to be Complexity. I think this meta fits perfectly for them. They've been killing it. Lou has been looking like a top player in the game, and I would love to see that team pop off.
They were close. In LA, they were playing a lot of Rampart. They were getting top 5s. They weren't winning. Maybe this is just that little bit more stability, a little more people on that same page of stability and kind of control legends that allows them to shine. All of that to be found out soon. And if you want to watch, whether it's Complexity, you follow along with you know, your favorite personalities, Gaimin Gladiators, maybe you just want to check in on TSM, go to Face It Watch. That'll help you select the types of teams that you want to look at, hear their audio, see their rotations, really watch the ALGS your way. One of my favorite things is just bringing up the map, giving yourself a little bit of that overview so you can see what the casters see or the commentators see as we're discussing the potentials of what a zone could bring. All of that and more by checking out Face It Watch. Go to faceit.com/watch. Also, remember, Twitch drops. That's right, just watching is earning. Twitch.tv/PlayApex over the course of these next 4 days will grant you all of these goodies, from skins to gun and charms, to show off in-game and say, yeah, I was there watching Mannheim. Were you? All right. Well, at the end of the day, we're here. The crowd is here. Our casters are here. And the games are here. It is C versus D. So, guys, as we get ready to hand it over, are we ready to go?
Of course we're ready to go. We've been waiting all day to get going here, Rain Day. Who do you think we are? We've been waiting in the back patiently. I rearranged all the chocolates in the back as a kind of like crazy thing that I did because I was just very excited. I had too much energy, Dan. It was a bit weird, but here we are.
He's had a good night's sleep, and that is good news because that means we're going to have some good games. That's how it always works. It's just a trend here at the ALGS, excuse me. And I can't wait. I mean, we've already heard about the groups and what the analysts have been saying about these groups. There's a few underdogs featuring here, and it's hard to try and predict where this group is going to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think coming into this tournament, I was looking at it, kind of the overarching story for me is I just feel there's an element of unpredictability about it. Just looking at teams' performances, looking back at EWC, looking at the fact that we have a new meta that's come through as well, a new season, all of these things kind of culminate together in not quite knowing what's going to happen here. And I think we saw that in our first set of games today. Now we head into our second set of games, and like you say, we've got C and D in the lobby, and you're looking at some of these teams as potential underdogs, not just maybe for the group to do well, but I think looking forward to the end of the tournament as well. There's a few names I look at in this lobby as being potential names we'll be talking about come Sunday.
Yeah, I think that there is not an clear and evident winner at this tournament yet. Even from the games that we've just seen, some of the big favorites maybe didn't perform as well as we would expect. So now we need to see who can kind of raise the bar and who can match those point totals as well. We always talk about the average points. You want to get around 30 or so in every single group game. But if you can have like a 70-point series like we just saw from Moist, that propels you up those leaderboards and gives you a fantastic chance to get into the good side of the bracket.
Well, there's an interesting thing to talk about, of course. Like you say, there's a lot of unpredictability. A big game can be absolutely massive. I think just while we're waiting for the games to get underway, we're going to bring Rain Day back in here to have a little bit of a discussion.
Yeah.
Rain, what are we talking about, brother? Do you know what? We always talk about predictions. We see predictions, but I want the reasoning behind your predictions on the desk. I want to know why you're going where you're going.
That's a great one. I'm not going to take the spotlight here. Lauren, I'm going to throw you reasoning. Gaimin Gladiators, we've been talking about them.
Listen, I feel like, Mark, you didn't hear all the facts, okay? Because it's the placements alone for Gaimin Gladiators, the consistency alone for this trio.
Tell 'em.
There's someone that I am keeping my eyes on. Also, the zones from the first series, if they end up even remotely close to where GG is, that's pulling in their favor. They have lots of positives in their column right now.
That's true. I mean, Snipe, get in on this as well, because they were talking about, they feel like it's unpredictable. Dan had mentioned that also. Do you feel like we've already set a tone for a bit of an unpredictable tournament here?
I think the changes in the meta are going to make this whole event as unpredictable as you can imagine. I already predicted I think we're going to have a tournament winner that has not won a tournament. We're now back-to-back events now with 2 different teams that we have not seen win. I think it's just that type of year, and I'm excited to see that final outcome. I think, like we talked about with FURIA, I think there's a lot of teams that can take that spot. So.
Also, guys, are we seeing, I mean, just the rise of South America? I mean, E-Xolos Major, LAZER, we were looking at that a few weeks ago and going, wow, this is unbelievable, South America showing up. You know, I feel like, Dan, it's now become something that's more consistent than ever. This type of performance starting out the gate, this bodes well, and we got a lot of South American teams here also represented.
Every region can perform well at this tournament. I think that's why it is such an unpredictable one. We don't have the dominant regions that we used to have back in the day, Mark, and I think that's why we're going to see just everyone try and put their best foot forward and try and dominate in these early stages, because then they start to become the favorites. Then people start to fear them. They don't want to rotate near them. They don't want to cross them in their path when they're trying to move through this map.
We always talk about teams who end up demanding respect and demanding to be talked about. They become too good to ignore, right? And South America have been quietly going about their business over the last few events as well, and I am expecting them to certainly have 1 or 2 teams who can progress and make it into those latter rounds here. So I'm excited to see what they can do. We had an EMEA winner now on LAN. We've had North America. We've had APAC North, APAC South. Just saying.
We're waiting. We're trying to fill that one out. You know, EMEA, we've got the resident kind of like, you know, the two of you and Graceful together, that's almost too much EMEA action going on for me. I mean, the bias is just so crazy here. But, you know, one team we haven't really talked about a lot is EXO-Clan. And I think they come in with a great story in K-Swinny and Slayers, one of the longest standing duos who have made pretty much every LAN. You could hear the crowd there. I know you guys like a little bit of noise. They've been representing and singing. I mean, are we at an Arsenal game, Mark? Or are we at Split 2 playoffs? Because it's kind of feeling like the same.
I will say the ALGS is more reasonably priced than get into an Arsenal game these days. But it's amazing to see, right? One thing we could always guarantee is as the games go on, as the days goes on, the crowd gets louder and louder. But the hardcore fans who are here today, by the way, shout out to everyone who got here early.
That's right.
These are the ones who I respect the most, and especially when they're making noise like EXO-Clan. And I think that EXO-Clan's a great story, right? We look back at EWC, last-minute call-up. They do incredibly well. They get to that final. So they're another team who we're talking about as a potential underdog, a dark horse in this tournament. So it almost feels like you can pick any team at the moment and go, hey, they could do something. So it's an exciting time to watch them Apex.
Grace, Strafing Flame, Player K, Easy Flash. These guys show up. We don't know if they're getting here. They figure out a way to do it. Is this a team that needs to be a little bit more on watch? Like, hey, this could be their tournament, because they had some of the most incredible moments coming back in the last moments of a game, changing things in match point. They've got the potential. They've got the confidence. Now it's just a matter of doing it.
I think the biggest thing is that they've always had, you know, they played Watts and Cat back in the day. They've always played ahead of everybody's playing the meta, and they're always very adaptable. And when you say, could this be their tournament? I'm not going to lie, every tournament felt like it could have been theirs. So I think that they could definitely pull through if they wanted to.
It is a little bit of that clutch factor coming in.
It is.
And of course, guys, as we've had this great discussion, it's set up some more stories that we didn't get to cover too top of the show, but it seems like it might be getting closer to the games kicking off for C&D. So I'm going to hand it back to you to enjoy, and let's get it going.
That was fun, wasn't it? It was. Chat with the desk. We don't usually get to do that. We're not allowed near the desk normally for obvious reasons. But it is time almost to get into our first game here. World's Edge is where we're going to be heading. And I want to talk a little bit about a team who has 3 letters in their name, who historically we get told off for talking about too much. But I'm going to talk about TSM, right? Because what a story this has been for the new lineup, right? EWC, not good. Whereas now they come into this group. Now they come into this event. Now they come into this day with a fresh look on things. And the best thing for them is they have a great POI here on World's Edge to play from.
Great seed, which means they got a great place in the POI draft, and they're going to be playing from Skyhook West because Reject WINNITY decided not to go for Skyhook West. They actually went for Pylon on Storm Point, leaving Skyhook open. So that is going to be a fantastic opportunity for TSM, who not only have it in these groups, but also later on when they compete in the next stage of groups as well, they have it over Falcons. So holding this POI throughout the entire day, this is a great chance to practice in Group C and D, and then carry what they learn from these groups into the next. It's an obvious opportunity to pick up big points.
I also think it's a really good opportunity for them to play from a POI, like you say, they're going to play from all day, but from a POI that gives you a clear game plan on how you want to approach things, right? You're going to take your time looting over at SkyWest. There's a lot of loot to gather, and you're going to usually be playing Edge from there with a strong loot pool behind you. So TSM are going to have to fight their way into zones, and I think just making the macro a little bit more simple can be very, very positive for them as getting on the same page, winning some of those team fights, and looking good going into the games a little bit later on as well. But as you can see here, it looks like we're getting ready to get into this game here in Mannheim. We've got C&D on the stage right now. Match 1 on World's Edge is about to get underway.
And already, Bleed Esports are going to be up at Skyhook East, so there is a chance for them to have a little scrap with maybe a couple of TSM members. As we look across and just see what could be happening elsewhere on the map, you can see GG and SSE-Xray are over towards Climatizer and Epicenter. They're not going to be contesting, of course, but they are close enough that individuals were having a little look at one another, but no fight happening here.
Interesting to talk about GG, right? I mentioned how certain teams in the ALGS all of a sudden are too good to ignore, and I think this is the perfect example of it, right? GG, they made a big change about halfway through the split, and now with this team, they've come together, and there seems to be a chemistry and an ability to pull points out of every game and every situation. It's very rare we will go into the top 10 of a game, especially when we're watching the EMEA Pro League, getting towards that end game, and GG would not be in one of those prio positions. They proved at the EWC that they are a team who can really perform on the biggest stage as well. So keep your eyes on GG this tournament as we take our first look at where we're going to be heading.
Yeah, heading up towards between Landslide, between Monument is where we're going to be going. So I wouldn't be surprised if people take control of the tower. Maybe there'll be a few people taking control of Grandma's house and that kind of area, the Survey Beacon house, just with a chance to have the ability to move between the two, depending on where this circle actually ends up pulling. So VK Gaming already moving very fast, and a couple of teams are starting to run across one another here with their rotations.
By the way, Legends Gaming, you can see there's a couple of faces you might recognize filling in today. Naski being one of those players, he's made the, I would say, a fairly short trip over to Germany to make sure that he's in position to help out his two teammates, or should I say temporary teammates, while he's waiting for the other players to get over on those planes, getting those visas nice and late, certainly getting them locked down, but a little bit of an early engagement going down here, but it's a little bit of a poke and a prod, and nothing too getting out of hand here. No real aggression as we see Remix Powers looking for his teammate to drop him off a little bit of loot. Going to be a ult Excel for him to pop a little bit early here as they try and push through the tunnel.
And you can stay in this tunnel if you want as well. Obviously, Watson fences will go down behind you here just to make sure that no one's going to be able to follow. But there is the opportunity with where this circle's going right now that they are happily holding this area, especially if they're worried that anyone's going to be into Landslide. And we can see on the map there are teams in Landslide. And of course, you'll be able to use that crypto to gain the information before you exit.
Vault always a tasty thing to find your way past if you've got that Vault key. And then we are going to see Legends Gaming having a little bit of a fight. We mentioned how Naski and Amphi have filled in alongside Player K here. Well, there were some conversations on Twitter saying if you get over 100 points, maybe we'll let you play the rest of the tournaments as well. So they've got their target to certainly hit, but inside a Landslide right now, they're going to be securing this truck, and they do have the Watson as well. So that gen's going to go up. That means they're going to be able to avoid those grenades being thrown in. It's going to be much more difficult to push them in this position.
A lot of teams committing to Monument here as well. It's starting to get a little bit congested over there, so if you haven't arrived early, you're going to struggle to find any sort of area in that POI. As now, over towards Landslide. This is what happens when you exit through the vault. There's going to be teams there waiting for you.
We're going to be picked up here by Kings. As Olimpo try and disengage from this, it looks like at the moment. They see that there's maybe a few too many teams inside a Landslide early on here to really want to take that fight, and instead, they're going to be rotating away and letting Noctem's gang get a little reset here. Interesting to note with this zone, though, Dan, this is the kind of zone I look at, and I'm like, Zone 3 info is going to be so important because we've seen some pretty funky pulls on World's Edge in recent times, right? It could pull, like you say, over to Grandma's side, over to outside of Monument, where we see that zone just to the west side of it. But we also see that, of course, the zone that pulls back towards the drill tower on the other side of those mountains. So even though it is looking like it's going to go to the east side of the zone at the moment, towards the Monument side, again, Zone 3 information just gives you the guarantee, right?
We've even seen it end down to where Cloud9 are currently, just by the tunnel as well. It pulls to the southwest of Monument. There is a lot of different areas it can move to. So even though there's a heavy commitment to the buildings because they are going to be safe for now, if you take that gamble, if you take that risk, you can definitely be rewarded if you get one of those funky shifts that you're talking about.
Well, as we move our attention over to FURIA, Olimpo were the team who rotated away a few moments ago, and now they're finding themselves in the line of sight of Keon. Now FURIA, wow, what a performance it was towards the back end of the season in the North American Pro League for these three gentlemen. Madness went through a lot. You remember he had a severe injury he had to overcome to get back playing with his team and managed to do so, and now he's looking to lead them forward here. He's going to be playing on the Crypto here, and Vaxelon, man who I love watching play Apex Legends, I have to say, he's going to get himself up to purple. He's going to be on the Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what FURIA can do at this event. I think they've been performing pretty well in scrims, and there is a lot of belief behind them coming into it as well. They just need to have a good start. I feel like momentum is going to be massive for them. Otherwise, they may start to get down on themselves a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see how match one goes for them. At the moment, everyone trying to move into this next zone. The majority of teams have found themselves within Zone 2 already, or within Zone 1 already, excuse me. Still TSM, Olimpo, FURIA, and Pioneers are the only 4 teams haven't moved in yet.
Bleed Esports playing up on the high grounds here, just tinkering around and tiptoeing around these icicles up on the height of Epicenter. Another team who have been dangerously consistent. But the one thing that's been missing for Bleed Esports is that big pop-off week throughout the Pro League. It was always 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, always in and around those numbers, but not that #1 that they were so desperate for, just to prove that they could take one of those game weeks and really cement themselves as a potential tournament winner. But here on LAN, things are always different, of course, and Drops is looking to lead the troops forward and put some big points on the board.
Complexity at the moment just surrounding FURIA here. They've got eyes on them, and they are just trying to stop the exit. FURIA will be relatively happy with this position for now, but they already know they need to move. They have that ring console information to work with. But there you go. There's Complexity just waiting in the wings, waiting on that bridge and trying to get shots. But it will force FURIA to make the tunnel rotation here. And we already saw how congested the tunnel area had been coming out from Landslide. So it might not be a fun move for FURIA.
Yeah, it's going to be Noctem, who are still in Landslide. Legends Gaming just outside of it as well. And FENNEL to their north, in and around that drill tower we were talking about. We'll take a look at the outsides of the zone for now, as we can see Artin and crew trying to work their way back into safety. That's going to be over by Lava Fisher. TSM putting some shots down on them from Countdown. As this is your map overhead right now, we can see we are going to pull over to the east side. So a little bit more of a predictable zone pull here, which is good news for everyone, including ourselves. It makes us look like we know what we're talking about. And we can see the reject WINNITY. NOEZ inside of Fragment. You've got Cloud9 just to the north. Exoclan just trying to creep up alongside NORTHEPTION as well. They're going to be sharing a little bit of real estate soon as well. But you're looking at the rotate here from FURIA, and I like this. You mentioned how you might be thinking they're going through the Vault Tunnel towards Landslide. Well, if they take a little bit of time here, go through Harvester, hit the ring console, hit the survey beacon, not only going to get the Evo, the information, but they have a clear rotate in as well from that southern side of zone. So FURIA, with Complexity at their back, a team to watch it.
Yeah, FURIA still moving at the moment. They're actually firing shots back at Complexity. Complexity are chasing them, and you can even see that on the map feed. But FURIA will have the speed to get away from it. Just constantly, Complexity have the height over them. So FURIA really can't take this fight, and that's why they keep retreating. They're almost hoping that all this noise encourages someone else to get involved.
Start playing at Charge Rifle. I think this is a cooler gun. And he's hitting some big damage already with it. Of course, Monsoon known for hitting big damage from long distance, and he's already showing it here. Can't quite connect this time, but one thing we got to note here about Complexity is I think they're trying to either force FURIA away and maybe rotate behind them, which is going to cause FURIA some problems, or they're going to go towards that Vault Tunnel. But we're going to get that question answered straight in front of us, right? It looks like they are going to be trying to mirror exactly the rotate we're seeing from FURIA.
Yeah, so FURIA moving fast. You can see they've just taken a balloon to make sure they can move up towards Fragment. And Complexity saw that happening in the sky. And now Complexity just means they can shadow them here. This is going to be a comfortable rotation for them. I think this is clever from Complexity, right? Force FURIA away, then it gives you the pathing, then it gives you the idea of what is playable and what isn't playable. And you've then got the crypto drone as well to give you extra information. So Complexity in a good spot.
Interesting to see that FURIA actually took a spot inside of Fragment. So maybe they thought that this isn't as playable as an area as they would have wanted for as early as they have to play it, so they're going to try and play a little bit of a longer game. GG, though, they're going to be up towards the north. They're being held out by VK Gaming, who are inside of that tunnel, as we do see, of course, where FURIA land. Now, we've just lost our first team, and it was Bleed Esports inside of the building, and it's 3KP going to the gentleman in your street. FURIA get their first points of the day.
And the first kills there on the board in this game as well. I mean, the fact that this has been pretty slow, no one has been engaging that much. I mean, sometimes that happens with this meta. It is very difficult to try and finish off kills with the likes of Newcastle being involved. Very quick to get those res, very demure, very graceful. But now you need to see other teams getting involved in some of these third parties, because there has been engagements happening, but no one's necessarily been able to pick up the KP.
You really need to get off of TikTok.
I try.
I love you, dude, but you've got to...
I try.
GG then, still trying to work their way through the tunnel. You see they will be safe for this next zone, but their options are pretty limited, so they are committing to this fight by the looks of things. It's still VK Gaming, who are the team who are holding them on the other side, and you can see the Watson fences is down as well, which is going to make the push even more difficult. Now, no EMP to work with here for GG. It's the Catalyst, Bangalore, and Newcastle, which makes this push a little bit more difficult for them.
Just a little bit. It's actually... maybe a fight you don't even want to take, to be honest, but it's one of those situations where you may have to. The circle's beginning to close. They do have the room to stay there for now, and we are going to be heading away. When you see that circle coming up on this map, we're going to be heading away from Monument and back to those rock formations that I was talking about right at the very start between Landslide and Monument
there
here.
It is.
And no one is currently there. And that's what I was talking about earlier, by taking a risk and holding a position. But it's a very difficult position to hold.
Yeah.
We've sometimes seen Watson teams hold it, but very rarely can you hold a position like this.
Yeah, getting into this zone early is very, very difficult, just because of the amount of angles that you can get angled out from. So it's about timing the rotate, right? It's about taking the priority position ahead of everyone else when there's an opportunity to do so as the zone starts to close. You'll see teams try and risk it and maybe think about taking a spot a little bit earlier. Sometimes that can work out extremely well for you if you can hold it down, but it also means with 19 squads still alive in this lobby, if you make that play and it doesn't go well, points are almost impossible to find. So that's why you're seeing teams showing a little bit of trepidation here as TSM now start to work their way towards zone as well. 30 seconds until this zone close, and you can see that Zap is looking for some bodies.
And if they are forced down into this kind of tunnel area, Noctem Scan are already waiting. And actually, I like the position from Noctem Scan because they have the option of being outside of Monument right now and moving into that zone that we previously saw. Another team that's in a good position is Cloud9. Now, elsewhere, there is damage happening. You can see there could be more kills on the board as SSE-Xray are eliminated from the game.
Very impressive, by the way. SSE-Xray is not easy to stay, and I am going to mess that up more than once. Olimpo also going to be eliminated here, and it will be Lou who finds the final member. So Complexity, we mentioned this southern position. They now control it as we see GG involved in a fight here, and it's going to be against GoNext. It's EU on EU action.
Yeah, nice damage initially. Blast just puts down the ultimate to make sure it's not going to be easy for them to escape if they do try and push towards them. And instead now, GG need to try and actually capitalize on this early damage, but they've gone to play defensively here, and I like it.
Managed to reinforce that door, which means that they will control it. It means that GoNext won't be able to push this res, but GoNext also inside of the building now with the zone closing are going to find themselves taking some damage. GG down to 2 still. Light has gone down. Blast and Lufka are last alive, but now you can see the trouble they have. So many teams inside of this zone looking in to out, and GG will be eliminated.
The ring is doing more damage than some of the players right now. It's so difficult to get into these zones because people are holding such aggressive positions as now TSM look to try and move through. They didn't go down towards the tunnel. Instead, they're going north. It's FENNEL holding them out.
Monsoon's doing things in the kill feed again. He's just taking down player K from Ledgers with that charge rifle. Not only knocks, but gets to finish as well as TSM. Now try and step their way forward. Let's jump into the comms with TSM and see how they take this fight.
I'm not challenged. You challenge that? I can't help. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Back to the block. I got it. Play knock. Play knock. Oh my god, the drone.
TSM will fall in their first 3v3 of the day, and it will be a pretty low point game for them. Noctem now trying to move in behind. Crypto trying to go out to get some information. They can see there's some knocks down as well, so this is going to be a lot of loot for them to pick up on their way forward. And it's been interesting to see them re-wrap through the tunnel towards this fight that they heard going on. It's a pretty smart rotate, I would say, just playing off of information, playing off of damage, and playing off of audio.
They were also almost forced to be there because Complexity actually started to pressure them a little bit from the other side of tunnel. So Noctem said, well, this is an opportunity for some KP. But now what they do is put themselves in a difficult situation. If anyone is waiting for them on this choke as they make their rotation east, they could struggle a little bit. Legends Gaming are pretty bang center of this next zone and could potentially disrupt Noctem's rotation here.
We just saw FENNEL being eliminated as well as we go back over to the point of view of Complexity and Monsoon. He's got the laser beam. He's going to put the evac down as well. It might be time to make a play for this zone as they will now take to the skies. Now, where do they try and play from here? Kimchi and Lu following Monsoon. Monsoon has his shields almost broken, but they find a sneaky little spot. But they're going to have to take this fight, and there's already a team here. It's going to be Legend Gaimin, I think, who are in this position. Nafki finds one onto Lu. SWQ eliminated in the meantime, and Monsoon is left all on his own.
He's left on his own, but he does have the smokes. He does have the ability to just charge his shields back up here and maybe be a nuisance to Legends Gaming. What he needs here is for Noctem to get involved in this fight, and he is going to be able to get potential KP.
This is a 1v1, but he's not hitting any shots.
Oh, no.
It's windy out here. It's windy out here, Mon. It is windy out here, Mon. Complexity will be eliminated. EXO-Clan will fall as well.
That's a tough one. And you know full well Monsoon's only going to blame himself for that. Now reject WINNITY as they move in. Pioneers eliminated. Mkers eliminated as well. 7 squads remain, but there is a lot of teams on this northern side. VK, Cloud9, Noctem, Legends, all on the north and all have to fight.
VK gone. On the southern side of this zone, though, FURIA, we mentioned this position. That is going to be prime real estate towards the end of this game. FURIA control the zone. Reject WINNITY. A name that you might know very well from the last round. Well, it's a new lineup this time, but they are inside of this top 6. C9 taking a huge amount of damage themselves as Chaotic will be taken down.
Yeah, Cloud9 just trying to stay alive at this point, hoping that maybe Chaotic can crawl back. They should be able to get the res here. I don't think anyone's going to pressure them, and they're going to get back up to a full 3. So this is great news and a great opportunity for Cloud9 to reposition, start to head towards this zone because it's pulling south. You already see Reject WINNITY are there, but suddenly there's shots coming in.
It's going to be a Jen to save him in front of him. That's going to keep him alive for just long enough, and it was a very important piece of timing for them to get round that corner before those wayward shots came in from those Mozambiques that almost managed to get that knock and send C9 back down to 2. 5 squads now remaining.
Legends Gaming also just got a respawn as well, by the way. It's Noctem Scan and now going to fight against Legends Gaming, and Legends, after getting the respawn, probably win this fight and will. They're still alive.
Let's take ourselves back a few minutes, right? Monsoon in that crazy situation. Will Legends Gaming make it into the top 4 now? They should fall in the next few moments as C9 will be able to take out the final member, which is going to be Amphi. But as we head into our top 3, it's a 3v3v3. C9, Reject WINNITY, and FURIA.
FURIA are sat dead center of this zone, by the way. Reject WINNITY are probably going to shoot at Cloud9. And look at the shields on FURIA, and the castle wall is down. Surely FURIA have a great position to win this.
Madness is going to get the first knock onto Sorcerer as well without having to overextend. A second one now comes into Vac from Vaxon as he goes pew 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 with those Mozambiques. FURIA taking their time to reset here, taking their time to bat as C9 will be eliminated. It's Reject WINNITY. The org that won the Split 1 playoffs going up against FURIA in our final 3v3. The EMP will go down.
Look at the shield difference though. Blues on the side of RC. Surely FURIA can push.
Surely FURIA should win this. Madness. Hitch is going to start blasting. He gets his first knock. Keon will get the second, and FURIA will back up the hype in game number 1. They will be your champions.
And there's a reason why they've been some people's favorites coming into these groups. They've looked excellent coming into this tournament. And they say it wasn't just a fluke during scrims. They are going to be here to play when it comes to LAN. And once they had that position with Newcastle, that is why Newcastle is in this meta and why he is so successful. Not only do you get the castle wall, but you have that fallback plan. If your highest DPS player does go down, you just get them back up again with the gold shield. Sadly for Reject WINNITY, they had a massive shield disadvantage, but they were able to get into that final circle and pick up a second place.
I will say that is some beautiful artwork. With all due respect, on the right-hand side, the left one's good. You know, it's not bad, but the right-hand side, the precision on that colouring in, I'll go over the lines, man. I don't know about you, I'll go over the lines.
I failed my art class in school, so I'm very impressed, but also impressed with FURIA. I think that was a difficult circle to play. As soon as it pulled away from Monument, as we said it could, they did very well to not move straight away and become the most vulnerable team. They kind of played it at the right speed where a few teams had fallen first, and then they took the primary position right dead center.
Interesting to see, you know, go back to our stories at the start of this, right? FURIA, all eyes on you. Great finish to the Pro League split. They come into game number 1 here and they win it. They get some good KP alongside it as well. We'll take a look at our match results as well to back that fact up. And it's a 25-point game, 13 kills in game number 1 here for FURIA. A fantastic result for them. But you look at the other end. This is what I'm interested in, right? This is the teams we were talking about. GG. It's only game 1. Let's not get carried away here. Bleed Esports, TSM. All teams will have question marks for different reasons, right? GG, I'll maybe take out that conversation a little bit because they've been fantastic recently, but it's still the same thing, right? You want to get out to a hot start in game 1. You want to just dispel some of the worries, some of the hangover from previous tournaments. They haven't managed to do that as yet. Of course, a lot of games in front of us. Let's not get carried away with ourselves, but also shout out to the boys filling in on Legends Gaimin. 11 points for them, game number 1.
I think one of the good things for all the teams that are down at the bottom of the leaderboard is FURIA took a lot of those points, right? So it is going to be pretty evenly spread from like 6th downward, and it's not going to be hard to catch up. It's just trying to catch up to first place is what's going to be difficult here.
Yeah, I love the rotate from FURIA, by the way. There was a couple of moments I was watching it, I was like, if they get into the southern side of this zone, they can own it for themselves. But I like the fact that they played it a little bit later, because you saw, initially I was thinking they were going to try and do what Complexity did. Complexity then are forced to make a play towards zone a little bit later, and it doesn't work. And unfortunately, I'm sure we're all going to see the clip a few more times. But we'll go to a break right now before we get back for match number 2. Match number 1 was beautiful. Let's see what match number 2 has for us.
That Watson, one Watson.
I got it back.
Last team.
I got it back.
We got EP.
Close. No. I got to back up.
I threw my drone. Watch the close swing. I need help.
I'm here.
EPing at 1%. EPing now. Look for a swing.
Swing right then.
Swing left.
One shot, yeah, I'm on the Valk. Valk's dead.
Last
one
one.
more. He's one.
Yeah.
Just like that, baby. Just like that.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Welcome to Mannheim, Germany, and welcome to the FURIA party. Lovely to hear the listening in those final moments. And my favorite thing about that down the celebration, just a simple yay. It's like a little celebration, you know?
You don't want to get ahead of yourself, right? It is only the first match, and we've seen this historically where a team does have success and then falls off a little bit. And those 25 points look amazing right now, but if suddenly you end up on 32 points after the entire 6, that is a missed opportunity, right? You need to carry on the momentum here, try and find more points on the board, because we saw some teams in the previous groups only get about 25 points. This is a great chance to try and surpass them in the leaderboards and put yourself in a really good position when it gets to those brackets.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you look at from that game number 1 from FURIA that you really like, right? Firstly, the rotation we mentioned towards the southern side of that zone. Secondly, the fact that when they evac into Fragment and Monument, they win the 3v3 without even being knocked. Bleed get absolutely obliterated by them, and then the way they commanded that zone in the end game as well, you can hear from the comms as well, they're like, one thing that's so important is the communication of abilities, right? And you could hear from Madness is saying EMP in 1 second, EMP in 1%. Waiting to engage off the back of that EMP is valuable, so valuable in that final fight. Not only is it giving you information on where players are, but the damage, the stun, all of those things makes that final moment so much easier. So congratulations to FURIA, very, very well played endgame for sure.
Yeah, I think also listening to the comms of who to focus is something that's very underrated when playing as a 3, because if you're all looking at different targets, you can very easily get wiped out by a team focusing better on an individual. But clearly they were focusing on left, then they focused on center, then they focused on right. It was just a clean sweep. And I think as soon as they saw those blue shields, it was just like, it was a dub. Like, they already knew they were going to win that one. Such a shield advantage, and they'll be delighted with that victory.
So FURIA get that game 1 victory, like we say. Now we head into match number 2, though. World's Edge going to still be our battleground before we head over to Storm Point a little bit later on. We'll have to see if anyone is going to contest FURIA in this game number 2, or if it is going to be a little bit of a FURIA party, like I mentioned here on World's Edge. The way they navigated the traffic in that one was absolutely superb. Always interested to see where this zone goes, though, because that was one that was played from Thermal Station by FURIA. Pretty good rotate for them, even though it's a pretty central zone. I feel like coming from the south, that zone in general, just knowing that everyone else is going to be stacked up inside a monument, it's probably a clearer way to path your way to that zone. So FURIA having a pretty good access, I would say, to where they wanted to play, but having access is one thing. It's all about execution. We always talk about that.
And you got to remember, FURIA were kind of being hovered around by Complexity for quite a while. They were being chased, it felt like, but they didn't get intimidated by that. They didn't take a stupid rotation. They didn't just run through tunnel because they panicked. They fired shots back towards them and said, no, actually, we think that we can hold you off here, and we will continue with our genuine rotation that we have planned.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be the same story, like I mentioned now. Who do you want to watch in this next game, though? Because C9 had a really interesting end game there. You can see they had to fight their way from the northern side of that zone through 3 or 4 different teams, but didn't really have much of an involvement in that end game when it was the 3v3v3. Usually you see a call of let's play for second if we think we can't win this one, but Cloud9 didn't really do much, right? It was both teams they just got focused by both. They didn't commit to either fight. That left them in a bit of a vulnerable position.
Honestly, I'm excited to see what Legends Gaming do in this next game, because they positioned themselves quite successfully in that circle. If it wasn't for the full send that came from Complexity, they might have had a better chance going into that last circle as well. So they'll be moving from landslide. Of course, it was one of their priority positions, and if the zone isn't as good for them, they're going to have to move a little bit quicker, perhaps, to the next.
FURIA, you have earned yourself a loot POV. I need to copyright that. Winners of game number 1, obviously we're going to be watching them first. A great start for them, and I think when you're coming into a tournament, right, with a lot of hype behind you, some expectation, people start talking about you, there's murmurs of maybe this is FURIA's time, maybe in North America is going to be represented by someone holding that trophy up once again. A game number 1 like that, just all of the nerves, all the expectation just falls off your shoulders a little bit, right? It just kind of proves to yourself, like, people can talk, and they should be talking because we're going to perform at the level you expect.
I also love the composition that they're running as well. They're not running a controller legend, so they're not necessarily going to have that ring console information immediately, but then as soon as Pathfinder gets the ability to choose, then you get ring console information, and then you can start to use Pathfinder's aggression at certain times as well.
Wow.
And well, there's a reward for winning your first game, as FURIA will be in prime position down at Thermal Station.
I mean, in Thermal, the one issue with Thermal is sometimes a big POI to loot, and a couple of teams who rotate very, very quickly, like Noctem are right now, Reject WINNITY are right now, could take away a few positions that you might want, but if you can get up to that height nice and quickly, you almost guarantee yourself a top 5, it feels like, with this Thermal Station zone. So it'll be interesting to see if it does go towards Thermal, if we go back towards staging with a funky pull, but one team who has always red zones well over at APAC North is Reject WINNITY. They are as hard a zone team as you could possibly imagine in the ALGS, and they think it's going down towards Thermal.
And that's one of the reasons why they had blue armors, or 2 of them had blue armors going into that final fight, because they moved very quickly to Monument in the previous game. Now, FURIA don't have a ring console, as far as I'm aware. They did get the survey beacon scan, so they would have seen Reject WINNITY moving towards them, so they should have a good idea, and they should have seen Noctem as well arriving at Thermal Station. So FURIA aren't going to be surprised by this pull, but they certainly won't have as much info as perhaps they would like.
It's one thing I've learned through my career in esports is when a man puts a bandana on, it means he means business. And you can see that Onbu certainly does mean business today and certainly will at this tournament. Pioneers making their way through Siphon at the moment. You saw Exo Clan were just ahead of them as they were looting their way forward. They only had blue armors. Excuse me, they only had white armors, whereas Pioneers have the blue. It looks like they're going to be playing towards the choke tunnel here. Should be safe. Looks like there's no one here at the moment. SWQ are inside of the train tunnel as they move down towards bar. So it's kind of a point A to B here for them as they try and plan what their next move is going to be.
So an interesting thing since the newest patch with the Controller Legends getting the extra 25 HP on their shields is now some of the Wattson players, or your controller player in general, may lead the rotation because they have the most shields available, right? It's going to deter other people from engaging because you are going to have more health. And also you can have a better chance if you run into a 1v1. So it is interesting that's changed that kind of support role we've seen in Wattson's previous to actually now we can play it a little bit more aggressively in some scenarios.
Yeah, you certainly can just overextend a little bit more. You're not, as you say, relied to be the anchor, which has traditionally been the role of a Wattson, for example. Inside of the zone, though, you can see NOEZ FOXX are going to be inside and around the train station buildings. 4 points to their name after game number 1. NORTHEPTION having a little poker Legends Gaming, who are inside of this tunnel themselves, and this looks like a fight that could break out here. Now, when you're looking at shields, NORTHEPTION certainly at the disadvantage, and the EMP is going to force them away, as Yuka is going to have to be very careful that he doesn't go from Yuko Peradata to Yuko Paradead. And that's exactly where he finds himself. Gets inside the building, though, and they will be out of res.
So still 20 squads. No one's gone down just yet. Everyone being a little bit hesitant to engage yet again in this game. As we already see, about 15 of our teams are within zone, but now NORTHEPTION are getting pushed.
I mean, this is a strong push coming in for VKG. They saw a knock come in. And now Yuko Peradata, who was Yuko Paradead, is now Yuko Para running. It wasn't very good, okay? I know that. I accept it. But VK Gaming will come in and manage to clean the pieces up, but they have lost one player. And remember that Legends Gaming were having a look from the tunnel at this. They might be thinking about third-partying themselves for these KP.
Yeah, definitely a possibility for other teams to engage if they would like to here. There are 2 teams in the area. KCP are also in the vicinity and maybe could do some damage to this one as well. The Wraith Portal has actually been a big influence here. Allows you to move very quickly into this fight.
However, Donut has gone down, and now Youngling goes down as well, and Crazy Kong is going to be left on his own. We're going to have a pause. We're going to have a pause. Just as things got exciting, just as things got interesting. See a lot of sad faces in the crowd, but don't worry, we'll get back into it. Oh, look, I'm back on camera. Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Being told it was an audio issue, so we're just sorting that one out for the players, but it does allow us to have a little chin wag. But certainly one of those scenarios when Wraith comes into the equation, right? The portal looks great. You get involved, and you say, I will follow you to my death. Sadly, they did follow to their death.
You don't mean it literally.
No, usually
figuratively. It's a very discernible difference between the two things. But again, interesting to see some of the compositions and legend picks we've already seen here on day 1 kind of surprising us. A Wraith already in there. We've seen a few different picks that have come in. We saw a Revenant a little bit earlier as well. I was like, are we in ranked? No, we're not. But it's going to be interesting to see how those picks kind of separate themselves, maybe in some of the plays that we see a little bit earlier on. Smart decision to show these gentlemen on your screen, because I'm going to lay out for a minute and let the Exo Clan crowd do what they do best. Bit quiet. Oh, no, they're getting louder. They're getting louder. It's okay.
They're just
warm up.
Gently ramping up. I think they went in hard right at the start of this series.
It's true. They went pretty hard early. Yeah.
And they probably just need to have a little bit of a reset before they get back in. But as the game is paused, the players, of course, will just be waiting and have a little chat between themselves, and we can look at some of the beautiful signs of this wonderful audience that is joining us here in Mannheim. I always appreciate those who come down on a Thursday.
I thought you were going to say, I always appreciate a good sign, which I know you do.
Does your boss know you're here? That's what I usually say.
True.
Were you meant to be working today?
True.
Are you still working in the stands?
True. Maybe all of these people, what are known as remote workers nowadays.
They've got their mouse at home.
I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see if some laptops come out around 3 p.m. Actually, it's gone 4 already. Goodness me. Yeah, we'll have to see if a couple of emails do get sent out just to make sure that the bosses are happy. But we do say thank you, of course, for being down here early on a Thursday. The tournament, as we know, ramps up day after day as the stakes get higher and higher. And I'm looking forward to getting back into this one because I feel like we've got a really good end zone. It's a very similar pattern to what we saw from the first game. A lot of hard early rotates. We've seen a couple of scrappy fights that have gone down in and around the Hill House building between Harvester and, of course, where this zone is going to be pulling towards the train station side. But we're also going to see some fluffy friends in the crowd here, Dan.
Yeah, I'm always reluctant to talk.
Are you a sign guy or a fluffy friends guy?
I am a fluffy sign guy. And if anyone creates one, then you'll be my best friend. I'm always reluctant to talk too heavily about zones during a pause. Even if I whisper, I'm worried that maybe a player could have a earphone off.
I would.
But it is interesting that we head down towards this area because, I mean, if you think back to Pro League, there were times where this area of the map was very rarely seen, right? We didn't actually end here very often, and it was great news when you looked at FURIA and where they saw the zone start to pull. So they were able to set up accordingly, and we should be able to get back into this game very shortly here.
3, 2, 1. We're back in the game. I felt like I was slightly off on my seconds there. It didn't quite line up. Anyway, we're back into the game, everyone. Pioneers on your screen. Onmu's bandana still looking as glorious as it did a few moments ago.
Oh, so they went through the portal, and as they came back, sadly, KCP were already waiting. Actually, no, Crazy Kong's been able to get away. I think the portal was taken from the other player.
Yeah, it was. It was EXOCLAN who was taken down in that fight. So EXOCLAN fans, now we understand maybe why you weren't as loud as we thought you would be. Complexity, though, probably trying to shake off the moments of that previous game. Inside of where zone is going to be going, though, you can see that on your top of your screen. You can also see that they have console information themselves. Now they're going to try and take up towards the high ground here, having playing around the barricades at the back, by using this evac tower to get back towards where Kimchi finds himself. However, Monsoon taking some damage on his way up. Blue is going to be safe for now, but might have to retreat back to Monsoon just to help him stay alive.
Elsewhere, we're back to the building of death as the portal still being used elsewhere. Legends Gaming now going to be able to take that one out, and of course, Legends are also running the Wraith. Nasty on a Wraith is not something that I thought I would see in this day and age, but I'm here to live and breathe it. They're now going to have control of this tunnel as well, which actually isn't the worst position, and I think they'll be able to hold it for quite some time.
Certainly will. TSM then once again involved in a fight in and around the edge of zone. This time it's going to be Bleed Esports in front of them. Certainly some history between the 6 players involved in this little scuffle that's going down. 10 seconds until the zone does close behind them. SWQ will be eliminated as well, as all of a sudden we're seeing KCP find a few more KP, as we have 3 squads now eliminated from this lobby.
And I am curious to see how TSM do from Skyhook, right? Because there was a reason why Falcons decided not to be picking Skyhook in their group stages. They felt like they maybe had some really rough zones back at EWC, and they wanted to move to a more central POI, and that has opened it up for TSM to play it instead, but they are now going to suffer some of the same problems we saw Falcons did, where you arrive late and really have to fight tooth and nail to get into these zones.
Well, that's where the zone is going to be going, pulling up towards the north side of Thermal Station, as it traditionally will do. Interesting just to note as well, Reps, very sharp looking haircut.
Really good.
We'll say it looks great. Shout out to the barbers all around the world, especially Reps' barber, doing a great job.
So circle-wise now, you can see that Thermal Station is still going to be the priority position here. There's going to be 2 teams, one on height, one down low. Cloud9 are going to be in a great spot on the southwest. Complexity, if they hold this area and eventually get to that southern side near the barrels, they should be okay to hold there as well. So those 4 teams in a really good spot for where the circle seems to be pulling.
GG taking a little bit of damage here from Legends Gaming. You can see that they have to get the mobile shield down for Lufka to hold that angle. He's going to push it out a little bit, see if he can create a little bit of an angle. Instead, he's going to put the big shield out. Castle Wall will go down for them to essentially let anybody know who comes up this, that they're going to have to fight their way through a team. No points on the board. We just see GG go down early in that game number 1. I mentioned how it is only game number 1, though. Remember, we've got 6 games to get through here before we really start to talk about teams' performances. But they've got a little bit of work to do here. You can see 2 teams down on the southern side they're going to have to hold out.
And they were excellent pre-patch. Gaimin Gladiators were one of the up-and-coming teams, right? And they performed so well at the previous LAN, but now with the shift in patch, how does it affect playstyle? That's always going to be the question, because there are going to be teams that will struggle a little bit, and we'll probably learn more about that as the day goes on. But right now, this spot isn't the worst one. They are going to be able to play this eastern side. They've got the castle wall down just in case anyone pushes them, but it's about where they go from there. They're probably waiting for a little bit more ring information before they move, but if they get pushed, where does that decision lie? Do they get aggressive? Do they try and take that fight, or do they try and retreat as we get another pause here for the players to get everything sorted and before we get this one back underway?
That's 2 already. Racking them up.
Can we set a record for pauses?
Let's hope not. That's not something we want to do here, everybody. Trust me. We want to get these games flowing in the way that everybody enjoys, including ourselves. And it's interesting to talk about GG's position a little bit, isn't it? Because I think their job, their role right now is just to hold out everybody who's moving in from the north and the east side of the map. We mentioned how, you know, in front of them, they can see what's going to be happening, where they have to try and rotate to next. I think they want to try and hold the idea is that I want to hold that choke down for as long as possible and then kind of just step onto zone and hope that it pulls towards the north a little bit, where we see some of those finishes around the bottom side of that ridge. But FURIA Just if you didn't know, by the way, still right on top of where they should be, top of Thermal Station, they're chilling. More furry friends.
Yeah, I mentioned the 5 teams that had kind of got past that choke point as well, and if you've got past the choke point, you're in a good position to get to the late game. Those who have not got past the choke point, it's fight or flight, quite literally. Do you go over the top? Do you try and find a position in Thermal? But you're going into it knowing that a lot of those priority positions would have been taken, and Thermal is taken up by a lot of lava as well. There's not as much playable positions as you might think when you are diving in. So either you need to be going in prepared for a fight when you land, and perhaps like a position on the south could be taken next to the bins.
Good to see the Nesties out in force, by the way. We love a Nessie. The Nessie gets everywhere, by the way. I told you, they get everywhere. It's a C9 one.
Wow, self-made Nesties and Bangalore. That's what we love.
Is that crochet?
Maybe.
I thought you'd know that because you like TikTok, and I imagine that came up on your feed at some point. No?
Not hit that algorithm yet.
There's the EXO fans. One of them has a chicken on his head.
That's the closest thing to a furry sign that I've seen so far.
That is a furry friend.
But I love the support that we're seeing here in Mannheim. Of course, European support, very different to North American support that we've seen at previous events.
Sounds like whoa, what does that mean?
European crowds, just a little bit louder, you know?
You think European crowds are better?
I think they're a little bit louder.
I agree. 3, 2, 1. We're back in the game, everybody. As we continue match number 2 here as we head down once again towards Thermal Station.
So Complexity have been holding this position down on the south for quite a while. They are almost in a similar spot that Gaimin Gladiators are, where they just have to hold out anyone from arriving, but this from the south, right? They just need to make sure Mkers do not approach them, Mkers do not take their position, because then they will have a more comfortable move into the south side of thermal rotation. I think what's difficult for them is the shields, because I think Mkers actually have a little bit of a shield advantage here, but Complexity do have the height.
Rolling Thunder's going to be coming in as well. And as it does, it's time for us to jump into the comms of Complexity. They have to force their way into zone.
I need your crossfire. They're gonna push this game. They're gonna fucking push us.
Pushing you.
Kill him.
Nice. Birding.
Pump the bat.
He's almost cracked on you. He's right here. He's cracked. Take it back. One's pushing your right.
Pump my back.
They're both over here.
Yeah, we need to stack on them. How are we taking so much damage?
Bro.
Fuck.
Okay. Do we not have EMP there? No, I EMP'd them right away, but then they fucking leaked.
Well, frustration there from Complexity. You can understand why as well. Just not being able to win these 3v3s, all the clutch moments at the early part of this tournament. However, a lot of games to go for them. Mkers now pushing their way through the southern side of zone.
Frustrating for Complexity. It was FOXX who got involved with the third party, and that bullet into the back of Lou was enough to really put them into the ground. And sadly, that's 2 games they'll want to forget here, as now GoNext Esports getting involved. It's KCP on the receiving end of this.
Kashira going to get that first knock as well, and Slab is going to get the finish with those nasty-looking Mozambique. If you played Apex recently, you'll know exactly what I mean by that. A little bit of loot going to be grabbed here, but a long way still to go. 1 minute 20 or so left on this zone close for GoNext to make their next move and make their decision. A couple of gold bins is going to help them on their way forward, though. There's a bag. There's a couple of hop-ups as well. So all of a sudden, GoNext feel a little bit stronger than they did a few moments ago. They just added 10 pounds to their bench.
Also, bad news in terms of where the circle's going to be pulling. Bad news for FURIA fans, because it is going to move up a little bit further north to where actually Reject WINNITY are currently holding. The kind of buildings just north of Thermal Station is going to be one of the best areas to be in. And actually, as I say that, Reject WINNITY are currently moving away from that position. This opens up pretty much prime position for TSM if they notice it.
This is a massive moment. Like you say, Reject WINNITY were chilling. They didn't have that zone info, though. They may have seen an opening in and around Thermal Station where they thought the zone was going to be pulling, so they think, hey, there's something for us to play here. Let's try and play it. And like you say, TSM now walk in the zone. They have the opportunity maybe to drone ahead and see if this is free, but it looks like at the moment they've let this slip away. Mkers now in that building.
They might have been beaten to the punch. Remember, there is 2 buildings here. They could share it. TSM also might say, actually, we quite like holding this side because they don't necessarily know where the zone is going yet, right? Only ring console information would have provided this extra little bit of info, so they might not want to commit so heavily for said building. As now you can see on the minimap, Mkers have taken over both buildings here, but that is heartbreaking for Reject WINNITY, who moved south away from this spot.
You can see that TSM actually using the drone to watch behind them as well, so that's why they're not scouting forward. They want to make sure they don't get zone wrapped themselves, which is obviously a smart thing to try and do. Bleed Esports now trying to chase down a few kills themselves as NORTHEPTION. Well, they're finding GoNext. Couple of kills going to be exchanged here. Should be able to get one of these finishes, but no, NORTHEPTION will be eliminated. It's Kashira who clutches up. Kashira now left on his own, though, on the Crypto. NORTHEPTION eliminated 15 squads. Now find themselves in this lobby as we have 5 teams eliminated.
And he's gone. And he's invisible. Where is he? Can Bleed find him? That's the real question.
Don't crawl back to him and give it away.
He can get the banners, and he can just stay invisible. And that is one of the benefits and pretty much the prime reason why Crypto has become a meta character is the ability to go invisible when you are within the drone. And he's back in the room.
Kashira with his best John Cena impression. As Bleed Esports give up and decide that it's not worth trying to find him to get that extra KP. Elsewhere, as we turn our attention back towards the thermal side of things. Couple of shots being exchanged. It's going to be KCP who made them rotate in, but you can see they're being peppered from all angles at the moment. STRIDERZ trying to be one of those teams who can commit to some of these kills. A couple of breaks coming in as we also see FENNEL in the kill feed as well. Reject WINNITY, a heartbreaking moment for them. They will be eliminated as we're down to 14.
Yeah, so much talk about them being a zone team, and they really committed heavily to the middle of thermal station. They were convinced it was going to be pulling that way. However, has pulled away from them, and now FURIA from that thermal tower are going to have to try and move north here, whereas Mkers, Gaimin, Gladiators, and FENNEL are all in some of the best positions, but Bleed might try and contest GG over on that northeast side.
14 squads still remaining. Interesting to see SSEXray not done a huge amount of damage as a team at the moment, but slowly kind of creeping their way in towards zone. They've still got a long way to go from the south to the north. They are down right on that southern side. There's a beautiful overhead shot of what we can expect from where teams are finding themselves positioned. Remember, you've got TSM, which you can't quite see on screen at the moment, just to the southern side. Inside those two buildings, we have Mkers and we have GG as well. FENNEL are pretty close to it. And Mkers actually split holding the buildings at the moment as GG now get that cat wall down as they try and force their way in. But look at Bleed Esports. All dressed in red at the moment. Full red Evos for them. They are in a fighting position here.
Well, GG actually using the cat wall to hold off Bleed and stop this push, but now here come Legends Gaming over the top of Bleed, and where are they going to land?
Everyone's flying in right now. You've got SSE landing, you've got Legends Gaming, they're landing as well. And here come GoNext Esports. Kashira is still alive, by the way. He still wants to have a part of this endgame. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, everyone should be pretty safe for now. GoNext don't make it, though, unfortunately. They will be eliminated. Kashira couldn't come up with the magic that he needed. Legends Gaming eliminated as well, as all of a sudden the lobby starts to heat up here in Manheim.
Even though you have deployable cover through Newcastle, it is not going to protect you from every angle. You're very vulnerable when you land and just try and commit to it. As now SSEXray are struggling here. A lot of damage they've been taken.
Luo and Tree Cleaner trying to hold off the push coming in from C9. C9 down to 1. FENNEL eliminated. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. As TSM are having a little go at this as well. They see an opportunity for some KP. Verholz overextending. Can't quite get the knock though. Thinking about using the bang ult to clean up. SSEXray will be eliminated as that now goes in to try and get the final kill. C9 will fall as TSM will stand tall.
One of the benefits of TSM staying on the outer side here is maybe as everyone arrived, as everyone flew in, that's when TSM can take advantage and get some KP. As now NOEZ FOXX will be eliminated. Bleed Esports also about to fall, it would seem, drop the last remaining player.
GG have gone as well, so now it's all up to Drop to try and force his way forward, but he won't be able to as well. It will be Dexter who swings in for Mkers to get that knock and that elimination. Bleeder out. Noctem Scan are eliminated as well. We are down to 4 squads now. It has been a bloodbath in the last 60 seconds.
And Mkers have been incredible. They find this position, they find this building, and not only one, they have controlled both of these buildings and kept everyone away. As now FURIA on the southern side, they need to start moving. They need to get out of this zone, but they did get top 5, as you predicted.
I also don't know if they know that someone's pretty close to them from Olimpo.
They're going to know now.
They're going to know pretty soon. It's actually the res that's coming in from Kings, and they certainly will know. Vaxlon won't be able to take part in this endgame, though. He has fallen. Back to the battle of the buildings. As we're going to see TSM trying to force their way in, but once again, we're seeing people just blasting, and it's going to be Mkers with those Mozambiques who get the knock on the reps.
TSM desperate for someone to join in this fight, but they don't realize maybe that it is as isolated as expected, and Mkers should be able to clean this one up. Maybe TSM will just try and bank on trying to survive, but now FURIA arrived. This is what TSM needed. They needed someone else to get involved.
And they got the reds as well. Vaxlon has gone down, but here comes Madness with the Eva 8. This time he can't make it work. Keon is left on his own on the Pathfinder, as TSM will pick up some of those kills onto his teammates. Keon has found a place to play, though, as TSM will fall as well. Down on that low ground. Makers are going to find a Limpo.
Oh my god.
TSM have been eliminated also. You can see that Valto, he's gone down as well. Beautiful shots coming in from Ziggy.
Well, Olimpo now needs to come from down below, and it's going to be Makers waiting for them as they arrive, but they arrive with a lot of damage. Oh, it was a lot of damage. Possible damage, but not hit by the Hemlock.
Should be a Makers game. Only team is a full 3 right here. Olimpo might have got a res off though, down on that low ground. We'll have to wait and see if they manage to do. Yes, indeed, they have managed to get Blato back up. So Keon as a solo, but how'd you climb from here without taking damage?
I mean, the only shot here for Olimpo is that Keon distracts Makers enough to allow them to arrive, but it's going to be so difficult for them.
They're also burning. Do they have an evac tower? Is this something they can use to get up? Because they don't have a Pathfinder in their composition.
I mean, Makers are just laughing at this point. I think they know that this one is potentially just in the bag. It might just fall right into their hands, but a very deserved win if they do get it here, purely from their move early on to take these buildings as soon as they saw that zone shifting north.
I will say, it's seen funny situations sometimes in Apex Legends
Here
where
we go.
all of a sudden when you think you got the guaranteed win, it doesn't become quite as simple as you thought it was. Olimpo now making their climb up. Asia's trying to look over this at the moment. It should be able to do a huge amount of damage, and damage he does get indeed. He's got a shield squad to play with as well. Can't quite connect this time, but will with these shots. Damage, damage, damage. They is all that he wants to hear right now, as Makers will hold off this push.
I mean, still a chance for Keon. You've got to remember that. Furia's still alive on the eastern side. Hey, if they do enough damage here, I mean, I've seen crazier things. Okay, Keon, he went down south. Okay, maybe he could just survive to top 2.
Finally, the kills are going to come in here. Makers will feel like almost they're putting us out of our misery, just waiting for that championship banner to come up, that champions banner that will solidify the fact that they are first in this game. Olimpo eliminated, Keon on the path, he'll fall as well, and Makers will finally be crowned your champion.
Such an impressive hold of those 2 buildings as soon as they were able to take them. Remember, there was an open opportunity for TSM to have that building. But TSM kind of waited, they were hovering, and they did get KP because of it. It wasn't a bad decision by all means, and remember, they didn't have ring console information either. But Makers, it was their dominance and how they would just spread themselves out and deal so much damage to anyone who arrived. I mean, 15 kills to go alongside first place here. That really puts them in contention to win this entire lobby. They are going to be one of the teams we have to be watching out for.
It was a fantastic demonstration of how of how strong split holding can be if you're good enough to do it, right? A lot of teams you will see maybe retreat away to just play the one building as the swarm of teams start to arise, but Makers did such a good job of making sure that every single team who came into the vicinity of those 2 hill buildings took damage. They got one knock that forced them away again, and they could keep controlling the entirety of that little compound. So a very, very impressive game coming in from Makers. Like I say, a masterclass in split holding those buildings.
Yeah, brilliant from them. I think it's going to be frustrating for Reject WINNITY in particular. They had the buildings prior to that, and then they started moving south because they thought it was going to continue heading towards Thermal Station. FURIA, I think they'll be pretty happy with the top 3, considering it is coming down towards their POI, but of course it did pull away from them as well.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the results here. You can see them on your screen. 27 points in total for Makers in that game. We mentioned the 15 KP they managed to pick up. That's why you're seeing that monster total at the backside of it. But I mean, you're looking at FURIA right now. First place game number 1. You can see the points they've got in game number 2 as well. They will take your second place with 12 points overall. Olimpo, though, big game for them as well. Third place overall. TSM, though, 12 points on the board, Dan. Not too bad for the TSM boys.
Yeah, I think that was a better game from TSM. Of course, we were able to see their POV quite a bit as they made their rotation all the way from Skyhook, and it does put them up into the top 10 at the very least, so they can now start to compete for some of these higher positions. And look, they are tied with Legends, tied with Noctem, tied with Reject WINNITY, so there is definitely breathing room you ignore the numbers.
My brain just exploded trying to read that. I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5... Essentially, they're all tied.
They are all tied.
I worked that out myself.
Well done.
I worked that out myself. My goodness.
Well, FURIA 37 points, and they'll be ahead, but second place, it now opens things up for everyone because people are starting to catch up a little bit here, Mark.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's looking like a much closer lobby now, but FURIA certainly establishing themselves in these first 2 matches as the team to watch, I think, not just in this group, but maybe a little bit later on today as we take a look at the beautiful SAP Arena, and we see some of the beautiful people out there. And speaking of beautiful people, I want to send it down to Peeps because he is a beautiful man with a similar haircut to myself. So Peeps, take it away.
My bald brother, I am here with some of the craziest fans at the SAP Arena in Mannheim, Germany. Dude, I gotta ask, where are you from, all right? And
need to reply.
hey, I gotta ask,
Yeah,
but
sure.
you know, what do you want to say to the EXO clan, the boys at K20 and everybody?
We believe in you. We are all here for you, whatever the results. And I know it will be a win. We believe in that, and we still believe in you till the end. So keep going.
All right, full belief here. And dude, I gotta ask you, right? How does it feel being in Mannheim, Germany here with a bunch of your friends all supporting EXO?
This is fucking insane. This is one of the most... Yeah, okay. Not insane, not fucking insane, but this is fucking insane. Yeah. Let's go!
All right, well, Des, you heard it here from some of the craziest fans at Mannheim. You will take it away right now.
Let's go! I usually say, excuse my French, but it's kind of more applicable than I thought it would be, right? It's impressive.
Pardon
also,
their French.
double down on it. Love that.
Triple down. But yeah, great to see the EXO Ultras out in full force to support their boys. But can EXO take that energy and put a W on the board? Because they're going to need it to start catching up as the lobby now starting to create a little bit of gap at the top.
It certainly is indeed. I'm enjoying the chance at the moment for a number of reasons. One, the energy in the room is amazing.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's reverberating around here what the EXO clan, the EXO Ultras are doing, but also it's making Swinny move a little bit. You see the shoulders are going there?
Swinny's got those moves.
Vibing, man.
I've seen him on the dance
got the
floor.
moves.
I haven't really. But I imagine he'd move on the dance floor.
Swinny's got the wiggles in-game. Out of game, still to be confirmed. But it's fantastic to see the support coming in from all over the world. Like we mentioned, it feels like wherever Swinny goes, wherever EXO clan go, there is always support behind him. And we're seeing exactly that right now here in Mannheim on the first day as well. That's the thing I love about it, right? Imagine what they're going to be like on Sunday. Exhausted, I imagine.
The EXO Ultras also recruit as well throughout the tournament, so I expect them to grow and just try and fill more of those seats to support EXO even more as we get into the remaining days. Now, match 3 is coming up shortly. Has been an interesting first 2 matches as well, because there has been some zone shifts that have maybe caught a couple of teams off guard. Reject WINNITY, of course, clearly in that match too, we saw that, but everyone was expecting Monument in map 1, but then it pulled away from Monument. And it's almost one of those scenarios where you kind of follow the crowd, right? You become a sheep a little bit. Everyone's in the Monument building, so you okay, oh, well, maybe we're going Monument as well. Maybe you've hit a survey beacon, been able to get that information as you are approaching Monument, so you join them. As soon as that zone shifts, it's about who actually takes the initiative to move either early or be patient enough and brave enough to wait until those final moments, because I feel like it has to be one or the other. If you get caught in between, you just get shot by everyone.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing to do is not make a decision, right? And then before you know it, opportunities slip through your fingers, and opportunities certainly not slipping through the fingers of these fingers? Thumbs and fingers?
Fingers.
I don't know what's going on right now. Anyway, these 3 gentlemen on your screen right now, because FURIA have started as expected, I think. If you're looking at a lot of people online, people on social media, people on the desk, people in the building, I'm sure, coming into this event. FURIA was a name that was on the top of a lot of people's list of teams to watch, who I think could perform, could be there on Sunday, make it to the finals, and make a real good run of it. And game number 1 and number 2, yes, they get a great zone. Game number 2, Thermal Station Zone, is always going to be one where they collect points, but getting the win and that second place, and even little things, right? Keon managing to find his way into a second place position as a solo in those final moments. I mean, remember when he ended up on that high ground, there were still about 6, 7, 8 teams left, if I wasn't mistaken. So to get even more points out of the situation that you're in, squeeze every bit of juice out, so to speak, of that game, it's looking good for Fury right now.
Mkers also able to win that game all the way from the stacks. They picked essentially 3rd when it came to World's Edge. TSM had first pick, Fury had 2nd, and Mkers had 3rd in the end. Of course, other teams would have picked ahead of them, but that would have been on Storm Point instead. But they are 3 teams that I've just named, all performing pretty well at the moment. I think the POI draft is going to become more and more relevant as this tournament goes on. If you aren't aware of it, your performance in group stages will affect your POI draft position as you get into the bracket, and then on their 4th as we go further forward into winners bracket finals, and then of course into grand finals as well. So if you are performing the best throughout the tournament, you are rewarded in the grand finals for picking 1st and 21st, which is different throughout Pro League. It was 1st and 40th. It's far better now, and you can get such a commanding POIs being in that spot.
You certainly can indeed. A lot to look forward to when it comes to that POI draft as we get through the tournament. But for now, we're going to a quick break. We've done 2 games. Game number 3 will be coming up right after this. games done here, and it's time for us to head towards match number 3. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, if you're just joining us or if you were just waiting for that break to be over, it is, of course, the Split 2 playoffs here in the ALGS. We're in here in Mannheim, Germany. And let me tell you, Dan, game 1 and 2 have got me excited for game number 3. I've just realized we're on the big screen. I'm giving you a hug. So everyone can actually now know that I love you. So there you go.
You're just lucky it was on camera. There's a lot of things that happens off
That's the
camera.
first time
right?
I was going to say, oh, I'm quite happy I was on camera because there's some weird stuff I do off of it.
It is amazing here in Mannheim, Germany. Actually, quite surprised how beautiful the city of Mannheim is because I didn't know. When it was announced, I was like, I have never heard of Mannheim. And we arrive, and it is incredible around here. Already seen some beautiful sights.
As well.
The weather has been amazing. Of course, we're inside now playing some Apex Legends, but we were able to enjoy it yesterday before things got going. Speaking of getting going, the game 3 is locked and it is loaded, and the players are now getting loaded into said dropship. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because we're starting to learn how this lobby plays out a little bit. There has been a lot of patience from teams not engaging in certain areas. And what that does to the lobby is people maybe feel a little bit more free to make rotations, but that actually can create more fights because people start to feel a little bit more safe. They don't think those fights are going to come through. And then suddenly there is going to be a team waiting around the corner that maybe they wouldn't expect.
Well, we've seen a lot, and not surprisingly with the compositions in the current meta, a lot of teams who are just trying to get into zone early, right? I mean, if you get into zone early and you've got Watson, Newcastle, Catalyst, combination of which most of these teams do, it's so easy to just bunker down and hold that position for a long, long time. So that's what you're seeing a lot of teams playing for that hard early rotate here in this meta, and I think it's not really going to be something that changes too much as this tournament does go on. Well, as the tournament does go on, it's time for us to get into match number 3, the final one here on World's End. Before we flip the script, we flip the map, and we go over to Storm Point. Let's see what it's got in store for us.
And I want to touch upon that point you were talking about with the legends that can kind of bunker down. We saw Gaimin Gladiators in the previous game really heavily commit all of the defenses towards the northern side, and they were able to hold off Bleed, but it meant that Mkers then had the ability to push them, and they had no resources left to stop Mkers doing that. So you really have to think about where you're going to put all your resources. Do you want to put all your eggs in one castle wall?
Caught me off guard with that one. Very good. Good stuff from you, especially day 1. Match number 3, already hitting bringing the hits out.
Pumping them out.
On the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now, 29 points on the board for them. And you can see a little bit of a split for them on their loot rotation path. They've got Stacks, and also you can see they're over at Dome as well. And a lot of the time that you'll see people over at Dome who are dropping over at Stacks is because, of course, you have potential access to a ring console and a survey beacon, and that's exactly what Mkers do have. Now, speaking of zones, I don't know if you heard of his thermal station, Dan, but
look, respawn beacon there.
Well, we didn't see it enough in Pro League.
we didn't see it enough in the last game. I want to see more of it.
We get to see a little bit more of it.
Only thermal station zones for the entirety of the ALGS forever.
Now there is,
and I will be POO drafting myself thermal station.
There is a lot more coverage over towards Tree though. So actually, the buildings on the south side of thermal station, where actually Cloud9's survey beacon being hit currently is, and where that drone was, could be one of the best positions to play because we have seen it pull all the way south, and we might see a few teams try and commit to that kind of area.
Yeah, it's going to be probably those hill houses, like you say, or the ground in and around them, just to the north of where C9 find themselves. You can see they're rotating at the moment, and when they get that zone information, it's going to be really, really big for them. Look at Reject WINNITY, by the way. We mentioned how they are like the super duper, like mega hard zone team. Already, they are in the bar building. Already from staging, they have almost beaten C9 to this rotate, and they are inside of zone once more. So whoever's reading the zones for this team, they know these zones so well, and they very rarely get it wrong.
And Reject WINNITY came into this POI draft as the #1 pick, by the way. So they had a great opportunity to get some of the priority POIs, and they actually opted to choose the #1 pick as Pylon on Storm Point, which meant they didn't get as an ideal position here on World's Edge, but of course, because they have 21st as well, it is still going to be a good POI, and they proved that no matter where they are on the map, they can still find some of these positions very quickly. Now, I do think that because we have so much coverage on the zone of Thermal Station, it is probably going to trend towards the southern side or maybe Thermal side. It's very unlikely to pull towards Tree here.
It's the kind of sentence that sets us up to fail a little bit later on, but I would agree with you, I have to say.
I mean, hey, if it does pull towards Tree, it's not going to just catch us off guard. It's going to catch a lot of these teams off guard. There may be a few who have to bank on Tree because you don't get to play Thermal because all these positions are going to be taken, and maybe they could be rewarded with a little bit of luck.
Well, Pioneers inside of the top 10 at the moment, only 11 points to their name, but they're moving their way A little bit closer to zone at the moment between Launch Site and Lava Siphon. I wonder if they're going to maybe head in towards Siphon and play for a little bit of zone information. There is a ring console there as well as a survey beacon, or if they're just going to... They already have, excuse me, you can see that ring console information, so they're going to want to... They're going to, excuse me, know what their plan is going to be. I put my teeth back in. Complexity now. They're going to win their first fight. Good news for Complexity. Noctem scanner going to go down. It looks a lot cleaner this time round.
Yeah, I think Complexity could do with gaining a little bit of confidence here. I think that a lot of their momentum would have been sucked out of them in that first match. And even the second match, we heard a little bit in the aftermath of the listening, just small amounts of frustration coming in, questions being asked, and that kind of needs to be forgotten as you move forward and progress. And suddenly just winning a team fight, getting some KP on the board, it can really change your mood.
Just got to warm up. Yeah, well, it is, you know, just got to warm up. You get warmed up, those shots get hit a little bit later in the tournament, and certainly later into the matches where we find ourselves right now. On our map overhead, by the way, it's a very similar story. So many teams already inside of the zone. One team who's going to have to play a very different game is the team on your screen right now. Mkers are going to have to play hard edge here. They're going to be pathing their way towards some Evo, and whatever way they can get it, they want to be approaching this zone with purples and reds if possible, as we see Complexity now maybe looking to make a little of a push, but they're going to get EMP'd, and they're going to have to be forced to heal here.
It was both the EMPs went off there, but now there's going to be a chance to heal for both teams, and now Grenades are going to come out as well. Neither team really wants to push this aggressively. As I say that, they're all committing to the building now, and this fight is going to happen here.
Exoclan are on the other side of this. Monsoon, 45 damage this time. He might have a flank if he can find an angle. He can find the pick as K-Swinny will go down, and Monsoon with a swing will create the opening for Complexity.
Yeah, that's a great flank from Monsoon. It just allowed them to force them through that gap where he can get the damage in case when he's gone down. But it is still Exo alive. They have been able to escape the remaining two players, so Complexity do not clean them up, but they are still in the area.
Love that brave play from Monsoon as well. There's still going to be teams rotating in, so to wide swing around a building like that, it's almost as if you expect that maybe you're going to take a bit of damage, but you do the calculations in your head and you're like, I think I can make it and I can get this knock first. And that's exactly how it worked out for Complexity. You can see the last two remaining members, players, and go inside of this building, and Feuda's going to go down as well. Exoclan eliminated. The final two members will be taken down as Complexity start to look like the Complexity we expect to see.
Pioneers are here though, and Pioneers got a big nade, but I think Complexity were just able to reset. You heard the call, or you saw the call from Monsoon of third party could be here. Make sure we swap those shields, and KCP will back off. They weren't quick enough to get involved, and they very intelligently do not engage, otherwise that could have got a little bit dicey for them.
Only teams outside of zone at the moment as we take a look at where zone is more likely to be going, or certainly where teams are going to have to work their way through. Bleed Esports, they're over by Mirage Etoile and staging at the moment. You've got Countdown, which is being occupied by TSM at the moment as they had to head down to the south once more. GG had to move their way all the way over from the northern side of the map, and SSE-Xray are going to be getting some info over at Lava Siphon as well. So Mkers still working their way around launch site. Everyone else, though, is in zone.
This is a big zone shift, though. This will tell us a lot of really where this final circle is going to be going. If it even slightly transitions towards tree, it's going to be the best news. But no, that's what we were expecting. A thermal zone, and it could still pull a little bit further south where the likes of Cloud9, Reject WINNITY, and FURIA currently reside. What it does mean is Complexity and Pioneers are going to have to force their way through a choke point. And you mentioned Mkers earlier. Look, they're down towards launch site, and actually NOEZ FOXX are going to be down there competing with them. So it's not going to be the same rotation for Mkers that they had previously, where it was a little bit more comfortable to get into zone.
Well, that zone pull as well, it almost, I feel like the fight that was just taken by Complexity benefits them even more, right? Because it's not just points they get from that, it's the Evo, it's the loot that they pick up, which makes their next fight a little bit more comfortable for them, especially if it's fighting their way into zone, where it's more than likely a lot of teams won't have the same kind of shields and won't have the same kind of Evo advantage that they do. So it makes it a little bit more comfortable for them to try and force their way in. Mkers, though, just looking at what their rotate's going to be ahead of them, doesn't look like there's a huge opportunity to really pick up any more Evo unless it comes in from Nox, Reses, and more the standard way of just dealing damage for them. So to get up to purple is going to be pretty tricky for them.
I mean, if they take the fight against FOXX, there is a real chance that they can find that Evo damage, but I'm wondering whether they actually want to, because they can move south through and past launch site over towards tree and almost ignore FOXX entirely, and that's what we're going to see from them here. They do need to worry about potentially having a fight over towards tree. Complexity Pioneers were there earlier, remember, but it looks like they're also starting to move and think about how they want to get into the next zone.
Yeah, interesting one here for Mkers. You have to wonder if there's an evac in the back pocket for one of them to try and get a little bit closer to the zone, but we know how busy it already is. Bleed Esports will be safe inside of that next zone, and they will be inside of the buildings, which Mkers called home in the previous game, where they, of course, managed to take home that first place. But a little bit of a slow start here in the game. 1 and 2 from Bleed Esports. Only the 5 points on the board for them at the moment, down in 15th.
Even with Zone 3 information here, though, yes, it's Thermal, but where do Bleed even think this one is going to go? I considered this was going to be pulling south, which it may still well, but Bleed could say, well, it could actually transition to the center of Lava Siphon here. Thermal Station, excuse me, and that's where we already see Legends Gaming currently holding this position, and it is going to be a very strong one if it does move to the middle. As Gaming Gladiators, we saw this position from them earlier where they started to transition towards the southwest side and then they had to hold out teams, but now it looks like they're going to go for a bit more of a wrap and move in from the east.
Yeah, really tough zones for GG at the start of this day, you have to say. You know, moving their way down to the south for 2 of these games is it's a tough rotate for them, dropping over the northern side of World's Edge here, so not surprising to see them, especially with how many teams are already in zone, struggling to find consistent points, but they do have 1 Red Evo and 2 purples to play with here, so if they want to try and pick up some KP through fighting, they certainly will have an opportunity to do so on move. Probably thinking the same kind of path here for Pioneers if they want some points.
Points are definitely up for grabs in this game. There is a lot of KP that is going to be shared between this lobby with how this zone is going. It's going to be very difficult for one team to just bank on getting a lot of kills as FOXX get eliminated in 18th. GG picking up that final elimination just to send them packing. And of course, this is going to be the last game on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point, so perhaps there's going to be a better chance for some teams who've got a better POI draft.
Well, GG just dealt with FOXX, like you say. Now they have to deal with KCP, who are taking some damage. Both teams being shot at from a distance. Nobody really under too much fire. Speaking of fire, one team who showed some signs of it in their last game with a couple of good KP to their name was TSM. They're going to be playing down on the bottom ground, the low ground, excuse me, that central structure inside of Thermal Station, so they're going to be safe for quite some time. As KCP decide they don't want any of GG, they're going to wrap back round into zone and try and take a different path.
Well, Zone 4 about to pull, and if it does go towards the center of Thermal, it's great news for Thermal, but it is still holding towards a little bit of the southeast, where FURIA currently reside. Remember, FURIA dropping down towards Thermal here, so they had one of the better positions to actually move very fast and get into the spot that maybe they thought it was going to end. Cloud9 moved very quickly. Reject WINNITY also moved fast to that far south side. That was where I was considering it was going to pull as well. But just a little bit further north now opens things up for the teams that arrived a little bit later, like Legends, like TSM, who is still in the main Thermal area.
Yeah, I love this position from FURIA, by the way. It's kind of controlling the platforms, right? Anyone who has to rotate in from Thermal Station and leave, it's a KP opportunity for them to pick up as well, as everyone is stacked up and has to essentially fight their way out. FURIA going to be overlooking all of that. GG find themselves a couple of gold bins, which is going to make their progress a little bit more comfortable. Certainly, if they find a gold knock, which can be, of course, thrown onto Lufka on the Newcastle, is going to make any reses that come in a little bit more comfortable and resets. Let's see what their plan is now. Let's jump into the comms of GG.
If that drone came out from top?
I don't know. I'm coming over to you.
Take the thing.
Coming over to you. 20 seconds.
Look at me, okay? They went bottom left. They might up us.
Where are you? I'm looking.
Don't see them.
I'm looking under.
Are they fighting top?
Maybe. There is EMP.
Yeah.
Give me side.
We should evac kill him, maybe.
Okay, okay. It's earlier than I don't have evac. This spot's really good. This spot's really good if we can find it.
Yeah, I know. Call everything, okay?
Okay.
Evacing. Come. Go this side.
Okay. You can west, far west as well on the zone. I don't know if we reached, like on the platform.
Okay, just call spots.
Jungle Gym's west platform, the platform that we pinned already.
What about like here?
I don't know.
This bottom,
maybe option. That land here first, because they could be on that.
I'm going beans. Here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Showing on me.
Yeah, nice. You can all here. Maybe
we like play everything. We have a lot of space. Play everything.
I don't know where to ult here. Holy fuck. Nice turning. I'm gonna spike to the other side.
Look behind, guys. Look behind. They might just randomly drop on our backs.
I'm gonna spike to the other side.
Yeah, we need to play both. Like
Well, it's a great listening to learn the emotions you go through on a blind evac tower, right? They don't quite know where they're going to land. They have some pings, they have some plans in their mind, but as you heard from the comms, it's like, I don't know. We want to play for this. They land, and it's like, we have all of this. This is wonderful. We're bang center of zone, and we've got more than we thought.
Almost too much space. They didn't really know where to play. As elsewhere, you can see there's a little bit of a potential fight happening. It's going to be Mkers involved in this one again. On the southeast, they're trying to move in. You've got NORTHEPTION and SWQ, and even GoNext just north of it. So 4 teams in a very close proximity here, and there could be a lot of KP available for one.
One team we're feeling confident is the winners of our game number 2 on your screen right now. They won't be afraid to fight, and they're going to have to do so as well. Also on the Mosey, you got the gold bolt, and you've got All the hop-ups you could want as well to do even more damage to shatter those shields as you walk through. So Mkers have got the armory, is essentially what's in the backpack on the guns to take this fight. They also have an armor advantage here, but here comes the EMP. This might be the time for them to push. They're going to wrap zone here.
Oh, it's a great wrap, and they do so much damage, catches them off guard, but it's a great reply of damage on the other side as well.
Only one alive here for SWQ, though. Zicky's going to have to fly in. Actually, it becomes a 1v1 very quickly. There's the shield crack. There's the kills. And that's going to be Mkers surviving. No one else is close enough to third party this way. Here comes the EMP, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, GoNext actually saw this happening from a distance, and they'll get involved elsewhere. You will see Reject WINNITY and Cloud9 as we go back to GoNext, trying to finish off the pieces here, which they do. The winners from game number 2 will be eliminated, and GoNext, that is great recognition from them of where kills were available, and they moved away, they found it, they get the KP.
Yeah, you knew Kashira was in that drone somewhere looking over all of that, and I thought for a second they were going to be safe to reset, but no. Kashira sees the information, sees the opportunity, and seizes it for GoNext as well. Now they have to go through NORTHEPTION. That's the next challenge for GoNext to try and face.
But with the push from GoNext, they have given up Train Station, and it's allowed NORTHEPTION to actually get ahead of them and now hold them out. But now Bleed Esports also arriving from above as FURIA still alive. Reject WINNITY will get eliminated, and now FURIA is starting to get involved in some scraps.
FURIA here will do a lot of damage onto them as well. Now you're seeing them do more damage onto Bleed. Noct will go down. And FURIA, look at the position they're playing at the moment. They're going to have to move as we are going to be pulling back towards the platform just to the south side of Thermal Station, where Legends Gaming currently find themselves, and this is the battle for the south side. So many teams here, but only one will be able to prevail. Polly is eliminated in the meantime.
Bleed, NORTHEPTION, and GoNext all scrapping, and FURIA are so close to all this as Bleed get eliminated. They were the last of the party, and they got stuck between GoNext and NORTHEPTION, and now maybe this fight can continue, but now SSE-Xray also getting involved.
FURIA still alive here. Vaxlon's going to have to take a few moments to get that battery off, though, on the Newcastle. Couple of KP also already in the bag here for Keon. You can see that Olympi were challenging the position of Legends, who I mentioned were in the priority position. They've just won that fight. Olympi will be eliminated, so Legends hold their ground. But what is next here for FURIA? A big moment for them.
Sorcerer, the last remaining below FENNEL. I don't know if they know he's there. Well, now they do. And it might just be cleanup crew here for FENNEL, but they don't want to commit too much to this. As I say that, lucky you're a Pathfinder.
NORTHEPTION eliminated in the meantime. And C9 look like they might be going down sooner as well. 2 certainly will fall. Kurahara's got to be careful here. Shots coming in from a distance. Gets the mobile shield down, but it's not good enough. There's a little bit of an opening. And Chaotic is still alive here, causing problems. Momon's going to have to fly away here on the Pathfinder just to try and survive. That was a messy fight.
I mean, it shows the damage of what one rat can do, right? The focus goes away from real enemies, real damage, real threats. And because they committed so heavily to trying to clean up that rat, they got pushed. As now Naski, you can see, comes out of the portal as Legends are trying to find a spot over towards the bins. But Complexity also here. The remaining of FENNEL is going to be underneath them, whilst FURIA are going to watch over from this southern side.
Yeah, FURIA have got a castle wall down there as well, so they're going to be safe on that side of zone. Legends Gaming, we mentioned the prio position they want, and they have been holding for so long. Well, now they're going to have to watch teams come in and try and take it away from them. Complexity is essentially in a mirror position of them just on the next platform, just above them. You can see VK Gaming have just taken that height. In the kill feed, though, you see SSX-Ray. They'll be eliminated as GG will take them down.
9 squads left. Still teams have to move towards this side of the zone here. Thermal Station south side is going to be hotly contested. Gaming Gladiators will hold the northeast. Legends Gaming going to be far west. TSM still have to move from the north a little bit here. But they're very reluctant to do so. Smokes will go down to give them some coverage, and they may just be able to do some damage to teams that are actually trying to escape as Cloud9 get eliminated.
A lot of damage coming in from Skynade and a combination of Rolling Thunder. Zap will get the knock onto Kashira with that Skynade. Now we look at Verholst with the bow in his hands, and Reps alongside him trying to hold their backs. GoNext Esports will be eliminated. We're down to 7.
Gaming Gladiators actually might push up towards TSM here. They're kind of forced away from some of these other fights. The cat wall allow them coverage to engage if they would like to. But you can see they're reluctant to do it right now as well. There's a lot of bullets that are just coming through these cat walls randomly as people just firing pop shots hoping to get some damage.
GoNext is trying to hold as much, GG trying to hold as much space as they can around the position that they do have. Of course, they're going to have to move as the zone will force them together. Complexity still in a great spot. Bang in the center of zone with VK Gaming above them. Essentially working together is going to be important for both of these teams to hold out everybody who's going to be trying to collapse in around them in these final moments.
Gaming Gladiators, if they play this one right, if they can actually get some of these ultimates back before this zone fully closes, they're in a really good spot to push up to this, get a castle wall down in one of the priority positions at the moment, as now we're going to see transition from one side to the other. Everyone gets involved as FENNEL get eliminated.
FENNEL eliminated. It's FURIA who made that zip across to try and take the high ground, and you can see in the kill feed that means everything is about to kick off now. One team landing on another means there's only so many spaces, so many levels that can be played on this tower as FURIA. They've managed to reset, they've managed to hold on to this height.
But 4 teams are here, 4 teams have to fight, and then elsewhere, TSM and Gaimin Gladiators watching over this, can do damage from a distance. Who survives this mess on the southern side? That's my question, because you've got TSM down below. You've got the chance to really get some good damage.
BK Gaimin eliminated as we find ourselves with 5. Amphi manages to get one knock. It was FURIA who now have to hold off the push. It's back so long, can't clutch. FURIA will be eliminated, but it's another great game for them. It's Legends Gaming with that climb up from the back who managed to take them down. Now they look for the reset. There's the EMP will come in as well. Player K still with a decent amount of health to hold off and certainly look to get his teammates back onto their feet. But Gaimin Gladiators, we mentioned how they've been quiet so far, how the zones have been a bit rough. Well, they're making this one work.
TSM were actually able to wrap from the west, by the way, and they're still alive. They do have reds, but there's a lot of damage just been taken onto Zap's side. It's GG really in one of the best spots, but there is maybe too many players alive right now. They could all turn and look at GG. They have to be careful. Legends reset a little bit up top. There's still Lou alive for complexity as well.
Lou's looking for the climb up here. You can see as well, he's just trying to play behind that bin on the high ground, trying to just survive as long as he can. GG have got to wait for the game to come for them. Light, no Rolling Thunder, no ultimate for him. But they do have a little bit of cover in the form of the mobile res beacon. The shield is going to be good enough to keep them alive for now. Complexity eliminated. The nades now come in. GG get the castle wall down. They hold on to it to the final moment to give themselves the cover. It's a beautiful play. Beautiful use of the ultimate. Now they turn their attention towards the skies. The mobile shield is still here. TSM in front of them. Nasky going to be taken down as well. GG looking for KP, looking for the win, and should be able to get it if they can clutch up in these final moments. Live will do it. And Gaimin Gladiators will take game number 3.
And we said that Gaimin Gladiators, they looked fantastic pre-patch. How were they going to look after the latest update? Well, there's your answer. Game 3, they find a victory here. And as soon as they took that amount of space, it was the way that they just commanded that area as well. They didn't full send it onto a team. They weren't even phased by the amount of grenades that started to arrive at them. They used all the utility that was available via Newcastle as well to protect them. They were patient. They trusted in other teams doing damage. And they are rewarded with a first place and 14 kills on the board.
We mentioned how there's been some great examples of specific scenarios in our game 1 and 2. I think we just saw a great example of why Newcastle's kit is so valuable, right? We see the mobile shield goes down. It protects them from a little bit of nade damage. They get a little bit of a reset, a couple of shield cells off, and then the timing of the castle wall, holding it off until that final moment. Maybe it was just a case of holding off until it became available for them. But as soon as that went down, it was the cover they needed to watch everybody else in front of them have to fight. So just creating that cover, such an important moment for GG to be able to essentially dominate and control the pace of those final moments. And then it's all about sometimes you need to hit your shots. Light with the clutch in those final moments. He hits his shots, and that's put GG on top.
I think one of the most valuable things that GG did as well was force TSM to make the rotation onto that western side, because TSM could have gone across that bridge in theory, or even just committed across the lava had GG not had so much commanding space. But because the damage that was being outputted by GG, TSM were forced to rotate on the western side, and that meant they joined the 4 other teams that were already in that area, and GG just kind of had to sit, wait, be patient, and they're rewarded with it.
Yeah, patience is a virtue. It was a famous saying by someone. Maybe it's just a phrase. I don't know. I don't have the exact answer for that. But it's so true in those final moments, right? And when we see it in end games, especially when you're the team who controls the most space of zone, it's very tempting sometimes to try and think, oh, there's extra kill I could get here. There's a couple of kills if I just pick this corner a little bit more. But you have to be patient. You have to show a little bit of resolve and just pick the right moments. And that's exactly what those gentlemen on your screen leaving the stage right now for a well-earned break did do in those final moments. A fantastic first 3 games of our set here on World's Edge. We're heading over to Storm Point next, but before we get there, we're going to head back to the desk. Rainday, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan, Onset and Gaskin on the call there to start off C versus D. The pace of the day has certainly increased, and the stakes are even higher as well as we go back on the desk. My name is Rain. I'm joined by Lauren, and of course, Snipe Down and Graceful here to talk strats, talk impact, talk results. After 3, it's looking really good. I mean, I don't want to, don't want to toot old horn here, but Gaimin Gladiators, we did talk about them. They show up pretty big in that last game. It's just a good sign to come. Mostly, too, the impact of Newcastle is unbelievable in these lobbies. I think we've been seeing it in scrims. If you've been paying attention and you're a big Apex fan, sure, you know. But if you're just like tuning in from Split 1 and now you're checking it out Split 2, this is a wild difference.
I mean, between the Newcastle with the new changes, those gold bins making everything that much scarier, we're seeing, like you had mentioned quite a few times earlier on in the day, Snipe, it's a much more diverse meta. It's so much more chaotic. You can make a lot of things work here, though, and our teams are really figuring out what those strategies are.
Yeah, and I think that is really where the unpredictable nature of this tournament is coming from. What are the strategies? We're seeing them work really well, and let's just walk through how they worked in each of these games, because it was FURIA, Snipe, who would start out in a dominant fashion, taking game 1. Walk me through how this began.
Yeah, and I hyped them up before this. I had them as my pick. This whole game, honestly, they had some rotates in from Thermal Station. Complexity was in front of them for a lot of this game, and they ended up wrapping up behind them as Complexity tried to push Legends on the hill. And once FURIA made that rotate back towards the tracks and around, they put themselves at the height, and this spot from where they're at almost always wins this zone. And they were able to watch, you guys saw it, all the teams that thought this was going to go Monument, they got stuck at the bridge, they got stuck pushing up, and they're just holding this Newcastle wall on height. There really is no way for teams to push them once they get the tunnel control. And so they're just raining fire down on every one of these teams, and they were able to pick up, I think, a solid double-digit kill game here, which put them in a great position for the rest of the series to come out with the win.
Yeah, Madness as well on the crypto. I questioned how people who don't typically IGL on more, passive players like crypto would do, how they would transition. Seems like there's no problem there for Madness picking up that role perfectly as well. I mean, let's head over into game 2 and also switch gears, because Mkers would stand out big time. Huge kill game, huge win. Graceful to kick off match 2 for them.
Mkers and Mkers. No, this win at the end was pretty easy, since they ended, the zone ended up pulling towards high ground, and they just need to hold the climb. Almost got spooked, by the way, because they actually managed a 3-man climb, almost wipe it for real, but it was fun. But before the whole fantastic part of this game was before this happened. That what we see right now is the way they held these two houses. Like, this zone is very old. Been playing it for like 3-4 years, and the fact that they held the west side first and then made them passive due to the fact that they were like killing 2 teams, I believe. And then they swapped to the east side where, where the zip lines and the little high ground is, and they wiped, I believe, Bleed in the blue container. They just kept clearing sides. Eventually, only one team came in. They wiped them, I believe it was TSM. After that, they just looked down and they just hold out the game. Really, I would say, like, super solid fundamentals, textbook gameplay.
Interesting, too, to see like the differences of the lineups here going with the Watson instead of the Newcastle, but still having success in these moments. Some we're seeing the Newcastle and the Watson paired together. Some we're seeing that split on just with the Bangalore and the Crypto for the EMP pressure. But game 3, GG. It was GG for GG here in this one.
Yeah, and I know Snipe got the FURIA win in the first game for his prediction. Then we got our GG win here in match number 3. And this is especially impressive when you consider where they're dropping. That east of Climatizer up there, super far north. They had to make their way all the way down to Thermal as it continued to be on the southern side of the map. And they just had the perfect positioning. That final ring shrink down was just barely enough in their favor with literally everybody else on that 2-story flat. You had Legends over there. You had Complexity over there. You had everyone fighting just for those last few placement points or KP if they could get it, knowing that with this Newcastle wall, the blocking of the vision with the smoke, I mean, GG just really had to wait for everything to come to them patiently to clean this one up.
They have Catalyst as well. You see that Catalyst wall playing in, another kind of iteration on this, but you're right, it was Lufka who got that first shot, and it was Light who would clean it up. They're so excited for that young star here on GG, and it would earn them the 26 points and first place that they had been desiring. Notably TSM right behind them as well. Legends Gaming, Complexity, and FURIA rounding out our top 5. FURIA's with a nice second place as well. Keon doing his thing now with a 5 and a win. They're certainly looking to be touching the top of this leaderboard here. As you look at the total score, there it is. FURIA 46 points after 3 games. Mkers, Gaimin Gladiators, Legends Gaming, and TSM right behind. It's a good showing for actually TSM there. Legends Gaming, we did mention that. It's great to And I'll go to you, Grace. We'll see Amphi and Nasky picking that up. We know they'll be probably swapping out tomorrow, but still, that's a great start if you're Legends Gaming.
Yeah, it's a great start, and we also have to mind, the current zones that we've seen. We've seen kind of repetitive zones twice in a set. It's a 2-1 set all of the time. So when we see, FURIA done phenomenally, and they've had good placements and good kills, but also 2 zones on top of them. So we have to keep that in mind, that teams that aren't there are, from 2nd to maybe 8th place, that don't have zones close to them, they're working really hard and they're showing up. So they get 1 zone in their favor, it could sway the entire leaderboard, which I'm all for. We're here for some good Apex.
We're all for it, baby. Well, one of the interesting things is we're at LAN, so we get a chance to sit down with some of the people we may not be able to talk to, maybe just because they're on the other side of the world. In fact, it was Wig and Greek who had some chances to speak with Reject WINNITY JP earlier. So let's hear what they had to say.
Hey guys, Wig and Greek here at ALGS Playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We're going to be sitting down with the players from Reject WINNITY, known as Ienaga, Colonel Garcia, and Ein, formerly known as NewJ. Thank you all for tuning in, and let's get right into it.
Alrighty, so first off, we know that this is you guys' first ever pro league that you guys have competed in. Can you tell us a little bit about your incredible journey that got you guys here?
チャレンジャーサーキットからプロリーグに上がって、でプロリーグから初めてだったんですけど、世界大会に行くことができてって感じですね。
You guys not only qualified for this LAN, but you also placed 2nd in APAC North Split 2. That's extremely impressive. Is that like a really big confidence booster going into this LAN?
そうですね。フナティックがその前回大会でそのドラフト順位3番目を獲得してくれたのもあって、自分たちすごいプレッシャーがとてもあると思うんで、その中でしっかりそのワットソン、クリプト、バルキリーっていう構成を使ってその決勝までいけたらなと思います。
Are you going to continue to play Valkyrie during this LAN itself? Because I know you guys were running it during the whole split too.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you to be signed by Reject?
前回僕たちが所属するリジェクトが世界大会優勝してるってこともあって、もちろんプレッシャーっていうのは感じるんですけど、前のリジェクトのメンバーと僕たちは違いますし、そこはやっぱり自分たちにできることを全力で頑張って良い結果を残せたらなっていうふうに思ってます。
My chat and I am also wondering, how did you guys get these photos for your profile pictures?
自分は、もうゴリラが好きなんで、もうただただもうそれにしようっていう感じにしましたね。
自分はその駅員のそのアルバイトをやってる時にそのお客さんにその事故があった時に撮られた写真があれです。
Your story is pretty inspiring. Challenger circuit to pro league. What would your message be to challenger circuit players across the world, trying to make their dreams a reality?
僕はその2年半そのチャレンジャーサーキットで頑張ってきたんですけど、ずっと諦めずにやることが一番大事かなと。
I respect you guys so much. For me, esports is all about what you guys are doing right now, and it's really cool. Thank you so much, Ein, Ienaga, and Colonel Garcia for joining us. That is it for us here at ALGS Split 2 Playoffs in Mannheim, and we will see y'all soon. Peace.
Reject WINNITY in the same clothes, new players there. He mentioned that quite aptly, that this is not the team that won in LA. But if you talk traditional sports, and I'm an LA guy, so Lakers fans, if the Lakers win a championship in 1 year and new players, I'm still rooting for the Lakers. And that's where esports is obviously going to be developing. Kind of have a star meta right now, but I think that this is a huge opportunity, wearing the responsibility of the org and how well that they've done. We certainly know that will be an incredible achievement if they can somehow get another one for Reject WINNITY. But all of that yet to be seen as we transition into the latter half of this bracket. Stormpoint is coming up, and that means new changes. It also opens some things up. Valkyrie being played, that's also something I kind of wanted to comment on as well. As we talk into Stormpoint, just your thoughts on that and these picks as we see them come across tonight.
I think if there's any map that Valkyrie is going to be worthwhile to play, it is Stormpoint. Yeah. There's a lot of tall, structures and mountains to get over. You always have the coveted command center ultimate that gets you all over the place. So I'm a huge fan. Valkyrie's one of my favorite legends, and it's always nice to see more characters in the legend pool. So looking to see that, and I'm rooting for the team that took 2.5 years in Challengers to get here. So that's a great storyline. You got a team that won, and then you pick up a Challenger Circuit team, so it's fun to see that build back up.
Yeah, it would be amazing as well for APAC North, just the power they would be bringing regionally. TSM, you see the booth hovering over there as well. Gaimin Gladiators got their pick pretty high. Also Zeus Station, Lauren, and that's something that, going to start them off north. But sometimes if things go north, you get a win in Apex Legends, especially on Storm Point. A lot of these zones end up south, though, and that's kind of the thing that they have to understand when they pick something at the top of the map.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they're able to kind of maintain their momentum moving from World's Edge into now Storm Point. We did see them succeed when they were far away in that last match with their drop on World's Edge. Like you're saying, some will go south, but if they even get somewhere central or over by Down Beast, even over at Trident, something like that, they can work with that rotationally really, really well between their loot and where they're located.
Now you can see their 8th pick used for this as well. All of these seeded coming into it. So their performances in League coming into these groups is going to help them find these picks now. Graceful, any final thoughts, any predictions? We go in the same way, or you see somebody else making a surge in these last 3 games?
Well, I'm hoping for not as much south zones. I'm hoping for, either Thunderwatch or even North Pad side ended zones or the North zone, so we can spice things up a little bit. I like spicy.
You want a little spice going on.
Spiciness.
Okay, all right. Hey, I didn't notice you throwing spice at lunch when we were eating. You were just pretty plain, had some salad. That's okay. All right, guys, we're having fun over here. It's time to get back into game. Their casters are ready to go, so let's kick it off. Storm Point for the last 3 in C&D.
Thank you so much, Randy. Getting a little spicy on the desk. I'm Vicky Kitty, and for the first time, help me in welcoming Jamerson on the mic. It's going to be a great time as we take you guys through the next 3 games on Storm Point. Jamerson, welcome. I mean, especially with all this action.
I mean, it feels like, Split 2 online was all warm-up leading up to this, and I'm so excited to be able to cast all the action with you, Vicky.
You know what? I'm getting a little hint of nostalgia out here, like the old ESA days, but it's even better to see some familiar names going into this lobby. And, of course, I just got to say my pick, FURIA, holding on to that number 1. Our pick. A lot of people picked FURIA.
A lot of
Snipe thinks everyone copied him. I'm like, okay, I didn't even know that you even put your vote in there yet. But FURIA leading the pack in first place thus far. Although, even though, of course, they did work hard to get to that first zone on World's Edge, the 2 southern zones over by their POI.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of double feature today, right? We got the double climatizer, we had the double monument, and then, of course, double thermal at the end of the day. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some variety here because, again, that's what we want to see here in Apex Legends. We want to see our teams tested and really push to the limit.
Love having the flyby. After our winners from game number 3, Gaimin Gladiators. Seeing double-digit wins, by the way, too. They had one with 14 KP before them. Mkers had gotten 15 KP, and FURIA, like we mentioned before, in game 1 with 13 KP. It's just been high-octane action from the get-go.
Yeah, and with their overall performance throughout, Split 2, this is what we're expecting out of them. So I'm really excited to see what Gaimin Gladiators can pull out for us here. And we're not really seeing much of a change-up in terms of composition. They're going to go ahead and ride that comfort, bringing that Catalyst in. We saw how extremely useful she was, but Lufka on that new castle was so strong for them.
It was huge. And it really does. I was talking to Privacy in the back, actually, kind of theory crafting. When you get to highlight, having the Catalyst versus the Crypto and what it does for the specifics of your team and what you want to go for a lot of the times, being able to isolate these fights when you do want to get aggressive with the cat wall really comes in clutch. And seeing where this circle is going to be pulling, actually, Gaimin Gladiators may not have to move too far.
Yeah, not too far at all whatsoever. And honestly, that's what their draft take here on Storm Point really does favor, right? Being able to move down on the eastern side of the map. We're not quite at Command Center. It is going over more towards Stormcatcher. And so teams like FENNEL are going to try and hunker down early on. Bleed Esports, they're going to know how to play this zone extremely well as I think the big question mark here in terms of rotations and teams coming in, that north side, Olimpo, what is their game plan here? They are moving their way up north, and so there might be a small contest in just a few minutes.
Hear the fighting going on here too, with more of these spots starting to make their rotate in. Olympio is already going to be calling in the evac tower as well to get on the on top of the high ground. But it's the action happening over to the south side of Storm Point, over by Coastal Camp. We got Complexity actually slowly trying to approach FOXX.
Yeah, they've already got a knock. It looks like NOEZ FOXX onto Monsoon. Lou's trying to get Kimchi on over so that they can possibly recover him, and does look like there's enough cover for that. NOEZ FOXX pretty far away. They're not going to try and chase this one over. They do have to be careful about rotations in and out from maybe SWQ, TSM, and so they're not getting overly aggressive here.
Ooh, but I like this position from Lou. He can't expose himself too far yet because he's still out of position with the rest of Complexity, but he's taking an off angle as he knows exactly where they're trying to approach, trying to prevent Complexity from fully resetting after getting Kimchi up.
The timing might be a little bit late. He needs to get in there. There we go. The back shot does get the crack, but not the knock. And now, NOEZ FOXX does have to be careful. They are wary of that threat, but Lou does enough to at least dissuade them, allowing Kimchi and Monsoon to go for that full reset on the crack. Woo!
That was a little scary. Even though he's holding a split angle to give the insurance that the rest of Complexity needs to reset with Monsoon and Kimchi, he's still a little out of position, and knows FOXX actually catching on, making sure that they aren't going to be the ones caught with their backs here. And they're still in a way better spot because they're still closer to the circle to try to at least circle keep them here and keep up the pressure.
Yeah, they used a lot of utility here, though. I think they're going to just go ahead and back away from this one. They can possibly wait out one more ultimate, but both teams look like they are ready to just go ahead and call it. This was taking way too long. You never know who's going to try and counter-rotate into you at this point. So FOXX will just go ahead and back away. Echo HQ, there's scans there for them. There's still bins to pick up and Crafter. So they'll be fine now, especially after that skirmish to basically re-up on medication. So not too much was really accomplished here, but not much was lost either.
Yeah, but literally just swap places real quick to make sure that they get the scan on each side. Of course, with that crypto scan, you are able to get even extra Evo shield charge. And it's even better to see where the circle is going to be pulling.
Yeah, a lot of teams have already made their way on over, basically over to Stormcatcher. We did have Noctem Scan being able to get a res onto one of their players. That we had a small engagement there on North Pad and Trident area between them and NORTHEPTION. I believe they should be safe overall on board with Cloud9, who have been able to lock down a position here with this Watson. I love the trap placements for them.
And with the Trident there too, acting as some makeshift cover after they were able to get here quickly, but making sure that they hold this side of the wall, while also looking downhill. Any squads that may be taking their time to rotate in, maybe even SWQ, will be coming in from the southeastern side. There is also a survey beacon over to that south side, but a lot of teams not wanting to approach from that direction because you would be in that low to high ground disparity.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward watching Cloud9 being in zone when other teams, right, like Complexity and FOXX, who were basically right next to them coming out from barometer, they're actually already in zone. And so Cloud9 might be a little bit confused. Why aren't we seeing more teams basically backfilling behind us? But they're going to get eyes on teams like Legends Gaming and others right behind them. And so right now, not too much action. It's first ring, and I feel like, you know, as we make the swap on over here to Storm Point, teams are really trying to feel out the other squads.
And also getting a scan on that survey beacon has allowed FURIA to have Keon with the purple Evo, that second perk here. Rather, the first perk for the Pathfinder, so that way they could get the scan on the ring console too, on top of it, so they could just wait here by wall as long as they want before planning where they want to rotate into where that circle is going to be pulling closer to that south side of command center here. And now seeing with KCP hanging out in the middle, looking at the spots that may be taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, I think for FURIA, they might be feeling a little bit of stir fever, right? Cabin fever after playing 2 thermal zones. When you land on thermal station, they didn't get too much action until the later end, right? So they were a little AFK for about the first 15 minutes for a lot of the game, right? So now they're running around. They're going to get themselves reds before they even go into the second zone, and I'm pretty sure they want to pick up some extra KP. They feel very confident right now. Coming out of the first 3 games, 46 points, averaging more than 15 points per game on World's Edge. That is absolutely insane.
After seeing how the way that they were able to perform backs, especially, right, on Newcastle, finally being able to play on Newcastle and also claiming, you know, I am the best Newcastle, and he's always wanted to play this legend, and now being able to really showcase it has elevated FURIA. But specifically, I do want to say that Madness has been popping off thus far within the last few games. He has 11 KP alone with 3.6k damage to his name right before we got into this game. And now seeing that the circle is completely shifting over to the east side, they're going to be coming in from the north.
Yeah, this is great. They're getting so much information, right? They're up there at Zeus right now. They got both scans to work off of. And you can see that if they continue to rotate to the south side through that choke going into Command Center, they're going to have additional scans to hit along the way. There we go. We got some action. It's going to be FOXX up against TSM right now. Trey's going in favor of FOXX. It's a 1v2. FURIA, can you save the day?
Oh, but FURIA, he cannot clutch. He had little to cover other than that rock and the tree next to him. And in a 2v1, it was too hard. FURIA goes down, and so does the rest of TSM, the first squad out of this lobby.
That's going to be a nice victory for FOXX. Remember, they had a small engagement up against Complexity not too long ago. TSM were hovering around for a long time, slow on the rotate, and so they get punished for that.
Love it. We get to see that LAZER Gaming is going for the respawn here too, while other squads are coming in from the skies, probably from an evac tower as well. And having to be careful with how congested it already is. Even looking at Kashir and company hanging out on that low ground there, you see EXO over to the left side, holding the other archway of the tunnel here. But if this circle does continuously pull over to the north, you have to imagine how Bleed Esports is feeling after coming in from the east side of that choke.
Yeah, FURIA taking the rotation path that we were definitely expecting, hitting up every juicer along the way, but they're still pretty far off from the Reds, excuse me. But honestly, at this point, they haven't really used up much at all. They haven't been fighting. They still have plenty of throwables. So walking their way on in with that information, having that survey beacon is going to be so crucial in how they approach this one.
So many other squads still playing on the edge here. You talk about the north, NORTHEPTION, Mkers being another team. Now is slowly starting to approach NORTHEPTION, making note that they're going to start moving here soon. Here's zipline over to the side. Of course, that is FURIA with their rotate right in front of their faces and being able to do so almost unscathed.
I love that. I love it. I love it. I mean, we talked about it for years, right? We need a buff for Pathfinder. As a Pathfinder main, I am loving life right now. And you can see why. When you can just make rotates like that, you're not even worried. I mean, at some point, it looked like they took their hands off of, you know, their controllers and their keyboards, because it was like, this is tickling. You're just tickling me here.
It's the alley-oop too now, because they're going to be able to look right behind them. They know that there's two squads waiting for them on the other side, but actually NORTHEPTION has opted to take ring damage and then wrap around by Cliffside, where we had just highlighted where Bleed Esports is located.
This is ring 2. They're not going to be taking that much damage, right? So this is not too much of an investment for them. They can always turn around. At this point, you can see it's barely ticking them here. It's once it closes that, you do need to worry a little bit more, but I'm not sure if they were actually able to hit up a scan before they made this play, and Bleed already seemed to have eyes on them. Yeah, you can see Shuby taking his first shots.
And now, on the other side, NORTHEPTION know that they have the Crypto Drone out. They're going to be able to scan that survey to see just how many teams are still on this east side, because if they do want to take this fight versus Bleed, you have to imagine C9 being to their south, closer to that dome that you could expect on the north side of the zip line, could be eyeing this potential fight here, because they are going to be uncontested from the south side for now.
And they were able to actually get pretty far in with that Newcastle and the Trident.
Hasta la vista. They complete, and into the wall as well. It was in the middle of losing out on Reezy here, and now Taida gonna be able to pop that shield back. No gold knockdown here, and unfortunately lose out on one completely, but are able to get the res.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it needs to happen, but oh no, he ends up going down as he tries to finish off that reset. Yuka will be able to heal up at least, but it looks like Cloud9 want to try and pounce on this, but that looming threat of Bleed is going to stop them completely.
Bleed and even FENNEL, who are going to be inside of the cart that has that slight high ground that's been poking out NORTHEPTION, and as you can see, what is left of their bodies right there on the ground. The death boxes creating a graveyard here before even more teams. VKG now flying in from above. The double boot Evo, we got the red Evo here too, but we saw what happened to NORTHEPTION in the same spot.
Oh boy, VK Gaming are gonna have to hold back the horde here because we had a hard shift of the ring going over towards that eastern side, and currently there are only two teams in it, Cloud9, VK Gaming. Over here for FOXX, this is gonna be their second fight. It's gonna be Noctem Scan on the other side, as Mosin ends up getting thirsted here, trade for trades.
So I started shooting out here, doing their best Danny DeVito impression instead, and Remix having to move back just a little bit though, as it's just down to a duo for them to clutch on top. But you know who that is with the charge rifle in the distance, by the way. We know that's Monsoon. soon. Complexity looking to maybe grief, but Remix still ends up clutching. They take out NOEZ FOXX, and he cannot change in time. The charge rifle from a distance is just enough to be the nail in the coffin.
I'm getting flashbacks myself. Right now, Complexity securing just a little bit more here in terms of the PvE, but now this is a huge issue. We've got a huge bottleneck of teams, Complexity in one of the best spots to completely avoid this. You can see the Pioneers are roaming on that southern side, and so they do have the option if they want to try and cut off Complexity to avoid that northwest pileup and maybe go around through that choke. Cloud9, though, keeping all their bases covered. As you can see, they have two people playing anchor basically back inside the zone and just one watching that choke for now. Complexity is eyeing it.
See if they can force their way through with KCP playing very split up. Meanwhile, though, FURIA have also inched down from the hill with the circle closing in behind them. They're already on the edge of the circle, but it's going to be hard when a team has high ground over them.
And we just hit placement points as well as GG ended up taking out SSE. And, well, everything's about to hit the fan. When the next zone closes,
oh, yeah.
I really don't know how you approach this one. Again, VK Gaming were able to stabilize off of that drop and really solidify their position, but this is where it's honestly just a coin flip for every single team walking in from that northwest side.
Let's just see C9, who have predicted the circle from the very beginning, holding this spot inside the exact dome on where that circle is going to be pulling.
Yeah. Cloud9, Complexity, being able to force back that one Cloud9 member, I believe, that was watching that choke again. This is a very awkward situation for Cloud9 because they do want to try and clear this one out. Reject WINNITY, though, making their move on in as we join on board with Legends Gaming. Nasky and Amphi coming in, last-minute subs, have been doing a standout job so far in the groups.
It's been fantastic here, and it looked like Reject WINNITY in that moment were trying to fly through and maybe see if they could find a spot, seeing already C9 obviously already being in that dome and uncontested. And now we get to see FURIA struggle here where the ring starts closing in the next 30 seconds because they are in the line of sight of 4 to 5 different squads before they're going to be out in the open. But with the zip line, let's jump into a listening with FURIA as they make their desperate rotate.
Hi, just farming us. I'm dead. Dude, holy fuck.
Where's Tiki?
Desperate as possible in that moment. I mean, you have no other choice, unfortunately, but that's what I mean. There was everybody looking at them from the outskirts of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, they got a little bit overconfident on that one. Honestly, SWQ had so much space. GoNext wasn't going to go for the peak. Legends able to take out two from KCP now. Again, these subs, Amphi, along with Nasky, really helping out, coming in clutch in this situation for day number 1. Nasky backing away from this fight as they get the reset and Pioneers are finished off.
Full faith in Amphi and Player K in that moment, but you also just need to move as quickly as possible. You won't be able to loop because look at the circle. They may not be able to make this actually. Trying to get right through the evac by a tick. Nasky makes it through. He cannot be joined with Amphi and Player K, but where can you land in a moment like this?
They've got at least 3 KP, but in terms of placement points, we still have 12 squads alive. EMP on top of Olimpo and Mkers here who have lost out on 2. It's all up to Ziki. He's got the Mozambiques out. But you can see that other teams look for the third party. He's trying his best to survive. We're down to 6-1. Make that 5.
Oh, GoNext, SWQ, Mkers, and Gaming Gladiators behind 2 mobile respawns. Playing around the wall, all the makeshift cover to work with, but everybody got burned as that circle closed.
Yeah, we still have Complexity, Gaimin Gladiators, along with VK Gaming, Bleed, and of course, Cloud9, who staked their position in the center of that zone so early on. VKG says bye-bye to Blast. And now, VKG want to try and finish it off. They're coming in for the pincer from either side.
My favorite weapon with that Rampage on top of it. VKG, though, now moving in after that desperate fly-in. They have not only been able to reset, and now they have taken this spot where GG was originally now. Being able to have all the loot that they need to, because it looked like they were lacking on a lot of ammunition at first.
Yeah, you can see 2 teams now coexisting. Cloud9 forced into the shuttle. Bleed Esports taking the top of it. They got that Newcastle wall down. And this is a this is going to be a moment of truth, I believe, for a lot of our squads. Now that we are down to 5 squads, we'll see, though, how much longer that one lone GG member can survive. I mean, we got to see Keon rat it out to some very important points in game number 2. We'll see if they can recreate it here.
Living on a prayer here. Let's see if they can make that magic happen. And on this point, it's a Bangalore, not a crypto, so no invisibility cloak for you in this case. Instead, you're gonna have to watch these teams share this one building between C9 and Bleed and VK Gaming. Looking to see if they can get on the opposite side of the northern part of the edge, but they will be able to note that there's still that member of Gaimin Gladiators on the other side with that crypto drone.
Yeah, they can't overextend for this. They do have to be careful. EMP gonna get used, but it's Monsoon.
Wow.
Of course, with the charge rifle to finish him off. Complexity now getting us to our top 4. They've got all of the south to themselves. VK Gaming to the north. Bleed Esports and Cloud9 stacked on top of each other here, but they are basically last to move for this next zone.
No way VK Gaming used the EMP just for Monsoon to steal the kill with the charge rifle. That is just cinema. Chef's kiss. All right, VK Gaming now behind the rock, understanding that Complexity fully has them in their sights. Look at this angle that Monsoon is on currently, but still having to reposition. Got burned the moment he just poked out his head to shoot out the charge rifle twice there.
Yeah, I believe that was VK Gaming from the other side, all the way on the northern edge. Really, for Bleed and Cloud9, it's a tricky proposition, right? Because at any point, Bleed is just looking to drop onto Cloud9 if they can. Complexity moving underneath now. It's going to stack 3 teams on top. VK Gaming have made the move as well. And this is going to come down to the final seconds now.
Look at this. One stacked on top of the other, and VKG have found their approach now. Forced to drop down in an instant with the EMP ringing out. They tried even from 2 different angles. A for effort, but Bleed are not giving up King of the Hill yet.
Yeah, Noct is able to survive up top. Still need to heal up, but they might actually be low on meds. You can see that they haven't healed up their health quite yet. So now they're fighting at that disadvantage. Luckily for them, they've got reds across the board. VK Gaming haven't got the reds for themselves, but I mean, they're healthy. They're healthy, and they just ran out of meds, or still have cells.
They slowly start approaching, though. No, they're right there next to them, sharing that building. Complexity, who have forced their way in. And this EMP is going to be so important once he gets it online. It looked like it was at 87% or so, especially with all the Watson fences that we have. As I said, that Monsoon noting this, making sure it's not a problem to control space at the very end. VKG, they'll try to fully swing. Monsoon is forced to move back. VK Gaming barely took any damage in that interaction, but worse for Complexity now as the final circle starting to close.
Oh my goodness. We got the Bangalore ultimate along with that EMP online for VK Gaming. Of course, in this small circle, it's going to hit everybody. First EMP on out. It doesn't look like it does much. There's still time here for teams to go for the reset. So it might come a little bit early for them, but it does at least clear out some traps, makes it a little bit easier for them to try and control this exit point.
I'm really worried about, looking at VKG specifically, is the fact that they don't have a Watson gen in this case too. So with the plethora of arc stars feeling the pressure, that is what I was worried about. Complexity funneling VKG out into the open. Now Catwall on the other side. Kimchi could go for a shield swap here with VK Gaming going out, going around the other side of the Catwall. It is C9 with the high ground, looking like gargoyles to feast as they drop down, jump off the building, jump off the heads of their victims. Complexity get eliminated, and C9 lose out to Bleed. The patience paying off before inching out of the building to clean up what was left in the lobby.
Yeah, Bleed Esports gave up that roof early on. That catwall gave them plenty of space, forcing the final 3 teams basically on top of each other. And after that mad scramble, it was an easy finish for them to clean things up. But we are seeing some great teams great things out of so many teams today. Bleed Esports really showing up in game number 4.
Raven cooking up behind them. A little change up here. And that was what dropped, getting knocked in that moment too, right? So they had to still work around that wall to be able to close up what was left of C9 once they were forced to drop down. They saw all the action happening below them.
Yeah, but again, we're seeing the strength of having that catalyst wall for that final circle, the strength of it once again, not just the Newcastle, but being able to just throw down that cover. You saw how quickly how everyone was avoiding getting slowed down by it, forcing that fight on top of each other. Complexity did a great job of really punishing VKG, excuse me, as well on that push out. And you can see why the timing of the EMP from VG was a little suboptimal, right?
Yeah.
They needed to wait maybe 10 more seconds, and it could have been a lot more competitive of a fight.
Utility was absolutely huge there when you have so many other teams sharing a space with you, whether it be having the Watson gen so that way you could at least keep your corner before you're forced to inch forward. That was something that Complexity absolutely took advantage of. They noted that they didn't have a Watson gen when they had already initially threw the Arc Stars to force them into their line of sight. And once that circle was closing in, then you had the team right above you, Bleed, who had given that up just a little early, and then C9 thinking that they could climb up and hold on to the high ground, except that high ground was barely in that final circle, minus just a crumb of the ledge before they were forced to drop down. And it was just a cleanup from the action that was already happening before their eyes.
Yeah, Cloud9 tried to hold on to that for as long as they can. I mean, we've been here since zone number 1. You aren't going to take this away from us that easily, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, I was surprised by that zone call. They made it early on. This is what really impresses me by the IGLs, having that deep understanding of the ring, being able to stay on top of how the ring has been behaving. It's been something that, honestly, I haven't been able to keep track of over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, having to keep track of where a lot of our teams are also going to be rotating from their respective POIs benefited the likes of Bleed in that case, even holding that northern choke that we saw the DBZ building that C9 was holding in from the very beginning, granted Bleed to get so much KP in the process, putting them up into overall 8th place.
Yeah, unfortunately here in game number 4, FURIA, despite having really good rotation on the north side, slow coming in, wasn't able to do much at all, right? It was Gaimin Gladiators who had taken that win in game number 3 and kind of was able to transition here when we made it over to Storm Point of getting some additional points on the board. They cut that lead now down to 7 points, so 47 to the 40 of Gaimin Gladiators. Mkers here in top 3 as well with 37, and Cloud9 with that performance right underneath them.
It's crazy. The triple bagel allowing the competition to get a lot more tighter. And that was just game number 4 on Storm Point. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got game 5 action coming to you soon.
It's my turn this time. Don't take this personally. I got power. Remarkable. I got power. I got power.
All right, heads up. Yeah, I got you.
Don't beat yourself up.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS, with today's competitors sitting in a Herman Miller Gaming embodied chairs, which comes in 4 unique colors. our coaches are sitting in a Phantom gaming chair with 7 unique colorways, and you can try out one at free play area located on the concourse. To learn which chair fits you best, go to hermanmiller.com/gaming. Those chairs look absolutely comfortable here too. I feel like my Mac would be very thankful to be sitting on one of those Herman Miller chairs.
Yeah, get a couple of those in the green room for us. I mean, no, we got plenty of couches back there.
Yeah, you're right.
Everyone's laying down, you know. We have some early mornings, so we've got some really good napping couches.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do that when the action is just non-stop for all these series thus far, including a great game for Bleed to put him in that 8th place overall. But also, to highlight what we saw from the end game right there, how important it is, as we were highlighting the Crypto v Catalyst, looking at, you know, the different styles that we're seeing a lot of these teams try to take as an approach, how important the catwall was at the very end there, because it also created so much chaos with the Watson fences that were preemptively there, left behind by the other team.
Yeah, this is 2 games in a row, right, where the Catalyst wall was crucial, I would say, in the victory, and less their tactical overall. And ooh, I love the crowd getting excited for this one.
The EXO chants. This is the energy I'm looking for here in Germany, especially when it's day one. You know that if the crowd is rowdy on day one, you can only expect how it's going to ramp up as we go on through the tournament.
See, they were warmed up, right? They just came. They just came from France, right? They had the Olympics. They're ready. They're ready for this.
I love just basking in the cheering. The basking in the cheering. He just wants more. He wants more. EXO, do you feel the energy? They need it, because right now they are sitting in 17th overall. Still 2 more games to go as we approach game number 5. At this point, though, I always like to highlight, this is also one of my favorite games when it comes to an entire match series, but it's specifically at this point where a lot of our squads know where they're stationed up in the overall standings, what they need to do differently depending on how they want to approach either aggressively or if they're going to try to play for more of that positioning.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to that last game, you can't really fault too many of our teams, right? You see that first ring pull, Stormcatcher, yeah, sure. Who's expecting it to pull on over to the shuttles to the eastern side of it? Very few. Only 2 teams really kind of considered that one, but who knows if it was maybe, oh, we don't have a spot at Stormcatcher, let's just play here for now, wait for Zone 3, and then make our play. Oh, Zone 3, it fell right on top of us? All right, I ain't going anywhere.
That's why so many teams, we saw what, like 8 teams or so, 7 teams, just completely get annihilated once that circle shift started to close the circle in that moment. And it was because there's such little cover when you are forced to rotate out of Stormcatcher in that point. You're out in the open, and a lot of the teams that were either on the other side of the gondola or just looking down at you, and it's just easy shooting at that point when they have that slight high ground advantage when you're approaching from low ground with no other building to give you the opportunity to get out of the line of sight of other teams.
Yeah, you do have to really consider all of the options around you, and seeing that one rotation out, right, from FURIA, everything was going great until they, tried to take that second zip line and just got absolutely destroyed by 2, maybe 3 teams focusing them down. Usually, one team's firing at you, you can eat that, but 2 or 3, that's where it's getting a little bit much.
Makes me think what would have happened if they ended up going on the other side of Lightning Rod in that case. All these what ifs, but even looking at the guarantees here of this circle instead, maybe pulling towards Cascade Falls, maybe a little north. We're gonna have to see if it ends up continuously pulling down that middle side where you could expect a lot of teams like EXO feeling the chance in the crowd, gonna be able to have a ring console, and of course that survey beacon that's at every POI.
Another, one of those teams that fell into that trap of Stormcatcher in game number 4, right? EXO Clan having very high priorities to make it over there. So I can understand why. But here we are on that quick move. This is what I love about coming out of Jurassic. You get to move out so fast. You can see why a lot of teams want to go for it. And we do have a look at our first ring right now on screen from SaWeiQi, as that ring is pulling up to the northwest side. We got a lot of checkpoint in on this one. But Trident, we know how much of a pull and how much it affects the rings here.
Especially looking at those buildings that are going to get congested over to the north side of that mountain by checkpoint here. Actually, where we currently see Noctem in the middle of rotating. by that survey beacon, with NORTHEPTION being right over to their north. So a lot of teams here, FURIA obviously having their POI advantage. Again, though, in this case, it's the Stormpoint edition. Almost like the last two games is what really looks at FURIA and says, you know what can we do to cater towards that POI advantage?
Yeah, we have to remember for FURIA, though, this checkpoint pick came basically, it was the 14th, I think, Stormpoint map pick overall. So they did sacrifice a lot going that first round thermal station, but we saw that pay off dividends. Now this is where they can get punished a little bit. Checkpoint isn't the worst, but it's definitely not the best whatsoever. We're seeing a lot of movement now to try and get into that Trident area. We did see early on in game number 4, NORTHEPTION taking some early fights, and it sounds like that might be the case again.
Yeah, with Noctem instead actually here, but maybe NORTHEPTION looking at them from the other side, because it is GN actually getting involved here first. With Noctem having this high ground though, and them taking their time to take this fight, you can expect teams like even EXO maybe getting a whip of this fight. But I love the trade-off here with Kashira being the first one to get knocked, and now Kaishi being the next one in this situation, leaving only one alive from GN before GoNext get caught off by VKG in the distance.
Oh man, GoNext have been having issues. Noctem Scan have issues coming their way as the third party comes in. VKG. We're quick on that one. We saw them creeping up, but now we can see how quickly other teams are moving in here. It's the fourth party.
This is what I was worried about. I knew with the amount of squads in the vicinity, so many quick rotating teams, it's one after the other as a domino falls, and VKG get eliminated. EXO meet them back in the lobby the moment that we tune out to look at all the action. With good timing, our NORTHEPTION spot here as third. They were by the north side looking to get involved in this fight.
Yeah, and this is huge for NORTHEPTION, by the way, right? Because they try to fast rotate here with priority, and now they get here. They sacrifice the loot to get here so quickly, but they have, what, 6, maybe 9 loot boxes for them to be able to pull from here. So the rest of this game is set up for them.
It's a good point, actually, especially with the bin reset that you can work with right at the end of that round 2 to look out for, but it's also knowing where this circle is going to be pooling in a situation like this. A lot of areas to coexist after we now see FURIA taking up the real estate in the other side of the building. And also looking at the teams that may be wanting to approach from that choke after they just exited the checkpoint side. Legends already on their rotate on top of checkpoint, as well as reject WINNITY.
Yeah, for FURIA here, this is just going to be holding pattern. Not much had really happened, especially with how much early action we had, right? Already getting down to 16, 17 teams here. We do have some poking and prodding with that EMP, and it's GG to be the beneficiaries of that one. Thanks, guys, for EMPing us for no reason whatsoever.
Hey, it's all about extra damage, putting into that Evo shield, and also making them use those shields as much as possible before they get collapsed on by so many other teams.
A triple coming out from Kimchi there onto an SWQ member. We'll see if they can chase after this one. Complexity have been slow rotating through the zone. I mean, they haven't really had priority on a lot of these, and so, of course, they're going to go ahead and play Edge. They secure that thirst onto Yu Ling. But Complexity, you can see how safely they're trying to play this one. They had a solid game number 4. They want to continue that momentum here.
Wondering if they had triple shotgun, triple sniper for Complexity. I don't have to see the weapon composition out here. But Crazy Kong is still alive, just for now, outside of the zone, while Complexity are trying to look for him within the drone, but very split up, allowing SWQ to still completely rotate over to the south side, at least leaving one of their members outside from Complexity.
They might have been able to grab that banner and get out, and they'll eat zone possibly. Oh, there he is. All right, their movement is based on, or excuse me, their vision is based on movement, right? But also cloaking help. There we go.
I love that. Seeing the Crypto invisible here, not a crazy play other than helping out your survivability, because now he's going to be able to get out of free. Hopefully he's got some meds to work with, because Complexity are still lingering about. While Bleed, after taking that dub in the previous game, playing off the rooftops, doesn't look like they may have that circle info just yet. Oh, they do actually. It's on the mini-map here, but waiting patiently over to the north side, looking at Olimpo, who are actually looking to also get a ring console of their own.
Yeah, this is going to be the next big fight, I would say, here. Don't really see much else happening on the northern side in the center of the zone because, well, everyone's holed up inside of a building. So Cloud9 is possibly the only team that can try and shake things up. FENNEL playing Godrock over there, over by the Spider Hills. And, well, yeah, that's the pull that everyone was expecting. This is why every team moved into Trident so quickly. Reject WINNITY are in a very curious spot there. They do have SSE playing behind them. So they need to clear that one out because otherwise they're going to be forced to basically play off that choke. And we know what happens to a lot of those teams coming out from checkpoint to try to get into Trident.
Especially when you're out in the open like that and you're coming from uphill before sliding down into the opening of the building that we saw FURIA posted up in here. There's a standoff that you were mentioning over on the other side, but it's also making sure that there's no other squads within the vicinity in case they are looking to be aware of a third party.
Oh, I forgot that they are rocking that Valkyrie. So they'll have the extra height to actually clear these rocks, clear these mountains. But, of course, we've seen time and again for a lot of teams trying to take off on that Valk with that skyward dive puts you pretty vulnerable. They've got plenty of time. Honestly, they should try and force SSE back.
Just get some poking done when they have blue Evo shields here too. Want to be able to charge that up to purple onto SSE. Or more of these other teams take up the different space here over to the north side before they will eventually have to move forward, because even though this armory is safe for now, we see Bleed on the other side of the armory by the DBZ buildings, we know that there's a lot of space for other squads to coexist here, but the circle is still pulling to Bleed south, so they still have to inch into that corner.
Yeah, Bleed basically just hermit crabs, right?
Yeah.
Trading in one shuttle for another one here. But they're basically the same size, so I don't know if that's much of an upgrade. So I think they are, yeah, definitely eyeing up that armory, but it's going to be difficult to really move in on that Watson who is hunkered down. And honestly, Bleed aren't really forced to do much. They can play outside that armory. We don't have too much in the way of threats on the northern side, here on the slow side. So they can honestly just play this one slow. They had a great number. They got the win in game number 4. Now for game number 5 and 6, you got to just make sure you put on points.
You have to win that team fight if they do want to take that fight versus Mkers, because Dexter's been absolutely popping off. He's just got 12 KP alone, although he's been absolutely able to give some suppressed fire to allow ALGS to actually pop off and deal enough of that damage. But you can see with Bleed now ending up rotating over to the other side, not wanting to take that fight here. They're in the line of sight of 3 different other teams.
Bleed Esports making that move early, and they honestly did not need to. Dropped will fall, but honestly, no team really in position to try and punish this one. It's going to be all utility here. Throwables, nades coming in from every single angle. They did have FENNEL and the Godrocks to their south, keeping an eye on them, but Noct is going to buy space for them, push out just a little bit. You can see that the wall from the Newcastle was set up to really deal with the major threat of FENNEL.
And that was when they had got an EMP, so we saw them put down the drops all in that moment just as defensively to prevent any other squad from maybe trying to collapse in this case, because at the moment there is no team going through the choke that's behind FENNEL, but we could expect either Olympia or Cloud9 to maybe decide on that rotate, because both chokes nonetheless are going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because we're seeing some like funnel vision coming out from FENNEL. Funnel vision coming out from FENNEL onto Bleed Esports, but just as I said that, I was watching the head swerve and check the back. And they're doing what you need to do. When you're playing the Godrock, your biggest threat is going to be the Spider Hill there. So they're keeping an eye on that, or at least one person to check that at all times. SWQ still on the rotates through this ring right now, and they are pretty far from safety. In terms of meds, though, look at Don't. He's already, he has 3 med kits, so this is their game plan. That we're going to try and slow rotate all the way to the north side, but we've got other teams that have a very similar game plan.
What's absolutely huge for SWQ is that after all what Complexity did to them, after getting that knock, they were able to get that res, and now are actually ahead of the rotate versus Complexity after coming out of the zone right there. So they had the meds to work with, taking their time to loot, and then now are currently in that northeastern side, whereas Complexity still playing off the south side, actually approaching TSM who are in Cascade.
Yeah, TSM over here at the boathouse were able to just push them basically over to the west side. Complexity was looking to avoid that one, but they got to be a little bit wary, because it looks like FOXX might be setting up a lurk trap there. And remember, we're not running Bloodhounds anymore. We don't have someone running ahead of you with the scans to check every single corner. So the lurk play here might actually get something. But for TSM currently, they've got eyes on SWQ. They know there's another team in the area. And that's going to be Olimpo playing at the bottom of the list there.
Yes, TSM not worried when they have reps being able to scan up ahead with that crypto drone, seeing C9 already posted up by those bins before TSM decide where they want to approach that next zone, because C9 are going to be able to gatekeep at least 2 other teams, but it also depends on how Olimpo want to contest them over by the north side once they start moving from the Evo Harvester building that we know is on the south side of the zipline exiting out of wall, because they haven't moved from that spot yet. They've been waiting to see if C9 is going to continuously try to engage with the squad still outside the zone, or are they going to be able to get right behind C9 and then get a free fight from that?
Yeah, for Cloud9, it's a little bit of being on the outside looking in when they were the gatekeepers there. Let's go ahead and go on over to a Cloud9. Listen in as the zone closes in.
Haircut.
Above him right now.
No, they're right here.
Naughty, come back. You guys are split right now. Come back. I'm running back. Go to Spider Choke, everyone.
I'm batting.
I'm cracked right here. I might die.
I'm batting. Come to me.
Go to the Spider Choke.
Yes.
Go to the fucking Spider Choke. Go over here, behind this rock. Okay. Smoke again if you can.
No smoke. Just run.
I'm playing here.
I'm popping a medkit on top.
Watch this. Look at this. I can't right now.
I'm not kidding.
Come, Jen, whenever you can. There's a team on our right. Listen, everyone shut up so I can talk. This team is walking on the right to the left, going to fight. Everyone's going to pile up here. We want to 3P all of it. We have an evac to get height.
Okay. I've got Jen in 2. Do you want me Jen still?
Yes.
Is there anyone on the right still?
They stopped fighting. I don't know what's happening.
Are you certain no one's on the right now, Sauce? They already crossed?
Yes, they crossed. No, Crypto Invis on the right somewhere.
Okay.
Wait, we might be able to... Yeah, kill this guy across right now.
I'm looking. I'm gonna play
ping him. You guys can kill this fucking dumbass.
I'm running for him.
Okay, I'm coming.
Shut up and let me talk. He's cooking out here as C9 are able to reposition, force their way out of a difficult situation where they could have actually gotten pinched and now have wrapped up behind Complexity instead. They catch Kimchi completely off guard.
That was beautiful. They spotted the isolated player in the back. That was Kimchi trying to play anchor for his squad. Complexity, Monsoon, and Lu tried to push up to go for that third party up against TSM. But we've got another fight taking place. Reject WINNITY versus FOXX here at checkpoint right now. The reset coming in as Hammer Drill will get his his Bangalore back on up.
It was the fight that was teased from the very beginning, finally unfolding now, and it is Hammer Drill currently alive with Mkers, who is able to fully reset his shields here, but having to play off of only a white knockdown. Not so much to work with. He swings together, but Reject WINNITY have so much more health to work with. Can they do it in that 2v2 situation? It's a trade-off after they were able to get that knock onto Ian.
I'm not sure, but I think Reject WINNITY might have had high ground there, didn't have to commit to that low ground push, and now they put themselves in a really difficult spot. SSE, one member still alive, are going to try and look to gatekeep, and now here comes the Valkyrie, but this is way too late. They're taking so much damage, and this is a blind rotate for them.
The fact that SSE still Green Fox as a solo, can he clutch in a 1v1? Nose goes down, and after SSE were forced to play that out as a rep for quite a bit, they are going to be able to inch forward. Now the fighting has not stopped with TSM on the other side.
TSM pushing straight on top of FENNEL, who was playing off of God Rock. Cloud9 and Bleed Esports both coming in from either side looking for the third party. One team has spotted out that it is going to be multiple teams involved. It was Bleed. They said slow it down, play it safe, secure the kills, and back away. Beautiful play coming out from Bleed Esports.
And TSM meeting their demise in that case here too, when they were pinched, not only with Complexity being part of the fray, but when Bleed was on the other side as C9, both teams disengaging in this point and looking at where that circle is pulling so much out in the open, while C9 desperately look at Saucer surviving with 1 HP.
Now Cloud9 giving some time here to reset. Chaotic able to get off that bat, but he still needs to hit up that med kit. Bangalore ult going down here. Might have to just eat this one, but you can see that Bleed have stopped their push. Bleed did need to top off. They needed to loot up more than anything else. As much as they might have wanted the kill points, they needed to get some extra meds. They needed to find some throwables because both teams committed a lot into that third party up against TSM.
And look who forced putting down an eviction notice onto FURIA's building. It was KCP now. As Anu on the other side gets the crack, FURIA get eliminated. NORTHEPTION meet them back in the lobby. C9, which is naughty, cannot survive. Feeling the pressure after 3 other teams collapse on them, and Legends Gaming go out as well. KCP with all the resets right in front of them.
Now it's leaving us. With our top 4, it's Bleed Esports, Mkers once again, Gaimin, Gladiators, and of course, Pioneers, who had just won a big fight. But it's Gaimin Gladiators in the center of the zone, and it's Mkers now looking to try and take out Bleed Esports.
We see it again. Can we see it again? I go blasting here with not just the gold shotgun barrel, but the hammies on top of it. Dexter, as I highlighted before, has been finding so much success. No KP this time around. He's forced to back out. Ace is on the other side, and with the Mozem, gets 2 knocked already, leaving only 1 from Bleed before taking them all out.
Pioneers were looking to get involved. They are jumping forward now, and that's going to allow Gaimin Gladiators to come in from behind. GG come in with 2 kills onto KCP. GG, will they be able to do it once again?
When Blast has the red R9 in his hands, very possible, but they lost out on light. KCP get eliminated. It is now Gaimin Gladiators versus Mkers. And they have the gold knock. They have the reset here. And on the other side, preventing the same type of reset, you see Asia. Low, though, on the other side, getting some help. Gaimin Gladiators looking away healthy to try to take 2 dubs in their pocket. Game number 5 with Gaimin Gladiators coming out.
Man, that was huge. And that's what experience really buys you. Being able to read the tempo of the fights, being able to read the tempo of the lobby, understanding that Pioneers were just overextended at that point, being able to poke out at the right time, get 2 knocks instantly as soon as they came out of that building, and of course leverage that into the overall win. It was a little bit slow in the beginning for them, but taking that is going to be huge. That's 2 dubs now in this group for Gaimin Gladiators. 1 on, of course, World's Edge, and now here on Stormpoint. That is a great sign here for Gaimin Gladiators for the overall tournament.
Shows you about consistency. Taking game 3, now game 5 on top of it. Coming in from the north side of the zone, making it a little bit easier when it came to that rotate, but we saw how early that they were able to hold on to that north side here too. Gaimin Gladiators, fantastic timing too on rotating, whether they could get the res, but would also help them the fact that they had that Newcastle gold knockdown to go in for a reset, whereas on the other side, you didn't really have that same luxury when your Newcastle was knocked instead.
Yeah, I mean, without it, right, it would have virtually just been a 2v2. But having that, making basically a 3v2 at the end, Mkers, we've seen how strong they are, how good they are at the team fights. What I do want to note, though, is how impressed I was by every single fight that I saw there. They weren't the cleanest fights, but they were timed extremely well, right? When TSM made that push out onto FENNEL, they did it extremely quickly, and it was just Bleed and I forget who the other third party was, that were just already ready, right? Their usual third-party timings is not what you would expect at that point. TSM made the right call there. It was just that the third party came so much sooner than you would normally expect.
It was C9 from one choke, and then we saw Bleed move in from the other side in that moment, and it was Complexity and TSM that were just stuck in that southern left point choke sandwich. It was very difficult to come back from, but even better to see the timing on how some of these teams wanted to trickle in when there's so much open space, other than that God Rock position that you mentioned, Jamerson, to really hold from, especially when you have teams inside the buildings over to your left, looking at what you were doing as Gaimin Gladiators not only take first place, but they take it with 11 KP to their name.
Yeah, Mkers putting on another great performance here in second place. They get 4 kill points along with the 9 placement points. Pioneers, though, finally rearing their head. We got to see the aggression coming out from them. So 7 placement points for them along with the 6 of 13 overall.
He's also looking all the way down at FURIA with 2 placement points, but another situation where they weren't able to accumulate the KP that they need, which means that this probably has shaken up a lot. Look at the series results right now. FURIA, who were sitting in that first place spot, dropping down to third with 49 points. Gaimin Gladiators with a huge boost after another win with double-digit KP.
Yeah, for the simple fact that FURIA were still able to put on points, though they leave themselves within reach of Gaimin Gladiators. But honestly, the momentum might be getting away from them at this point. Gaimin Gladiators getting both a win. Once again, on World's Edge and now here on Stormpoint is such a great sign to see. I mean, that's something that, you know, you have to consider. Not right now because, you know, we have a few more days until we hit match point, but the simple fact that they can win on both maps here is a really good sign.
It's the consistency and the consistency of seeing our 6th game on the other side of this break. We get to see if they can continue the action. Will they get 3? Or is it going to be a new winner? Tune in after this break. Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah, break that, walk up. I'm inting left side, inting left side, guys. We win this, I'm ulting top, I'm ulting top. Inting left side. I have top. What's on me? Gonna int me. What's on? That's me. I'm okay. One is that. Okay. One is that. Walk up. One is that. 3v2. Go. I'm return. Nice. Full team. There. Go get the one. Let's go. Just Watson. Nice. Let's fucking go!
And Gaimin Gladiators with their 2nd dub of the day. I would love to highlight Light right now because he is going crazy, Jamerson. 15 KP in total after those last 5 games with 5.3k damage.
And honestly, that kind of performance throughout Split 2 is why they made quick fan of me. I was super impressed by them, and of course, seeing them now really be able to live up to our expectations coming out of Split 2, it is definitely well-deserved.
And I love the chants that I'm hearing in the crowd right now, too. The energy and the vibes are up high. I also got to get a little bit of some Liquid love, and they may not be playing in the series right now, but they gave us some stickers out here, too. Shout out to Team Liquid. But it's even better to see the consistency of some of our squads. Gaimin Gladiators, again, have to highlight being able to take a game on World's Edge and a game on Stormpoint further shows that this is a team that has no issue taking fights, but it's about timing those fights to allow them to take the dub on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about consistent teams when coming out of EMEA, of course, Alliance head over everyone else, right? But GG, we're always in contention for that. Despite, I think, week 1, week 2, those first hiccups, after they got over that, they were able to really smooth on sail through the rest of Split 2, and we're seeing that once again here.
Get to see if that really proceeds through a lobby like this, right? Seeing how a lot of teams have started off so strong, spalled down just a little bit when FURIA didn't have a single kill on the board for the last 2 games especially, does further show how some teams may play into their strengths with the POI drafts on which map they feel more comfortable.
It's a little bit scary, right? Because they started off so strong. You have to note that part of it is the thermal pulls, and they were able to pilot that extremely well when we were on World's Edge. But now this is going back to a little bit more history with Madness, where he's great at piloting his team to great end game positions, but being able to find the proper positions where he can get some actual kill points, that's haunted them for a really long time. And we're seeing that coming around just a little bit here.
Something of very similar pace, actually, is I'm thinking about C9 and the way that they were able to call, not only loving the listen-ins, but call the shots on when to back up when they saw a bad situation play out. They could have gotten pinched earlier from TSM and Complexity before they completely reversed the situation on both squads with some help from Bleed.
Yeah, shooting the last person, that's so important when it comes to finding the team rotating behind you, right? Shadowing, basically, and taking them out. It made it that much easier for them when they came in for that third party onto TSM, like you had mentioned. So it's a lot of dominoes that you have to basically set up for that kind of play to happen. And again, we have to mention that right now our teams in that particular game played a very different tempo overall. We saw big fighting over on that Trident side early on, and then of course it slowed down just a bit. But those third parties at the end, onto TSM, onto Bleed, onto KCP, onto everyone, it came at such inopportune times that no one could really predict.
Also seeing the nice legend composition before diving into our 6th game here. And I love to highlight diversity in zones because it looks like we are going to be moving on to the southwest side of Storm Point, something that could absolutely benefit into the likes of C9 as we were highlighting them before.
See, that's all we needed, just you and me on the mic. We broke the curse! We broke the curse!
Not
we got
another North Zone!
We got the Trident, and now we're going to the southwest side of the map.
Mixing things up just a little bit as we take a look at C9. Gonna be able to loot up Barometer, but they also have a survey beacon. They want to wait just a little bit to see where everyone's going to eventually be once they start rotating.
Yeah, this one could be pulling on over towards the Note Caves. We'll see in a moment. We don't need to take the guess right now. And yeah, it is going to go ahead and pull over there, but we do have a lot of mill in. You have to imagine with how Western to pull this is, that maybe trying to play Godrock here could be extremely strong for a team like VK or SSE who have priority to try and take it, because Godrock affords you so many opportunities for kill points as teams come in for the rotate.
Especially depending on the weapon composition that you're rocking, right? If you do have a sniper, you're able to poke from so far away, but when you go for those quick rotates, you also know that you're giving up the ability to have even more loot to play off of, whether it be meds that you're expecting to use when you are trading, and even with the amount of cryptos in the lobby, or even rotating there too early, being a little risky depending on how the other squad's trying to take position, with VK Trust trying to slide right through.
Oh, there was one member getting a little bit greedy, going for the loot on the outside of Cenote Caves. VK Gaming on the hunt to try and finish him off, even getting the Evo Harvester there. Looks like they might have actually gotten away.
He actually stood on the other side. He actually got away. VK Gaming had the opportunity to absolutely clear the south side early on before other teams already had started to make their rotate, but they were unable to catch the straggler. So now SSE are going to be able to reset, but so many other squads have gotten a whiff of the fight, have already started moving after getting a scan on the circle, such as C9 rotating on the south side with the Trident, and even KCP over to the north side.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the southern teams as well making their move. So FOXX, along with Complexity, who have been kind of standoffish there on the southern side over at Coastal Camp and Echo HQ, moving a lot faster this time around. Probably expecting it on their end that this is possibly going into Cenote Caves, and we understand when you get a pull like that, you want to try and secure a building early on, and so priority is important on this one. Legends Gaming getting in on that western side where we are seeing a stronger pull.
Be quite a shame, though, if the circle ends up continuously pulling over to the west side by those lone buildings by the bins.
Yeah.
Where you actually see some teams already predicting where that circle shift could be, but another Trident on the board for Complexity now to zoom right along, on the south side of Barometer.
That's what I'm surprised about, right? SSE along with VK Gaming, they had priority on it, and they feel that this is going to be a Cenote Cave one. While for a lot of our NA squads, right, when it comes to Cloud9 along with Pioneers, they fully expect this one to be playing outside of Cenote. A lot of damage coming into Complexity while they were on that Trident. So they'll have a moment here. Looks like it was FOXX once again. Oh, ever the thorn in their sides on their rotates.
Always waiting for them here, and now looking to see if they could get into a better angle. Complexity, though, are completely fine. They see them trying to take the evac tower. You know they're going to absolutely bite back. Hammer Drill was one. Hammer Drill! The last shot before he can get out of the evac tower finds him. And the rest of FOXX are absolutely hasta la vista here, unless he actually committed to the banner. He dropped down. He tried to contest, and Mkers meets him right back.
Oh boy, that's why you don't poke the dragon. Monsoon, you know he's gonna try his best to grief you with that. And of course, when you're stuck on that evac tower, it's such an easy shot for someone like Monsoon.
I cannot believe that. Now Complexity have fully rotated over to that south side. All the snipers on board here, even with the charge up Sentinel. Not even the Prowlers could stop them here. Aside from the ring now closing in slowly, you could see VKG, SSE, the two squads that we were highlighting who early went for that engagement. Now being able to share that building while NOEZ FOXX. Only Mkers left alive to see if he could make some miracles happen.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard no for me, dog.
No replicator.
They're trying their best, but yeah, they really can't even get there. Now, again, with that awkward, I would say, early prio from SSE, getting into Cenote Caves, it really does put them at a really bad impasse here. We do have more rotates coming out, as VK Gaming, one of the other squads that early rotated here into Cenote Caves, and that's going to stop, of course, FOXX from being able to secure those banners and get his team back on in.
Imagine with VK Gaming focusing on the squad not only below them, but looking around. Be very difficult out here. Basically, the rest of this lobby have already made their rotate into that next zone, with the exception of TSM, SWQ, Gaming Gladiators, Olympo, and even Mkers, who are going to be rotating from down B side, but they do commit to rotating from the north side of that zone. They will be met with bleed, who have been waiting for them by mill.
I like the idea for a lot of the teams that are playing hard edge right now, especially for a team like TSM, right? They excel pretty well when it comes to getting that zone 3 information and then slamming. So I think playing off that is going to be their best bet, especially with how awkward this particular zone is, right? Some teams still think it's going to be in Cenote. You can see others like EXO-Clan and FURIA. They were a little bit late on the rotate there, and so they're stuck inside of Cenote, but they might get gifted a really hard pull into Cenote.
Especially if it's by like the mouth point here of Cenote over by that north side. But so many other teams here, like NORTHEPTION, who are looking around. Bleed also, with, like we saw earlier with the Crypto Drone. But TSM, or rather not Bleed, but we saw, I believe it was NORTHEPTION with the Crypto Drone instead. And TSM getting the jump now instead with the Nemesis and the full extended energy mag on top of it all.
This is like round 3 for TSM versus Olympo, I believe, who's on the other side of this fight. We're getting a lot of commits onto this one. Bangalore Ultimate's going down. Hold up, we've got Cloud9 versus Complexity as well. Monsoon on the outside, peeking through the window, being an absolute gremlin.
And then getting the crack on top of it, knowing that they have only white evos. Why not? Why not fully extend at this point? They have 2 knocks here. Complexity forced their way in. And by the way, Mkers has pulled it off. He is rezzing the rest of FOXX's team here, going in as Complexity trying to clear this building, and the fight has not stopped for TSM. Burrows lets them blast with the Mozambique, the flatline in mind, and Olympo get eliminated.
Evan with the Mozambique has been absolutely deadly here. As we take a better look now at this fight, it's just Chaotic alive by himself. Not even able to really recover these banners. Complexity looking to finish him off here, taking over the building slowly. We saw Legends, though, just outside, peeking on this one. They were looking to possibly come in for the third party, but they have since backed away.
With that Moby, TSM are also present. They got that last hit, just a little headshot here for Complexity to take out C9. 18 squads left in the lobby with TSM being the only team to really take their time outside of zone.
This is a nice bounce back game so far for Complexity. They've already got 5 kill points. And, you know, we've got some reses coming back on in. So that does leave a lot of points still on the board for them. And getting a better look at this one. Wow. Still a good portion of Cenote Cave, especially those buildings that a lot of those teams that kind of backfilled in and kind of defaulted positioned into, they're in still.
Just by a sliver, but it is pulling over to that complete west side that I was wondering about, where it's really Legends and Complexity that are in those respective buildings. But once you're forced out of the Cenote Cave area, it's a lot of open ground between those waters here to work with.
Looks like we have an engagement. Bangalore Ultimate going down. It's going to be Mkers up against Bleed. But the fight just fizzles. Everyone got into their respective buildings and said, yeah, no.
Little defensive bombardment just in case, you know, they're going to get oppressed here when they are going for the approach beyond the waters into this building. But it is Bleed that have been holding on to Mill for a very long time. Well, Noctem now also on the other side of Mill, looking to see if they could try to take some shots, because they were trying to scan ahead to see if they could get involved and get some KP.
Yeah, they're a little bit separated there, though, so they're just not really gonna hard engage on this one. It's just trying to play opportunistic more than anything else. And I mean, this is what I was looking at initially, right? For a lot of teams, or for some teams to do, like Noctem is right now, take the God Rock and try to use that position to gatekeep and get a lot of KP. Unfortunately, though, they got there pretty late, and so it's just more of a holding position for themselves, not anything that can really get them KP.
Not just yet here, unless the teams try to commit into moving over to the north side of Cenote, where Gaimin Gladiators have been holding on to that choke, as we are going to take a quick pause for now, in the middle of the last game of the series.
Yeah, and you know, luckily for us this time around, right? There's not much action taking place on the map. No one's in the middle of a fight, really. Maybe someone's getting shot at, but everyone is relatively safe. So this is one of the better ones that we've had so far.
That is very true. And we already saw the reses already happen here. Well, TSM was in the middle of their rotate after getting reps in. FOXX to join them here right in front of SSE on their building. They saw that they were distracted because in the process of all that, VK Gaming had actually moved away from that same building that they were sharing with SSE when they had the rooftop, and now have decided to move over to the north side of Cenote Cave when we were able to see the map before going into that pause.
Yeah, man made a miracle happen, honestly. I was not expecting the reses. I was double checking. I was like, what does that say? He got the reses? No, there's no shot anyone lets that happen. But, you know, congratulations, you made the impossible happen.
He wants to touch Beeps' bald head. Beeps, run away.
Hey, there's plenty of bald heads right there. And we got, you know, Onset as well. Like,
oh, no.
Bald men unite.
Navi is out here. They're wild, and Mkers as well, seeing lots of love for FURIA. Dia de FURIA, looking to see if they could put on a performance.
Yeah,
they did start off so strong.
Gotta say, love seeing the representation here.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I love the international lands, but I love it as well when we see successful Thai teams, right? You and I have a history with successful Thai teams and other titles, and they have some of the best personalities.
Yeah, they really do, and being able to see that really come out to play for Apex, it's always amazing. Of course, in, you know, the global series aspect of the ALGS, being able to see high-level competition from all around the world is what brings this crowd together, as well as their love for Apex, and seeing how these different players really get to collaborate with one another when you're on the stage and feeling that pressure. Oh, getting a little cheer in the crowd here for FURIA. We were highlighting the fans earlier on.
Yeah.
Still being alive and playing on that south side of zone, by the way.
Yeah, they were, what, about 13 points off from first place, so definitely doable for them. It is not out of reach. They started off so strong there on World's Edge. They played those thermal station endings extremely well. You know, a lot of people will say, you know, hey, they got gifted the zone. Well, thermal station plays out a little bit differently, right? You have to have specific discipline, especially with the fact that first position they held, right? They were on top of the tower, and I've seen so many times when it came to teams getting the prio on top of that tower, and before Ring 2 closes, they're out of ammo. Right? They understood that we talked about it earlier on the desk. Sometimes you have to sit on your hands. Don't do anything and let the game play itself for a while. But here we go. We are back into the game.
Keep up the action here, as Mkers are going to be able to get that Evo Harvester before getting right back into the edge of the zone. Getting word. All right, we got another pause here. Welcome. Just got to tease you up, make sure you're ready for the end of this series.
Yeah. I mean, look. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna say it. I do want to say that was a really cool interview, by the way, that Greek and Wig had with Reject WINNITY. You know, we've got a lot of teams, right, that are kind of playing in the shadow of specific reputations, right? TSM, of course, with everything happening with Hal leaving and joining Falcons, right? Left huge shoes to fill, and we are seeing them really trying to come out from behind that shadow. Reject WINNITY as well, understanding, hey, the last team that held this name won a LAN. And so we've got a lot to live up to ourselves, but we also want to make sure as we do it that we form our own identity. And
that's right.
I love that kind of healthy mentality when it comes to competing.
I love the support that we're getting out here. Also got to see the sign for his and hers live back at home, watching all the action. All the flyers. I want to see more of those going into the day here for next series and for tomorrow. Mkers now as we come back into the game. Not a tease. This is for real this time.
I'm not going to tempt it. I am not going to tempt it.
You have to
here.
hide the caster buddy. You know how we get to start the game whenever we want.
Yeah, that's right. Mine's been broken for a while.
Oh,
though.
sorry about
I
that.
think I need to replace
fault.
the batteries.
I took it.
Yeah. I mean, where are you supposed to find C batteries anymore, right? Does anyone even sell those?
Maybe behind the pause or something. Gonna have to see now. As Gaimin Gladiators already on their rotate, coming in from above to find a spot here. And there's so many other teams looking at them in the process, but they land right next to NOEZ FOXX, engaging in a fight, and this time having the high ground advantage.
Wow. They do have, looks like, a few other squads in the area right now. EXO Clan, SWQ, and of course SSE, who are able to recover, are here. Oh, TSM pushing on in. Zap has gone down, but Reps, Verhulst living on about 10 HP. Reps will finish it all off and keep them alive. VK Gaming go down.
Verhulst jumps into Reps' arms, save me, cover me, and Reps finishing them off with the hemlock. You see, remember what I told you? It was just a little tease out here.
Yeah.
And another pause. But in that case, though, it was in the middle of a few fights breaking out on each side.
I think we did get the resets though, right? Gaimin Gladiators coming in for that dive on top of, I can't quite remember, I think it was FOXX. They were able to recover, they got the reset. That was an extremely fast fight for TSM. Now, of course, they're gonna be wondering, ooh, is anyone coming in for the third party? But they did it extremely fast. I believe they have everyone inside their building. They should be relatively safe. Oh man, I miss LAN so much, and not just any LAN, right? But there have been some special venues and countries that I've visited, and well, continents and subcontinents, right? Sydney, some of the best crowds out here. EU, some of the best crowds out there. The energy that they have is just absolutely electric, and I think it's something about the football community, right? The football culture that you get these awesome chants that we really don't have, you know, in the States.
Being able to feel the crowd gets very contagious out here too. Just making sure you keep up on this energy here. And so we're gonna test a little something. We wanna be able to hear the crowd, especially looking at the players here that are still alive, by the way, in this lobby. I'm thinking a very loud crowd at that when it comes to EXO still being alive here. See K-Swinny shrugging just a little bit, making sure. There they are. There they are. Let's do it one more time. Let's do it one more time. We got EXO on the screen. All right, all right. Look how many jerseys. These are super sick.
Yeah. I hope everyone can hear that at home.
It's contagious. It's great. Getting ready and waiting before we dive into the rest of game number 6. But I did mention this before, and I would like to highlight it because it does riff off of the way that these teams are going to approach once the pause finishes off and we do see those scattered fights. Cutting off the momentum in a case like this, it is important because it also allows a lot of players to reset, see where they're at, what they want to do, maybe second guess how they want to go about the circle. There's a lot of areas in a zone like this to coexist, like we just saw from Gaimin Gladiators on the high ground when we saw them originally right on top of FOXX. When you're on top of the geyser rocks and then you have a team right below you, eventually if that circle does end up pulling in the middle of the water by Complexity and Legends like we've seen before, that spot, once you get beyond those rocks, that's where it's very open and where you could expect teams like Complexity and Legends to definitely excel. But when I'm thinking about Legends in this case, they're not as safe as Complexity when their backs are basically cleared unless a team wants to wrap around through the water behind to their building to specifically grief them. And I mean that because there's 4 to 5 other squads coming into from the north side from Legend Gaming's back. So that's something else that Legends would have to worry about when it comes to all the teams that either want to collapse and maybe third party the opportunity with the plethora of EMPs that you could expect.
Yeah. The match state that we have right now is very interesting, right? Because I would say A and B were characterized highly by a lot of teams trying to play that extremely high level, right? So many teams that were trying to play on the slow side of the zone that it ended up hindering a lot of them, right? We saw that out of LG and Alliance getting punished a little bit on that in regards to World's Edge in particular. But Alliance being Alliance, we're still able to make, a good thing out of that.
It's like they're actually just making sure who could rotate the mouse as quickly as possible. 10 out of 10 skills out here.
But here so far, that's been what is it called? Agurumi?
What?
Yeah, it's like the knitted, the Japanese knitted thing. There have been some amazing ones that I've seen all weekend long.
Concerned of him choking on the
He's a full-grown.
I don't know. I mean, these 6 skills with the mouse a little bit. You got the little potato hanging out on top of the monitor. Complexity. Different breed of players out here.
Honestly, I'm not too worried because, it's EU healthcare. We're not in NA anymore. I've got a lot of faith in it. So.
I hear they built up a lot of synergy, especially being able to check out the hotel, feeling very confident. Especially when you talk about their positioning before, as we highlighted.
And Mannheim we've only been here for about 3 days, but it's been such a welcoming city too.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite cities so far. I mean, it's walkable. They don't need to have, lights everywhere, like walking down the streets. Like I was walking around on 10 o'clock, I think, going to market.
Oh.
And no one was clutching a purse. I was like, wow, okay, this is different. And I was talking about it, like the hostile architecture in like all American cities, right? And here it's like they want you to walk around, sit down, enjoy the sights. It's been a fantastic experience.
Yeah, Mannheim's very nice. I know Germany in general just has such ancient cities. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm a history freak myself, so being able to be in such a lovely city has just been very enjoyable. I am getting an update, by the way, that we are waiting for a player to join right back in. Everyone, again, thank you so much for your patience. Our players are waiting patiently, ready to go and play out the rest of this 6th game.
Yeah. Also, going back to that point that I was talking about, right?
Nice.
In Group A, B, we were seeing a lot of teams trying to play slow side zone. It hasn't been as much the case here so far when it comes to C, D. In our game number 4, right, where we saw Cloud9 being able to really hold on to that position on the eastern side, there wasn't that much presence, right? I feel like if we were in A, B and we had a very similar zone, there would have been 2, maybe 3 more teams in that position looking to try and take them out from there. But that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing a lot more hard edge play coming out from teams like TSM. Olimpo, I believe, as well, has been fairly hard edge here. And so we are seeing some stylistic differences right now between our groups.
And it also really highlights, when you mention TSM in this case, the fact that they're the only team, I believe, in this lobby running the Fuse, playing into that strength, also brings up the conversation of the teams that do want to play into their strengths and not the cookie cutter, hey, this is what everybody is rocking, let's instead just stick with that because we have no other choice. But the Fuse allowing TSM to still play in their methodical way and still be aggressive at the same time, which is why I feel like when these circles end up pulling away from TSM, this is the team that definitely benefits off of the pathing of rotating far from the circle rather than having a POI advantage point.
Yeah, I would chalk up a lot of this to some very healthy changes that we made, right, with the last patch, with this latest season. Having the consistency on rings and on beacons and such has made it a lot easier, especially for the coaches to really be able to path out a lot of our teams. I don't know who that is. I don't know anyone by like name, by the way.
Like a FaZe person.
Yeah, no, everyone's just like their gamer tag. I don't think I know anyone's actual name.
Oh, wait. Frame one. All right, I'm getting word now that it looks like we are ready to go. I've lost the button. I'm sorry. I have to find the button again to make sure I get the game started. Already know the casters have power over that out here too, but it is starting soon, guys. It looks like we got the player in the lobby. And we also got the hand warmers to close out on your eyes.
Back on the eyes, yeah.
Just making sure everything is calm and collected.
I've been meaning to try that.
Apparently it helps with headaches.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that at the LA LAN, at the Galen Center for Split 1 playoffs. I've been meaning to try it. I mean, I've got winter coming up fairly shortly. You know, living in Portland, it gets pretty cold, so I am going to have to invest in some hand warmers myself.
Careful putting them on your eyes, though. Hold on, wait. We got a countdown here. And there we go. All right. It wasn't a fluke this time around. Everybody, again, thank you for your patience. But in the process of this, the unpause comes in, and Gaimin Gladiators look like they're in some trouble. Gonna be able to get that res onto life, but no gold knockdown as he gets re-knocked.
Yeah, that's going to be Fuda from EXO, able to find that one. Lufka's going to have to take the time here to try and heal up himself. But you can see that passive is going to allow them to at least cover some ground. And Light makes it just behind. No! It's a double knock here. SSE and SWQ.
He's got the Newcastle wall, though. He's got the Newcastle wall. Once he gets this res, you can see the EMP, which is huge because now he has the Newcastle wall with the charge.
Oh, wait. There was also a third party. It was SWQ coming from the third party.
He can't put it.
So many times. GG are out here in 17th place. That's no points. There was 3 teams hot on their tails here, and now they just have to watch on.
FURIA being one of them with 50 points here. Still alive. By the way, NOEZ were also able to stay alive in that engagement.
FURIA, Mkers, all well within reach here, still alive. We are just about to hit that placement point. FURIA finding another knock and a finish.
Huge here while FURIA end up cleaning up shop. Let's jump into a listen with FURIA to see their next rotate.
All right, we gotta play for our ledge. It's God spot. I'm looting.
Do we think it's more beneficial for us to try to zip onto the left roof? Because
no. We have God spot key on. We have God spot key on. We have God spot key on. Trust me. We need to control all the heights. Controlling on you is literally insane.
I think. Oh man.
I'm putting a wall down right now, actually.
Yeah, you should. They just Bleed just died over here. I don't know where.
I'm popping an ALGS. Popping ALGS. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yo. I'm gonna just drop an evac tower. Why does it show that I can hit that?
Is there a lot of energy in the boxes?
Yes. The one.
Pick up ALGS. Please pick up ALGS.
I didn't see any, but you gotta. Keon can look. We're good here, right? Yes.
Yes.
Bro, I'm getting sniped across the map.
Oh, there's a fresh Newcastle wall here. That's cool.
The groan after getting sniped by Complexity. We've all been there in our own Apex games where you just see a rogue charge rifle in the distance, except it's always going to be Monsoon because just strange to always want to prioritize that weapon. But he's so good with it as Mkers now. Dexter lets him blast the hammer point, the gold shotgun bolt, but he gets taken out. Only leaving one for Holes. Big E with the clutch. Is going to be able to keep TSM's dream alive.
Wasn't even close. Look at their health. Able to just really play off of that corner there. Will utilize that evac tower to get on in, and that's going to be a lot of fighting that they avoid with this one. Never mind, they take a pass to the north side. Noctem scan. I believe in a fight right now with FENNEL here, as TSM just bypassed them.
And this is the action that we were expecting. Looking at all those teams on the north side. Look at this from the high ground, all the way from low to high. TSM now engaging, but they lose out on Zap. Verls and Reps taking 2 different angles here to see if they can jump on the other side. He misses out on the ledge, but avoids the Watson fences. But I like the way that they're approaching this, still holding height and a split angle to get more KP.
They will go ahead and pick that up. We do have 3 more squads going down here as FENNEL will fall. SSE will be the 10th team to go down, leaving us with our final 9. Hard pull once again on this zone, and it's Complexity playing slow side.
And we saw earlier that TSM had lost out on Zap, completely eliminated in this case here too. So TSM playing by the edge while Noctem play on the low ground here alongside Legends and GoNext, and SWQ looking at this fight.
TSM though, they were able to recover the banner. That drone coming in clutch for them, and they'll get zapped back into this game. FURIA poke their head out, and they will be able to finish off Hammer Drill, who was trying to rat this one out.
Monsoon is a griefer. He gets another kill. He steals another kill from FURIA this time around. He's able to clean up that straggler. Legends get eliminated in 7th, and FURIA are going to take their time. Look at this zone pull. It is pulling all the way on top of Complexity, but even better for FURIA on that rotate.
Now Noctem's gonna push forward. SWQ get finished off, but no! Atom's gone down. Mosin will be the next to fall. Remix doesn't even know where the shots are coming from, but he's got the knockdown shield to try and reset, but the shots are getting through. That's madness to finish him off.
Had the knockdown shield before they completely deleted it, deleted his cover on top of it, and TSM are able to fully reset here before now engaging on GoNext.
They're going for as many kill points as possible. They need a huge game here with FURIA still alive. TSM now at 51 points, just a few behind FURIA, but they are closing the gap, and there it is. Reps to finish it off, Zap to get back onto his feet. Now the kill leaders with at least 11 kill points to their name. The round is closing on in, but FURIA will go ahead and take over the rooftop of Complexity's building. But Vaxlon will be the first to fall here.
TSM riding on momentum. They are looking for more heads to claim, and Vax is going to get res, but you don't want your Newcastle to be the first one getting taken out here in this case. They have to now split their focus, not only between the crypto drones flying around, but Complexity know that they are weak, that they are low, that they are looking for the reset, and TSM are going to match them on the other side of the roof.
Complexity can turtle up here and allow TSM to finish off FURIA. You can see Keon taking a lot of ring damage here, but he will make it down onto low. Vaxlon, though, still bleeding out on the ground. You can see Lou poking on out, but he's got to be careful of TSM on that rooftop.
The fact that he shifted his knockdown shield just ever so slightly to the right, really helping out Kimchi in that situation. Now as Lou still trying to find an angle, he's calming, letting them know that there is still that team underneath them that probably have fully reset. And meanwhile, TSM, Verls at a different angle from inside the building. Complexity, feel the pressure, and FURIA can now sandwich Complexity.
Now Keon, able to get the get rezzed, and it's the full 3v3. Once again, Complexity taking over the rooftop here, but they're forced down once again. Oh my goodness, Lou gets back inside that building with about 5 HP.
Madness invisible on the other side of Verls. Imagine if he gets the jump on Verls when he's isolated, in this case, by the rock. But it is Madness giving them all the information that they can here, with the rest of FURIA playing right underneath the building.
TSM, they are focused hard on this one. They could have heard the drone, but I think they might have just cleared it. There we go. Verhulst getting the knock onto Keon.
And Madness is still invisible. Vax is getting the red, but he doesn't have a gold knockdown. Keon can't fully reset just yet, but he can pop this med kit while TSM takes this fight inside. On the other side, you have to imagine Complexity buy them out the door, and Madness could go for the biggest brain play if he could isolate one of TSM.
He is very much there. Oh my goodness, Vaxlon will go ahead and get over to his teammate here. Keon bleeding out now. Vaxlon utilizing the walls to pick up some points.
and FURIA right now are the same amount of points as Gaimin Gladiators to be first in this lobby. Vax now dancing around the shield. Can he clutch? Madness still stuck in the drone, still waiting. EMP comes in right at the very end. TSM get eliminated, and FURIA had gone for second with complexity. The patience paying off, the charge rifle shots, but they don't even know where Madness is. They gotta finish this game first. And all right, it was just a matter of time here. Madness cheering to the crowd, playing right into the new crypto changes that we have in Apex Legends.
Soak it all in. Monsoon will finally be able to hunt them down. What a bounce back. Complexity taking the final win of this group.
Should have just punched him out. Should have just punched out Madness after they found him. I love the mid-tier though. Complexity. The patience pays off. Those charge rifle shots pay off. I mean, I think they all had snipers, I'm not gonna lie, but Complexity taking that dub to end our series.
There were so many things to talk about here in game number 6, but Complexity really, putting it into 6th gear at the end, right? They made that for early rotation to try and get to Cenote. They got caught out, I believe, by FOXX. And then, of course, tagged them right on back. You hit me, I'll hit you right on back. Getting that knock, slowing down their rotation, forcing them to, of course, to go for that res. And then somehow being able to bully the team that was inside that building as soon as they got there.
You know how important it was for FURIA to aim for second there when they were tied in points with Gaimin Gladiators? This probably has now already set up FURIA to sit in first, even after having 2 rough games on Stormpoint, having no KP, just a bit of placement points, making it enough in that final game after getting second place to take first in this lobby.
Yeah, this is a great play coming out from them, honestly. Like we said, they prioritized getting their World's Edge pick. It worked out extremely well, 46 points after 3 maps for them, and they were confident in their Stormpoint overall, and they did a great job of really being able to convert those last 3 maps to enough points for a great show in here.
Also allowed Complexity to sit down in 4th place overall too, with an outstanding last game, but also the patience. Once again, I feel like that's the theme, right? The patience at the end to determine whether to take a fight in that moment or to go for a repositioning, while also being aware of what is left for you in the lobby. It's been a fantastic pace of games thus far here in this series, and we're not even done yet. We still get some more Apex action later today. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty, I want to hear from the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Jamerson. FURIA with a win to start things off in C versus D. What a moment for them, and a great final fight that, believe it or not, it's like now you see me, now you don't.
I feel like that was the perfect way to end the series. The crowd was enjoying that, kind of watching Complexity try to figure out where exactly Madness was hiding in the end. And we were waiting for those crypto drone invisible plays to come out and see how they would impact everything.
Yeah.
And that was a perfect example of it.
I mean, talk about increasing the safety of being in your drone. I mean, that's like safety times 10. They couldn't find him.
I kind of started panicking when Vaxilon ulted with Newcastle on top of Madness. It was just sitting in the open there. I was like, he just gave away their spot. I thought they were going to end up getting 3rd. We saw that they were tied with GG and at the exact same points, and if they didn't get another one, they would have ended up in 2nd place. So it was an interesting play, and Vax really, that he showed off as a very intelligent Newcastle plays right there as well.
I think it kind of felt like this was a group of guys that were used to this team composition and in the flow of playing it so well, Lauren, that they could make some decisions like that felt like that's a little risky, but they're just so confident in it right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw how impactful the Newcastle was getting a res right before they kind of went into the water for those final plays. And they looked like such a solid trio. We talked about them heading into it. We knew that they're a team that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on, following even just the arc of Madness alone and his entire competitive progress through the history of Apex Legends. So this is a very well-deserved top spot right now for FURIA.
It was a great finish to that game, absolutely down to the wire. To get the final results, it was Complexity who would find that hidden crypto in I'm Madness and claim the win, but FURIA would do enough to just inch past Gaimin Gladiators. GG going out in 17th place, and they allowed an 18-pointer to change the difference. TSM also a big 22 points at the end of it. GoNext as well, and Noctem Scan getting in the mix here, top 5 as we ran into it. But let's take a look at our series results. Just 4 points. Well, they had plenty of time to do it. 67 would put them in first. Gaimin Gladiators leading after 2 games, but couldn't close it out in the end. TSM right behind them, though. They'll jump above Complexity as Complexity jumps above Mkers to get a top 4. This is a great spot to be. Notably, to me, if you look on the other side, EXO Clan, a great team. We kind of talked about them. Not the performance that you want, especially with so many fans in the building. They were the ones chanting, singing, etc. as well. Some guy, you're not chanting, you're not singing, but you should at least look happy, Keon. Joining us from the winning team, FURIA, his teammates Vaxlon, Coach BVP, and I'm Madness walking behind the scenes. Keon, great to have you, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, you know. Not going to be upset about just coming off of first place.
You know, this is always great to see. I want you to spend some time letting people know what it is behind the scenes getting ready for this event. You guys seem like you were in a really good swing. Everyone seems in good spirits. You guys are only improving as a team. And this meta really seems to suit you. Really seems to suit you. So let us know, what's it like coming into this split? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, I get to play Pathfinder, so I'm happy. Like 80,000 kills across all platforms on that character. So, and he's my height, so you know, I can see it exactly how I see it in real life. Yeah, when crypto came into meta, it was like kind of difficult because it's not an easy swap, like character-wise. And I've played with crypto mains before. Madness having to learn crypto was like. Everybody was scared, I think, but he's really like filled those shoes. And I'm pretty sure he top fragged on crypto today and top damaged on our team. If you look at those stats, I'm pretty sure, or at least he was after game 5. So he's stepping in that role amazingly. Vaxlon, dude, Bangalore and Newcastle, that's his thing. Oh my gosh. He's doing the Dougie behind the Newcastle wall, just side to side, like just moving.
Listen, I kind of want to ask you about what those comms sounded like in the final moments, because we saw you guys were in that 2-1 split with Madness hiding in the water for a decent amount of time, ended up shifting his direction, but we saw at the end, at Madness going, come find me if you can, you know? Yeah. Like, how hype were you guys when you realized you were able to pull off a play like that?
Yeah, it was awesome. So our coach has been telling him, he's like, dude, you're going to pull this out in like the craziest moments at LAN, and it's going to be amazing. And dude, oh man, we went to the roof, and we were just trying to survive because we thought like maybe the teams would just start to beef with each other, and pretty much like Vax got knocked, and then we got into like the panic mode. He's like, dude, should I do the thing? And then like
do the thing.
And then he went quiet. He just went completely quiet, and I res Vax, and then Vax like gets up, turns around, and is like, where are you? And Matt's like, I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. And then he's like, I'm gonna slam to you, and Matt's like, no, don't slam to me. And then he slammed to him, and you know, secured that second place with an extra kill or 2.
No, that's great. I think I actually have a question. Just from last split or the tournament where you guys didn't fail to make the finals, compared to this one, what do you think the biggest difference is for you and your team? Because you guys have had, it's been a noticeable difference in terms of your progress as a team, in terms of just where you were versus where you're going. And I know in the past, you know, sometimes it's easy to kind of stabilize and level out, but you guys have shown that consistent progress leading up. I mean, leading up to this, the scrims going into it, you guys were getting better and better and better, and looked like one of the best teams, which is why us on the board picked you guys kind of across to take this group.
I mean, dude, oh man. Like it's just been a grind. I feel like coming off that last LAN, Vax and Madness played really, really good. They did. They deserved to make finals. If you watched it back, for the fans that did watch it, they knew that I underperformed heavily in the last tournament. And so really it's just been a grind. And JMO, our coach, shout out to him. He's been working with me like one-on-one a ton, and just getting me like way more comfortable, because those nerves, you know, kind of set in. Like this first time playing an esport really is this. So it's just been a grind. Honestly, Madness and Vax, they're playing just as good as they did that first LAN. Really, it's like I picked up my slack that they were carrying the first time. So that's really all it's been. The meta just suits us all because we've learned to love the characters that we're playing currently.
That's great accountability. You love to hear that. I mean, Vaxlon, I've been hyping him up for years now. I've always said he's one of the best MK players, and he's that as well. He's like in that fun FPS category where he can put him on any single character. And I mean, we've talked to other players, and a lot of them put him on the best Newcastle in the game right now. So being that adaptable, and then you played Horizon and Pathfinder, it just seems like you guys have your set roles, and then Madness filled his spot really well as well. So it's going to be fun to see you guys this whole weekend.
We got some final circles on the screen. No need to go too into detail if you guys want to keep talking high level, but walk us through as well when you look at this, Keon. You guys are down a little bit. You have a strong start. Gaimin Gladiators kind of start to take over. 4, 5, and then obviously 6 start to make the switch for you guys. What do you do to make that adjustment mid-game? What are you guys saying to yourselves in the comms behind the scenes?
Going into game 4 and 5, when we died, especially in this building, we nuked the team that was above us. But the first 3 games, and we know, like, for some reason, game 4 and game 5, we just fell out of our identity. Where, like, after we do a 300 damage, we're usually like just in their face.
Right.
And game 4 and game 5, we died doing what I call doing nothing, which is like the most frustrating way.
Yeah.
Most frustrating way to die. Yeah. And game 6, pretty much just going into it, we're like, dude, why are we being big babies? as his Watson would say, shout out Watson. Why are we being big babies? Like, we're in first. We're obviously like the best team in this lobby. Why are we being big babies? So then we went into the last game. We were like, we're just gonna kill people, like in game. We're just gonna kill every other team that's alive in this lobby. So really, that's the only difference. Game 4 and game 5 lost the identity for some reason, and then just picked it right back up for game 6.
I mean, I know we've had quite a few teams in this particular group matchup that we've been talking about, you guys included as one of those top contenders who at the end of the weekend can potentially be the one hoisting that trophy. And I know it's early, it's groups, obviously things get a little bit more difficult as we continue on in the competition, but you guys look so solid so early on. So how are you feeling, especially after this performance, as we get to see those final moments on screen, about your chances for that match point final?
Yeah, I think all of us are on the same page of that we should be a top 3 team pretty easily in this tournament. Yes. And so that's our goal. Yes. Right now we're, going for the FURIA second. And, hoping that the match point, we can secure that. We definitely, as a team, we believe that we definitely can pull out this championship.
Yeah, that's what it is. I always wait to hear if somebody says they can win or they're going to do pretty well. I think it's honestly a big part of just that little extra step of belief. Like, this is the time. You guys got to take it. You notice your identity shifting, doing nothing, but then it's like, we got to take this game in game 6, and you make things happen. And I think we've seen historically, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well, match point is historically, in my eyes, won by a team that takes it. It's a team that somehow just decides this is going to be the moment. There's no particular moment, right? Because any team has probably 5 or 6 moments throughout that entire tournament. So I think, is that something that you guys try to cultivate as you play through your group stages? Is there somebody that you notice, like, kind of, man, we got to emulate that because they seem to have it locked on, and we're trying to bring that into our game heading into match point?
Yeah, I mean, Alliance and Falcons are the 2 main watchers in terms of winning match point. Those guys have done it, and obviously Falcons is the team that everybody's done it on that team multiple times. So we emulate the getting to match point and how they play the game when they hit that match point. Because some teams, and we used to do that as well, where we'd hit that match point, or we'd get into that first place spot and then we'd get complacent,
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, we hit the match point, that was the goal, right? But it's like, no, with those teams, it's like you hit the match point and then it's like, okay, we were 80% throttle, let's floor it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you pretty much just want to play the exact same way as you did when you were getting there, and just not change your gameplay. So that's pretty much what we're going to do. So,
well, it's a great start, man. You have a lot of great energy here on desk. It's been awesome having you and chatting with this. I could tell that the vibes are good behind the scenes for FURIA, and I'm sure the org very happy with the win here. And that leads us to our overall standings after 2 series so far today. Not Moist. They won the biggest in Group A versus B. 76 points puts them in first overall, but FURIA, Keon and his crew, right after them with 67 points. Gaimin Gladiators in third. E-Xolos LAZER from South America in fourth. And Natus Vincere. Big start for them. Big performance. Can they keep this up? SSG, TSM, Complexity, Mkers, NRG, rounding out our top 10. If it ended right here, that would be our winners. And we would see these teams in the elimination bracket. Obviously, a scary place to be. Means you're fighting for your life. Guild leads that one. On the other end of it, pretty exciting, or pretty surprising. teams like EXOCLAN, even NORTHEPTION, especially Liquid Alienware, not having good starts. We got so much more coming up, though. One more series to play. Keon, thank you again, and congratulations on the win, my friend. It's going to be great to see you guys continue to pull out some of those sneaky crypto plays as well. We've got more Apex Legends action as well. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will finish off our final series of the day and see where it all stands after day one in Mannheim. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.